was blind, but now I can see.
Yeah, calisthenics number 12. Yeah. Fly robotics. Bifocals, my only purpose is to feed the locals. I'm spreading love when I see you and gotta approach you. I see the goodness in you, I wouldn't John with you. I know you hustling for your family just to pay the fiscal. I see the God up in you, He bless you physical. While we navigating problems, the world is abysmal. Skip the one up, let's get it to the center. Your house is big as mine, we can always help each other. Affirmation smother, it ain't even cost me a dime to uplift my brother.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Welcome back to Vulnerability is the New Sexy. This is the podcast where we break down all the walls, challenge all the stigmas, and we brace the power of being open and honest and where vulnerability can lead you. I am your host, Joe Corley. As you can see, I'm a black male. And if you know me by now, you know I'm also a therapist. So I'm a black male therapist dedicated to guiding our community towards healing and growth. And that's totally what the conversation is about tonight. And we're going to do that by introducing my panel here. We got my good sis, Erica, and, Erica Lewis, author of Faith in Transition. My brother, Big Mac. Y'all recognize him from the streets and the gas station.
I'm all over.
All over. And my boy Khalil, man. How you doing tonight, man? How y'all doing?
I'm blessed. Thank y'all for having me.
I'm happy for y'all to be here, man. I really thought this was an important conversation. I want to encourage the audience, and I'm going to say this repeatedly, you know what I mean, to approach this conversation with empathy and openness. We're not here to go back and forth. We're not here to contribute to the gender wars. We're not here to argue or debate about which gender is better or none of that. I think that we are all very intelligent people, and we are trying to figure out, what's the best way to gain some understanding for each other. We have to be real. We have to be honest. And we're trying to have a nuanced conversation, a respectful conversation about the gender wars in the black community, because, as the thumbnail says, divided we fall, and we are falling and we are divided, and it's not doing us any good. So the first thing I want to start out with is I want to, show the video that inspired me to have this conversation, and then we'll talk more about it on the other side. Let me just share this with y'all. A snippet of it.
You disrespect the hard-working men with a blue collar. Too busy looking for a baller. Cause you only date baller shot collars, but you don't qualify for the man that you desire. You call my preferences biased, but ma'am, what exactly is your 6-foot requirement? Listen, go get you a young submissive girl somewhere on the other side of the world. Now you're a sugar daddy, you're a lick. You're a lick like sugar on a stick. You made bad decisions, now men ain't ish. No, you ain't ish. You put yourself in that predicament. Always talking about be his peace. He needs therapy. Don't try to put that job on me.
Listen, what I'm observing that to be is this young artist, and I want to give her credit. I encourage everybody to go watch the video in full on her YouTube page. Oh, my banner's in the way. You can't see her YouTube page. I can't, honestly don't know how to remove the banner, but I'll figure out a way to remove this banner later and make sure that I show her YouTube page and her Instagram. And because it's important that she gets her credit for the work that she's doing. And if that young lady happens to watch this, I apologize. I'm not a StreamYard expert yet, so I don't know how to remove that banner, but we'll try to figure it out before the end of the show. But anyway, when we talk about unity in the black community, especially between men and women, Miss Erica, I want to start with you. What does that actually mean for you?
I'm sorry. Vulnerability. Say that again. I'm sorry. Somebody walked in and interrupted my train of thought. What were you saying?
I was saying that when you hear about unity in the black community, especially between men and women, what does that mean to you? Like, what do you think the purpose of it is?
Oh my God. It takes me back to being a kid, unity in the community, when there was love in the community, when there were cookouts, when there was block parties, when the DJ would pull out the speakers and we could just be free as kids and just roam and run and jump and play. And even though my mother may not be home, Miss Jackson across the street, she was home, and her husband, he was the neighborhood mechanic, and he was the uncle to all the kids. And when it came down time for Halloween and back to school, he was out there giving the candy to the kids and doing the backpack drive. To me, that's what unity is. That's what unity was for me. Things have changed. Life has changed. How those changes have come about, I am completely perplexed and confused. I don't know how we've gotten to this place where we can't even stand to be in a room with each other and have a conversation about how we got to this place. I really don't understand how we've gone from unity to a level of division where we can't even sit and talk about why we're divided. So yeah, unity for me is, it's love. It's
Yeah.
love, and the love within our community is gone.
And before I move on to somebody else, how do you feel? How do we need each other? Why do you
As men
think
and
we need?
women,
Yes. Why do you
as
think we
as
need
men
each
and
other?
women.
Yeah.
Oh my God, one thing that disturbs me, and I've never said this as a woman, I hate to hear women say, I don't need a man. We do need men. We do need men. Let I'm going to say it again in case any woman is confused. Sis, we do need men. They serve a purpose, as we all serve a purpose. And it's not about who's going to cook, who's going to clean, who's going to take out the garbage, who's going to do this. It's about the non tangible that men can bring, that women can bring to the table. It's by being able to have that conversation with the person of the opposite sex and get their perspective and get their view. It's about being protected, and not always physically protected to keep you from harm, but honestly, to sometimes as women to protect us from ourselves. I have
Hmm.
a friend of mine, she was hell bent on going on a trip, and the guy she was dating, he was like, listen, that doesn't sound like a good idea. It's a whole bunch of women going on this trip, not one man. You putting yourselves out there. And honestly, when they got what they got, she probably should have listened to him.
Yeah.
Passports got lost. So men have unctions too. They get, the spirit world will talk to them too. Men have wisdom too. Men have vision too. So we need men for the protection sometimes of ourselves, getting a man's point of view. There is nothing like sitting down talking to a man to hear what he has to say, because men a lot of times are quiet in situations, but when a man is going to give you some input and some insight, you better grab a pen and some paper and write it down, because he's giving you food for thought. He's dropping gems. And I think a lot of women are repel that, so to speak, because many women didn't grow up with their dads, and they don't know what it's like to have a man say, sit down, let me talk to you about something. Have a seat, let me, hear me out, just hear me out. And after a while, if you keep pushing a man away, or you don't want to hear what he's going to say, he's going to stop talking. And as the great poet 50 Cent once said, people don't hear you until you stop talking.
Mm. 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 All truth right there. Big Mac, I'm gonna go up to you, Mr. Machiavelli, man. Tell me, when you hear unity between black men and black women, what does it mean to you?
Oh man, it's been so long since I've been seeing a lot of unity going on in the culture and in our relationships. Like you said, the gender war going on, but unity to me was just about family. I mean, this was before the money craze started to hit the community. Before the red bottoms start stumping on the ground, and before the bags were being purchased. We were more concentrated on coming together as family. And like Erica said, with the love, just wanting to be around one another, show each other love, do things for one another, come together as a community and build. And that has gotten lost in this day and age. But and that's why it's one against the other right now, because it's like we scavengers out here, and everybody's trying to get a dollar or two and get one up on the other, and then you know, with the money, of course, sometimes comes the big ego. So, you know, everybody off in their own corners right now, and defending themselves and throwing shots at one another. But unity was the base foundation of our community, going back all the way to the 60s, to the slavery days, and so forth and so on. And we all was a big community. It wasn't just like my family; it was your family on the block, my family down the street, someone else's family down the street, Miss whoever in the church. I mean, everybody was coming together and building something and looking out for one another. But now, you know, it seems like, you know, we just standoffish in our mind and in reality, you know, physically. So, you know, hopefully we could get that back. But unity to me means, you know, coming together as family and looking out for one another. And, you know, that way, you know, we're stronger together than apart.
Yeah. You know, I don't really remember when it started getting like this, honestly. I don't remember growing up listening to black men and black women attack each other so aggressively all the time. I don't know if it was the rise of social media or what that got us to this point where we're starting out loud to just basically out in the public attack each other and you know, devalue ourselves in this way. It really it gets frustrating every time. I hate to see women feel like they have to go on the defensive, men feeling like they have to go on the defensive, and constantly having those conversations. In the meantime, you know, the outside world is just attacking us both. And you know, like I said, man, divided we fall. But brother Khalil, man, let me ask you, man, when you hear black, you know, unity between black men and women, what comes about for you?
Yeah, you know, I'm 24, so I'm looking at it from a little bit of a different perspective.
100%.
But the one thing that I can say when I think of unity is I think of my grandparents, who've been together for, you know, 40 plus years, and you know how they collaborate with each other, how it's a lot of understanding and empathy between the both. It's mutual respect. There's not, oh, he's a man, he does this is his responsibility, or she's a woman, this is what you're supposed to do. It's just kind of whatever will make life easier for the both of us. And I can kind of see, I see that in just how they interact, you know, which is why I feel they've been together for so long and been able to work and grow together, you know, throughout the years, even despite of the social media and, you know, the outside noise, you know, what we so-called, I guess you could say, our gender roles, but not necessarily. So yeah, man, when I think of unity, I just think of, you know, collaboration, showing empathy, you know, mutual respect between both people, and just ultimately making each other's lives easier by any means necessary. And so that's kind of my take on unity.
Okay, man, when you think about, you know, you mentioned you was 24. When you think about your generation, you have to look all the way to your grandparents to see that unity, man. What's the conversation like amongst you know, you and your friends, man, when it comes
It's
to
scary. It's
y'all even talk
scary
about
out here.
black women? Do y'all even talk about that?
Yeah, we do, and it's not even just black women, but black men as well on both ends. You know, it's scary out here, especially in my generation. Just the mindset that we have and kind of how we move. Specifically, I seen a post today. A guy, what did he say? He said, "They all say if one won't do it, the next one will." You know, and I feel like with this generation, us as men, we're kind of so easily persuaded to go on to the next, you know, thinking there's something out here better for us, thinking it's another woman who can do what this woman did, if not better. When in reality, like I say, I look at my grandparents as a reference. I don't, you know, if there's something that my woman can work on, I try to do what I can to help her work on that. And we work on that together, you know, and if we can fix it, we'll come to a mutual understanding and we fix it. But one thing about us is we're going to work through it. You know, that's just speaking for myself. Now, of course, not every 24-year-old thinks how I think. But I can only speak from, you know, my experience.
Yeah. I'm just, I know how you are. I know how you move, but I'm like wondering how you view the men around you and the young ladies around you, man. What do you
Right.
see from them, especially from your elevated mind state, man? What is it like being? Because, you know, I look at it sometimes. I'm down there with y'all sometimes, and I'm like, man, this is troubling. This is troubling. This is troubling.
It's scary out here, man. It's scary. I tell all my homeboys now, like, man, if you feel like you got you one, man, you hold on to that one, you know, because it seemed like it's a lot out here, but it really isn't, you know what I'm saying? And whatever you think is out here, you could probably get within your relationship as well. You just ain't put the work in for it, you know.
Let me tell you something, bro. I was, like I said, I've said many times on this show, I was probably in my late 30s before somebody said what you just said to me. If you got to go and hold on to her, I had never heard that. Not a man has shared that with me.
Right.
So I'm really glad to hear that you got that logic already, man.
Absolutely.
Man, just speaking, we all about to, you know, it's time for us to, you know, step to the altar because the goddess has stepped in the room, and you know how that goes. And we just
blessed us.
I'm so glad you could join us, Miss Athena. Welcome Athena to the show, y'all. She's a little late, but she's here.
Listen, I had to get to the money, honey. I had to get to the money. That's why, y'all, we have to work. You know, y'all requiring us to work. So, I had to do that before I showed up,
Go.
The gender war has started.
Make sure the bills stay paid. Make sure the lights stay on.
And so I thought it was important to have you in this conversation because, you are very knowledgeable and you have a lot of strong opinions about some of these topics. But I wanted to ask you, what I asked everybody on the panel, because you just came right on time. It's your turn. When you hear unity for Black men and women, like, what does that mean to you?
Oh, Lord. Why you always have to ask these deep therapy questions, Joe? I'm like, man, I have to get my feelings now. I have to think, man.
Yeah, I gotta get you out. I gotta get you out that after dark.
Speak on it.
Get you out of that after dark mindset and come down here and have a nuanced conversation.
So we don't have nuanced conversation after that. Don't we put after that?
You know how it goes. You know how it goes. Please don't act like that.
Listen, okay, so when I think of unity for Black people, I think of marriage. I think of responsibility. I think of accountability. I think about all the things that we seem to be running away from. And when it comes to these relationships, it's just a lack of accountability across the board on both sides. And I think that we have reached hopefully a zenith, because I'm like, how much further can this go, right? How much further can this go? But I really want us to get us to a point where there can be unity. But what I see and what the data is trending to show, because, Dr. George Fraser said, I forgot what date it is, but in a decade or so, the marriage rate is going to drop from 34% to 16%. And what we know and understand with that is without marriage and unity and being able to stay together, the outcomes for children go down, the outcomes for generational wealth go down, the outcomes for mental health go down, because even from a scientific perspective, your partner, your spouse helps to regulate your mood, helps to regulate if you're in a peaceful situation. I think of when you leave and go out to the world it's like a zoo. It's like, Walking Dead out there. It's like, you leave in the world, it could be like all kind of nonsense coming out. You should be able to have a place of peace. But also I think that we forget in the midst of capitalism that at the end of the day, we are all human beings. And that doesn't mean that we are default or we have these emotional needs that need to be met regardless. And I feel like a lot of us aren't getting our emotional needs met because these relationships are failing. Now, it's a multi-layered issue, obviously, right? If Constance was up here, she'd scream white domination, right? But outside of that, I think there is a lack of life skills that we as a community, whatever the issue is, or whether it was the white domination or your parents or your childhood or whatever, a lot of us as adults did not get the life skills of communication, of conflict resolution, of emotional regulation, all these things that help to contribute to a healthy, nurturing relationship to keep these relationships together.
Mm-hmm.
You have to to copy Big Mac, hey Machiavelli. You have to be an adult and sacrifice and regulate in order to make these relationships work. And I think that's a huge part of why we're in this situation. And I hope we can get back to the unity because, we deserve to love on each other. Yeah. Now, we might, because Trump gathering up everybody, ICE going to grab everything. So, Ling Ling and Marisol and Rosalinda and, all these girls are being sent back home. So, the black men might just have to, come on back home because there might be less arroz con pollo.
Listen, we're not doing that tonight, man.
We're not doing. I'm just saying.
It might help. I'm staying calm, Joe. I'm staying calm.
We're not doing that tonight. We are not.
It might help with the unity, Erica.
We're not contributing to the gender wars in any way tonight. We having conversations.
I'm not contributing. I'm putting in a political perspective that might actually have a positive contribution towards the issue.
Yeah, but you took a shot.
Did I take a shot? Panel, did I take a shot? Do you agree with Joe? Did I take a shot?
I'm staying calm.
Yo no sé.
You know what I'm saying?
You definitely took a shot. Exactly. There's Erica. But a lot of what Athena said as always is accurate. And when you're talking about what we're at now as far as like valuing marriage, valuing relationship, do you think that some of these gender war conversations are devaluing how people look at being married or having a spouse, or is it all about capitalism now? Like everybody's got to be economically or equally yoked in that way economically for us to even get together?
I think people just don't know how to love, and because of that, a lot of people don't know how to be loved. In order to love, you have to know how to be loved. In order to give love, you have to know how to receive love. So I will paint this. Let me paint a picture for you. I saw something today, and I don't know how I was able to create this in my mind, but it really resonated with me, especially with today's topic. I saw a picture of a girl, and she was running behind an abusive boyfriend. But then in that same shot, you could see in her mind's eye of how she ran behind her father when he left her mother.
Mm-hmm.
And it's what that cycle continues, is how you have a lot of women, they don't know how to love. They're just running after the love. They're running after the love. Because in order to know how to give that love, you would have received it. But she's just used to running behind the man. The daughters run behind the fathers more so than the mother runs behind the baby's father. It's the daughters that are running behind the father. So with women, it's almost like these young girls are looking for that need to be met, but they don't know what needs to be met. It's like having the taste for something, but you're saying you're hungry, but you're not really hungry. You just want something. You don't know what it is.
Yeah.
Because you never had it. But there is a yearning there. There's a need to be met, but you don't quite know what it is. And that's what it is with a lot of these women. So yes, they want a top tier man. They want him to spend money on this. They want him to, give her $200, $300, $400 for lunch. Hey, I'd like that too. But in the reality is, like, sis, you ain't got two pennies to rub together. You can't even get your own self that $300, $400 lunch. And what are you gonna do for him? I don't have a problem. Listen, I love to receive, but there is nothing in this world better than being able to love on the man that's loving you.
Yeah.
There's nothing better there is nothing in this world better than loving on the person that's loving you.
Yeah.
That feels better than actually getting the love of giving that love, to see them light up like, whoa, you can get me there. Whoa, you know me that well. Whoa, you remembered what I said. So I really think it goes back to that small basic thing of that 4-letter word, knowing how to love, knowing how to give love, and knowing how to receive love.
Mm. Yeah, you said a word for that right there, Erica. And I
Erica, my
True.
chest feel a little
gotta, you know what I
little
mean?
soft right now. I'm like, ooh, y'all trying to make me cry on this public stage right now.
Where the violins at? Where the violins?
Leaning on y'all
Lord.
because, you know, I've been in a committed marriage since I was in my 20s. So, you know, I really don't know much different than what I've experienced. So, like I said, when these gender wars were developing, like in the last 10 years or so, I don't know if they've been going on longer than that, but you know, you see the rise. You know, you saw the rise of someone like Kevin Samuels and things like that, and people start going back and forth, talking about, you know, well, you need to have this, this, and this in order to enter this relationship. Okay, well, you also need to be this here, here, and near, and do this, this, and this in order to be in this relationship. And I just don't see a lot of good examples of what Erica's talking about. But I'm gonna ask you, Khalil, man. You know, you 24, man. You already in a committed relationship and starting a young family, man. Like, where did you get the inspiration to do that, or is that just something that you know developed inside of you naturally?
Yeah, nah, I think kind of just touching up on what Erica said, everything is with anything, I feel like you need to see it first to be able to do it. You know, whether it's getting love, whether it's giving love, whatever the case may be, I feel like you got to see it in order to know how to do it. And like I said, man, I see my grandparents raised me. So watching them all my life for, you know, the past 15 years or so, you know, and just seeing how they move together as a unit and as one, just kind of gave me that guidance and gave me that path on what I should be, you know, what I want in my relationship, how I should move as a man, how I listen to my woman, how I treat my woman, you know, all of those things. I definitely get inspiration from my grandparents and just a couple male figures that I know in my life as well. You know, my father-in-law, he's been together with his wife since high school. So, you know, they've worked through so many things that I've seen them go through and be able to bounce back from and come out 10 times stronger. So that's where I get my inspiration, man. I just kind of know what's right from what's wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Machiavelli, man, it's getting harder to function out here economically. Like it's really tight on everybody. And I know, you know, single people are struggling and even married people are struggling, and economics are playing a big role in how some of these men and women are interacting with each other. What role do you think, you know, economic struggles play in the gender divide in the Black community?
I mean, honestly,
Let me lead
economics
into
is
this.
playing. Say that. What you say?
I said, let me lead in for this.
Right, because you already know what I'm about to say. But economics play a huge factor in the relationships that we have coming together. Because you know, I mean, you could go way back when you know they kicked the man out the home, and the woman decided to you know be in the Section 8 housing, you know, without the man. You know, the government played a major part in that by giving them money as an incentive to separate us and get us out the home. And as that trickled down, you know, as women became, you know, more independent down the way, and you know, the mindset changed. So the money changed the mindset. And when the money started changing the mindsets looked down, the mindset of the woman looked down upon the man, like, oh, I don't need you now to provide. I don't need no man. I don't need anything from you because hey, I got this government money over here. I could go do all these social programs. Now I could go get degreed up and I could get, you know, ahead. And while we are being held down, you know, through with society, the men and being incarcerated with all the rules and things angle against us. So now you kind of fast forward. Now, you know, that's the mentality that's been instilled through them through other generations. And like the young man said, you know, on the panel, you know, he looked at his grandparents and he's looking at them, but inside his home, compared to outside his home, it's a totally different world. So the money been driving that, and now a man got to have almost $1 million or at least six figures, to even be considered a decent guy, a decent provider. And where in other communities are they doing that so far as that goes? So the money is playing a major part now. A man got to come into a situation, pay 100% of the bills, pay 100% of for the kids, pay 100% for himself, and then he gets home, and that doesn't equate to what he gets when he lay his head down in his own home. And now the women, and they see one, and with social media, and I know we're probably getting into this, social media just amplifies that. I mean, just totally amplifies that by a million times. Now everybody want to be like Miss Jones, because Miss Jones looked up and got a great guy that's doing that. So,
I wanna jump on one point that you said, and I'm gonna ask Athena a question. First, can we all agree that systematically, the man was removed from the home, historically removed from the home due to racism and because of racism? Is that something we are in disagreement about? Like, that happened, right? Anybody disagree with that? No or yes?
I mean, that's well documented. So
I'm just asking. I'm wondering because I really want to know, asking a real question, especially for you, Thena and Erica. Like, historically, first of all, tell me, do you agree? If that's accurate historically, and two, what does that do to the mind? Because I think we need to understand what that does over time to the mindset of a woman, especially a woman who is self-made, independent. And this, I mean, there's no question it had to happen. We don't want to blame a woman for having to do the things that she had to do in order to survive. I mean, these things happen. And because they happen, now we're in a divide. And instead of blaming the real culprit, which is systematic racism, we pointing a finger back and forth at each other. But it's important, I think, for men to understand what that does over time to the mindset of a woman. And if I'm off in any way, I want y'all to correct me, okay? But I'm gonna come to you in a second, Erica. But I'm gonna go to Athena first, and I'm gonna go to Erica. Is that cool? Okay.
Tell the truth. Tell the truth.
I will acknowledge that there is some racial and systematic white domination in America that has contributed to the Black men not being able to stay in the homes with the women. I will say that.
Okay. What does it do over time to the mindset of a woman, especially a woman like yourself who is self-made, educated, and well put together?
See, and when I come on these shows, I always say that my experience, doesn't align with what has happened. So my upbringing, and you were talking about your grandparents, Khalil, and looking up to them. I come from a third world country where I had family members that had dirt floor and zinc roofs.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I grew up with a type of, not only did I immigrate with my family, starting from the bottom here with no government help, because we did it legally, no government help. My parents were able to get into their professional careers and attain an upper middle class lifestyle in Palm Beach from the bottom, right? I came here, I only had 2 suitcases full of clothes. I can't relate to, even though I understand it, I can't relate to being complacent with poverty and not fulfilling duties and obligations. So when we're having conversations about, the men were being kicked out of the home because of welfare and they couldn't provide because the man couldn't stay while they're all collecting welfare. I grew up with a kind of father that did everything. That at one point he had, that Jamaican stereotype, 3 different jobs, all different kind of businesses, made ends meet, had a plan for our family. Even us as kids, we're very close in age. We were all told we had to get scholarships to go to school, and that's what we did.
Okay.
To help my parents. So my whole point is that even though these policies are in place and it affects everyone, right, negatively, and it did do damage to our community, I get flack for this. I always say, all right, the next part of the conversation needed to be what prevented them from meeting that obligation, because regardless, you had to do it.
Okay, I get it. So maybe I was unfair in asking you that question. I didn't, you have a different experience. And I hear you and I hear Big Mac and I kind of hear y'all, it seems like seemingly like y'all are in opposition a little bit on this point. And if I'm wrong, please correct me. But I'm more wanting to know from the woman what do we need to know?
The question. I'm sorry, I went off on a tangent, right? The question. How did
I just want to know, what do we need to know from a male perspective? I don't want to argue the point about, who needs to do what. I want to know, what do men need to know from a male perspective about the independent woman that they're missing and is causing the gender divide.
Oh, okay. My apologize. Okay, yes. So what I will say to take this into another area, most independent women don't want to be independent.
Okay.
Most independent women are independent by circumstance.
Okay, that's what I want to know.
Right. How on a deeper level, what's not being discussed, and I don't know if because it's hard to have, this show is called Vulnerability is the New Sexy. It's hard to be vulnerable sometimes as a Black woman because, sometimes you just feel overlooked or nobody cares, or that, they complain, the swords, the bullets come out for you when you be vulnerable sometimes. Sometimes you end up looking like Swiss cheese when you're vulnerable.
Okay.
There's a feeling of disappointment and sadness and you feel abandoned in a way that the men aren't meeting you where you're at. Like you feel like I did all this work, especially the independent ones are working real hard. You feel like you did all this work to build yourself up. You did all this work to make yourself a good person, to put yourself through school, to get these type of jobs, to take care of yourself. And with the expectation that as much as I make myself a good woman, that there will be men available to me that will honor and receive that and meet me at my level. And the reality of that, because of the oppression that we are discussing, is that is not the case. While you see your peers, Ling Ling and Marisol, riding off into the distance, sometimes with your own men, and you feel abandoned, you really feel hurt, to be honest with you. And it's disguised as sometimes the vitriol and the venom that comes out. But it's really us feeling sad and abandoned and not appreciated.
From women? Vitriol from women or from?
No, sometimes when the women, I'm talking about the women, when we're on these spaces saying these things and cussing y'all out.
It looks like vitriol.
It comes out that way, but it's really
frustration.
It's frustration, it's anger, it's hurt and disappointment.
Okay.
And you feel unloved.
Okay.
To be honest with you.
Thank you, Athena. I know you said it's hard to be vulnerable, but you were very vulnerable right there. And I greatly appreciate it. That's what I need men to hear. I need men to hear and understand that, because that is real. That is lived experience. That's not, we can't argue with your lived experience. We can't argue with the way that you feel. And anytime that we come into a situation where we are coming from different genders and different demographics, we like to try to argue it with someone's lived experience and someone's feelings. And if you address it in a way as this is my lived experience and I feel this way when this happens, and I'm saying that for even couples that are together, you can't argue with somebody's feelings. And it's very important for us to take in what Athena just said. And I hope that, a lot of brothers in the chat did. Erica, you wanted to add to that? I want to give you the opportunity to do that.
I did. I did. Because there is a myth about the independent Black woman as if
Mm-hmm.
she's a superhero,
Mm-hmm.
when technically she's not really the independent Black woman. She's a functioning adult. She's paying rent. She's putting food in the refrigerator. She's putting gas in her car. She's got to make the car payment or they'll come and take it. The
Mm-hmm.
car, unfortunately, needs to be insured, and that usually costs more than the actual payment. She has to pay that. It's called functioning adult. And I don't know where this term, independent Black woman, strong, independent Black woman.
Let's talk about it.
No, she's a functioning adult. And many men, not all, don't get me wrong, many men see that as an opportunity to be taken care of when they're in a bad way. When they're in a bad way. Now, it comes off as, oh, I want to love you. I want to be with you. I want to build with you. No, he needs a home. He wants to be taken care of. He needs a home. This is usually the season when it's cold outside. And then he comes in, gets in that home, and mooches and leeches onto that
Well,
functioning
before we go into
adult.
that, I want you to go back a couple steps and talk
Okay.
about how problematic it is, the term strong Black women. I really want you to dig down on that and talk
It
about
is
problematic.
it's problematic because it's almost as if we've become not even a superhero but a villain in the in a superhero story. We've been become villainized because we're functioning adults. We've been left to rear children alone. We've been left to have to work 2, 3, and 4 jobs. We've been left to, oh, you want that promotion on the job, or you want to make more money, you want to go from 50,000 to 100,000, you're going to have to get that degree. So she has to make a decision. Well, I'm going to go back to school, get these student loans so I can make 6 figures. I'm tired of paying rent. I want a home. I'm tired of having to just take road trips to drive down south. I really want to take my kids on an airplane and take them on a trip, or take myself on a trip, or go international. I mean, I don't know why it is that Black women get labeled with strong and independent, and every other woman on planet Earth gets an applause, but we get labeled.
Okay.
All other women get applause. Oh,
Yeah.
look at her. Oh, she's the first woman to do so and so. She's the first woman to do XYZ. Black women, yeah, she's strong and independent.
Yeah.
It's like, well, why isn't she just a functioning adult? And where is her applause? Just a thought.
So no, what I'm hearing you say is that survival is what it is and what it has been, and
We've been left to survive on our
labeling it
own.
as strong is almost devaluing or invalidating the experience. Because we're just doing what you have to do, and
Well, Athena tapped on it, honestly, because it can be when people see that you're strong and you're independent, nobody checks on you. You got it. It is
okay.
the loneliest experience in the world. She all right, she got it. Oh, she makes 6 figures. She got it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, she driving that brand new car. She got a Maserati. She got it.
Yeah.
Or you become you become so strong and independent that now you can actually pick up the burden of everybody else because you got it.
Yeah.
Okay, I need to interject. I'm squirming in my seat
You do
over
that, Big
here.
Mac. I want to show something, and then I want to come back on the other side and talk about it. I'm gonna start with you and then Khalil, if that's all right. Yeah. This comment right here. What I'm about to show, the video I show next, is going to lead right into that conversation. So Here we go.
We hear women come up and talk about how successful they are and how intimidated men are, and they never say a word about their character. And I just can't help but think about how turned off women get when men lead with money and lead with accomplishment and end up having nothing but unavailability and coldness and lack of emotional development, because that, unfortunately, is what it takes to succeed in certain career fields. You can look it up. And for some reason, women think that the success that they've amassed has somehow happened without them becoming devoid of a lot of the personality and relationships that men are devoid of. And they flex their accomplishments and money the same way men do. And somehow, we make it different every time. Every time. No disrespect to you, but you didn't say about being a good woman. Nothing. You didn't say no. Fuck all that, bro. Didn't say nothing about. This is about a larger point. This is not about her as an individual. We don't hear I'm successful, I got my degree, and I've been in therapy the last 3 years working out my issues. I just bought a house, and I also identified my childhood trauma and it took inventory over my baggage, and I got it out the way. Oh, also I'm loyal. My time management is on point. I do what I say I'm gonna do. I'm considerate. We never hear any of it. What I hear is when say that y'all act like. When men say that y'all have turned into alphas, what we're talking about is the worst parts of manhood. Y'all have taken it on. Now, the problem with men is that we won't admit that those are the worst parts of us too. But shorty, y'all have taken the worst parts of what it means to be successful, and y'all wear that like a badge. Look at what it's done to us. If you need an example of what it looks like to only live in your accomplishments, look at the black men around you. You in a city full of them. Look at how devoid they are. Look at what it took them to get to where they are. Look at how underdeveloped some of them are emotionally. This is what you want? Is this what we're going to do, to let accomplishments be band-aids for that?
So, Big Mac, I want you to say what you're going to say and also address that video, if you could.
Well, that video kind of said everything I was going to hit on. But to Erica, who are the women that call themselves queens? Who are the women that call themselves strong and independent? Who are the women that say, I don't need a man? Who are the women that wear shirts, independent, strong black woman, who have all these monikers and all these names and quotes and sayings, in the community? I mean, so we're not trying to make you sing, force you to be men, or you doing that to yourself. That's
okay. No, wait. Let me interject really quickly.
Yeah.
As when I say, I don't speak for all men.
Right.
All men aren't there. I can't speak on behalf of why some of those women do that. I'm talking about myself. I'm talking about other women that I know, my immediate circle.
Right.
I can't speak for why other women would want to do that or wear those labels proud. It's a burden to me. To be labeled,
go ahead.
No, to be labeled as that because they see a room full of black women and they go, oh, it's a group full of strong black women. I want to break too.
Right.
I want to break like all the others. I want a round of applause as well. I need a break too.
Let me cut in on both y'all, man. I hear everything that all y'all are saying, and I really feel like the purpose of what I was trying to do here tonight might have failed. And I'm just being honest and I'm being vulnerable right now and saying that it wasn't my intention to like go into a back and forth of any kind about black men and women, who's right and who's wrong. I really wanted to gain understanding. I know personally that black women face a unique set of challenges. I also know that black men face a unique set of challenges, and there's no actual way that anyone could step into anyone who is not a black man could step into a space. Anyone who is not a black woman could step into a space and say that they understand what the other one is going through. So my purpose for tonight was to open a conversation about those unique experiences and gain some understanding. I didn't want to argue at all about, either one of these situations. You know what I mean? You understand what I'm trying to say?
It's not an argument, but we do have to shed some light on and have the open conversation so we can realize, what each other points are and what are we pointing out and what are we looking at as me as a man and Erica as a woman. So it was, I just want to make sure that she don't think men are putting that place in that expectation. Not only on you all, women are putting that expectation on themselves. So that's what I wanted to point out. And of course, it's always going to be a minority, but they scream the loudest from the mountaintop. So that's what's being projected out there. But we do have to have the deep conversation and have to have a real conversation.
But the part of that conversation, it's like I don't want to. We know those things is happening, Big Mac. Like I'm not even, and Erica knows those things is happening, and all the things that Erica's talking about, we know, and Athena, we know these things are happening. You know what I mean? And that's who we're trying to combat. Like the whole purpose of the first video I shown was to eliminate that kind of talk so we can have a conversation about, why you feel that way. I mean, we know that there are women who, I wanted to understand. That's why I asked Erica, intentionally asked her, why is it problematic to be called a strong Black woman? And I wanted her to understand that. And we know that there are women who, play these anthems and wear these shirts and we know that those things are happening, but why do they feel that way? Why is that happening? And men feel,
But for some women, it feels like a badge of honor to be called a strong Black woman. Like not all women feel the way I do. Some women feel like it's a huge badge of honor, and they walk around and they wear it proudly. But they don't. Well, many take on, they take on burdens because of it, because now they feel as if they have to live up to a standard of, like I'm the strong Black woman. And then people will actually start leeching and climbing on top of your back to get that free ride because you're the one that said you're willing to be the mule for everybody. And I'm just not willing to do that. I am not that strong Black woman.
I get that. But I mean, like I said, like we know those things are happening. Like,
but that ties
set the stage. Like we being reluctant to say, like it's some type of hurdle or challenge to say that systematic racism has put us in this place. Like that's a thing that happened. We should all be quickly in agreement about that. Or I got the wrong crowd. You know what I mean? Like this happened, and then we are divided for many, 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 many reasons. You know what I mean? And it doesn't ultimately, it doesn't matter why.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? It doesn't matter why. The point is, divided we fall.
It happens.
Correct. I think the reason, or at least let me speak for myself. I can't speak for the group. I think part of the issue with that, or part of the issue I have sometimes, is like, yes, there are things that are holding us back, but how much of that is like a mental crutch for us as a people to keep holding on to that versus focusing on being solution oriented and being an adult, and have to say, okay, yes, I'm gonna have to do 3 more steps because of this, but I'm gonna need to start doing the 3 more steps anyway, because what am I gonna do? Am I just gonna let it be?
So like, I'm gonna let you come in a minute, Khalil. I'm a therapist, right? So what you're saying is we're gonna be solution focused and address the solutions. But because I'm a therapist, I always have to get to the root of the problem first. So I don't disagree with you. I know that we have to, not use this as what you consider a mental crutch. But my point was to address the root cause of some of this gender divide and then move towards a solution, which I really think that you have a lot of great ideas about how to help. But as we discussed before in private, the delivery sometimes is like, okay, well, we're not going to get to the, we're not going to hear the solution because some people are not, I don't know, able to grab on to what you're saying. I can, but it's important to me to deliver to the masses. This is my purpose. What are you going to say, Brother Khalil? I don't mean to, you ain't said in a while, man.
Nah, I wasn't going to say nothing, Coach. I was listening to what Athena has said. I was agreeing with what she said.
Yeah. And I do acknowledge all of that. And that's why I did talk about the emotional aspect that doesn't get a lot of light, is because as a woman, you grow up, you have in your mind that there is going to be a man that can support you.
Yeah.
Right? There's going to be a man. And part of that support is a man meeting you where you are. And to see, and especially to see because there are dusty men in all category. Let's be real. This is not exclusive to Black men, even though on social media it seems like it is. There's dusty white men and men of all races, right?
Mm-hmm.
To see your men, though, the men that look like you, to be struggling to what you consider to be basic. What Erica was talking about, functional adult, basic things, it hurts you inside too. It hurts you inside to see that. As a collective, to see that your men are struggling in such mass. As a woman, you feel like, you know, there's pain there. And then outside of that, the ones who are doing halfway decent are not choosing to elevate their own for whatever the reason is. We're not going to go into that, because maybe they have their own issues. I'm not here saying every Black woman shows off soft and lovely and encouraging either. That's not the case. However, it just seems the male counterpart to you that is supposed to show up and love you, and to not, as a collective, feel like you're receiving that is heartbreaking. Mm-hmm. I feel like a lot of Black women are heartbroken, to be honest with you. Now, we're defensive, so we're not going to come and say I'm heartbroken because we're seeing this and we're not getting reciprocated and all these other things. We're not going to say that. We're going to say we're frustrated and tired and we're not getting our needs met. And at the end of the day, relationships, regardless of like the business aspect and the romantic aspect and all these things, relationships are about getting needs met.
Yeah.
So we're not going to be able to stay together if all of our different needs aren't compatible and we're deficient in meeting each other's needs. And that's part of the problem.
But everything comes back to the money at the end of the day. And I told a young lady this today, and let me try to tap into my emotions. I told a young lady this today. I said, money don't even matter to me. I could care less about money. You know, I know it's important to have it in life, and I know it's important to do things to take care of your family and so forth. But what matters the most is the love. Right. You know, I talk about 50-50, going 50-50. You was on that episode on my show, Joe, and we talk about going 50-50. 50-50 is just a mindset. I say 50-50 from the standpoint of if I care about you, truly care about you, I'm going to make sure I do everything to make your life easier. So if I have to do 50% of whatever you're doing, I'm not going to sit up there and let you just do all the housework and just let you struggle, and I'm just sitting there looking at you. If I care about you, the love is important. Just the love. And if you love me just as much as I love and care about you, you don't care what you paying. You don't care if you're paying 100 or 1,000% of anything, because you love that person and you want the best for them. And if we can't come into a relationship like that, and it's all about who paying what bill and who got the most money and who's in charge, then we're doomed for failure. And that's what's been happening. And just so for the emotions of men, you know, the one thing men feel is that we are very disrespected by our women. They don't show us the true respect that we need. They'll throw the money thing in your face. I mean, that doesn't necessarily happen to me per se, but just what I see in society and what they're pushing forward. And then, you know, you work hard, you do your best. Let's say I'm not making $100,000. Let's say I'm making 45,000, but I'm busting my tail to take care of my family and provide. And that's not good enough. The women make the men feel like that is not good enough. Like we got to turn into Superman, you know, rip off our shirt and then like the cape come out. But
you exaggerate right now. That's not
an exaggeration. That's the fact.
I think what it is earlier on I talked about not knowing how to love, not knowing how to give love, how to receive love when you don't know what it feels like. So again, You may have a woman that you want to be with, that you want to give her all of these things that you want her to have, all of these experiences of you with you. However, she doesn't know how to receive that because she never saw her grandmother get it. She never saw her aunties get it. She never saw her mother get it. She never saw her sisters get it. So now that it's sitting in front of her, the first thing that she feels is, the key word in this conversation is vulnerable. And sometimes when you are vulnerable, you are open to harm.
And men feel the same way. I
And
mean,
men feel the same
yeah,
way.
you feel the
But the
same way.
thing is, are we sitting down and having conversations when we meet? When you're getting into these romantic connections, or you're looking to date, you're looking to court, or you're vetting people, those conversations need to be had. We walk away from meeting people and going out knowing everything about them except for what matters. You start sleeping with a person before you know that there's trauma related to a sexual encounter that they've had before you know anything else. So it's so important. We are not even connecting on a cellular level, on a mental level, on an emotional level, but we're so quick to climb in bed to get that need met and judge a relationship off of that experience, when there was just a whole other chapter that we never even got to, and nobody ever even thought about it because nobody ever even got it at home.
Right. I agree.
I'm about to wrap it up, man. I'm gonna ask you guys for what your main takeaways were from tonight, and then what message you want to convey or leave out with. So
Joe, are you upset?
I'm disappointed. Not
You're
so much.
disappointed?
I'm
Okay, let's talk
disappointed.
about that. I feel like we need to unpack that.
This is not what I wanted. You know what I mean? I did not want I didn't want this, but it's okay. It's what
I
unfolded.
think this was a
No, it's not
vulnerable.
going on.
I
It's
think
not
this
going
was a
back and forth.
vulnerable
Yeah,
conversation. I
just a
think
vulnerable conversation. This is
I
how
get it.
men
I
feel.
get it. I get y'all enjoying it. It's not what I wanted. That's all I'm saying. So I hear what y'all saying, but it's just not what I wanted.
I mean,
It's
we all still love each other. Can we sing Kumbaya?
no, it's cool. Leo, let me ask you, man, what did you take away? Because you sat back and listened to most of it, man. What did you take away from tonight?
That is still a lot of work to be done on both sides, as far as just men and women understanding each other, coming to a middle ground. But overall, I think it was a pretty good call. I was interested in all the different takes on it. I kind of told you my perspective as far as what I thought was unity, and just kind of how I go about the gender wars, so on. So
Kalia, how did you feel when I talked about how the women feel, like our feelings about it? Was that new for you, or did you suspect that?
A little bit of both. I was interested in when you said most independent women don't want to be independent.
No.
And my only question to that was, where does that come from? As far as, because I know you said you were with your mother and your father coming from Jamaica. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
From Jamaica. So you obviously seen how a relationship should work and how things should go. Mm-hmm. So when you say, independent women don't want to be independent, I was just curious as to where that comes from. Is that from your past experiences? Is that from what you
feel like that's the experience of women in general. Like,
it's the nature.
I feel like the independent boss chick,
I
think, to be honest with you, the independent woman boss chick thing is women trying to co-opt that so they don't have to really be honest about how much hard work it is and how much they hate it.
Right.
To be honest with you.
Okay.
It's almost like a defense mechanism, to be honest with you. Because to be honest with you, most women don't have the luxury of being with or dating men who could make them, that they can be dependent on, right?
Right.
Because the statistic, and I keep saying this all the time, only 6% of US Black adults make $100K or more,
mm-hmm.
right? And with inflation and what Trump about to do with these tariffs, honey, that $100K about to look like 50. So, so most women don't have that luxury. Now, my experience is different. I don't have this as an issue in my reality. So the men that I date tend to out earn me, or I don't have these financial quandaries in my romantic relationships. That, and the reason why I have such a high standard for men is because of the father that I had.
Mm-hmm.
So because of the father I have, like I still can't even, outside the whole immigrant thing, I still can't mentally accept certain things from men. Like I just can't connect to. So it kind of, but it helps me attract kind of man that I am compatible with, but because that's what I'm used to.
Right.
That's what I'm used to. My parents are going to celebrate 40 years this year, and my dad's turning 60 in March. So,
okay,
you know,
okay. I was just curious. That was all I was curious about. I think overall,
but I think, you know, in the midst of everything, I wanted to share the feelings part,
right?
Because I think that part gets lost in the sauce a lot when we're having these conversations. And because, like I said, Black women, outside of, because I know the men look at us like we're just complaining and we being frustrated and we just trying to be independent cat ladies and just you know, come with the dagger. But underneath all of that is a feeling of loneliness, a feeling of being abandoned, a feeling of not being appreciated, and just generally being unloved.
I guess that would be my biggest takeaway as well, Coach, is just like Athena just said, and like Erica said earlier, you're not going to know how to love or how to give that respect until you see it or you felt it before. So just as far as, you know, like I said, I've seen it with my grandparents. Athena's seen it with her parents. You have to be able to see it, feel it in order to give it. And so I would say that's probably definitely my biggest takeaway.
Understood. Thank you, brother. What about you, Erica?
My biggest takeaway was that it was nice to sit and have a open and vulnerable conversation about being vulnerable, about what is missing, about what it is that we all have experienced missing, and about what we hope to find and what we want to see. Even if it's not in our generation or in our lifetime, I feel like, especially with this young man here, there is you're half my age. So my God, if we can't get it right over here in our 50s, I would love to see y'all get it right. 25 and 30, y'all get it right and take it back to where it was. Let's get back to those family reunions and looking forward to being married 25 and 30 years. And let's get back to that. It's not easy. Relationships are work. It's amazing how we can build relationships on our jobs and work out those differences. But when we come home, we can't work out those differences. And it's mind-boggling. So it was just nice to sit here and have this conversation and just be vulnerable and just say, like, hey, this is what I want, this is what I've seen. And no, I'm going to say it again, wear my heart on my sleeve and be transparent. I don't like to be considered that strong Black woman. I don't. I want that cute little round of applause like everybody else. And I want to go sit in my corner and just, just enjoy the flowers. I had to go out there and dig up some soil and plant some seeds and just enjoy. And hopefully one day I'll get to enjoy my garden with someone.
And Eric, I had a question as well. So do you kind of take offense to it when you are called or labeled that strong Black woman? Is that
I can't say I take offense to it, but I do correct it, because sometimes people will say things to test you, for starters, because it can be a play to feed the ego.
Right.
It can to feed the ego and say, well, let me see if she's really feeling herself. I'm like, no. Listen, because if we're going to talk about strong, independent woman, my mother was divorced and raised 2 kids on her own and worked 3 jobs. That's the strong one.
Right.
I'm just blessed to have been on the receiving end
Gotcha.
of her efforts, of her grind. So no, I don't. I can't say I take offense to it, but I do correct it. And again, because it can be an ego thing. But yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
I got you. I was just curious because I've caught myself even projecting that to other women as well, saying strong Black woman. Maybe not strong Black woman, but strong woman.
But honestly, if you look at it, it's often said, and I can't say all the time, and I don't really want to bring this piece up, but I am going to say it because I don't really want to harp on it. But it's typically said to darker hued women.
Okay.
typically.
I agree. That's not usually how I mean to come off when I say it. I just say it simply because I believe not only men but Black women as well. We're all set behind. You know,
Yes,
we're behind the pack. You know,
we are behind.
and even with the policies and everything that they're trying to put in place today, they're trying to make us even further behind. And so when
Yes,
I do see a Black independent woman who is, you know, out here doing her stuff, she on her grind and she making it happen. That's my definition of.
But you know,
That's what I mean.
we want to be baby girl princess. We want to be
Absolutely.
we want to be baby
we
girl
want to be
soft princess.
sugars.
I feel it.
We want to be sugar.
I'm gonna definitely switch up my vocabulary when I'm speaking in that manner.
Baby
Sugar
girl
and spice and everything nice.
I'm passenger princess.
Erica, thank you so much for providing that understanding. I really appreciate
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Erica. I appreciate it. And Athena, thank y'all.
Yes, Athena as well. Athena, please tell me what your takeaways are from tonight.
Clearly, we needed a long way to go to unity because it was hard for us to unite on this. This is Exhibit A. But I'm glad we were able to land a plane. I feel like when we get back to the realm of, you know, feeling and emotion, then everybody kind of calmed down, because I feel like it brought it back down to a human level, right? Brought it back down to a human level. But I think I think that what we also need to do, and we did in this conversation, even though you didn't really care for it too much, Joe, is that there's a level of accountability that we just can't overlook. That we just cannot. Especially now, listen, I'm in South Florida. I just saw Senor Trump sent ICE rounding up people, things getting cut left and right. I had a consultation with a client recommending some federal program. I don't even know if it's going to exist tomorrow because it's federal backed, right? So we now more than ever, it's more apparent to me that only love can save us. And I just don't know, and I'm scared if there's enough love between us for that to happen. I'm actually not my personal life, because, you know, I'm gonna be baby girl soft princess to somebody now. But what I'm saying is, as a group, though, because the group does affect us on individual levels. Let's not be, you know, real about that. I'm scared for the future. I don't know.
What about you, Mr. Machiavelli?
I mean, what I take away from it, and I do have, I'm very optimistic about the future, and I think that we're going to come together eventually. But the root cause of it is definitely, because it's going to be a point in time where the money don't matter, and the money shouldn't matter. It's just our culture that we living in that promotes the money. And that's in our women's head, and that's in the men's head. So I think if we push aside the money or who's paying for what, the love is going to be there, because you're going to want to be around a person that you could deal with and grow old with. And you, just like you said, your parents been together for 40 years and so forth and so on. So in order to have that, the money won't become obsolete. It's not going to make a big difference. So I think we'll get there. And I know for myself personally, like I say, I don't care about money. I don't care about how much money you have and how much money I make. No, it just because I value people. And I think we have to connect with one another more, because even like, let's say when you're growing up as a kid, you're 16, 13, 14, whatever years old, and you're growing up together, you got your friends. Your friends, you're not around your friends really because they have money or don't have money, or you're not dating or have a high school crush because she has money or he has money. I mean, I mean, I've been out the game out of high school a while, but I'm pretty sure, you know, that you don't look at money per se at that age, because your mind is focused on where you at. And as you grow, I mean, I think everyone will come together, but the source to me, the solution to me is just push the money to the side and care about one another and respect one another, and the rest will take care of itself.
Well, listen, I even though I said I was disappointed, I obviously still appreciate every single one of y'all for taking the time tonight and coming on the show. You all are people that I respect, so that's why I asked you to be. I respect the way that y'all think, the way that y'all process information, and what y'all have to offer to this conversation. I think the things that you said were important. It's not. I want to be clear about that. And my purpose was kind of what happened in the last 10 or 15 minutes, which was seeking understanding. You know what I mean? Like that's where it went, and that's where.
Baby.
That's kind of where I wanted it to stay and where I wanted it to land. And you know, as you like Athena said, Exhibit A. You know what I mean? It's what I'm hearing is a lot of unheard voices, a lot of frustration, a lot of feeling misunderstood, and having to bring clarity to your point of view so that you can but that position is not unique to Black men or Black women. I think the both of us live in an existence where we are unheard and misunderstood, which is why conversations like this need to be had. You can go almost anywhere and view these conversations and watch, hey, you men need to do this, you women need to do this. And women go through this and us men go through that. But I wanted to see a conversation where we are seeking understanding and asking each other questions to gain that understanding as opposed to just, going out and saying or regurgitating our experiences over and over again. But I don't want to minimize those experiences. I think those things are important. And we're going to keep trying, you know what I mean? Like, we're going to keep trying to have conversations where we can be vulnerable and, try to talk about the things that we need to talk about without elevating or without escalating in any kind of way. Not to say, these people went back. Nobody here went back and forth. We all friends. We all love each other, of course. So that's important to understand. But I hope I'm making sense on where I wanted to go and what I'm disappointed in. I'm not disappointed in these people. I just had a vision in my mind and it didn't execute. So that's me being honest with y'all, my friends and the audience, and letting y'all know, like, I had a vision in my mind and it didn't execute. That's all. So when I say that's what my goal was, that was my goal. And I don't feel like I executed this conversation was important, but it mattered, but it wasn't my goal for tonight, is all I'm saying.
But I think, honestly, to be honest, this is an ongoing conversation. This is not something that like once we get to that place, it might take maybe four or five more of these, and then we'll get to the place where we'll spend 3 hours asking each other questions. Because I think in order to really start asking those questions or asking any questions, you have to understand the other person's experiences. You have to understand why they behave a certain way, because people behave a certain way based upon the way they've been treated and based upon their experiences. So once we get into a groove of that, I mean, this is not the last time, I'm sure, that we'll gather again at the table to have these conversations. But I think as we move on, as we go on, I think we can get to that place where we can start really diving deeper, and those questions will come to the surface. But in order for those questions to come to the surface, we've got to be able to get deeper.
Part two. Yeah, we gotta have a
part two.
Somebody want a part two. But let me just say this though. But I think we're the perfect people to have the conversation because we have so much respect and love for one another.
That's
so the questions that we're asking, we're not really. I know I'm not really asking them for myself, but I'm just trying to get the woman's perspective, and so she could just Erica and Athena could kind of contribute to that conversation to the audience, and have the audience also participate in getting those answers. But we have the utmost respect, but we do know we have to have an honest conversation. And some of the things we might ask, and like you said about Kevin Samuels, you spoke on something. Kevin Samuels had the best intentions for black women, but he just was asking the tough questions and kind of holding people to the fire per se with their answers. But he meant really well and he gave great advice so forth. So we have to ask tough questions that's going to ruffle feathers. I mean, that's just how it is in order to get a solution. And you're a therapist, so I mean, I know
Yeah,
you know
that's
that
what
for
it is.
sure.
I'm a therapist, man. I'm not trying to have these back and forth. You know what I mean? Like I'm really trying to gain understanding in a deeper way. Like it's really important to me to unify black people so we can elevate and move forward. And I see that there's some groundwork that needs to be done. So that's a miss on my part. But I'm gonna let the audience go. I'm gonna let y'all go. I really appreciate y'all. Thank y'all for joining me. Next month, we're going to be doing a series on relationships all 4 Tuesdays in February. And I'm going to be dropping gems left and right on how to communicate and connect with your loved ones all February. I'm going to have other therapists on. I'm going to have couples on. My very own wife is going to be joining me. So y'all get to meet her. And, you know, I really want y'all to join me. It's a 4-part series. It's called Let's Stay Together. And every single topic is going to put us in a space where we can connect and learn how to communicate and stay together with each other versus, you know, separating and, you know, going out and having bad communication and doing bad things. So join me for that. I appreciate y'all joining me tonight. Thank you very much. Hey, vulnerability is the new sexy. I'll see you next week.
I need to pack my bag.
I was blind, but now I can see.
Yeah, calisthenics number 12. Yeah. Fly robotics. Bifocals, my only purpose is to feed the locals. I'm spreading love when I see you and gotta approach you. I see the goodness in you, I wouldn't John Wick you. I know you hustling for your family just to pay the fiscal. I see the God up in you, He bless your physical. While we navigating problems, the world is abysmal. Skip the one up, let's get it to the center. Your house is big as mine, we can always help each other. Affirmation smother, it ain't even cost me a dime to uplift my brother.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to Vulnerability is the New Sexy. I'm your host, as always, Joe Corley. I'm a black male therapist, really passionate about creating spaces where we can be real, raw, have conversation that promotes healing and growth. No toxicity in this dancery, as they say. And you know, relationships are very important. They're very important for both sides of the street. Sometimes there's some difficult aspects of it, but for the month of February, I decided to do a 4-part series all about relationships. My goal is to give it to you honest. You know, I want to help give you tools to help build stronger relationships, healthier connections, and whether you're dating, married, or somewhere in between, we talking today. And you know, so today's episode is a 4-part series, and today's episode is about the foundation. Friendship, emotional connection, all the things that help build a healthy relationship. Some of the do's and don'ts we're gonna get into. You know, 2 amazing couples with me, and I also got my mentor, good brother to my bottom of the screen here, Dr. Curtis, another black male therapist who has seen tons of couples, and he's gonna help me out tonight. I was supposed to have my wife on, but as you see, she's not here. We got off the plane from Miami. Something hit her like a ton of bricks. So she sends her apologies. She asked me to hold it down for the queen. She'll be on the rest of the month, though. You will get to meet her. I promise she exists. So let me introduce the couples here. I got my y'all seen most of these people before, but haven't seen their significant others. My young brother Khalil up to the top. He's out here with his girl Jaden. So
what's going on, Coach?
Welcome to the show. Glad to see y'all.
Everybody doing?
Everybody know the good brother Q, and he brought his significant other on the time. My good sister Toya. Crazy she want to be in. And like I said, my mentor, Dr. Curtis Hill, he's gonna come talk to us tonight about a few things. And also discuss some things he's got going on for couples. So I appreciate all y'all coming to the show. Thank y'all for joining me tonight.
Thanks for having us.
So let's get right to it, man. Listen, I don't want you guys out there in the chat, man. If you got questions, if you got anything that's on your mind, or you hear something that brings up a question to you, please address it in the chat, and we'll try to get to as many questions as we can tonight. Like I said, I myself see a bunch of couples. I wanted to wear two hats tonight. I wanted to be a husband and a therapist. But I'm, since my wife in here, I'm gonna go ahead and hold it down for the therapist with Dr. Curtis. Okay. Q.
Yes, sir.
Yes, y'all, man. How long y'all been married?
17.
17, okay.
17 years.
So y'all got 17. So me and Donna will be married 17 years also this month. So, I mean, there's a lot of history in that. But I know over time, we evolved. Y'all got married. Y'all was probably in your 20s, right?
Yeah. 26, actually.
26, right. So let me ask you some plain and simple. How did you know, for each one of y'all, how did you know your partner was the one?
Go ahead. It's your first time.
It sounds really cliche, but I felt like love at first sight when I met my husband.
Sucker shit.
I know. It's not even like me. But I did feel that. And after having some conversation and like the energy that I exchanged with him and that I felt with him from the very beginning just felt so natural and at home for me that I just never wanted to pursue anything after that.
It was that clear for you, huh?
It was crystal clear from
26?
day one.
Okay. What about you, Q?
Yeah, man, it was kind of the same thing. I was like maybe a year out of a relationship, and I was just like, man, like, this sounds cliche too, but I'm like, Lord, send me somebody that I could just chill with and like, not keep going through these, running through relationships. And, me and Toya met through her cousin, so we was at the basketball court. One of my friends was like, man, Tree cousin's coming to the park or whatever. He was like, man, she bad, bro. Like, wait till you see her. And like, at first we didn't even speak, but we later on got up at a little, like a housewarming little party thing. And we talked and we had a little fun together. And then the next day we went out, man, we walked the beach on the north side of Chicago. We stayed with each other all day. Like, so it was just that connection. It was a connection. And, for me, it felt like, man, that's the one.
Is beaches in Chicago?
Oh, yeah, man. You ain't know?
Lake Michigan, that's the ocean.
I live right on the beach.
I had no idea. I had no idea. Only been to the Taste of Chicago and Michigan Ave. I ain't seen no beaches, but hey,
yeah, for sure.
That's a dope story, man. I'm really glad to hear. Full disclosure, I've known Jatoya since we were 12 years old.
Little kids.
Yeah, little kids, man. So I remember the first time I met you, I said, "Damn, you finally found somebody to accept that crazy, huh?" Nice to meet you, brother.
Facts.
He can handle me, I guess.
Oh man, Khalil, Jaden, tell me, man, how long y'all been together?
We've been together for a little bit over 3 years now.
Yeah. Y'all have a lovely daughter, right?
Yes, we do.
So how did y'all decide to determine that y'all was gonna, and this was a person you wanted to invest your time in?
For me, just not feeling complete when I'm not with him, knowing that my life doesn't feel the same without him around, without his presence. So just seeing how strong of an entity he was in my life just solidified that that's somebody I can't live without. So,
did y'all meet after high school?
Yes.
Okay.
While I was in college.
Okay.
All right.
How did you notice somebody you wanted to invest your time in, Khalil?
A little kind of the same along those lines. I was at a low point when we met, financially, spiritually, mentally. And I just felt like God had placed it in my life for a reason. And I just kind of seen my life turn for the better. Even when we did have the kid at an early point in the relationship, it was still kind of not even, it wasn't much worry. I knew I had somebody that I could figure it out with. And so that's that's how I knew she was the one, man.
Oh man, that's beautiful, man.
Yeah,
How
that's
old are
super.
y'all now, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm sorry, Coach.
How old are y'all now, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm 24.
I'm 23.
Okay, cool. All right.
Oh dang, y'all still some pups.
Yeah, we still young ones. We trying to still figure it out.
That's what's up,
So are
man.
we.
Yeah, I'll be looking forward to hear not just y'all takeaways, but also Q and Jatoya's takeaways by the end of the pod, man. I'm really curious what y'all come away with.
Absolutely.
Let me move to Dr. Curtis, man. Let me ask you something, Dr. Curtis. You see couples through all stages of, you've seen premarital, you've seen newlyweds, you've seen long time married. What are some of the common mistakes you think people make in the beginning when it comes to like building emotional connection?
Great question. And you're absolutely right. And the key is what you said, emotional connection. That's really what it is. And that's really the mistake, believe it or not. Most couples, they don't look at it as an emotional connection, or one versus the other see it as an emotional connection, and the other one does not. So the big mistake is that they're not looking at this as being what? This is really about emotional connection versus just simply checking the boxes, right? Hey, yeah, she looked this way or he looked that way, or she had that, she got a good job, he got a good job. We have this here list that we kind of pull together. And that's typically what you use as a basis, all your commonalities per se, right? We got all this stuff in common. And so therefore, that's why this should work. And they actually have missed out on the main thing, and that is that how you're connecting emotionally, believe it or not.
Right. And I'll add to that, man. When I'm going through with couples, a lot of times people are looking for unmet needs, right? So they're looking for safety in their partners and they're not really taking the time to invest in that emotional connection. So there's a lot of things that you miss in the beginning that are actual current needs. You're looking at unmet needs from your childhood. You didn't feel safe in this situation, so you want somebody to be a protector. You were broke, so you want somebody that has money, or you want somebody at least to be stable where you don't have to take care of them. And you're not looking at building that emotional connection. And that's something I can probably say that, I probably didn't lean into, I didn't understand totally, until at least 12, 13 in. And I started thinking, okay, now I understand what I need to do in order to stay connected. But one more thing for you, Dr. Curtis, how important do you think friendship is when you're starting to build a relationship?
I think it's huge. I mean, I kind of go through a list of stages, and I'm gonna kind of throw them at you real quickly. I talk about the fact that, hey, your first stage in relationship really should be friendship, and unfortunately, a lot of those traditional ways of actually becoming a friend has changed. So when you really, nowadays when you get ready to start to date, half the time you're trying to start the date by going on a dating app or something along those lines. And so really you're starting out as if you're dating, and there's really not a friendship that has even been established. But I believe that, hey, that the idea that friendship should be that first stage in any relationship. And then from there, you go into dating. And then, of course, dating to dating more seriously. And then, of course, engagement and then marriage. So, yeah, I think that's the key more than anything else. That you normally start building your friendship while you're in a dating dynamics in a relationship for the most part, versus saying, hey, taking the pressure off of one another by saying, yeah, I may be interested in you, but I just really want to be, what it's like just to be your friend.
Right. And we're gonna come back. We're gonna come back to you later and talk about what it looks like when people sometimes miss that boat in the beginning, and what they can do to make emotional connections later on in the marriage or in a relationship. Like I said, man, I stumbled and bumbled through 17 of these things, and in the beginning, if it wasn't for the fact that we were friends, I don't think we would have survived. Our friendship carried us through a lot of tough and difficult moments. But her being my friend before anything made it possible. So I think that's very important. And like I said, if y'all out there, you in the chat, talk to me about, what does emotional connection mean to you? All right. And I'm gonna pose that to y'all too. When you hear that, Q, when you hear emotional connection, what does that actually mean to you?
I mean, I think it starts with a spiritual bond. Like, you know, me and Toya, like we grew up in the church, so feel like it started with a spiritual bond first, and friendship. You know, getting to know each other beyond, you know, the physical, you know, and just connecting on a spiritual level and knowing, you know, the wants of each other by, you know, not going through trials and tribulations, but at least trying to, you know, make it your business to know about your partner and, you know, spiritually as well, first and foremost.
Yeah. What you, Toya?
Yes, I agree. And I also just put a lot of energy into what we have as a friendship. So sometimes when you've been together as long as we have, we've been together
24 years.
24 years. So beyond the marriage, we've been together a really long time. And sometimes he gets on my nerves real bad.
Mm-hmm.
So him being my friend, you know, allows me to be able to communicate in a different type of way than if I just thought he was cute. Like, I think he's really cute, but it's deeper than that. And so just being able to have communication like I would have with my friends allows us to get through some of the difficult times, you know, when things are not always easy. So the friendship is definitely critical.
For sure. For sure. Jaden, you said something earlier about not being able to, you know, see yourself without him. And I want to ask you a question before that. That was kind of one of the things somebody asked me when I was considering asking Donna to marry me. They made it very simple for me. Like, can you vision your life without her? You know, I don't know if I probably really wasn't ready, but to get married, but I could not envision my life without her. So I was like, okay, well, that made it easy for me. I'm gonna go ahead and, you know, take this leap. But Jay, let me ask you, can you remember, I don't want to put you on the spot if it's difficult for you to pull up a memory, but can you remember like a time, like even a small moment where you felt like deeply connected to Khalil in the beginning?
Let's see. In the beginning, you said a specific memory. I can't. It's like from the time I met him, like I was with him every day after that. So it's like every memory was confirmation that like this is somebody I want to be with. Like he got on my nerves, I still want to be around him. Like there was never a moment because of the friendship that we had built. I feel like nowadays, at least I'm sure just in general, but especially in our generation, people don't really take the time to get to know anybody. You know, everything is very surface level. What can you provide to me? What can you do for me? Rather than just simply getting to know somebody, building a connection with somebody. And I feel like that's something that we took the time to do, which is why I feel like we're successful, you know, having a kid pretty early on in our relationship. You know, a lot of people our age can't and don't uphold that, you know, relationship after a baby gets here. And I feel like because of our friendship and the fact that we just liked each other, so outside of love, we just like each other as people. I feel like that is what carried us through all of the hardships that we face.
How long were y'all together before y'all found out that y'all were having a baby?
Like 2 years.
Okay, so y'all got some time.
Yeah. So
with no wham bam situation.
Right. It was still quicker than expected,
but yeah,
the 2 years felt way longer than 2 years, you know.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me ask you, Khalil, how were you with vulnerability before you got in this relationship, became a father? Were you somebody that was like openly, you know, sharing of your feelings and things like that?
Not at all. Never been that way. Even since a little kid, my mom used to tell me I had to let people know what's going on. At least if I'm not gonna let people know what's going on, let her know what's going on. I heard it all my life. If you hold on to your emotions, one day it's just gonna bottle up and explode. And I was that type. I'm still that type. She still got to pull it out of me till today. You know, even when I may not be feeling it. I'm not the type of guy that's just gonna come out and tell you, hey, I'm not having a good day and break it down to you and But since I've been with Jaden, I've seen that's changed. I've been more comfortable into opening up. I'm not so opposed to it these days. So that's how my vulnerability has been.
Yeah. Have you discovered yet, that vulnerability is the way to strengthen your bond?
Absolutely. I see now, even when I do try to be vulnerable, how much better I do feel afterwards. I think before it was more so I was scared because I didn't know how a certain person would take what I'm telling them. If they would use it against me or if they would judge me for it or whatever the case may be. But like I said, being with Jaden and her being able to be that person that I can come to and be vulnerable to, although it's not something that I'm used to. I knew she was the one for that.
Yeah, man.
Sure.
Vulnerability is literally almost by definition, like fear of your weakest points or your weakest moments, you know what I mean? And being able to express those things and finding a space where you can feel safe to, share the things that you need to share, especially with the people who are assigned to love you. Dr. Curtis, man, let me toss to you, man. And we're talking about vulnerability now. You know what I mean? I know you big on that. So, how important is it in a relationship for us to be vulnerable in order to strengthen these bonds?
Well, I want to go back first of all about the emotional connections and so forth that's necessary, and then I want to kind of use that to kind of talk about vulnerability in of itself. I believe that's the anchor in relationships, and because if your relationship has to be anchored in the idea of you being emotionally quote unquote available to your partner, and if you can't, then that's just early signs that you're going to have challenges in that relationship at some point down the line, because that's what you have to anchor yourself in. So with that being said, think about this in terms of vulnerability. My definition of vulnerability or the layman terms would be this. It's really about taking a risk. Vulnerability is really about taking a risk, believing that, hey, that you can take your heart, quote unquote, and you can put it in that your partner's hand, and they're going to safely care for it. And as they safely care for it, what happens is that you don't have to be worried and be concerned about, hey, that because what you're doing by putting your heart in their hand, they're going to in some form or fashion take that and use that against you. That's what my brother was just saying a few minutes ago. That's exactly what it is that safety is. That's really what it's all about. So when you can be vulnerable like that, that really actually moves you to that next step in terms of your development in your relationship. And that's really where empathy can occur. You move into empathy because you can be vulnerable, believe it or not.
Right. This makes me recall a time like early for the first portion of our marriage, we pretty much didn't have any problems. Right. We was really, living good. We had just moved to Texas, you know what I mean? And it was really unbothered. And then a little bit down the line, it was little spats here and there, but I had gotten laid off. And I think at the time we might have been, pregnant with Donovan, our youngest. And I did not handle that well, and I did not have the communication or the vulnerability to tell my wife that, one, I do not feel like a man in this moment. I know this now looking back on it, but at the time I had no idea I was feeling like this. I do not feel like a man at this moment. I am not what I would consider masculine. So I'm coming off as irritated, angry, and then I actually sunk into an actual depression, right? I sunk into a real, and this is when it really, everything came up for me from my past that I didn't even know. I have a kind of a traumatic past, but it really wasn't really, weighing on me or weighing on my behavior until that moment. I have a family now. I have a new son on the way. I have a wife now. I need to care for these people. And if I don't do that financially, then I am not a man. And I just started feeling terrible. Had I, could I go back and talk to myself? Then I'm like, hey, man, be vulnerable. Because what that did, my change in behavior, what that did to my wife was also something that took a toll on her and it took a toll on us. And I'm saying all this to lead to a question. I want y'all to kind of think about a moment, if possible, where, you might have struggled with vulnerability, and talk to me how you got through that. I can say that again, going back to the friendship that we had is how I got through it, because we could still we can always laugh together. So that's always going to carry us.
Yeah, for
you
sure.
know. But avoiding, I was very avoidant. She was very avoidant, and that really took a long-term toll on us until like just maybe like the last couple of years or so, we're coming out of that and being able to talk to each other about these type of things. So, Q, Jatoya, do you all recall a moment? Either one of you recall a moment where, lack of vulnerability kind of was a problem?
I can speak to it.
Yeah.
I had to have a full hip replacement about what, 8 years ago, 8 or 9 years ago. And I'm a tough cookie, so I don't like feeling weak in any capacity. And I needed help with everything. And I'm not used to feeling like that. I'm used to carrying whatever it is, like whatever family, whatever. I'm happy to bear it all, whatever. But with that moment, I did not have a choice. I had to have help in the bathroom, to help in the shower, everything. And I was lashing out instead of being vulnerable and saying, "Babe, I really need your help." But the way my husband showed up in that moment helped me to open up to the vulnerability, to say, "Thank you. And let's keep it moving," because I don't want to stay stuck too long in that vulnerability. But it did help me open up to see where I wasn't acknowledging vulnerability, because it's sort of I don't know, maybe it's societal, cultural. Women often are sort of assigned to be strong in moments, and we just have to carry in certain moments. And so I was forced into a situation where I could not do it physically. And so it allowed us to have a different type of connection where I had to rely on my husband 100% just to do the day-to-day things. And so I think it helped us to grow in our, allowance of vulnerability with each other.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Let me ask you a follow up. Do you feel like, as a black woman, black women's hyper independence versus black men's overwhelming desire to like be masculine, and do you feel like that's some of the head button situation that goes on? Like, we got to learn to, hey, I can lead some things, and you don't have to lead everything. I mean, am I making sense?
Yes, I think there's definitely a balance. So I'm not saying I have to lead in every capacity. Absolutely not. But when it comes to being able to take care of myself, I think that just sort of the way that we culturally are raised as women, we're sort of taught, you need to be able to go take a shower, girl.
Yeah.
So not being able to just do that small thing kind of opened me up to be a little bit more, I don't know, accepting towards having help, because we don't usually ask for help all the time. So it gave us that open communication to be able to say, "Hey, I need help right now." And it made it feel acceptable in that moment.
Yeah. I appreciate you being vulnerable, talking about that moment. That was a great thing. Khalil, let me ask you, man, when you talk about the adults in your life and the examples being set for you, what are some of the things that either you wish, that was talked about more while you were growing up, or some things that you appreciate that were talked about that help you kind of navigate what it is to like be a family man? You're in a family right now. You know what I mean? At a young age, you a family man. So some things that you wish you would have known, or somebody would have told you about that you had to learn on the job, or are you grateful for some things that you were told?
Yeah. Man, I learned a lot from a lot of different people in my life. I say one being my stepfather, who kind of raised me growing up. Him and my mom, they got married when I was about 10, and he just instilled a lot of values in me that went a long way as far as being a man first and foremost. All you have is your word, standing on your word, being accountable, That was a big thing every day that he told me was accountability is everything. You know, you got to be able to take accountability for what you've done. And it stuck with me all these years, you know, even to this day, I still have that. So I would say, you know, accountability, patience, being able to learn with your partner, being able to grow with your partner. I felt like at the beginning, I was real independent as far as the relationship went. I kind of just wanted to be the only one that was in control of everything. You know, I was a man. I'm like, bills, eating, going out to eat, whatever the case may be, I wanted to be in control of it. But soon I seen how much of a toll it took on me mentally. And for me to be able to just come back to my partner and let her know, hey, I need some help. Like, I know, you know, I got you, but I need some help right now. You know, that was something that, again, just me being vulnerable to her and opening up and actually expressing myself. As far as some things I wish I would have known, I'm kind of still learning as I go, Coach. Honestly, you know, there's not too many things that I would say I wish I just would have known, but I'm just learning as I go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ain't scratched your surface yet, my boy.
Yeah, I must not had too many deep arguments enough yet or something. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I ain't want to have no unk moments with you on the pod.
For real.
I'm just
gonna learn every day.
I remember the time.
Yep.
Out here ripping and running, man. Jason, so how do you stay emotionally connected to this man during tough times?
Like you said, we're still figuring that out. But I will say, like, during my pregnancy and after my pregnancy was like probably our biggest test. And just going back to that friendship, like, if we didn't have that, then like we would probably hate each other by now. But it's just like we took the time to, none of our arguments have ever just been serious when we go back to the root problem. So it's like we have to talk about that in order to figure that out. Like anytime, and I feel like I had to learn vulnerability myself. Just I can't remember the exact question you asked earlier, but the independence of Black women bumping heads with the masculine nature of Black men. Khalil's over like, Like, I feel like to a certain extent that's something that we battled a little bit with.
For sure.
It was hard for me, you know, after I gave birth, I wasn't working or anything, so I wasn't making any money for myself. So, you know, he was taking care of everything, but nonetheless, I kind of felt not as useful, just by my own standard. Not that he was making me feel that way, but I would kind of like take it out on him. Like, I'm not used to just sitting at home cleaning up after everything gets dirty, and like that's not what I'm used to doing. I'm used to, like, you know, working and, you know, making moves for myself. So it was kind of hard for me to just sit back and take on that new role that I've never really navigated before. But I had to find vulnerability in that. And I feel like we ended up working through all of those things, but he had to learn how to treat me more gently. And same to me. I had to extend the same grace. Like you said, he was stressed out. I wasn't working. We just had a kid. This is like a whole bunch of new worlds that we were entering at one time. So we both had to extend each other a certain amount of grace during that period. So
No, you're gonna be all right. I like it. I'm gonna say I like it. I'm gonna get back to it in a minute. But that brought a question to me, Dr. Curtis. You know, you, like I said, we see couples, man, and oftentimes they can be married for 20 plus years and have never, you know, dove into the traumatic past that they have as individuals and how it's showing up in their everyday relationship. So I want to ask you, like, when you think about, you know, the time you spent with couples, what and the impact of the trauma, you know, in their past relationships and the current relation, how important is it to dive in, and why is it important to dive into your partner's trauma?
Yeah, good. It's extremely important. I mean, you know, remember now, you're in connection with someone, in a relationship with someone. And so what you do impacts them, what they do impacts you. And then certainly based up on what your partner's experience has been in terms of any kind of trauma that they've had in their lives. And believe it or not, we all have it. It's just what degree it is, what's the degree of that trauma that we experienced. And so, in essence, that's your way of being able to understand or be more empathetic towards your partner when something does come up, because it's a trigger, right? There could be any combination of things that may be surfacing in your partner's life that will, quote unquote, show up, and it'll show up in the oddest or strangest or most untraditional ways, right? And when that occurs, unfortunately, what happens is the fact that, you get into this here, quote unquote, finger pointing, or you get into something emerges in your relationship that causes a disconnect, right? So I think it's important for you to be able to do that. I think what happens is the fact that that also requires what? Vulnerability, though, right? You can't, quote unquote, have a heavy traumatic life issue in your life, and you with somebody that's supposed to be that your person per se, right? And you can't even share that with them because, unfortunately, it's already lodged in your memory. It's part of your memory bank. It's there. It's in that Rolodex about, all it takes is an association for that trauma and that hurt and that pain from whatever that trauma was to come back up and surface. So I think that's why it's important that you, quote unquote, be able to kind of, have these type of conversations. I think couples, when they first start out, they really don't want to have those type of conversations because it makes you look like you may be weak, or it makes you look like, hey, no, you can't handle it, or it makes you look like, hey, I'm not carrying the load. I'm not being the man, or I'm not being the woman that I should be, simply because of the fact of this trauma that I experienced. And you hide that. You hide behind that trauma, believe it or not, even in your dynamics of your relationship. So yeah, it's huge that, hey, that you invest in one another and, quote unquote, knowing a little bit about that trauma. Okay. It makes a world of a difference in terms of long term, in terms of your relationship.
Yeah.
For sure.
And let me add to them gems too, man. We talking about emotional triggers. A lot of times we don't understand that these emotional triggers occur, long before we meet our partners. I mean, long before we even adults or even teenagers, like early on in life. And most of the time we don't even know they're there. We don't know why we escalate. But every single time I'm in session with a couple and, I'm asking them to replay a disagreement that they had without, if they can get into it without tearing each other's heads off, let's go ahead and replay it. And I'm always bouncing on the same point. When did it escalate? Okay. So when did you feel like you were about to elevate and go completely left? We need to talk about that moment. What is it about that moment that upset you so much that, you started yelling and screaming or whatever? And then we can figure out what it is. Most times, it's simple stuff. We arguing about, I don't know, not doing the dishes or something. And you guys are full on yelling at each other about some dishes. You're not arguing about them dishes.
Right.
You're not arguing about them. It's something completely different. It's an emotional trigger inside of you, like, oh, he shut down. He didn't talk to me. He walked away. And that's when I started, keying his car. Okay, well, what? He looking like, why do you have to go that far? What is it about me, not having a conversation? Oh, when I was younger, my dad left. He never came back. He didn't talk to me. Oh, okay. So when you shut down, you don't talk to me. That's an emotional trigger for me. Okay, I need you to be present. If you need a break, I need you to communicate. I need 10, 15 minutes or an hour or so to calm down. But I'm dropping gems for y'all in the chat. You always have to come back. Okay.
Sure.
Two things can be true. We don't need to have this conversation right now, but we got to have it eventually. And we got to be able to talk. I can't argue with you about your feelings. If you feel frustrated, if you feel sad, I can't argue with you about your feelings. You feel that way. It is my job to understand why you feel that way and make sure that I'm not doing any of the things that are causing those feelings. Yeah. That's what we got to communicate. It's not just, oh, you just got to, suck it up or, man up on that, That's not what we're doing. We having conversations to try to understand each other. So let me ask y'all, man. No, I was hoping my wife was going to be here to talk to me, but like, can you describe you know, like a time when like sharing your fears or insecurities like brought y'all closer together? Can you think about something like Q or Jatoya? Do you remember a time where like you're like, okay, let me dive into this?
Yeah, so like me, I used to like my mom and my stepdad, they used to argue almost every night. So I thought I was combating that by like if we would have any type of little raised voice or whatever, I'd just walk away, I wouldn't say nothing. I try to come back later and be like, well, let's just end that. And she's like, no, but we didn't talk about it. And I always used to be mad, like, I don't want to talk about that no more because I didn't want us to start arguing, not knowing that I was triggering her more by not listening to exactly, what she had to say. But I thought I was combating that trauma from my childhood and, seeing them argue every single day. And I didn't want to go through that at all. So I felt like that made us way more closer to where I start listening and trying to talk out the feelings. You know what I'm saying? And then like I always talk about this every time I'm on the cast. And I was able to go get therapy myself for a different reason and then unpacked a lot of that stuff where I knew, okay, now I have to be vulnerable. This is the only way we gonna get closer, unless I tell her exactly what's going on with me.
Yeah, man. Yeah, that therapy unlocks some stuff, don't it?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. I mean, you from the South Side?
North side.
North Side Chicago?
Yeah.
Was they talking about therapy on the North Side of Chicago when you was growing up?
Man, you know they wasn't. You know they wasn't. It wasn't no therapy, bro.
What made you dive in there though? What made you go get the therapy?
Man, I told you, man, like I was broken, man. My son almost died and my niece. Like they almost drowned. My son got hypothermia, my niece was in a coma. Like I was broken because I wasn't there.
How did
Like
you know I can't do this alone? How did you know? Like what behavior was coming up?
I was angry. I was angry. I was angry. I was so angry. It's probably the angriest I ever been in my life, but I was angry. Like about anything. Why is it
your
why is
relationship?
it snow on the window? Anything. I was just angry.
Was it showing up in your relationship with your wife?
Yeah, a little bit. Yep. I was shut down, but then I was also being too confrontational.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it showed up there, it showed up at work. I was getting into arguments with coworkers. So yeah.
Khalil, Jay, neither one of y'all ever been in therapy?
I tried. I don't even want to say try because I just went to like 1 or 2 sessions with like 2 different therapists, and I just didn't really feel it. I wasn't really feeling like there was going to be any solving anything, at least just with their approach to therapy. Mm-hmm. I fully believe that therapy, like anybody could benefit from therapy. I just feel like those weren't the therapists for me, and I just never. Honestly, I didn't have the money to try again, but yeah, it's still something I'd be open to.
Okay, I don't know, Khalil. So I heard in the streets you be ducking therapy, but I don't know that for sure.
Hey, I'm ducking. I'm ducking all the way. I don't want
to tell on you, but I heard you be ducking.
I'll be completely transparent with you. I've never been one to just say I'm gonna go to therapy, but I'll tell you one thing. I did. Therapy was brought up to me through Jaden. Jaden told me that that I need to go to therapy, and that's what at first it threw me off. It irritated me a little bit, but when I sat back and thought about what she actually said about as far as just unpacking past trauma and everything like that, I actually reached out. I reached out to you, Coach. That was the day that we got on our little consultation, and I didn't hold up my end of the bargain.
Yeah.
On that part, so I ain't even gonna throw Coach out there.
Say nothing.
Right. But I could tell you one thing. If when I do decide to make that decision, I know exactly who I'm coming to, and he knows who I'm coming to as well. So yeah. I'm open for it 100% now.
Man, I want to say real quick, it's a hard decision, man. Like I didn't choose to like, all right, I'm gonna go find a therapist. It was offered to me by my job, and it took me a while. Until I started noticing my behavior and her noticing my behavior, while I was like, I'm going to take them up on this offer. So I got 3 free sessions, and she was wonderful. Like in the end, You know, so it's a hard thing to like do yourself. Sometimes you need to be forced into it.
Yep.
Kind of how my situation was.
And you have to find the right person for you. I'm a huge proponent of therapy, but you might have to try a few people before the right connection happens.
Absolutely.
For sure.
I appreciate that, y'all.
No, I cycled through a gang of therapists before I don't want to say I landed on one. I was forced. You know, I've been communicative about. I broke down, ended up in a mental hospital, and I met my therapist through that experience, and we clicked through that, and we've been rocking ever since. But I had tried 4 or 5 people. I just knew I wasn't right. I wasn't willing to, like, you know, as a family man. I know I got kids, I got a wife. I knew I wasn't right. I wasn't willing to like repeat some of the behaviors that I experienced in my childhood. I was like, I'm not gonna go through this. We're gonna break this generational cycle somehow, some way. So I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna keep going. But Dr. Curtis, man, how important is it, man, when you're talking, you know, you're thinking about especially young people, you know what I mean? Just starting out. How important is it to, or what are some tips or some important, you know, tools that young people can pick up that's going to help them kind of avoid some of the pitfalls that you see all these old couples fall into?
That's a good question. I think it's just, you know, we have to understand in life and even in therapy, it's a developmental process. You know, what starts out might be, you know, you can, you know, click with someone and it's just fantastic. And it works really, really well. But then, you know, you may have to bump around, you know, to find someone that's a good fit. The goal here is to trust yourself. I love what Brother Q was saying, is that learning how to take yourself on. It's when you don't want to take yourself on that this becomes a challenge. So one of those tips I'm gonna put out there for those who are quote unquote questioning about the possibility of going to therapy. Think about what this looks like in terms of your physical body, right? You know, we typically have to go to the doctor, right? Or we should anyway. And that's an issue in and of itself for Black men. Let me go ahead and say that. Not wanting to go to the doctor, right? But you should be going to the doctor at least a minimum, at least twice a year, right? But the goal of doing that is to what? Doing an assessment in terms of where you are in terms of your physical health. Well, guess what? You also have a mental health issue as well. You got to actually go and check on your mental health. And what happens, just like the stigma of going and see a quote unquote a physical quote unquote a medical doctor for your physical health, it's also important to go and see someone for your mental health as well. Because I will say this, we all have those issues in our life. And I like to kind of look at it like this, because we all have stress. And because we all have stress in our lives, you know, it's, you know, how are we going to manage those stresses? Because we're going to deal with it on some form or fashion. Unfortunately, typically when you don't quote unquote address that stress, eventually that stress will graduate to some form of anxiety. Okay. And unfortunately, when you quote unquote you're in the anxiety ridden state perpetually long term, that turns into what? Depression. So understand it's a stress step, believe it or not. That stress unchecked and not dealt with on any level, and it could be any combination of things that's causing that stress to develop in our lives. But if you quote unquote don't have a formula, a roadmap per se to be able to kind of address that stress and put something in place, guess what happens? What happens is the fact that eventually, quote unquote, it leads to you to start dealing with anxiety. And when that anxiety mushrooms, it gets to be that much more difficult for you. I kind of like to use that in working with couples, whether or not you're old or young, to understand that, okay, these are part of those issues in this thing called life. We all have to deal with it on some form or fashion. And the other thing I think that's important is the fact that I believe we make other people counselors anyway. We go to our crew, you know, we go to our partner, or we go to our girl and so forth, and we actually making them become our counselors, believe it or not. And they really not equipped to fully address all the things that you're dealing with and what you're going through. So I think if you're conscious of that and say, you know what, I think I have been trying to make somebody my pseudo therapist and not realizing that. But that's how it used to be in the Black community. You used to go to the elder in the family, right? Whoever that was, whether that's grandma or grandpa, that was your therapist. So you don't have to do that anymore. Yeah, hey, that it's okay, quote unquote, to go and see a therapist. That doesn't mean you crazy, right? It don't mean you crazy if you go and see a therapist. So I think if you can kind of leverage some of that, that will help you in the long run.
Right. But I mean, also it's important, right, for couples to be proactive too sometimes, right? Like, okay, before these things start, I'm feeling a way. I mean, I'm not beating my partner up about it. I'm feeling a way though, and I need to deal with it. I don't know how to deal with it. What do I do? What am I doing with this energy? So I'm gonna ask you, Dr. Curtis, like, young couple comes in like Khalil and Jay near, they're not married yet. They're thinking about it. Like, where do you start with a couple like that typically?
I'd really kind of start with the idea of just asking, okay, where do you see yourself? Where do you see yourself at some point in the future? I think that's going to be more important than anything else. Because if you don't have any vision or any kind of outlook about where you want to go or what you want to do, well, you can't formulate a plan in terms of how to get there. I'm one of those therapists that I think that even for yourself or anyone else, you really got to say, you know what, I'm not quite sure I know what it is. I know something is bothering me or something I'm struggling with on some level. And maybe that's, I want to start there. I want to start with, just trying to get a sense. And typically, it's just a matter of pulling on that thread. You can pull on that thread. And this is a good therapist. If they're a good therapist, they can pull on that thread and then it will come out. Believe it or not, it's amazing. I'll spend time in therapy, especially with couples, and whether that's you just been dating or you've been dating long term or even quote unquote you've been married or you just got married or been married a long period of time. There are some issues that kind of come up. We don't think about how it impacts us until it just hits it all at one time, and we don't know where it comes from. And we've talked a little bit about that tonight as well, right? About the idea of how those childhood wounds that has occurred in our lives and how they're still present. And what happens is that it show up in our adult life in terms of how we relate and all those patterns that we've actually, quote unquote, have developed because of our early childhood, and you said this earlier, Joe, talking about that unmet need, right? We have these unmet needs in our life, but they're normally cultivated and developed in our early childhood. And those unmet needs we bring into our adult relationships, and typically it's going to cause friction. Yeah. We are challenged because we have tension and stress and so forth in our relationship. But we have to understand that's just about conflict, but conflict is growth trying to happen. You have to see it that way. If you don't see that conflict is growth trying to happen, you're going to be a miserable person because the reality is conflict is it's inevitable. You're going to have it on a consistent basis throughout your relationship. So learn how to work through your conflict in a healthy way. That's how it's going to get you to kind of move the needle per se for what you really want to do and where you want to be as far as your life is concerned.
Mm-hmm. Man, Jaden, Khalil, y'all pick up any of that? How you have any feedback for y'all?
I'm over here telling them, I said, Dr. Curtis over here speaking right now. I said, hey, I like this guy. I like it, but yeah, I'm picking all that up. I'm relating to all of what he's saying, especially unpacking that trauma in your childhood and how if you don't, how it can come out later on in the relationship. I feel it 100%.
Right. Have y'all had that conversation about vision for the future and all of that?
All the time.
Yeah, I think that's something we probably talk about every day.
Yeah, I could tell by the way y'all move. Y'all kind of moving in a way that looks like y'all unified.
Yeah, absolutely. That's something we talked about. We got vision boards. We try to journal. We pray together. We try to do everything as one and just try to make sure that our actions are aligning with what it is that we envision for ourselves.
Do you have moments where you don't necessarily feel comfortable sometimes having conversations about stuff you're going through individually?
Before for sure. Probably about a year ago, yeah, I would say. If you ask me today, I don't think it's nothing. It's probably nothing that I don't feel like I couldn't come to her about at this point in our relationship.
Great thing, man.
I feel like it's an open book with me.
Yeah, man. I definitely didn't figure that out this early. I'm gonna tell you that right now. I'm gonna be 100% honest with you. I was hiding everything for no reason. I was lying about stupid shit. Who left this cabinet open?
You wild.
I'm lying about stupid stuff for no reason. I just forgot to close the cabinet. And I'm embarrassed to say that I forgot. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, just little stupid stuff like that, man. So I commend you, brother, and young Jaden for, you know, understanding some of the things that you're understanding right now.
Sure.
Dr. Curtis, what about one of these old ass couples like Q and Jatoya come in and you know,
man, we only 42, man.
Yeah, hold on, man. Okay, and I tell you, look, I told you I knew the girls when she was 10. All right, I know.
I can't lie. I'm 44, bro. I feel old, but I know I'm not.
Yeah, no, you're not old, man. I'm just joking, man. But they come in, you know what I mean, and they are, you know, having done some of this foundational work that you hear Jaden and Khalil have done. Like, tell me where you start, you know, with a couple like that, man.
Yeah, I think that the issue there in terms of what you're dealing with, if I was dealing with a a much older couple in terms of, you know, they got some life behind them, children, family, and so forth. So for them, it's a little bit different because now we're just saying, okay, how can we sustain and develop and still grow? It's when you think that, hey, that you done got to that point where you've made it. I think that's when it's what you need to be careful. It's kind of like I hear couples talk about things. Well, yeah, we really love each other so much to the point where we can finish each other's sentences and so forth. And you might, and that's fine. But all that really means is the fact that, hey, that you didn't become so comfortable with your partner that, hey, that you're not allowing any kind of quote unquote tension to develop in your relationship. I use the word creative tension in your relationship because it's not that, hey, that you're not going to have, quote unquote, again, as I said earlier, conflict, but it's learning how to work through that conflict in a healthy way. You're going to have that heated fellowship. I'm sorry. That's just all that is. Even as an older couple, you're going to have some heated fellowship. And part of what happens in that heated fellowship is having a roadmap about how to get to, how quickly do you repair when there's a rupture in your relationship, you know, and sometimes that could be a small rupture, but sometimes it could be big, right? But the relationships that thrive and make the most and grow is learning how to work through, quote unquote, when they do have a rupture in a relationship, that how quickly they repair. So you mentioned this a little bit earlier, Joe, about the idea that, you know, you get upset, you get a little swole, get a little salty, and what happens is that your emotions are up here, right? You're upset, you hot at your partner. Unfortunately, when you bring in your energy is up here, guess what happens? Your intellect, it drops. And we don't think about what's happening. Like, okay, you're trying to make decisions and choices and so forth about what's going on, and your emotions are way up here. You really do need that time to kind of break away. But I think it's a plan. It's important to put a plan in place when that occurs. When you recognize and realize, hey, that now is not a good time to have a conversation, because, you know, I may be so hot with myself, or I may be so hot with my wife or my partner, whatever the case may be. And you want to use that time to say, hey, I call it tapping out. Some people call it time out. I say learn how to tap out. And when you do tap out, what happens, have some ground rules associated with that. When you tap out, make sure you do say, hey, I'm going to tap out. And then some people like to tap out and they stay on premise. Sometimes people like to tap out and be like, I'm just gonna take a walk, or I'm gonna go to the gym, or I'm gonna get a mani, I'm gonna get a pedi, whatever it is, right? Kind of self-regulate. That's really all you're really doing. You want to give yourself that space so you can say, go and self-regulate. But remember this: the person that taps out got to always tap back in. Your partner shouldn't be running behind you to get you to talk about an issue that, hey, that, you know, you just have to sweep under the rug. That's not how this is supposed to work. So I think that's one thing that you can do. Develop some ground rules around when you do get in that space in the heated fellowship, what you're going to do when you're at that point where, hey, that you got to be very careful not to talk to one another when you're really not ready. You know, we call it client readiness, right? You know, we know how ready is that client to have a conversation about something that may be hard or may be difficult and so forth. And there'll be other elements associated with that. But certainly if there's a lot of anger that's there as well, you need to have time to separate. So you just let your partner say, hey, babe, put some sugar on it. Hey, love. Hey, sweetheart. Hi, honey. Okay, I'm going to tap out. And then say, hey, this is where I'm going to tap out. I'm going to tap out for this amount of time. This is where I'm going to be. And this is what I'm going to be doing. When you can just put some of those basic things in place like that, it really strengthens your relationship. So the next time you have that heated fellowship, that there's no anxious attachment that's developed. Oh, I don't know where she's going. I don't know where he's going. No, all that has that's been communicated, that's been presented, and you can still trust that your partner's going they're going to tap back in there, and you're going to work through that issue. So that's really what I actually kind of present, even for older couples, because they have some of these pieces in place, but there's some other things they could do to kind of strengthen that.
Right. Yeah, no, it has to be important. And what he said was very important. I want you to understand, if your partner is someone who has an anxious attachment and they can't trust when you walk away, you build that trust by making sure that you come back every time, or you communicate that you are coming back, and you communicate that you need to walk away for a second. You don't just walk away. Look, I need to walk away. I'm feeling overwhelmed. I'm feeling frustrated. I will come back and talk to you about this. Okay. So you don't, and then you have to come back, because if you don't come back, then you're just going to erode that relationship even further. And that trust is going to lessen even more. And then that person is going to be even more anxious and more insecure, and they're not going to feel safe in a relationship, and it's going to go all bad. Right. So that's, thank you, Dr. Curtis, man, for dropping some more of those gems. It's very important. I want everybody to, in the chat, listen, we got about 400 people out there now. Listen, if you got a question, now's the time to drop it, because we're about to start wrapping it up. And if you don't have a question, man, please drop in with some of your takeaways from the night, man. I'm really hoping that we're doing something here tonight. We could talk about this forever. We got a short window. I really want to get these people in and out in an hour. Otherwise, they don't want to be my guest no more. But, you know what I mean? Please, what are your takeaways? I'm trying to do a 4-part series that involves every couples of all stages in a relationship to take away something from this situation. I really do. So wrapping it up, Toy and Q, let me ask y'all, basically 17 years, nothing to shake a stick at, man. That's a long time. 3 kids. I said 4 last time. Donna slapped me for that. My bad. I gave y'all an extra kid.
It's okay.
But 3 kids, 17 years,
Married.
Married. Yeah, together for more than 20, right?
24.
24, right. So what's something you want to tell people? How do y'all stay connected through all that time, you know what I mean? And still turn towards each other and get along with each other, and not just in it, for the sake of the kids or because what's what you used to. How do y'all stay connected over 17 of them or 20 something of them? I should 24 years, I should say.
Go.
To me, music and laughter is really important. Sometimes if it's just contentious, I liked what Dr. Curtis said about hostile fellowship. We do that a lot. But if you turn on a song that kind of brings you back to some of that early love, or put on a movie that brings out some laughter. We have some go-to films that we watch that we just know every word to the film. Life. Harlem Nights. There's a few. Yeah, there's a few we have in our arsenal. Mm-hmm. It kind of gives a common ground where we can reconnect emotionally. But we're friends, and I think that is a really important key thing. And I also think you have to just not be complacent. My husband says that all the time. We're not going to be complacent with each other, period. So we talk through things. And then when we do have that hostile fellowship, we also bring that back to our children to tell them how we resolved the conflict. So I think that we're bringing that hopefully into the future about how you do that. We don't try to ignore anything that we're disagreeing about. We just try to really resolve it. But there were a lot of gems that were dropped today that I'm definitely taking back. I don't know what you want to share, babe.
Yeah, I love everything that the doctor was saying, man. Like, you know, that tap out time and putting some rules behind that. I love that. That was a good takeaway. I know sometimes like what we do, we if we have a spat, sometimes we come back and don't say nothing and we just meditate. You know, so
True.
like that's one of the good things. Like Khalil was saying, we journal sometimes. So like those are all good things to do. But yeah, like that you
Align
know,
the
that tap out,
chakras.
yeah, that tap out and come back. That I like that.
Yeah, man, for sure. Even I mean, in the moments where you know this gonna happen, where you like, I want to leave this situation. I want to tap out. I want to get up out of here. You know what I mean? It happens, and I always like to tell people, there's gonna be moments like that, man. But you know, what team are you actually playing for? You know what I mean? Like, at the end of the day, what are you actually arguing about? You know, we all want the same things. You know, if we truly in love with each other, we want the same things. We might disagree about how to get these things or which way to go. You know, you might want to, you know, shoot threes all day, and I might just want to go to the paint, whatever. But we both want to score, right? And we both want to score for the same team. So how we gonna manage that? We got to talk. Sometimes we got to shoot the three. Sometimes we got to dump it in. All right, and that's just the way it's gonna be because we all want the same thing. We a team, and I ain't going no damn where. Sorry.
Right? We ain't breaking up.
Yeah, we go together. We go together real bad. I ain't going nowhere. You ain't going nowhere. So either we gonna die or we
You silly, bro.
we gonna get to this conversation. What's the plan? All right.
Facts.
So takeaways, man. Khalil, Jade, man. I want to talk about some of the takeaways y'all might have, and I feel like any insider gems y'all want to drop because I really feel like for young people y'all haven't figured out. I mean, I was not in this mindset at all in my 20s, in my late 20s, only early 20s. So I was in my late 20s.
Figure it out.
Wasn't figuring out nothing. Wasn't figuring out nothing. So what are y'all taking away, man? What are y'all, any gems y'all want to drop?
Well, we definitely still have a lot of figuring out to do, obviously. My takeaway from this is just that we're always going to have something to work through, something to work towards. And it's all about what you're willing to do to make it work. Just continuing to date each other and get to know each other as years go by, to each evolve and progress, making that a priority to keep our connection alive in order to make sure our foundation is solid at all times. And I really did like the phrase that Dr. Curtis mentioned, the tap out. We've been trying to figure out some type of phrase for whenever things get heated and we need to bring it back. So we'll definitely be using that one.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's my takeaway.
What about you?
I had a lot of great takeaways from the conversation. One, just investing into your partner. You gotta invest it to them. You can't do it alone. So, the more you pour into them, I feel like the better the relationship will be. The longer it'll probably last, But yeah, I definitely say that tap out rule, that's something that we've been trying to figure out, something that we can kind of tell each other to just, hey, let's come back to this at a later time. We both heated, this conversation ain't gonna go nowhere right now. Let's come back to it. And then as far as any advice to any younger couples, I'd say it's all about what you want. Like, it is really about, if you want it, you'll make it happen. If you want to be with the person that you with, you're gonna make it happen despite of what's going on, circumstances, the trauma, all of it. You're gonna figure out a way to work through it. You got to extend the person that you're with that amount of grace. What you may think is right may not be right to them. So you guys got to come to each other and just hear both sides, both perspectives. Because 9 times out of 10, both perspectives are probably right. They just came off a little in the heat of the moment, and I felt this way and you felt that way. But at the end of the day, like Coach Joe said, it's feelings. Like, you got to be accepting of those feelings. If they're feeling this type of way, then that's just what it is. Regardless if you felt like you did something to make them feel that way or not, they're feeling it. So you got to address it. You got to talk about it, and just communication. You know, that's major. You got to communicate with your partner.
100%, man. And I'm gonna add something to that, man. Last year, my good brother, I hope he's still watching. My good brother Mike Pruitt, man, he told me, we had a conversation. He talked to me about, life after children. Like you get so locked in on being those kids' parents that you don't know how to function with each other once the kids leave. You know what I mean? Like, I want y'all to understand and always know, like, I mean, it's great that y'all Halo's parents, but y'all, and y'all always gonna be Halo's parents, but she ain't always gonna be around. So, make sure your connection is beyond just being, because you can get really tied into, being parents.
Right.
And you stop remembering what it is to just be with each other outside of, taking care of them kids. You know what I mean? And I hope you, Big Mike, hope you listening, brother.
Big Mike,
you bigging me up on that, man, because I had never thought about that till he put that in my head. Me and Dr. spent several years just being like, Devin's parents. And when he stopped playing high school sports, we was like,
what do we do now?
What do we do now?
Yeah.
What do we do now? We hadn't figured it out, man. So just a little gem. And both these couples will be back later in the week, later in the month at different times. So y'all get to talk to them about different aspects of this 4-part series, man. I really want y'all to be locked in on what we're doing, man. We talking about conflict. We talking about, the art of turning towards each other. And then we're going to talk about shared meaning and future goals. And hopefully we can, help people stay together, man. We trying to, decrease the divorce rate, especially in our community, man. We don't
Black love.
We want Black love to prosper, man, because we need each. It's basically what it's inspired me is we need each other, man, in a bad way. I tried to do an episode on gender wars last week. It didn't go how I wanted it to go, but I think the conversation towards the end, my brother Khalil carried. So thank you, man, for doing what you did last week, because I was about to get but you carried me, man. I appreciate you, man.
In your face, coach. You all good.
So, Dr. Curtis, man, you got something going on, man. I want to give you an opportunity to talk about, making love make sense. You got a workshop coming up, and it's a beautiful thing. Like I said, I want to give you your flowers, man. You've been a consistent mentor for me, and always being there when I need a hand up or I need some understanding, especially in this therapy game. You've been doing it a lot longer than I have, and you always got some good insight for me. So I want to give you an opportunity to talk about your workshop, brother.
Yeah. This is going to be happening, and actually we have it set up the week after Valentine's Day. So of course Valentine's Day is 14th and 15th. So the week after that, we're trying to extend Valentine's Day by actually having this here workshop. We're having it, it'll be like a 4-hour workshop. It's on a Saturday, the 22nd of February. We'll be located downtown Dallas in the Common Desk on the 7th floor. Nice view and so forth. If you get a chance to go out there on, I think that's Ticket Magic. That's what the where it is, where you can actually get that information. I'm gonna be doing that session with my partner, Dr. Robin Jordan. So she's a LMFT. I'm and she all about love. So, but we kind of talked about trying to pull this whole thing together, and we really kind of feel like, hey, we want to kind of put something out there, and we're going to use a different type of a curriculum. The curriculum is how to get the love you want, and so you'll get a chance to get a workbook. You get a chance to develop a vision for your relationship, and that's whether or not you're married, not married, and so forth. You're dating. This will be good to come and show up. And now, if you say, hey, I just need to prepare myself for getting in a relationship, you can come. Unfortunately, you got to pay for 2. Because it's still gonna be $200. So yeah, you can come as a single person and learn. Yeah, but your cost is gonna really be the same. It's still gonna be $200 per couple, whether you come as yourself and your imaginary or your boo to be, right? so anyway, but we're really going to have a good time. We're going to serve you a little light, breakfast that morning. And we're going to serve you a lunch before you get out there. And we're going to throw some really strong gems at you that we think that's going to be lasting for your relationship. So that's my little commercial. And can I throw one more thing out there, Joe, real quick?
One more thing out there, man. So go ahead and do that.
Okay. Yeah, y'all talked about this is for both of you couples and anyone else that's out there. And I learned a whole lot from just listening to other couples as well. And so I've learned some things from other couples that I think that's extremely important. We always talk about the idea it's still important to always date your partner. And I think Joe was just talking about when the children are gone or they got up in age, but you still should be dating one another all along the way. So the thing is that rather than just saying date night, what I ask couples to at least seek to try to do is develop you a date bowl, a date jar, something along those lines. And what's different about how I set that up for you is I say, hey, when you in your date bowl and your date jar, you decide whether you want that to be once a week or twice a month or whatever you decide. But each partner have to write down and develop what that ideal date is. Okay, that way you know something about your partner. So that means you're not really, you may say, hey, I want to kind of build a date that I think is cool and so forth. And that's great. You can do that. The other part I ask you to do is that I ask you to put a budget on it. Budget what that date is. So of course, for the more mature, the 17-year-old, well, their budget might be a little bit higher than yours, Khalil. Your budget might be a little less than theirs. But I think that's important because it allows you to be creative in terms of how you establish your dates and so forth, because you got a budget and that way you're going to be consistent as well. So that's number one. The second thing I want to kind of leave with you, and again, this is stuff I learned from other couples as well, is that I heard one sister say, what I did for my partner is that I started what we call hubby day. Hubby day is simply, quote unquote, once a month, and it's on the date that your husband was born. Okay, so if his birthday fails as mine was
yeah.
So, but that's once a month where you focus specifically on that day for your partner, right? But guess what? It's not just a hubby day. There's also a wifey day. There you go. It's a wifey day. Hello. A wifey day. That whatever that day of that your woman was born on, that's her day. And you want to make sure that you treat her special on that particular day, once a month and so forth. And of course, that just makes it much easier when you get to their birthday. Those are two things, just for little practical things you could do, kind of put in place to make it fun, make it exciting and so forth, and what helps you strengthen your relationship.
Yeah, I like that.
We like that, Dr. Curtis.
Dropping them gems. And listen, if you didn't catch the flyer, this whole episode is on YouTube. Let's see what your pause game is like. Go back and watch the episode, and you can write down all the stuff that Dr. Curtis was saying. If I said anything that moved you, you can write down some of that stuff, or any of the couple said anything that you related to. Go back and write it down and tap in for the rest of the month too, because we're gonna be here talking about building bonds and relationships that are long lasting. And all I'm gonna say is when you're talking about emotional connection, just spend as much time talking about the things that you admire and appreciate about your partner. Double that up over the time that you spend talking about the things that frustrate you and annoy you. But you have to talk about both. You know what I mean? It's important to create, I don't want to say a balance, because you want to have more gratitude in your situation than anything, because you're with that person for a reason. And if you are with that person, you're not going anywhere, they're not going anywhere, then you actually having conflict with each other consistently and not dealing with it is illogical, right?
For sure.
So find your way to turn towards each other. Like I said, we're going to be here all month talking about these relationships. Yes, I need y'all to tap in. I need y'all to get in here, especially the black men. I need y'all to get in here and talk about some of the hurdles and the challenges that y'all are facing in relationship. There's a lot of things, brothers, that we have to unlearn in order to show up for these women the way that they needed to show up. And, pour into them so that they can pour back into us, because we cannot do it separately. All right. We just can't. We need the black family now in these times more than ever. Okay. And whatever that looks like for you, whatever that looks like for you, that's fine. I'm not here to judge any of that, but I really think we need to figure out a way to connect. All right. That's all I got. Good night, y'all. As normal, as always, love y'all. And I can't wait to see y'all next Tuesday to talk about.
Thanks for having us,
Appreciate
Joe.
it, Coach. And Dr. Curtis.
I was blind, but now I can
Yeah, calisthenics number 12. Yeah. Fly robotics. Bifocals, my only purpose is to feed the locals. I'm spreading love when I see you and gotta approach you. I see the goodness in you, I wouldn't John with you. I know you hustling for your family just to pay the fiscal. I see the God up in you, He bless your physical. While we navigating problems, the world is abysmal. Skip the one up, let's get it to the center. Your house is big as mine, we can always help each other. Affirmation smother, it ain't even cost me a dime to uplift my brother.
Yo, what's up, everybody? Welcome to Vulnerability is the New Sexy. This is the podcast where we breaking down barriers, we have an honest conversation, and we embracing the transformative power of vulnerability. And I'm your host, Joe Corley. I'm a licensed therapist, mental wellness consultant, and I'm basically an advocate for authentic living. This is why we're here today. So this is your space to explore tough topics, normalize seeking help. We're trying to break down the stigmas as best we can and redefine what strength and self-awareness is. So joining me tonight, a couple good brothers, my good brother Justin is also a black male therapist, licensed here. And y'all recognize Big Mike, a regular on the show. Joining me tonight is my brother Paul. And we're going to talk about the problem with calling black men sassy. Really, we just talking about what black masculinity is, what it's supposed to look like, what it's not supposed to look like, and trying to unlearn all the things that we've been taught over the years. So, and I'm excited to bring this to y'all, man. And I just want to quickly assess the room with y'all, man. Like, talk about, the societal norms, man, honestly, that define black masculinity. Like, what are some of the things that you were taught growing up define masculinity? I'm gonna start with you, Paul.
So for masculinity, the description to me, or how I perceived it, was somebody that basically had all the right answers. There was somebody that didn't show any fear, didn't really show any kind of vulnerability, refused to open up. Crying was abnormal, and you had to be that guy all the time, every time, and there was no excuses for any failure of any kind, especially within the small community I grew up in Austin. And me being Nigerian, we had an extra layer of like pressure that our immediate, well, they weren't even really aunties and uncles, but just because we grew up in the same neighborhood or area, we called them aunties and uncles. And so we all had a pretty high expectation on what type of things you were supposed to accomplish as not just a regular Nigerian boy, but as an Igbo boy of Austin, Texas, and all that stuff. It's a lot. It was a lot.
Yeah. I'm glad you mentioned the Nigerian thing, man. I was going to throw that in there. That adds an extra layer to it. We'll probably tap into it a little later, man. Big Mike, man, we've had this conversation a few times, man. Tell me what comes up for you when I ask that question.
No, man, everything that Paul said, and mostly, man, it was don't show the emotion side. So as far as being a weakness, and always kind of have an answer or a way to figure something out if faced with a problem. You know, make sure that you can figure it out for whoever it is, going through what, whatever they're going through. You're that fix it person. You're that the one that can always make it better, make it right. So along with that become a lot of pressure that you put on yourself and other people put on you too. And no matter how rough, how tough it get, you still can't show that weakness. You gotta, stand tall, suck it in, and make it do what it do. So no time for error or complaint.
That's right, man. Or you're gonna be called sassy.
Sassy.
Justin, man, you and I, we've been seeing I know you see men that have this issue dealing with their masculinity. I see men that deal with this issue over and over again. More and more brothers are coming to the therapy space, but it's still not easy to get them there. Sometimes for me anyway, I don't know what your experience has been, but it's been taking some convincing, man. But first, before we get into that, talk about some of the things you grew up. Where did you grow up anyway, brother? I don't even know.
I'm from LA, so
Okay,
I grew up in the Inglewood area, Inglewood, California, a little bit of Hawthorne, California. But when I say Hawthorne, most people don't know where that's at unless you're from LA. And so we had that mix of, for us, masculinity was that being tough piece, right? And so a lot of it comes from my dad. My dad growing up in Watts, California, and growing up in like peak gang culture. So it was always that preparation of what not to wear, what colors not to wear. You getting banged on in school every now and then, not as prevalent. And so somebody's always trying to test your manhood in a sense. And if you don't respond in the way that they're used to, or if you back away from that, then that manhood is often questioned, right? Whether you call, they didn't use the word sissy, they use other words, but whether you call sissy or whether you are called feminine was a big part of that growing up among just the boys in the neighborhood. As far as from other men, what I learned about masculinity is a lot of responsibility, especially growing up in the church. A lot of responsibility, having to be the leader, having to always have the answers, having to, I think Paul and Mike, you guys really said it quite a bit, not really being able to fail. And so not being able to fail, it puts a unnecessary amount of pressure on you. And a lot of times you might experience different areas, but that's kind of why I learned about masculinity, that and having a hard work ethic. I think work was probably the number one priority of what I learned about being a man. A man who doesn't work doesn't eat. And so a lot of identity, a lot of value attached to how hard you work.
Yeah, for sure. Kill, eat what you can kill type stuff, that type of mentality, man.
Hey man, I wanna throw one little extra thing, and I can't speak for everyone, but for me, I'm the oldest of my siblings, and I grew up in a household where my dad wasn't there. So those two things right there added additional pressure to the whole manhood thing, right? Because I got to set the example because I'm the oldest, and I got to kind of take on a manly role in the household because there's no father there present. So that, and different people are exposed to that at different ages. I was like 7, 8. You know what I mean? So from that point on, it was just one of those things that was kind of understood. It just wasn't said, but it was understood.
Yeah, and we might tap in a little bit to, I was raised also by a woman for the most part, and the added pressure of being raised by a woman, and seeing the lack of masculinity or the lack of manhood in the household, and not even being asked to, but wanting to fill that role or be, what you feel like your mother is missing, and putting that pressure on yourself to perform at a high level at all times. But listen, I want to play a video real quick, and we can come back and talk about it on the other side.
I think one of the most difficult things for us as men is that we often identify ourselves by what we do. Yeah. And when what we do is no longer the thing that what we can do, we find ourselves in a difficult place mentally because what I did was who I was. And that was a difficult challenge for me to transition out of ball because I didn't know who I was outside of putting a helmet on. It takes time to have an enlightenment that you are not what you do. And it took so much work. It took so much prayer. It took so much discovery. And then it also took unpacking because I had attached myself to what I did because what I did allowed me to be seen. And when we are not seen as men, we don't know what to do.
We don't feel valuable. We don't feel valuable.
We don't feel valuable.
We don't feel valuable if we can't do what people say we're good at. The entertainer I was is not who I am. You know, my 3S4 media brand, it's been great for me because now I'm able to make content and not have to always be the content, right? You know what I mean?
Man,
so I'm able to be free and I'm able to feel like, wow, I don't have to be the guy that's like, well, how do I look? How do I feel? You know, how is my outfit right? No, I could just be there and be me and just be. I've learned in life to just be sometimes.
I've been very vocal on this show about my legal situation and the things that I got caught up in. I was a teacher and a coach, and because of my legal situation, those things was taken from me, and I wasn't able to do them for a period of time. When that happened to me, and I couldn't, identify with what I was doing, and I lost complete sight of myself. Right. I sunk into a deep hole, and my depression was exacerbated by, it was already kind of there a little bit, but it was exacerbated by 1,000% at that moment. I ended up having to check myself into a mental institution because I had a serious breakdown, not being able to connect with who I was. I was Coach Joe. I was Mr. Corley. When you take these things from me, what am I? Who am I? I don't know. I couldn't figure it out. Justin, let me ask you, man, when you see that video, do you have experience with brothers coming in, identifying with what they do, and having a hard time separating that from who they are as men?
Most definitely. It's one of the main principles that I set my my masculine identity framework on. And I even have it on my website. You're more than what you do. Mm-hmm. And so for work, I work with a lot of veterans. And so a lot of veterans, as they're transitioning to civilian life, it's really difficult to detach from who you've been trained to be. And so we see that with a lot of men too. It's like, hey, I'm trained to be this stoic guy. I'm trained to be this provider. I'm trained to have a lot of my value in how well I'm able to give unto others, right? And you rarely see being able to give unto self. And so when a man is no longer able to do that, it hits him really hard. And it becomes very difficult to walk him through that process of, hey, you have to allow yourself to adjust to life challenges because that's just not the way that life works. And so now having to re-identify who I am as an individual and actually get to know who you are as an individual. Because a lot of us growing up, there was one time I wanted to be a basketball player. I am 5'7". I'm 5'8" on a good day. And I'm not athletic at all. But I was, you kind of socialize and this is what you do. And so when you're not able to fit that mold, you're like, what's next? Do I look at entertainment? Do I look at blue collar? Like you're looking at all these different things that we have associated with Black men. And so, yeah, I come across it quite a bit.
Yeah, so do I, brother. So do I. And like I said, as I was just saying, it's a challenge I had to overcome myself. And I do want to give hope to the brothers out there, man. There is a way out of it. There is light at the end of that tunnel. You can overcome when you start to unlearn some of the things that you have grown up with, identifying with masculinity. You can find yourself outside of what you do. Paul, you watched the video, man. Do you relate to any of those statements?
Oh yeah, most definitely. I mean, my biggest problem growing up is trying to establish some form of identity for myself, something that I could latch on to. My peers, they identified themselves with being medical students, going to be law school students, and all these things. I wasn't any of those. I was just a guy that played sports. And so I identified myself with just that, being athletic, playing basketball, running track, and getting a scholarship to a small community college. But when that didn't work out, I didn't know what to think of myself. I was straight up confused. I didn't know what to say. I mean, all throughout high school, didn't really take on any of the educational endeavors I needed to learn how to speak. I cursed I used curse words to basically, I used I used curse words to basically put sentences together because I just couldn't speak any other way, and fell into depression because I didn't really have the confidence to come and speak with people and everything. I just saw everyone else just blossoming with their own special identities, not knowing that they had their own particular problems that they were facing inside. And the only way I really found that out is, 10 or 15 years later, now that I'm in the position I'm at and speaking to those folks that I thought were the guys or whatever at that time, just really over there struggling with themselves. And so, a lot of that video definitely did speak with me, because if you have an identity that you've basically used to just kind of broadcast to the world that this is who you are, and then that particular thing that you basically show folks that you have value and just kind of disappears, you basically lose yourself.
Yeah. Mike, you kind of spoke to dealing with that, that mentality for a long time. And then I know that you've been very vocal on this show too about your mental health journey, man. I want to know from you, what was like the eye opener, or, one of the changing moments for you when you started to understand that you are more than just the man or the head of everything.
It wasn't a pretty situation. So basically what happened was, and it ultimately led to my depression, which led me to going to therapy. Like I mentioned earlier, being the head of a household, male figure in the house, since there was no man there, felt a sense of responsibility. Fast forward a couple of years ago, my mother was in the hospital, and they was having a problem, taking her blood and things like that. She had little small rolling veins, that kind of thing. So they just kept poking her. And it just got to a point where it was like, man, they just sticking her too much. You can see she's in the pain and she's not speaking up for herself. So normally whenever there's something going on with my mother, as a collective group, myself, my brother, my aunt, and my cousin, we get together and make the decisions for my mother when she's in the hospital, that kind of thing, right? But I am the legal power of attorney. Well, this particular time, my aunt, cousin, and brother weren't there, just me and the doctor. And I made a decision on my own without consulting with, the other family members, and to do a procedure on my mother. That procedure didn't go as well as it should have. And as a result, it left my mother with, she lost usage of her left arm and her left hand, right? So now I'm faced with a situation that I cannot fix. When basically my entire life has been, my identity was that fixer for everybody and for everything, right? So the one person that I've been trying to protect all these years, in my head, I actually caused more harm than anybody else could have, right? And that guilt just like ate me up. And that affected my identity, because I'm like, it affected me personally. I'm like, okay, I've always been this protector, this fix it, and I can't do this. So it rocked me to my core. Just knowing that it was something I couldn't fix for the first time in my life, it affected me and threw me into depression, man. And like I said, it's one of them things where you feel like you can get out at any moment.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna keep treading water. And man, my wife thought I was drowning.
What was the moment in therapy where you were like,
man,
God, what was the breakthrough moment for you in therapy when you were like, okay, this ain't natural?
It was a moment where basically he told me that moment don't define you.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You've been a protector, you've proven yourself, even though this is a situation that you can't fix, maybe it's not meant for you to fix this problem. Maybe it's something for you to learn. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And there was a reason why this happened. There's a reason why I can't fix it. It's a reason why I feel the way that I feel. I just had to find out what that was. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And to be honest, I'm still searching for that. But that was the moment when some of the guilt, I started working on the guilt part of it. And it kind of started getting less. And I still struggle with it a lot. When I see my mother doing certain things, that people with two hands take for granted. It kind of set me back. But for the most part, I'm learning how to get rid of that guilt that I've been holding on to all this time. So
right. I mean, that's the journey, man. That's the journey, having to understand, that, like you said, that don't define you. So, but that's a difficult thing to observe on a regular basis, man. So, thank you for sharing that with us. Justin, man, backstage we was talking about, you said you was doing some reading, and I wanted to give you, if you can, if you want to, give you an opportunity to talk about some of the like historical context and cultural context that go into shaping some of these illogical thoughts and intrusive thoughts that brothers come up with.
Oh yeah, most definitely. A lot of the historical context when we're looking at black masculinity, man, a lot of it's gonna have to do with you're dealing with racism, right? Looking at systemic racism, that's always going to play into it. And so I know people do connect it back to slavery. I kind of challenge that with the idea that slavery never ended. It just evolved. It evolved into black codes. It evolved from black codes into into kind of what we know to be the civil rights movement. And so all of those things affected how we had to operate. And so a lot of times growing up as black men and as black boys, we're told that one, we can't express the emotions because it's dangerous. Right? By being emotional and being reactive. I don't know if y'all ever heard this, but hey, you can't do it the white people do. You can't be cutting up like that. And so already having to be hyper aware of how I'm engaging with my space. And so I can't be too angry. Oh, I can't be too happy. I can't be too sad because I'm having to worry about how people are going to respond that are they going to read me in a negative way. And so a lot of that comes from how society reads and treats black men and black boys. A lot of times by the time you hit the age of 8 or 9, you kind of don't even feel like you get to be a child anymore. You're parentified in a sense. And if it's not by the role you take on in the house, it's by the people around you. Right, because now you're getting bigger, now you're getting taller. Another part of history too is the environment, and so for a lot of us, masculinity becomes the identity that we hold in order to survive the environment, and a lot of those environments are rooted in poverty. And so when we're looking at these areas, not to say that all black people grow up in poverty, but because of a lot of systems put in place, a lot of us are put in situations that are not always financially the best. And so, in order to operate in those areas, you're having to brought up tough, right? A lot of mothers talk about, I got to toughen up my son because he has to be more tougher than the world. And in doing so, we're taught to restrict our emotions, right? In doing so, we're taught that we have to be invisible in order to move on by. And so now, when we're in our relationships, now when we're fathers, when we're husbands, when we're trying to connect with community and friends, it's difficult to do so because we suppress a lot of these emotions for so long. And so a big part that I really look into is by connecting to yourself, you can connect with other people, right? By me understanding what I'm experiencing emotionally, I'm able to get a good idea of what my fully lived experience is. And then I can share that with other people. And when they share that with me, I know what they're talking about.
Yeah.
And so so that historical context kind of goes really, really deep when it's just looking at how does society view black men? How does our community view black men? And then how do we view ourselves in the role within that community of having to really uphold everybody?
Right.
I know it's not talked about a lot, but that becomes a big part of it.
Right. It's very confusing, man, because you're growing up and my mother told me, you got 2 strikes coming in the door. You already got 2 strikes, right? And this is very true. And she has to tell me that, what I mean? In a way, she has to tell me that, but also what does that do to my mindset? Like I have to temper myself in every situation. I have to be careful about the things that I say in every situation. Also, on the other hand, if you out in the streets, you better not let so-and-so, whoop your ass, or I'm gonna whoop your ass when you come home.
Yep.
So on the other hand, I can't be no punk, but I gotta be a punk sometimes. So you gotta try to figure out, what situation for what. I have to be masculine, so to speak, in a situation that involves me either defending myself or, somebody, wants to ride my bike. Can't ride my bike.
Right.
I'll take your bike, punk. And I gotta get off my bike and I gotta fight you for my bike.
Exactly.
But in some circumstances, if I fight, I could be risking my life.
Right. Dr. AJ Franklin, he talks about invisibility syndrome. And so I know Paul and Mike, I know y'all talked about only being seen when you're able to fulfill these roles. A big part of what he was talking about was with that invisibility syndrome, the main goal of behavior for a lot of black men is to protect my integrity and my respect.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to respect me. And in that respect, I'm going to get my integrity. You're going to see me as somebody that's worth it. And so you're having to learn how to maneuver those in two different spaces.
Yeah. And this is why we're having this conversation, right? Because this is a very difficult balance that we're being asked to maneuver through consistently. You know what I mean? Especially brothers who are trying to do something for themselves. You know what I mean? The ones that are operating in like as entrepreneurs or in the corporate space or whatever space you're trying to make something happen for yourself. You gotta live up to a certain standard. You know what I mean? At all times. You know what I mean? I'm gonna watch this other video, man, and Paul, when on the other side of it, man, I'm gonna get your reaction to it, man. Let me play it real quick, man.
We can't expect Black men to express themselves, to feel seen, to share their emotions, and then call them sassy the second that they do. Black men do not experience depression less than Black women. Let's be clear about that. What's happening is that Black men are being ignored and misdiagnosed due to biases stacked against them. This is a form of violence, a violence that starts from birth. A violence that tells Black men that they can't express their emotions. A violence that tells Black men that their worth is tied only to what they can provide tangibly, not for who they are or how they feel. Black boys are reared to suppress their feelings. They're told to be strong, not to cry, to man up. And then when they become adults, we expect them to know how to identify and express their emotions. This contradiction is not only harmful, it's deadly, and it makes absolutely no sense. When we talk about the stress response, the trauma response, we often mention fight or flight, but we rarely talk about freeze response. The freeze response often includes numbing behaviors. These are behaviors that are attempts to escape from the reality that feels unbearable. This can be excessive substance use, which is often dismissed or stigmatized rather than understood as a symptom of deeper pain, or worse, lionized as the best way to deal with your pain. Numbing behaviors like working and overworking, pushing themselves to exhaustion to avoid sitting with their reality, or engaging in promiscuity, using it as a means to momentarily escape the weight of their emotions and also avoid being present. These unrealistic expectations and societal pressures are often what lead to these numbing behaviors. It's not that Black men experience depression less than others. It's that their depression is systemically ignored and misinterpreted. And it's time that we stop ignoring Black men's mental health. It's time that we listen and validate their experiences and dismantle these harmful narratives, because Black men deserve to be seen. They deserve to be heard. They deserve to heal, and they deserve to grow old. So what can we do?
Listen, man, I just thought about something while she was talking. I was just doing whatever I can to survive my trial, right? Like I'm trying to stay mentally tapped in. I happened to be in the middle of my trial in a basketball league, right? So it's like my trial starts on a Monday and, it's a week long. And on Thursday, I have a game. So on Thursday, before my trial is supposed to end, I go to a game, right? I'm in the middle of my trial. I spent my day in the courtroom and I'm spending my night hooping in this league. And in the midst of this thing, I get into it with this ref, and he was really out of control. You know how them rec league refs be? They don't have no sense at all. They just there. And this dude muffed me. Like he muffed me, pushed my head. And man, I started to go, and then I immediately froze. I had that freeze response. And because I'm like, I can't get in no trouble right now. I can't do nothing to this man. So I just sat in the middle of that basketball court and started crying. I had no idea why. My reaction was just to start crying, because here I am, I'm being punked in real time. You know what I mean? And I can't do nothing about it, because if I do, I'm afraid of what the consequences are. So I don't have no context for that. I just thought about that story as she was talking, man. She said something about that freeze response, man. But Paul, man, you heard her talking, man. Do you ever feel the pressure not to reveal what you're going through out of either a fear of being looked at as weak, or feeling like you're going to be ignored anyway? Nobody actually cares about how you feel.
everything she said, I went through every single situation, every single stage, everything. Growing up, again, we were not told, basically, there's no such thing as depression. Shut up and get up and do exactly what you're supposed to do. Tackle your problems head on. That's the only way you're going to get out of it. Mm-hmm. So with that mentality coming into my marriage, fast forwarding all the other stuff that happened when I was growing up, I was like, okay, in order for me to look like the man here, I gotta act like I know what I'm doing. So me coming out of graduating from a historically Black college, working for a Fortune 500 company, Chevron, I was seriously intimidated. I thought I didn't know. I thought everybody in the company knew exactly what they were supposed to do, so I had to pretend. I didn't know how to ask questions. And every single year, my performance was not on par because I just was afraid to talk to people and act like as if I didn't know what I was talking about or I didn't know what I was doing there. And coming home to the house, I didn't know how to really express to my wife that, hey, I actually may get fired, because of performance. Mm-hmm. It wasn't until I got into a performance evaluation that I finally started taking control of my own career. But I was depressed inside, and how I dealt with that is I just continued working. I worked from sun up to sundown just to try to see if I can figure things out. And at the same time, I was at Chevron, I was studying for the CPA exam. And I took that same energy of avoiding my reality of there's something seriously going on here by focusing on the CPA exam. There were times I came home and I cried. I, for whatever reason, just went off on people for no apparent reason. And, funny enough, you mentioned your moment in the rec league. I was also in a basketball league, and this league was with all of my fellow coworkers. Everybody I know were there, but I was playing. For whatever reason, I just went completely off and tried to fight somebody over a stupid call. I literally put my hands on somebody, and the ref, instead of, for him, the ref kicked me out or told me that I was, suspended or whatever. Instead of for me to leave the gym, I stayed in the gym and continued heckling the person I almost tried to fight or kill or whatever until the game was over. The next day, people saw that, and I was just like, I really don't understand why I did that. I could have lost I don't know why I started flipping out, but yeah, just all that pressure of trying to be the guy and not being able to express any of my feelings and dealing with that depression by just working and trying to find some other form of identity for myself. Everything she talked about, that's exactly what I went through.
Yeah, 100%, man. Mike, man, sometimes that anger ain't got nowhere to go. I'm out crazy, brother.
Man, I used to be that little angry Black man every day. It had gotten to a point my grandson was like, Pops, why you mad today? This dude like 5 or 6 when he said it, like, you mad again? And that's what really, really brought to my attention how bad it was, but a lot of mine go back to growing up. My uncle always told me that ultimately a man is judged by how well he take care of his family, right? So there's that pressure of now I'm married, wife, 3 kids, no good example on how to be a husband or a father. So you just learn this thing on the fly. So my thing is my way or no way. And so I was loud, I was rude, putting the hammer down, that kind of thing. And as years go by, it's affecting my relationship with my wife, with my kids, that kind of thing. So my kids are grown. We go to counseling, and my wife go to counseling. And the hardest thing for me to hear in the counseling from my wife was that all those years, early on in our marriage, I silenced my wife. She didn't have a voice because I feel like I had to be the man, because I had that fear of failing her, that I felt like I had to do all this other stuff that ultimately was affecting my marriage. It's like I didn't recognize it, I didn't care. Because in my head, this is what it's gonna take to be this man for this family. And in the back of my head, all I'm hearing is like, I'm gonna be judged by how well my family is,
Yeah, for
And
sure.
yeah, and so that was the hardest thing for me that I would recognize and accept. And I just accepted this a few years ago, but then lately, recently in the last 2 years or so, my wife actually got her voice. And when she got it, she got it. And 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 I'm being more intentional on letting her have her voice and not silencing her anymore. So that pressure of just not feeling as a father and a husband put, like, man, I can't even describe the amount of pressure that put on you.
Yeah, man. Man, Justin, I was gonna ask you a question, man, but you chomping at the bit over there, man. Like you got something to say, man.
No, I'm just listening, man.
Nah, go ahead, brother. You got some reaction to some of this stuff, or
that is my face. My face is I'm reacting.
Yeah.
But but no, I love hearing y'all tell y'all stories because it's connected. I remember last year I dealt with like heavy pessimism. I didn't realize how bad it was. My wife was like, "Why everything you talk about, you complain about money or it's something that's negative?" And if I'm being honest, it was that pressure, man. It was very stressful, especially being in the counseling field. And you gotta, Joe, you know this. You gotta pay your way. Basically, you got to go through a whole 3,000 hour period to get in your hours, and you're not gonna get paid like a full clinician. And if you want to get your PhD at any point, you dang near got to quit your job. So every option I was looking at was putting me in this space to where I couldn't do what I felt I was raised to do. Right, that was to take care of your family, take care of your wife, be a provider, and it put me in a really hopeless space. I really was like, I didn't want to hear about no planning trips. I don't want no, like because all you think about is what you cannot do.
Right.
And that becomes all that you see. It's like, man, I can't do this, or I'm not doing that, or I'm looking at my bank statement and it's like, oh my God, what is going on? And so to hear you guys talk about that space of it's the pressure that really gets you. And so I tell clients all the time, you grew up hearing pressure makes diamonds. Cool. It does. You're not a diamond. you're a person. So I tell them all the time, I say, man, pressure makes diamonds, but it crushes people. And a lot of times we don't understand how that pressure is affecting us until we breaking down on the basketball court because we're in this space where we feel frustrated and helpless in the moment, or we trying to fight people because I don't got nowhere else to redirect that anger, or I'm trying to overcompensate for some of these feelings of who I think I'm supposed to be by feeling powerful in some way. And so we kind of all see these spaces. And so it's really interesting to hear those dynamics because we don't hear about stuff. And that was one thing I didn't like growing up. I did not have enough men be honest with me about they just did it, right? So I grew up watching my dad do everything. He paid every bill. He done worked 12-hour, 11-hour days, done took care of himself and a family of 7 altogether. But never really truly sat me down all the time and said, hey, this is not easy. And so you don't hear a lot of those stories till men get a little older. They got grandkids now. Now they say, oh, yeah, by the way, yeah, that ain't easy.
Yeah. Man, and to add on to that, talking about relationships and having men be honest with you, I grew up in an environment where, being a hypersexual, promiscuous man was considered cool, right? And not understanding that is the lamest shit ever. I didn't understand that. I mean, there's nothing wrong with, having a bunch of women if that's what you want to be. But if it's not what you want to be and you pretending to be something you're not, just to prove your masculinity, it's corny. You know what I mean? Like I didn't understand that. And I grow up now as a therapist. I'm talking to men who are dealing with some of those pressures and stresses that y'all are talking about, and they don't have the communication skills to say that to their wives. So instead of being angry or just being sad, they go out into the world and try to prove their masculinity by jumping up and down on some other women. Now, I by no means and making an excuse for brothers who do that. You know, you are responsible for your own actions, and you are responsible for learning the communication skills that are required for you to communicate to your wife. But I'm just saying, it happens. You know, it happens. And some of these historical contexts that we've given you, some of the pressures that we've given you are in the inability. Just you don't even know that you can just approach your wife and be like, I'm hurting. Okay. I don't have it today. I'm not strong enough to deal with this. I need you to lift me up, or I need you to help me lift myself up. Not knowing that you can say that to your woman if you have a good woman. You know, because everybody don't have a good woman.
That part.
And some women are going to tell you to suck it up, or I don't have it in me to listen to that, or you know what I mean, or basically call you sassy. You know what I mean? Like, this is what we talking about. This is why a lot of people are asking me in the chat, what does this mean? This is what I'm talking about. Instead of acknowledging that you're, like Justin said, that you're not a dime, you're a person, and pressure crushes people, and having the inability to communicate what those things are can cause you to do some things that you might not want to do, or you might not need to do. You know what I mean? Again, not making no excuses for no man, but I'm saying this is what happens. This is what happens. You need to have this understanding. This is what we talk about. This is what we unpack in these therapies, even these couple sessions too. This is what we unpack. We try to understand.
A lot of times it's not even that you don't feel like you can say it to your wife or your significant other. A lot of times you don't know how to say it.
Yeah.
That's for me, that's the biggest problem. I don't know how to express myself the right way so that my wife can understand what it is that I'm going through at that moment. That's always been my issue. And I'm trying to learn how to do that. But that's always been my roadblock, with my wife and my relationships in general. So, yeah. Not knowing how to say it.
Yeah. I know common things I hear with that too, Mike. A lot of men are scared to say it. I have quite a few clients who be like, well, when I do tell my wife these things, she either saying stop being so negative, or I start to realize she gets anxious. I think the anxious piece is a pretty big one, where my wife is getting anxious now, and now I'm having to factor in how my words are making her feel, and now I'm having to kind of flip my focus. Right. So if I tell my wife how bad my day was at work, now she's getting anxious thinking I'm about to quit my job tomorrow. I'm just trying to tell you I didn't have a good day at work. That's about it.
Yeah.
And men and women got to stop me tooing each other, man. Hey, it's gonna be some days where I'm not doing well. I can't hear me too. I can't hear that. Okay. I need you to listen and be present with what I'm dealing with. And when it's your turn, I promise to give you that same respect. And I tell you, I know it's hard out there for you, especially if you're a black woman. I know it's hard out there for you. It's hard out there for me too. And we have different circumstances. And I don't understand what you going through all the time, and you don't understand what I go through all the time. But I understand that it's different, and we have different perspectives and the way it affects us, and we should be able to talk about that without beating each other down. You know what I mean? So that's the hope, man. That's the hope, man. Let me play one more video, man, and then I'll get y'all reaction on the other side. What in the role reversal is going on here? Look at this guy. Is this some kind of, what's this mean, brother? I want to understand what this means, man. What are you trying to say to us right here, bro? Or ma'am, I don't know what you are, so we gonna let me see. Yeah, man. That's why this is why we
That's
Big
facts.
Mac. That's why we here, bro. And I really appreciate the fact that lots of men, come to me and tell me, hey, I needed this tonight. I needed this space tonight. We here to have these conversations, man. You know what I mean? Because a lot of times there are unique issues to black men and only black men understand, and we're gonna talk about those. We're gonna talk about those so you can feel seen, you can feel validated. We're gonna create a space for that, and it's not to bash anybody else or put anybody else down. It's just to say, hey, brother, I see you. I understand what that is because I'm going through it too. But let me get to this video, man. This last video.
Intuition is not a woman's trait. It's a human trait.
Yeah.
It's a thing that we develop. And we don't often think of Black men as having intuition, but it's like if you walk into any neighborhood and you're like, yo, something feels, bro, that's intuition. That's like your body and spirit telling you like, nah, something don't feel right here. For a lot of us, performative masculinity means A, I have to size you up, and B, I have to be prepared to defend my masculinity. And that might either be physically or verbally, right? So I'm going to tell you, I'm going to lean into the things that I think are desirable, right? I might talk about how much money I got. I might talk about my career. So I don't like when people ask me what I do. It's like my least favorite question in the world. Because it's like, it doesn't allow room for the person to just be a human without all the other cachet and attachments that we link in the labels, bro. Like I'm an influencer or blah, blah, like I don't care about none of that. So much of that is wanting to appear like we have it all together. It took a while for me to kind of remove myself from that. And recognize like I want to be able to be a safe space for brothers. I want brothers to feel like they're vulnerable, like you don't gotta be hard all the time. And also too, you get to be you just get to be present. So if you're feeling sad today, you get to express that. You also get to unpack the layers of sadness and anxiety and nervousness and being like, yo, I'm scared about this situation. I'm unsure about the situation. Performative masculinity doesn't allow us to be free, and it doesn't also allow us to speak our truth. You know, when we're like in our truth, then we just get to communicate.
Yeah, man, this is kind of what we've been talking about, right? This is what we're talking about, right? Performative masculinity, man. You know, I don't know how many times I'm in a room and I'm sitting there talking. I might be dressed like this, and you know, I get paranoid and thinking they treat me some kind of way, like I didn't, like I ain't got all these degrees and I ain't this professional man that I am, man. So you know, I'll be like, hey, you know what I mean? And that's ridiculous. I shouldn't feel like I have to do that in order to like measure up. You know what I mean? Well, Paul, you know what I'm talking about?
Oh yeah, most definitely, especially in the financial arena that I'm in. So I started my own firm, accounting firm, because I got tired of doing the 9-to-5 with the Fortune 500 companies that just refused to give me a promotion that I felt like I deserved. And, you know, I was over here making them all this money. I figured, okay, let me go ahead and do it on my own. The pandemic, when the PPPs and the EIDLs and the grants all came out, I actually got to see firsthand exactly how biased the society that we are in when it comes to distribution of wealth or money in general. I mean, if you were African American, I mean, you were the last to know about sensitive information that could really be life-changing. What people didn't know, that if you received a PPP loan, you could actually ask them to increase that amount. I didn't know that. So there were folks that normally got the $20,000, but then got an additional $40,000 on top of that. I thought it was mind-boggling. And then for me, being able to, I guess, reach out and go beyond speaking to African American folks, it was difficult. Like my Caucasian friends just didn't feel comfortable talking with me. And so whenever I would step into a room full of those guys, the masculinity I had to basically protect was, I belong in this room. I dressed up wearing suits, ties, and everything, and these guys were coming to these functions wearing jeans and stuff, because if I didn't do that, they would think that, oh, he's just here to just come and collect my plate and throw it away, or come and open the door for us or something, in the whole hospitality arena. And so with all of that just there, again, for me, I had to really put that poker face on that, I know more than anybody in the room, and really I didn't. And I was actually there to ask a lot of questions, but again, I felt insecure with asking even the slightest of questions, because people there, I felt like they were judging me. And, you know, because of my title and where I was at, I got thrust into another situation, being a CFO of a pretty big nonprofit organization, being forced to speak in front of people about money. And I didn't really know enough about the whole space enough to just basically be that person there. So I, again, tried to protect my masculinity by just overcompensating for it and studying and doing all these crazy things I didn't really need to, because again, I just couldn't be myself. I couldn't necessarily be vulnerable about stuff. And, you know, outside of doing all of that, I realized that I started creating this persona that I had everything together. And so because of me putting that perception on, people didn't feel comfortable talking to me or really asking me those questions that we both could basically benefit from and learn and grow together. And so I started kind of scaling back. I stopped wearing suits as much as I could, just kind of relax and tone down a bit so that I could just kind of like, you know, reach out and appeal to people. And so it's a learning process for me. I learned, you know, just basically just figuring out a way to just be vulnerable and just not really care about what people think. Yeah. It's really beneficial for, I guess, your audience and yourself as well. It's still going to take some time, but it's definitely getting there. It's definitely getting there for me.
Hey man, only running and owning your own business helps. That's for sure. You know, I can tell you that. I mean, I know that some brothers aren't in that position and haven't done it yet, or don't even want to do it. But you know, I was working at a clinic and they was on my head about me wearing a hat, and I'm in here with a group of teens who are talking about killing themselves and hurting themselves on a daily basis, and I'm like saving their lives, like literally saving their lives. I'm not exaggerating when I say that, you know. Mm-hmm. So you know, they talked to me about the hat, and I said, "This like as I was walking out the door, I was like, are y'all serious? Y'all not serious about what we're doing here? We literally in there saving lives. You think they don't give it? I need to look like this.
Yeah."
I have to, you know what I mean? I have a lot of suits and I like wearing them. I like dressing up. I like looking sharp, but I have to look like this. You know, sometimes I got to do both. I got to, and you worried about my hat. I'm literally here saving lives. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Y'all not serious, you know? But obviously no one understood what I was talking about, but
exactly.
Man, Mike, man, let me ask you, man, when you talk about your journey, man, and you know, what is the healthier version of you, the more humanized, you know, man, you know, you're still a man, you know what I mean? But what is this healthier version you look like? What are some of the things that you used to do that you don't do no more, but you still show up as a man?
Well, I tell you what I very intentional on doing now that I used to never do is tell people I love them. Mother, kids, friends, everybody. It's just something I'm more intentional about doing now, man. Usually if somebody heard me say that, it's like, you sick? Something wrong? Something you're not telling me? You know, that kind of thing. You know what I mean? Yeah. So that and just being welcoming and not intimidating. For people, for especially family members and friends, people I love, for them, I want them to be able to approach me. You know, I've always heard I'm an intimidating person, you know, that kind of thing. I always look like I'm mad about something. So just being intentional on being, you know, approachable. My attitude's still bad. I'll be working on that. I still had that little temper, that little James Evans that'll come out every now and then, you know, but try to suppress that as, you know, as much as possible. But the hardest problem that I'm having with that is people still judge me based on how I used to be and not how the person I'm trying to become. I struggle with that. Now, my wife see me every day. My wife's family see me all the time. You know, they live here in Dallas. My family lives, you know, 2.5 hours away from here. So they don't see me on a daily basis. They are having a hard time dealing with and accepting this new version of me. Yeah. They feel like I'm abandoning them, like I'm not doing as much for them as I should, because I'm learning how to say no. And that therapist, he just, you turn against your family. That damn therapist. Everything is a therapist's fault. You know,
I don't hear that therapy shit. I don't want to hear that therapy.
Yeah, I'm like, no, this is Mike finally setting boundaries. You know what I mean? and a lot of people don't know how to accept that. But yeah, man. And so it's not things that I used to do. It's just things that I'm trying to be more intentional on doing now on purpose to show people that I love them, tell them I love them, and just being a different person. Trying to break old habits. It's hard, but trying my best to do it.
Yeah, man. I get that same stuff, man. I don't want to hear none of that therapy shit, man. Get up out of here with that. And it's like, ever since you started going to therapy, ever since you became a therapist, you start trying to communicate and talk different and all of us. Like, man, but this is what we should have been doing. Like, this is what I'm trying to. And I was doing it wrong before. You know what I mean? Don't get comfortable with me doing the wrong thing, brother. I'm trying to be what you need right now. Justin, let me ask you, man. It's probably some ladies out here. Like, man, we are identifying some of these issues and some of these symptoms in our men, and we don't know how to foster, intimacy or open them up to communication so they can be whatever they need to be, man. What do you say? What do you say,
man,
to them?
To them, wives, mothers, sisters, daughters, aunties, best friends. Man, I say give them that space. Like it's like the golden rule: do unto others what you want done unto you. Right? The same way that I would hope, your partner, your father, your uncle, your spouse, whoever is giving you kind of like what Mike said is allowing you to have a voice. It's the same way that you allow your husband to have a voice. I would really say challenging themselves to check how they may have internalized patriarchy. And what I mean by that is, well, my father didn't do that, or my grandfather wasn't like this, or the men that I'm used to wasn't like that. I think that's where a lot of the sassiness comes from, because as men get to know who they are more and connect to their emotionality more, now you're having to realize you have to make space for a completely different person. Kind of like what Mike was saying. My family's not used to the version that sets boundaries. A lot of our wives, a lot of our mothers, a lot of our, maybe women who are close peers, they may not be used to giving us that emotional space. And so when you hear a man talk that way, you can come up with, oh, he's just complaining, right? When in reality, he just wasn't talking a lot. And so now it's being the safe space, recognize when I'm overtaking that space.
Yeah.
Right? Am I allowing my anxiety to run this conversation? Am I allowing my fears to run this conversation? And when I feel that rise up in my body, to kind of check it, to say, hey, he needs this right now.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
No, it makes total sense, man. I try to explain it to when I first started like talking this way, my wife hated it, bro. Like hated it. I'm like, listen, you're not listening to my feelings. You're not validating anything I'm saying. You're just trying to be right. She was like, I'm not validating. She's like, I can never say anything right. You know what I mean? That's what she was on. Like, I can never say nothing right. And I'm like, it's not that you're not saying it right. I need you to listen to me and understand and validate that you hear me. I'm not asking you to defend yourself or explain why you showed up a certain way. I just need you to know that this is the way that I feel. And, I'm just trying to express that to you. That's it. I don't always need you to fix the situation where, she's just used to trying to fix the situation and do something differently. Like, oh, it must be on me that you feel the way that you feel. I am your wife. I need to fix this thing. And I'm like, that's not what I'm trying to say. I don't want you to defend yourself at all. I did that because of this and that. No, I don't need that. I don't need that. Just understand that, this right here, this makes me feel really sad. This right here, this makes me feel unheard, and she's getting way better at it now. But in the beginning, hated it. Well, I just want to, can we just argue like normal people?
Hey man, can I touch on something real quick? It's kind of off topic. It's just a very defining moment for me. Was like I said, grew up in the house when my dad wasn't there, and I always promised myself I'm not gonna be like my dad when I grow up. He wasn't no man. He didn't take care of his kids. This kind of thing. So I developed like this anger, toward him. So I followed the example of my uncle. He just everything he taught me wasn't right. You know what I'm saying? But he was the best example that I had. That kind of thing. So fast forward, a very defining moment for me was when I found out the history of my dad, how his dad didn't tell him he loved him, show him any emotion. He just when my grandmother passed away, he just kept him just for the and his sisters just for the sake they don't go in the system. He didn't really love him. He just took care of him, that kind of thing. So he had a father there, but he ain't showing no affection at all.
Yeah.
And so fast forward to my uncle, his dad wasn't in the house with him either. So he followed the pattern of my grandfather, who was a real stern, heavy-handed guy.
Yeah.
So the defining moment was I'm following these people as examples, and I'm getting angry because I'm finding out the things they taught me wasn't right. But the thing is, they couldn't teach me anything because they didn't know it themselves. I'm asking something from somebody who never had it, and they don't have it to give to me. That was my defining moment in my masculinity, manhood in general. My dad wasn't taught love and affection, so he didn't know how to give to me and take care of his kids because his dad didn't want to take care of him. My uncle didn't receive that type of affection, love, from a mother and, that kind of stuff. So he didn't know how to pass it on to me, my brother, and my cousins. So I ain't had nobody to teach me. And my examples couldn't give it to me because they didn't have it themselves.
Yeah.
And so when I realized that the anger I have, toward my dad and all that, I just let it go. Because you can't hold something to somebody that they don't know to give. They don't know how to give.
Right.
So that was a very, very defining moment for me in my masculinity and, in general, because they wasn't emotional. So my thing is, I am going to be emotional now. So that was my turning point. Yeah.
No, that's a big. Go ahead.
Now I was gonna say masculinity is showing emotions.
Yeah,
and it's okay. It's okay to do that. So
it's the most masculine thing you can do, man. Fellas, it's the most masculine thing you can do. And piggyback on what Mike said, man, I get clients in the room all the time that have those same experiences, and they start talking about their father. And I say to them, I listen to them first, and when empty, I say, hey, you know what, man? Can you give me $1 million? And they were like, no, man, I'm not gonna give you. I was like, why can't you give me $1 million? Well, for one, I don't have it. And I say, neither did your father. He couldn't give you what he didn't have. He couldn't give you, you looking for this certain way to be loved and certain way to be held and for him to show up a certain way. Well, he don't have that. And most likely his father didn't have it to give it to him. And that's, it's going back to some of the historical things that Justin was talking about earlier. I mean, it's just generation by generation. We just really getting to this.
Yeah.
We just getting to this, man. Like I said in the beginning, it's still some of us that are struggling with masculinity. Sometimes I know better, and sometimes I still struggle with it in different spaces. We all know. I know better.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And I just don't want to be, looked up at it as weak sometimes, man. But listen, man, I'm gonna give y'all an opportunity to close us out with what your main takeaways was, or what you want brothers to take away from this conversation. Whatever you feel like closing this out with, and if you got any business that you want to promote, go ahead and do that. We got a couple of 100 people here watching us tonight. And but Paul, go ahead and go first, man. What's your main takeaway? What you want to close out with?
I mean, my main takeaway that I can definitely take from this here is that the moment that you can start being honest with yourself and being okay with being vulnerable, that is the only time that you can basically grow as an individual, as a person, in spirit, and all of that. Working as a tax professional and talking with people, I learned to listen and relate to the individuals I'm talking to, because I made the exact same mistakes. I didn't know any better, just like they did. And still to this day, I'm still learning. And I want people to know that I'm still learning. And so whenever I come off as, as somebody that is at your level, that's when they're open. They'll be more open to me, and we can basically bond in that regard, and not just in that arena, in all other phases as well. Just like what you said, Mike, about, learning how to tell people that you love them or that you care about them. I didn't do that either. But when I started actually implementing that type of behavior in everything that I do, that's when people started opening up to me. And and now I'm basically growing as a person, because I'm actually able to see that, yeah, this person is going through the exact same thing that I'm going through, that I've been through. I'm not fighting this alone. It's not just me. And I just think that's a very powerful thing for everyone to take from this whole podcast that we're doing today. I mean, it opens up so many doors when you finally tap into your vulnerable self.
Yeah, man. I don't want anybody to think you down at H&R Block, man, down at the grocery store.
No. Anyone that goes to H&R Block, man, you just you're over there messing yourself up. No, I'm a certified public accountant, CPA. I stepped out on my own because I knew for sure I wanted to help people. I love educating folks. That's my main passion. So when I do someone's return, we're going over the whole thing, and I'm telling you exactly why we got to where we were and what we can do to improve. And then the biggest thing really is how to be able to substantiate your position, because the IRS loves asking stupid questions. And 9 times out of 10, the person asking that question, they don't even read the same information they have on their own website anyway. So I mean, that's what I love doing. I've been doing it I've been practicing on my own for 4 years, but I've been dealing with taxes for like over a decade or whatever. So
where can the people find you, brother? Because I vouch for you. He does my taxes. Paul does my taxes, man. He does my tax returns, man. So for me and my family. So where can the people find you, brother?
I mean, you can definitely find me on my website, www.pcanaccounting.com, or you can find me on my Instagram, PCANCPA19. That's when I passed my CPA exam, and that's honestly another journey in itself. That's definitely a great way to reach me, or you can email me at info@pcanaccounting.com.
All right. Thank you, brother. Mike, man, what you got for us tonight, man?
Man, I'm in this men's group. We get together every other Saturday. That's how I met Joe, actually. It's like a group of 15 to 20 of us black guys that get together on a call every other Saturday morning, and we discuss topics like this. It's our safe space, right? So in one of those calls, the topic for the day was, what do you want your legacy to be? Everyone was talking about how they want to have money for their family, different things like that. So when it got around to me, I said, I want my legacy to be that I'm the turning point in my family for me and showing love to those around me. Everybody's like, what? I'm like, yeah, that's what I want my legacy to be. You know what I'm saying? To be that change, because those that were the example for me, they didn't do it right. And I took on all their bad examples and stuff, and I applied to my life, and I messed up a whole lot of stuff. So I want to start something different. So I want to be that person that made that change for the men in my family, so that now we'll start going in a different direction, showing love, that kind of thing. So I said all that to say that it's never too late to make a change. If anybody can change, if I can change, anybody can. Because trust me, I was dead against it. I fought as hard as I could, But when I gave into it, I fell for it real hard, and I love the person that I'm trying to become. And so it's never too late, man. And don't let anybody define what your idea of masculinity is. Find out for yourself. Each person is different. Find out what their definition is for yourself, and be true to yourself.
Man, good, bro, man. Man, I had to take a deep breath on that one, brother. Oh, man, hold on, man. Lee. Hey. Justin, what's up, man? What do you want to take? What do you want us to take away with, man, and share how people can find you if they're looking for your services, brother?
Yeah. A lot of what Mike said, really, it's I would say learning how to meet yourself where you are. And I think that's where we start to redefine what masculinity is for us, is being able to acknowledge that I don't have to be how my father was before me, or how my father's father was, or what people expect of me, especially if I'm starting to notice that it's harming me. more than helping me. It doesn't mean I'm weak. It doesn't mean that, I can't live up to what is demanded of being a man. But what it does mean is I might have to reassess on what being a man means to me. Because if I'm over here trying to be somebody that I'm not, it can cause me a lot of problems. And so meeting yourself where you are, once you do that, getting a good idea of who do I want to be moving forward. How do I define masculinity for myself? Um, as far as my services, again, I'm a therapist. I love what I do. I specifically work with black men. That's my goal. Working with black men connect to their emotions so that they can connect to the emotions of others and allow themselves to live a full life. I really want black men to have community. I want black men to have friends. I grew up around black men not having friends. Ain't nobody but their family and they work, and that's it. And if you ask them, they'll tell you, I don't need nobody else. I got my family. Who else is important? And so being able to help men connect to that community, help them connect to a sense of self that goes beyond the work that they do and who they think they need to be. As far as reaching out to me, I'm on Psychology Today. You can type in Justin Owens. I'm located in Dallas, Texas. I do a lot of virtual sessions. I help men work on managing anxiety, managing stress, dealing with identity, depression, trauma. I do all of that work. My website is owenscounselingandconsulting.com. So www.owenscounselingandconsulting.com. And so that's my direct website if you just want to see more of the things I'm all about. Again, I'm open. I'm accepting clients at the moment. And so that's going to be open for most of the year until it isn't. And hopefully I'm able to see some of you guys who are on here today.
That's right, bro. Hey, and we're going to see you again, right?
Oh, well, please. Yes, sir.
All right, man, my brother. Yeah, man, I'm just going to close it out by saying, so first to the ladies, you don't deserve, I know it's hard out there for you. You don't deserve the abuse and to be cheated on and all the things that come with dealing with a black man who has not understood or dealt with his emotions. Sometimes if you're not going to leave, I want you to understand how to handle those situations. Like I said, you don't deserve it. But if you're going to stay, then you've made a choice to deal with it. So I'm going to tell you that being combative in those moments is not going to help you. It's okay for you to set the boundary like, hey, I don't deserve this. This is making me feel a certain way. But at the same time, I do want to be here for you. I don't want this, and then set the consequence to some of these actions. If you don't go to therapy, if you don't get help, if you don't deal with these emotions, I might be able to leave. But if you just sit there and stay and take it over and over and over again, then you are partly enabling the behavior. And to my fellas, man, go seek help, man. All your anger, your emotions is not, listen to your emotions, okay? Anger is a secondary emotion. It's not meant to be what you think it is. Whatever you are yelling and screaming about is not really what you're mad about. You're really just scared and afraid, and you don't know how to deal with it. And I'm telling you that right now. Every single time you get mad, you were probably scared or afraid or both. And you're not understanding what you need to do with those emotions. And I'm telling you, those anger is not serving you. Other than to indicate to you that you need to go get some help. That's the only real service that it has for you. And if you find yourself in them situations, listen to these brothers here, man. Go seek out Justin, go seek out myself. My website is right there, realuconsulting.com. We're trying to take and lead as many brothers as we can to the healing space, and help them be able to function normally in society, without the anger. But it's tough out here, brother. I'm here to tell you it's tough out here. We're not going to discount your situation and tell you just can't be mad. No, man, it's hard out here. It's hard out here for us. All right. And there are certain circumstances that make it harder. But we can deal. We can figure out together. We can have communities just like this one, just like the one Mike talked about that we in on every other Saturday. We can have communities like that where we can gather and deal with our emotions together, man. Be honest, because we all dealing with the same stuff. We just don't want to talk about it. That same brother is is dealing with anger. He's dealing with infidelity issues with his wife. He's dealing with erectile dysfunction, all the things. All the brothers is having, is porn addiction. And Mike didn't want to join me on that porn addiction conversation. We ain't that
No,
vulnerable.
sir.
Ain't that vulnerable, but
I'm not there yet. He's still working on me, brother.
but it's plenty of brothers dealing with this type of stuff, man. So if you can get into a space where somebody's gonna be real, like, yeah, I'm dealing with that too, brother, it normalizes it for you. You can start healing from it. So, Big Mac, no erectile dysfunction. You ain't want to join me on that conversation, huh? Okay, I ain't gonna call you for that one, Big Mac. All right. Good night, y'all. Listen, I love y'all. Come back next Tuesday. I don't know what the topic's gonna be, but it's probably gonna be good. All right. I hope you enjoyed yourself. All right. Good night,
Thank
y'all.
you. All right.
Hi, y'all.
I was blind, but now I can
Yeah, calisthenics number 12. Yeah. Fly robotics. Bifocals, my only purpose is to feed the locals. I'm spreading love when I see you and gotta approach you. I see the goodness in you, I wouldn't John Wick you. I know you hustling for your family just to pay the fiscal. I see the God up in you, you bless your physical. While we navigating problems, the world is abysmal. Skip the one up, let's get it to the center. Your house is big as mine, we can always help each other. Affirmation smother, it ain't even cost me a dime to uplift my brother.
Yo, what's up, everybody? It's your man, Joe Corley. We live tonight, man. As you can see, man, I'm showing up by myself, man. And we're going to talk about some of the things that are facing us in the new year and how to overcome them and, how to push through. And, I'm hoping to get some participation from the crowd to find out, what everybody's on and how everybody's planning on moving their year. I've been really busy trying to figure out what I was going to do this year. So I didn't really have a huge topic centered around the day, but I got some stuff coming up for y'all this month. But today I was like, but I didn't want to disappoint y'all. So I'm here tonight to talk about whatever y'all want to talk about and then share some things about, what I got coming up in the new year. I am really, I know a lot of people don't believe in New Year's resolutions, and some people do. Some people look at this as an opportunity to start fresh. I'm personally somebody who needs an opportunity to start fresh. Like, I've really been trying to make extreme changes in my life, and things are really, moving for me at a different rate than they've ever moved before. So I'm excited to, have a conversation with y'all, man. And let me know in the chat, man, like, how do y'all feel about New Year's resolutions? I'm waiting for y'all to tap in and talk about some of these things, man. Like, we trying to move forward. What are the challenges that y'all are seeing in trying to make changes in your life? What are some of the struggles? I mean, it's really an opportunity for you to, as you see, I'm usually in a chair at a desk, but today I'm coming to you live from the couch. I'm right up on the couch, so let's get to it. I'm on the couch. I'm going to put y'all on the couch, and we're going to have an opportunity to talk and give you some time with an actual therapist. We don't have to get too deep, but we can get as deep as you want. But, I want to give anybody an opportunity that, wants to ask a question, or if you even want to cam up for a second and come on live. I'm inviting you to do that. All you got to do is kind of let me know what it is that you want to do. I got a couple of videos or some things that I've seen, online that was interesting to me. And I want to share those with you and then have a conversation about those. So that's a lot about what we're doing tonight, man. So I really want to talk about, first of all, some of the pressures of having to do more. What does that look like, especially for Black men? I can speak to that because I am a Black man and I talk to Black men on a regular basis. So we all have, I'm going to say we all, but there's a good number of us that feel a pressure to do more every year, level up, so to speak. And what are you doing to level up? What are some of the challenges that you're facing to level up? You're feeling beat down, you're feeling unheard. More and more, the suicide rates and the the self-harm rates and all the levels and numbers of depression are going up for Black men, and those are just the ones that are reported. So I know that a lot of Black men are being silent. They're eating it, and they're just, not talking about it. So I'm here to tell you, first of all, what we got to do, if nothing else, is get on these couches, man. Get on these couches and really start processing some of the things that we've been going through in a real way. Let's talk about all the trauma that we've experienced, all the things that we have labeled as normal, but they're not really normal. They're not really normal. It's okay. I keep telling y'all over and over again, you cannot heal what you don't reveal. So I've had clients come to me and tell me some things that they've been holding on to for 30 plus years. You wouldn't believe it. Grown, what y'all would consider masculine Black men coming in talking about a cousin or an uncle, touched them inappropriately, or actually physically, penetrated and assaulted them sexually. And they've never been able to talk to their significant other, or even their mothers, about it. They just kept it to themselves, and they've been holding on to that. And what is that doing? That suppression is causing anger outbursts. That's what it shows up as a lot of the time, because that's all we know. All we know is anger, physical violence, all these other things that we're masking as masculine behavior. We're masking as masculine behavior, when in actuality it's just a ton of fear. A ton of fear. So tap in with me, y'all. I really want to hear from y'all. Y'all being quiet so far. I see the numbers, trickling in. But if you're just checking in, let me know. Let me know that you're here. I want to see you in the chat. I want to hear your resolutions. I want to know what are some of the things that you have coming up for the year. Hey, Dr. Vibe, how you doing, brother? Definitely tap in with me if you're out there. I would love to hear from you today. Anybody else, let me know. I got one of my brothers backstage already. I'm going to bring him up and have a conversation with him about, some of the things that he's going through, all the changes that are occurring in his life, positive, negative, and, any challenges that he might be facing in the coming year. Let's Herbert Handy, what's going on? We talking about resolutions today, brother. You got any? I'm out here. I'm up here alone, but I'm ready to talk, man. I'm ready to anybody to come in and have a conversation with me. This is something new, so this is very uncomfortable for me, man. Being up here alone, man. I'm not gonna lie to you, but I wanted to try something new, man. I wanted to give y'all some space to talk to me, because I'm always talking to y'all, presenting topics, and I'm gonna keep doing that. Don't get me wrong. This is not gonna be like a regular thing or a regular format, but I want to give y'all an opportunity to talk to me. Yeah, Dr. Vibe, I'm gonna send you the link, man. I want you to join, tap in, and get backstage, and I'm gonna pull you up when it's time, man. If you don't mind, I'm gonna send you the link in a minute. So listen, I want to talk about, before I bring my brother Walter up, man, I want to talk about Black men having difficulties dreaming. Okay. I've told y'all time and time again, and I'm not going to argue with nobody about it. We are a traumatized people. We are. And because of that, we struggle dreaming. We struggle seeing past the possibilities, As a matter of fact, I'm going to bring Walt up right now, because I know, I'll bring him to the stage. Brother Walter, what's up, man?
Nothing much, man. How you doing tonight?
I'm good, brother. I'm good, man. I was getting ready to talk about dreaming, man, but I wanted to bring you in because I know a little bit about your situation, and then, you kind of found success later in life, right?
Yes.
And and I know some people are of the mindset that it's too late for them, it's too late for them, and I want to be able to have a conversation with you about what it means to kind of not let go of the dream, or even just realizing the dream and then pushing forward to be like, I can still do this. I can still make this happen for myself.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
I do. I think a lot of people don't have the faith, like you mentioned during the intro, that we have trouble dreaming. And I think, that's definitely a true statement, but I think it's related to generational traumas, and we don't even see it as Black people, men and women. I think for me, I was able to, I guess, just grasp who I am. So I hold on to I make a plan and I hold on to it and shoot for it. And my life has shown that, tenacity and discipline will get you there. So for me personally, I don't have a problem seeing the dream. I will say though that living in this skin can make it hard to accomplish our dreams, no matter, what our determination and discipline looks like.
Yeah, I know the kind of brother you are, man. So I'm hesitant in asking you this, but I'm gonna ask you anyway. I'm gonna let you handle how you handle it, man.
All right.
Do you have any resolutions for this new year, or do you?
No.
I know you don't think like that, but I want to ask you anyway.
I don't make resolutions. I feel like life is a day-to-day experience, and we need to be ready in the present time. Be here now, to quote Ram Dass. So, of course, when the new year comes, we all think about what it's going to look like. So I don't have any resolutions, but I do have some goals that I have set. I think I set them in 24 though, just about what my 25 and beyond will look like.
Yeah.
So not necessarily resolutions though.
Better question for you is, what are you not coming in with at this 25 that you don't want to have on your way out of 25? I know you got to answer to that.
I am getting away from living up to the expectations of others. I have found that a lot of my life to date has been about that, even subconsciously, has been about living up to the expectations of others. And it's funny for me because I've never been a guy that really cares what people think about me. But when it comes to my closest people, my circle, I definitely have tailored my life to look like they might want it to look, as far as my accomplishments and, my ability to provide and to be a good friend and a good brother and a good husband. So I'm just leaving alone the idea of, living my life based on conditioning and based on what my loved ones think.
Yeah. So you've had this pressure in the past, is what I'm hearing. Living up to people's expectations.
Yeah. I find that, I have been successful in life. And I was just talking to my brother yesterday, and he mentioned some goals that he had for this year. And I was like, man, that's crazy because our goals probably lined up last year. But this year, I was like, I couldn't be further away from how you're thinking. So it's definitely going into 25. My desire for, I don't know, financial accomplishment is not what it was last year.
Yeah, we're gonna talk more about that in a minute, brother. That's a word right there. When you're getting away from just trying to make the money, chasing the bag, as the young folks say, man. You don't want, it's something deeper to it. You're in pursuit of something deeper. And speaking of the young bulls, man, I'm gonna bring one to the stage, man. I got my young bull backstage, man. My young brother Khalil. What's up, man? How you feeling today, brother?
Man, I'm blessed. I feel good. I can't complain. How y'all feeling?
Yeah, man, you breaking a record, man. You like, for the new format, man. You like the youngest cat on the show that I had, man. So I'm happy to have you, man.
That's typically how it goes, man. That's typically how it is.
I'm
Youngest
glad I
one in the
nailed you
room.
down, though, brother. What's up with you, man? How's your New Year going so far?
Man, it's good. It's good. I can't do too much complaining. I was kind of sick past 2 weeks, so I kind of got a late start to the new year this year. But all in all, man, I'm good. I can't complain. I'm ready to get it going.
Before I ask you something else, man, let me ask you: you got any resolutions for the new year? Anything you trying to pursue this year that you wasn't pursuing last year?
As far as the resolutions, I kind of resonated with my guy here at the time. I'm sorry, what's your name, boss? I didn't catch your name.
Walter.
Walter. So I kind of resonated with Walter a little bit on the resolutions this year. I couldn't come to any resolutions or anything that I necessarily just needed to get done. But I will say that there are a couple things that I'm focusing on, just as far as not waiting on other people to go out and start different endeavors. I like what Walter said earlier as far as not living up to expectations as well. I feel like I've found myself in that hole a lot last year, just being so young in the industry that I'm in, as far as the real estate industry goes. So, just not putting a cap on my limits this year. I'm trying to do everything that I said I was going to do last year. I'm gonna just go ahead and do it.
Is that overwhelming for you?
It's very overwhelming. It's hard to figure out to where even to start at. That's where I've been in this office past week, just trying to lock in and write down different ideas, the pros and cons to different things that I could start. But it's definitely a struggle, but I'm enjoying the process, though. I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, man. I'm looking at me doing I gotta put my therapist hat on for a second, man. I'm looking at your body language, man, and the anxiety is showing up in you as you're talking about it. So that made me ask you the question, man. Like, are you comfortable with the things that you're saying, man?
Yeah.
But I know you a driven dude, man. So
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm a big fan of yours for a long time, man.
I appreciate it.
I'm gonna show it's a rough 24, man, for some of us, man. For rough 24 for some of us, man. What are you happy to leave behind in 24, Khalil?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
What am I happy to leave behind in 2024?
Chew on that, man. Chew on that. Walter pretty much already told us, man, what he leaving behind, man. But I mean,
what are we leaving behind in 2024? I would say procrastination. That's one. Procrastination has to be left behind in 2024.
Yeah.
I think that'd be my biggest one. Just stop procrastinating. And that just kind of falls back into what I said earlier as far as not waiting on others to try to make that next move, and just going out, doing what I need to do in order to put myself in a position that I want to be in.
And listen, I know you're probably not the only one out there that struggles with procrastination. I want to talk to the brothers about that, man. What it means to build healthy habits, one on top of the other. When you build healthier habits through like micromanaging your situation. I mean, if y'all watched the show earlier, Constance is always talking about how you eat an elephant one bite at a time. It's taking one thing and changing that small habit and leading into a bigger habit. So like you take forever to, I don't know, write in your journal or whatever. So you combine that habit with whenever my feet touch the ground or before I grab my phone, I have to write in my journal. You make it a have to. I have to write in my journal before I touch my phone. And then you hold yourself accountable to those things. And then it becomes a habit. And then you have to force yourself to do it anymore. And little stuff like that is how you eliminate procrastination for anybody out there that's struggling. If you have a problem with procrastinating, man, tell me in the chat, like, what are you struggling with as far as procrastination goes? Like, what are you struggling to do? Tell me what you're struggling with, and I'll try to give you some free game on how to overcome it, one thing at a time. These are some of the things that we talk about in therapy, man. All right, man. I got some more cats backstage, man. I'm gonna bring them up, man. Let's see what we got. Dr. Vibe, what's up, brother?
Everything's up, my brother. How are you?
I'm good, man. How you feeling?
I am blessed, highly favored, a magnet for miracles, solution for someone's problem, and blackalicious.
Always got a saying for me, brother. You got something going on? You got something cooking in the new year, man?
I got lots cooking in the new year. Absolutely, because I'd rather be dead than bored.
Yeah. Well, I mean, anything like leaning towards resolution, or like some habits you trying to change, or anything like that?
Well, one of the things that I want to let go of is anything I didn't succeed in 2024, because a lot of people beat up on themselves, and because I didn't achieve this, they sort of put themselves down. So I just say to myself, let go of the things you didn't achieve last year. It's a new time, it's a new day, and like think forward and enjoy the journey, because too many times I know people that they're only going to get excited when they hit that end goal, but celebrate the wins along the way. So I want to celebrate myself because I just have a mindset that I don't worry about what I don't have, because what I have is good enough. Yeah. And I just got to always remind myself of that.
Yeah. Listen, I appreciate that, man. Part of my mission for the year is trying to help as many brothers as I can change bad habits and unlearn some of the things that are labeled as toxic masculinity, unlearn some of these things so that we can push ourselves forward in the coming year and be better sons, be better fathers, be better brothers, friends, husbands, all the things, right, that are limiting us because we have these bad habits in us and these wrong ideas about what masculinity is, what about being what a black man is, and pushing these things aside and trying to overcome so that, we're not getting beat down by some of the things that we're struggling with today. I want to play y'all a video. Excuse me, y'all. I want to play y'all a video, man. I'm going to get y'all reaction to it on the other side.
The alpha male, myth or mandate? The alpha male concept originated from the studies of wolf behavior. Ethologists, experts in animal behavior, studied hierarchies within wolf packs and labeled the dominant ones alphas. But unfortunately, as a result, masses of men believe that displaying animalistic behavior is the only way for a human male to lead, unaware that the alpha wolf theory has since been debunked. Yet still today, if a man demonstrates self-regulatory skills or shows support and kindness, he's labeled a beta, as if compassion and self-control or cooperation were somehow lesser traits. In my new book, The Man the Moment Demands, I share how the so-called alpha male mindset is often just a defense mechanism, emotional armor to hide personal insecurities, childhood abuse, or unresolved trauma. Even wildlife biologists have widely abandoned the term alpha because research has shown that most wolf packs are family units led by a breeding pair. So essentially, the alpha isn't a lone male wolf, but a male and female leading a family unit together. Let that sink in. Men, it's time to drop the alpha male label so that we can evolve past this outdated myth and gain a deeper understanding of who we really are. Comprehensive men.
Now listen, I know that. I know that to be as fact. I study that, I talk about it, I push it. But sometimes somebody runs up. If I'm out here hooping or something and somebody's talking crazy, my first instinct is to try to whoop ass. And I hate that comes up for me. I have to remind myself that, if I don't whoop this dude's ass, it doesn't make me less of a man. You know what I mean? It doesn't drive that, it doesn't drive or push my masculinity. But Walt, let me ask you, man, when you listen to that, man, what comes up for you?
That I have never considered myself an alpha male, but some people that I know have. Like, So I find that interesting. You know, I definitely have exhibited some of those quote unquote alpha male traits throughout my adulthood. But I've never looked at myself like that. What the brother said about the male and female unit being the alpha, I have always felt like that. I mean, you know, some of my philosophies as far as that goes. So I can really, what he says resonates with me. I agree with, you know, with pretty much everything he said just now.
Yeah, yeah. Khalil, man, I know you a young guy, man. So you still in there, man. It's a lot of things that, you know, we can operate as older fellas that we got to miss. But, you know, for you, especially in this generation, talk to me about, you know, what you feel when you hear that video.
Yeah. Alpha in my eyes always kind of meant leadership in a way. And so within that video, I never felt like it had to be necessarily an alpha male and or alpha woman within a relationship. I just feel like if we're both leading, kind of like what he said, then, you know, we're alpha as one. But man, I'm just now starting to kind of get a hold of this topic. Being that I am a younger guy, it took me some things, you know, within my relationship to kind of figure this out. When he was speaking on this, and just knowing that there's different ways to lead, and there's also right and wrong ways to lead as well. And so this is something that I'm still learning. This is something that I'm still trying to figure out as well. But everything that was said in the video, I definitely agree with, for sure.
You like 25?
Yes, sir. I'm 24. I'll be 25 in July.
Okay. Yeah, you light years ahead of me, brother. I can't tell you what I was trying to understand at 24, man. You light years ahead of me with just even saying I'm getting into the topic of understanding what alpha male. I was still, you know, pretending to have sex with a bunch of women at 24 when really I wasn't having sex with none of them. I was having like, yeah, man, I'm out in the streets, down left and right. But that's what you had to do, man. That's what you had to do to fit in, brother. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm saying it loud now, laughing at it, man. But I feel like, you know, at the time, thinking back on it, like an idiot. You know what I mean? All the things that I was trying to keep up with that, you know, didn't really define me. What about you, Dr. Vibe? What do you think about when you see that alpha male video, man?
So many thoughts. One of the thoughts is letting go. You know, he was talking about many men have this thought of being an alpha male, and we need to let go of that. And I can relate to that because when I was younger, Khalil's age, and when I had hair, I thought the way to be as a black man was to be an alpha.
Yeah.
And in my journey, I realized that getting the career, being number one, all that wasn't all that. Relationships, family, friends have taken me further in my second half of my life than the first part of my life.
Yeah.
And I also say that even strong men suffer. Even strong people suffer. So we may think we know some tough men out there, but what's going on underneath their cover? As you know, Joe, you assist a lot of men that are suffering in silence who we would think are strong.
For sure. And to say more about that, when you think about that alpha, I can't, there's no such thing as regrets, right? They say that. You shouldn't say should, because you can't go back in time and change none of it. But I look at that as a matter of a fact that I lost so much time and good years trying to prove my masculinity with this alpha male mentality, man. So many damaged relationships that were actually good for me. Like I let good people, and now I understand the value of good people. You know what I mean? I didn't understand it back in my 20s because, you know, you think that, you know, you're going to just run into a copious amount of good people in your lifetime, but it's not the case, brother. It's not the case. Like when you get somebody good in your situation, you gotta nurture that relationship. You gotta take care of it because you don't know when it's gonna come back around like that. And you know, you brothers disagree with me, let me know. But I mean, you let me know, talk to me about, you know, what you've understood about just good relationships, Walter, in your time now as you look back and probably appreciate good relationships more?
Hey man, I think this is a topic where I don't know, just hearing you ask me that question, I felt a cynicism that I don't have in life. Just looking back over, like good people are few and far between, like in life, period. And so appreciating when you have a good friend or a good person in your life is paramount to pretty much anything else, because we came here to help each other. We came here to support one another. So it's important that we find people that we can support and who can reciprocate that type of love.
Yeah. Yeah. I want to also, when we're talking about things you understood and moving forward as a young person, because I'm getting inspired by this young brother sitting in front of me, man. Let's talk about a little bit about financial literacy, man. You know what I'm saying? Let's talk a little bit about financial literacy, man. I know that, you moving in a healthy way, Khalil, and I respect it. But before I get to you, I want to go back to Dr. Vibe and ask him, like, what are some of the things that that you are understanding now that you didn't understand before, as far as like financial literacy and your ability to be profitable?
Well, a great question. I think profitable financially starts with being profitable mentally.
Yeah.
And if you're not having the right mindset with money when you don't have it, don't necessarily going to be improved when you do have it.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So for me,
wow.
Here, Dr. Bob.
You said a word, brother. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Yeah. So for me, I learned along the way, right? I like many of us probably here and people watching live on replay, I made my financial mistakes, but it really started to hit. I'll give you a real quick story. My father's still alive, but about 10 years ago, he called me over, and I'll shorten the story. And he gave me a piece of paper and he said, open it up. I open it up. It's his will. He says, everything's paid for.
Oh, wow.
And then he said to me, I don't owe nobody nothing.
Yeah, that's powerful.
It's powerful. Yeah.
So let alone a black man telling me that, my blood is telling me that. So that started to accelerate to get my financial house in order and get my ego out of the way to reach out to a brother to help me navigate some of that, because too many of our brothers are dying with a bill, not a will.
Yeah. Come on, man. Come on, man. Let me tell you something. Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead.
So I've seen that too many times. And sometimes I will ask a black man, do you got life insurance?
Yeah.
Especially if they're black men with children.
Yeah.
And I say, what sort of legacy are you leaving them?
Yeah.
So I'll just stop there. I could go further, but I hope what I'm sharing is somewhat positive.
No, man, for sure. I mean, listen, I got married in my late 20s, 27. And prior to that, I did not know or understand anything about life insurance. I had no intentions of getting life insurance. I probably wouldn't have never gotten life insurance if somebody hadn't approached me with that and started talking to me about, like, somebody had to come to me, and what he was trying to do was trying to get me to sell it, but I was like, well, let me talk to me, man. I might be willing to be a customer. I'm not a salesman, but talk to me about, the benefits of this. You know what I mean? And then understanding that it went to a different place, man. But I didn't have that. I mean, my father died when I was 16 years old. He did not leave me with that information. My mother died when I was 15 years old. She did not leave me with that information or any life insurance. And, my mother died wrongfully at a hospital. So we got a little bit of settlement from that. And I'm gonna just be honest, I got about 80 racks when I was 19 years old. I didn't buy a property. I didn't take a vacation.
Wow.
I didn't, man. I didn't do nothing productive with this money, man. I just blew through. I was 19 years old. I was like a freshman in college or a sophomore in college. I had no idea. I dropped out of school, opened up a chicken shack. I did that. I guess that was somewhat productive, but I opened it up with my stepfather, who was a scam artist, scammed me out of the money, and I blew through that 80 racks in probably less than a year, man. He didn't have nothing to show for it. As a matter of fact, I came out of that situation with debt. So that just goes to show you, man, what understanding finances can do for you, man. I just blew the funds.
Wow.
Embarrassing myself. I had 3 cars. I was embarrassing myself. I had 3 cars. I had a safe in my bedroom. Like, brother, what are you doing, man? I had a new computer. It was embarrassing, bro. But Khalil, man, let me ask you, man, what are you thinking about when you at this age, when you talk about financial literacy, man? What do you know? What do you understand? What questions do you have, man? You might know more than us, man. What solutions do you have?
Man, I've actually been blessed to be around a lot of male figures in my life who are very financially successful.
Right.
My stepfather, who introduced me to real estate, he's been successful all his life. That's all I've seen. When I was 6, I was getting talked to about credit, and how to use the white man's money versus using the money that's in my pocket. So that's something that I take very seriously. And like Dr. Bob said, I believe it all starts up top. You got to be wealthy up top first before you can be wealthy in the physical aspect. And so my advice to anybody is if you want some financial literacy, go find somebody who's successful and who's doing what you want to do, and you get around them and you ask them how to get to where they at. And I feel like that's been my best route, just being around certain mentors and certain guys who have a great understanding of financial literacy. And so,
how many of your partners understand that? How many of your partners understand that right now?
Very few. All my guys come to me when they talk anything about finances. I'm the one who kind of introduces the credit and the real estate and the property management to my guys, and they kind of look at me with a blank face when I talk about it. But I know I got a little bit more work that I need to do that's gonna kind of give them that boost to believe in what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I feel like people, especially with my generation, they got to see it first before they believe it. And so once you can put the results on the table, I feel like it's up from there.
Man, you got to be what you're trying to see, man. You got to, you can only lead them so far,
Absolutely.
But just your influence, that little ripple you put in the water, man, you have no idea what the kind of impact or effect it can. But listen, everybody out there in the chat, man, talk to me, man. What do you knowing and understanding about financial literacy now that you want to push forward? I don't want to necessarily encourage you to have regret, but just some things that you've maybe learned along the way that are in your, DNA or your makeup now that you didn't have before. Just talk to me a little bit about it.
So, Joe, can I just step in for a minute and just step back? And Khalil was talking about procrastination.
Yeah.
Just a suggestion. This is what my major mentor taught me a few years ago. And this is for everybody here, I just make suggestions. I don't tell people what to do. I just put suggestions out there. When you're going through procrastination, number one, almost everyone does. So don't beat up on yourself.
100%.
Number two, when people are going through procrastination, they're saying, what happens if I don't do it? Flip it and think, what happens if I do it?
Talk to them.
And then the third thing is, who wins when you do it? You're gonna win, and at least one other person's gonna win.
Yeah.
And then finally, celebrate it because you got something off your plate. Just a suggestion.
You got to know that's 100%. You got to celebrate the wins, man. Or you're going to just get, engulfed in the failures. So every single time you have a win, you have to celebrate. You have to make that a habit. I'm talking to the chat right now. You know what I mean? I'm talking to the chat. Walter, man, I know you was an extremely talented brother. At any point in your life, you probably could have been wealthy. You know, talk to me about what you're feeling and what you're thinking behind this. As we talk about finances right now.
What Khalil said about growing up and being educated from a very young age about credit, I think is something that is missing from our culture. First of all, we have a school system here in this country that does not educate its people in the ways that they should be educated. Just to put it, bluntly, I did not start paying any attention to my credit until I was 40 years old.
Yeah.
And before that, I abused it because I didn't understand it. And because I think about the line in the Good Times intro, easy credit ripoffs. This is the mentality that our people have, that is ingrained into us, right?
Yeah,
we're getting away with something by operating in that mindset. And so I had to learn that, as Khalil also said, credit is a tool to be used to our advantage. Robert Kiyosaki says, use that to become wealthy. That is not a bad thing if you're utilizing it with a strategy. So I think, that's the thing that really, I think about as far as our people, our culture, and what is missing. Like, we could make leaps and bounds of progress if, more families educated their children on financial literacy from a young age.
So let me ask you follow up, man. What prevents somebody who has talent or many talents from pursuing these things and overcoming and pushing yourself to a space where, you could be comfortable?
Ignorance and trauma.
Okay. Yeah. I'm glad you said that, man, because that's exactly the answer I wanted from you, man. To understand, guys, the stuff, I'm talking again to the chat, man, the stuff that you're having a difficulty overcoming, even something like procrastination, like you say, Khalil, like even that is a result of ignorance or trauma. I'm gonna say or, not both, because you might be ignorant, but you can be traumatized and unknowing that the trauma is preventing you from pushing past what you need to push past in order to succeed. Some of those things or some of those steps that Dr. Vibe was giving y'all to push past some of those things, you might need to process. And listen, I know a lot of brothers personally as a therapist that tell me, hey, I'm coming to see you. And then I never see them. You know what I'm saying? And then I never see them. I'm like, bro, you said I didn't ask to come see you. Now you said, hey, I'm coming to see you. Okay, brother, when you coming? Someday.
Hey, as Dr. Boyce says, don't make it someday, make it today.
Yeah, brother, you gotta come, man, because you gotta even if it's just one session, man, you gotta come and get at least an understanding of some of the things, just try to unlearn and untangle some of this mess to get it off your back, brother. And I'm gonna say it over and over again. Black men, we are traumatized people. I don't give a damn. I don't want to hear that, man. I'm not taking the victim mentality. I'm not taking the victim mentality either. I'm just stating the facts. We are traumatized people, man. These things happened, and they're happening in our country. And sometimes you need a little extra to help get them off you. And it's not even about race. It's about our own circumstances and our own culture and our own people, pushing us and holding us down. You know what I mean? I'm gonna play another video, man, because I want to talk about how we showing up in relationships in a minute. Because this episode going faster than any one I've ever had, man. I thought this was gonna take forever.
Why does my husband shut down every time I try to address issues with him? I wish he wasn't so immature. What your husband is doing is something called stonewalling, which doesn't really speak to quote unquote his level of maturity, but rather his inability to cope with marital conflict, which a lot of men struggle with. When You address an issue with your husband, you might be coming from a place of criticism, meaning that you're using words such as always or you never. You're attacking your partner's character versus their behavior. So your husband starts to feel flooded and he shuts down as a way to protect himself against the perceived attack or to try to preserve your relationship because he doesn't want the conflict to escalate. But while he's trying to preserve your relationship, he's missing out on that connection that you're deeply searching for in that moment. All you want to feel is heard and seen, but you feel rejected by him shutting down. And you probably get louder trying to pull back his attention, but it just causes him to withdraw even more.
Man, let me give y'all some of the freest game that you're gonna get. Okay. When we're talking about stonewalling, that's just 1/4 of what we call the 4 horsemen of communication. We know when you see the 4 horsemen coming, that's bringing death. So if you have stonewalling involved in your relationship, then that's an indicator that your stuff might be ending or you're holding on to something that's not working for you. I often tell couples in relationships, when you are giving somebody the silent treatment, that is a form of abuse. That throws people off every time. That throws people off every time. But that is mental abuse. I'm not making that up. That's not my opinion. Okay. That's what it is. You're in a relationship, not talking to your partner is mental abuse. 2 things can also be true, though. You don't feel safe having conversations with your partner, right? So you're feeling unheard and uncared for. At the same time, your partner, who knows what they're feeling when you're stonewalling them or not talking to them, but that's not healthy. Whatever the reason is you're not talking to your partner, the fact is that is not healthy. But don't let me be taking up all the time, man. Walter, I want to ask you, man, when you see that clip, brother, what comes to mind for you?
That I have dealt with that a lot from the flip side.
Yeah.
I'm a communicative person. I'm gonna talk. I'm gonna say what it is. Everybody is not that way, and I hope none of the female watchers get offended by what I'm about to say. But I have found in my life that a lot of times women tend to shut down in this way more than we do, and just that's a I don't know if it's a defense mechanism or if it's a weapon. Because it can be utilized in both ways, but I find that happens a lot, even not just in romantic relationships. I can, my mother, my aunts, like they get upset and that's their go-to. Like they will ignore you and give you the silent treatment. So,
it's a trauma signal, when you shut down like that. And some people do use it as a weapon, and some people use it as a defense mechanism. So it can be both, and women do it too. I want to make sure that I see pretty much down the line split evenly between men and women and all the couples that I see. One person is overly communicative and one person is communicative and one person is the shut down person. It might be the man, might be the woman, who knows? But Khalil, man, you growing in you in a relationship, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. What comes to mind for you when you observe that clip, man?
A lot. I'm a victim of it. I shut down. Me and my girl get into it. That's actually one of the reasons I had to reach out to coach here myself, because I honestly didn't know how to express myself. I didn't know how I could express myself in a way that my partner could understand. And even on the flip side with her as well, there was times where she feels like she doesn't know how to express herself to me. And I feel like it all boils down to, like you said, trauma, just things that we've seen growing up, things that we've been around, how our parents interact with each other, how, different experiences that we went through. And so this is something that I'm still, again, another part that I'm trying to learn, as far as just being vulnerable. And this is what I call the alpha. When people say alpha male, I would say me being vulnerable, showing my woman that I can communicate to her effectively, that's me being an alpha man. You know, I feel like that's how I take that term. And so it's something that I'm still working with, something that I'm still trying to learn. But yeah.
Yeah, brother. I mean, you're not alone in that, man. A lot of black men struggle with taking that step. I personally struggled for many. I was probably in my 30s before I started realizing that, you know, I was lying to my wife about dumb stuff. You know, like if I move a glass in the cabinet, she'd be like, "Who moved this glass?" I'm like, "She must have been one of the kids." You know, I'll be lying about dumb stuff, bro, because I don't want to. You know what I'm saying? I don't even really understand why. I didn't understand at the time why I was doing that, but it's because I didn't feel safe at all. Just talking about little stuff like that. I felt very insecure to be like, I made a mistake, to admit to her that I made a mistake of some kind. You know, I didn't, I didn't put the pot back where it was supposed to go. I couldn't tell her like I made a mistake, because if I told her I made a mistake, then somehow that's me admitting that I'm not a man. Little stuff like that, and it's a lot of brothers that experience that, man. They can't just go out and say honestly what's going on, like, hey,
Coach, I think a lot of that too. Sorry to cut you off.
Go ahead, brother.
I think a lot of that too comes from, especially with my generation and just things that I've experienced. I mean, people like to throw that stuff back at you in heated times, in heated moments.
Yes.
When things aren't going right, people tend to kind of reflect back to that vulnerability state of the other person and try to throw it back in their face, and it makes that other person really not want to open up at all to anyone, And so that's something that I definitely am trying to get over and get past as well.
No, you hit it right in the head, man. And if I was thinking, I would have said that's part of the reason why I was doing what I was doing as well, because I didn't want it thrown back in my face. Right. And that's something that my wife had to learn. Like, she had to learn how to communicate with me. I had to learn to communicate. It wasn't just a one-way situation, but I am responsible for what's on my side of the street. I can't be like, oh, she's not changing, so I'm not going to change. No, I'm still trying to push through my communication, still trying to say what I got to say, at risk of her throwing it back in my face, which is a high possibility. You know what I mean? So, man, that's a good point that you brought up, brother. Dr. Vibe, what comes up for you, man?
Wow, there's so many knowledge bombs being dropped. I don't know what I can add on, but what I will say, if you're in a relationship with a partner, wife, or whatever, make sure it's built on a friendship before you have the relationship.
Yeah, for sure.
You got to have that friendship. And I've invested in myself, and I've read a lot, and I've spoken with people, especially people who are ahead of me in this game called relationships, to get their insights. I think also, too, a big thing in regards to this is admit when you're wrong.
Yeah.
It's a challenging thing for men in general. I think it's even a bigger challenge for many Black men. And when you're admitting you're wrong, you're admitting it to yourself first.
Yeah.
You got to accept that, like, a mistake is a moment. It's not a person. Right. And admit and be ready to and just develop those conversations, those relationship things. I think also too, if you have other good Black men in your circle, I have a few of them. We have vault conversations.
Yeah.
So everything that's said, it's like a bank. When you go in a bank, they have that vault. The money inside there is locked.
Yeah. No, it's locked. Yeah.
It's locked, and it stays with us, those vault conversations.
Yeah.
And if you can have them with your partner, even better.
Right.
Man, God. Yeah. I mean, that's important for sure, to understand that the value of a friendship that you could have with your partner.
Yes.
That, to me, and that's just missing me, a personal opinion, like, that is the most valuable part, of my marriage has been sustained for, 17 years because we are friends.
Mm-hmm.
And at the end of the day, I know that if anything were to happen to us and we were having to split, I feel like we will remain friends, because we've built a friendship that is, the groundwork of it is just our friendship, man, at the end of the day. You know, we have difficult days, that's for sure. But at the end of the, you know, when something's going wrong, you know, I want to talk to my friend before I want to talk to almost anybody.
Absolutely,
100%. Hey, Coach, I got a question for you.
Uh,
What do you think is the best strategy or the best way for a person to be able to open up? Like, what is it that you think is stopping us from opening up?
The main thing is perspective, right? So let's just say y'all have you and your girl had an argument, right? Over something like, you know, cleaning up the kitchen, right?
Yeah.
Y'all start talking about cleaning up the kitchen, and 5 or 6 minutes later, y'all like screaming at each other at high levels. All right.
Literally.
Oh,
A diaper, just a diaper.
Just a diaper, you know what I mean? But in actuality, you come into my space, I'm gonna be like, y'all didn't argue over that diaper. Y'all didn't argue over that kitchen. It was something else. It was an underlying issue based on emotional triggers that go back before y'all was probably even together. So understanding what those emotional triggers are, and like, okay, when you leave a dirty diaper here, it reminds me of this. So I just go way off. So you'll be less inclined to do that, knowing that it's your girl's trigger. She'll be less inclined, like, what made you all of a sudden go up and start yelling? She'll be less inclined, and maybe it's the way she spoke to you. She'll be less inclined to speak to you that way, knowing that is a trigger for you and it escalates things for you. So once y'all have that conversation, you'll be more willing to, just one conversation about emotional triggers, y'all will be more willing to share what those triggers are and try to have a conversation. I always explain it like this: so y'all on the same team. So why would you try to shoot at different baskets? That doesn't make any sense. Y'all are on the same team. Y'all want the same thing. So if y'all are arguing, it's a waste of time. Y'all basically playing defense on each other. Now y'all might have different play to get to the bucket or get to the end zone. Y'all might have different plays and disagreements about how to do that, but y'all both want to score. You know what I mean? That's, you know, and it doesn't matter who's scoring. You know, we want to win together. So ultimately, any arguments that you're having are ridiculous.
Picking that up like that.
Yeah, there's more to it, man. There's a whole lot more to it, man. There's like things you have to eliminate. I'm gonna give some more free game out to the chat, man. The things you have to eliminate for your conversation to have a healthy relationship. Criticism, for one, okay? Instead of saying, you know, this kitchen is always dirty, you dirty bastard, I'm tired of you, da-da-da-da-da. Look, I get really flustered when the kitchen is dirty. Could you please help me clean it? That's it. What you really wanted was the kitchen clean. So all this criticism and all that talking shit that you was doing, calling him a dirty bastard and a slob, was unnecessary when all you wanted was the kitchen clean. Just tell him how you feel. And, you know, attach a feeling to it. I'm flustered. I'm frustrated. I'm tired. I'm unhurt. All the things. Okay, baby. I understand that. So criticism, contempt. That's get that out your communication. That's that's sarcasm. You know what I mean? That's all the down talking and, you know, all of the back talking that you do. You know, just again, go to say what you feel. No criticism, no contempt. Just say what you feel. Period.
If I could add something, Joe. And the Me Too syndrome. It's not time for that. If we're having a discussion and I'm trying to express, or let's say my wife is trying to express something that I've done that, you know, stepped on her toes. It's not time for me to say, well, you do that too. Or you know what, I hear you, but you know, it's not time for that. So listening, being still in those moments is also another important way to come to a resolution.
100%. That back and forth is not helpful. Not helpful. You have to understand where your partner is coming from. And the Me Too comes from what the third horseman I was going to bring up is defensiveness. Okay. You got to get the defensiveness out of your conversation, you know, whereas you're somebody who doesn't like to be yelled at. You can't be like, oh, you know, well, you know, it ain't my fault that you did this, that, and the other. No. I just don't like to be yelled at.
Mm.
whatever the reason you yelling at me for, I don't want to be yelled at, because once you start yelling at me, I'm checking out. So every single time a person is coming to you to try to express how they're feeling and you start defending yourself, you are making a mistake. Your job is to validate those feelings and ask what that person needs. You know, that's it. That's it. And the last one is what that brother talked about in that clip, stonewalling. When stonewalling goes two ways, you either shutting down or you're the person like following your partner around the apartment trying to get them to talk when they're not ready to talk. You need space. Y'all need space. Okay? So take your space, but you have to come back to the table. It's not unlimited space. What do I need? I need an hour. Give me an hour so that I can process everything, and then we're going to have a conversation. Because if you don't give me this hour, this conversation is going to go terrible. I need an hour, but you got to come back. You got to come back. Okay? So criticism, contempt, defensiveness, stonewalling. Those are the 4 horsemen of communication. When those things show up, your relationship is in trouble, and you definitely need to tap in with a counselor. I'm going to show one more video, man, and then we're going to close out, man. I really appreciate y'all brothers showing up tonight, man. I had no plan whatsoever, and y'all brought the show good quality, man, so I appreciate you.
What do you think I need to hear most from you, and why?
I think you need to hear that you are worthy, that you are loving, that you are deserving, that you are human, that you are trying, that you are a man, whatever that may be for you, that you are healing, you are growing, you are not your past, you are not your parents, you are not what society puts on you, you are not a stereotype, you can love. Your journey is purposeful. I think you need to hear those things because even though we're not together, I know I assume your spaces are not as safe as what we were allowed to create in our relationship. So I think you needed those words of affirmation. You needed a reminder.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Right. I played that for a purpose. I want brothers to know that it's okay to ask your woman for what you need and say that whatever she's doing or not saying is hurtful and bothersome, and not have to worry about like being called a beta or soft or any of them things. I know personally I need affirmations. It's tough out here. And sometimes I need somebody to tell me that, you know, I'm doing good. That's just what I don't know what that, you know, what opinion that makes someone have of you or whatever, but I need that. So I'm going to openly tell my wife, hey, I can't just have criticism all the time telling me what I'm not doing. I need a bigger, hey, you're a good father. Thank you for that. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to give y'all brothers an opportunity to talk about your feelings around affirmations, you know, whatever those may be. So I'm gonna start with you, Dr. Bob.
Yeah. For me, I just tell people I'm not a Superman, but I'm a Clark Kent getting a little bit better each day. Right? I make mistakes. I do my best to admit them. I spend my time to say I'm sorry, and I mean it truthfully. Not just, oh, I'm sorry. I want to look that person in the eye and say I'm sorry. So it's really important. And I love that clip there because I'd like to know how many brothers who are watching this have had that moment in any sort of relationship, whether it's with a lady, mother, father, sister, brother. Though that wasn't a long clip, but look how much it meant to that brother.
Yeah.
It's not how much time you have, it's what you do with the time that you have.
Yeah.
So tell the people that are close to you, whether it's partner, whether this is what I need from you. And I will do my best also to provide what you need. We need to have those one-on-one times where we just say, I need this.
Yeah.
So I'll just leave it at that. I think it was a great clip.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. Walt, what you got, man? How you feel about that clip?
I think that we all need those affirmations, but I'm going to say that I affirm myself daily. Of course, I appreciate, hearing it from elsewhere.
Yeah.
Every single day I start my day with affirmational music. I love music. And so when I rise, it's two brothers named Chris and T, and their music is just about uplifting themselves, which, listening to it and singing along with it uplifts the person listening. So I start my day daily with some type of media that is uplifting, and I talk to myself in the mirror. And I think that's something that a lot of people miss. Tell yourself you love yourself. Tell yourself out loud. Don't say it inside of yourself. Get in the mirror and look yourself in the eyes and know that you accept you. I think it's very important.
I just want to chime in here for a suggestion for brothers. Have a motivational playlist.
Definitely.
Just building on what says, like Walter just said, I have songs that if I'm on the down,
they
get me up. Like one of those songs is Optimistic by, can't remember who's, Sounds of Blackness.
Sounds of Blackness, brother. Minnesota's finest. That's my
There you go. There you go. So I have my motivational playlist that when I'm going through a dip, it brings me up. But if I'm high, I also have that too.
Oh man, Walter, you got a question out there, man. So I'm gonna post it before I move on to Khalil, but I'm gonna say too, man. Yeah, I got my lift me up playlist as well, man. Somebody said I listen to Paul Wall. That's hilarious.
Just Tornado, one of my family. She's here. Good stuff.
Yeah. Hey, listen. What do you say, Walter?
What do you say to a man trying to get to a place to self-affirm? Again, talk to yourself in the mirror. If being affirmed by people that you love is important to you, tell them that, so that they can add it to their daily to-do list. But most importantly, I can't stress enough: affirm yourself. Affirm yourself.
Yes. And I'm gonna add to that, Just Tornado, because some people might have difficulty getting in the mirror and talking to themselves because they struggle with the truth. And oftentimes you're going to have to be pushed on the truth. And if you're not able to do that for yourself, I'm going to tell you to go to a therapist that's going to hold you accountable to the truth about yourself. So you might have a tendency to put yourself down over something that is just not true. So like, I'm going to listen to everything that you're saying and be like, well, such and such is telling you that you've done this for them and you've been there for them and you're this for them and that for them. And you're sitting there telling you like, no, nobody appreciates me. That's not what you told me. You're lying to yourself because it feels safer to put yourself down than to tell yourself the truth that, you actually are talented. You are loved, you are cared for, you are appreciated, So if you struggle with talking to yourself in the mirror, then go see somebody straight up. All right, Khalil, I'm gonna let you close this out, man. What you got?
Man, I wanna start off first by saying I appreciate all three of you brothers for the amount of wisdom and how much y'all done just helped me out within this conversation. This is a very powerful conversation that we just had. So I appreciate y'all. But affirmations, that I think it's something that, at least for me, is something that I kind of assume. I kind of assume this person knows I love them. I assume this person knows that I think they're doing good or they're doing the right thing. And so I sometimes catch myself and I have to tell myself, like, it's okay to tell them that. It's okay to let them know that, that they're doing good. They're a good father. They're a good mother. Because I do I do realize how much it affects me when I hear it. I don't always think that I don't wake up every day, and I probably should start doing the daily affirmations like Walter said. But I don't wake up every day and do daily affirmations for myself, you know. But when I do get those comments on social media, or I get that text from one of my close homeboys, and they're telling me that, hey man, I see what you're doing, I'm proud of you. It gives me a sense of motivation. It makes me want to keep going. It makes me want to be better. So I definitely think they're powerful, and it's definitely going to be something that I try to incorporate in my day-to-day routine as well.
No, that was a gem, Walter. That was a gem you dropped, man. A lot of brothers don't know that. I personally, as much as I do give myself, I've never thought about like listening to a music in the morning that affirms me, man. That's something new on me. I'm gonna try that myself, honestly.
I'm about to go look at myself in the mirror right after this conversation. Right after this conversation.
I will validate. This is one of the most confident brothers I've ever met in my life. You know, I love his energy, man. That's why I'm always gonna have him around me as often as I can. So thank you, brother Walter, for that, man. I appreciate it, man.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna close that out, man. I really appreciate you, brothers. Like I said, man. Well, Khalil, man, what's that? Is that Check on Your Strong Friend store? Is that somebody else's clothing line, or is that you?
Yeah, me and my boy Cedric out here. He got a
talk about it, man. Cause you got a couple hundred people right now watching, man. If you want to talk about your clothing line, man, go ahead.
Yeah,
bro.
man. If y'all all go check it out. It's called Check on Your Strong Friends Mental Awareness. Just kind of reaching out to those who maybe you may think they're strong, you may think they're not going through many things, but man, at the end of the day, you never know what somebody's going through. They could be the strongest person out there. You know, they could seem like the most confident person out there. But deep down inside, man, it doesn't take nothing but a conversation, a quick phone call, quick text. That's actually something that I've incorporated in my day-to-day now, is that I just try to send out 5 texts every morning. I don't care if I haven't talked to you in 10 years or if I talked to you yesterday. Hey, man, congratulations. Hey, man, I'm proud of you. Hey, man, if you need anything, reach out to me. I'm here. And so that's just kind of the narrative that we're pushing with the Check on Your Strong Friends. So go to my Instagram. It's all on there. Check it out. Y'all need any help trying to figure out how to get some, you can always hit me up.
Bet, man. I'm gonna go get myself some immediately, my brother.
You know I got you, coach. Don't worry about it.
Okay, cool, man. I need that hoodie, man. I seen that hoodie, man. I said I need that. So I had to make sure I asked you about it, man. Sure. What before I go, what inspired you to do that, man?
Man, my boy Keith Miller III, man. It was just kind of crazy how it all lined up, because I didn't bring this idea to the table. My boy Cedric brought this idea to me. It just happened to be a couple months after my close friend passed away, and so that's why I'm pushing this narrative so hard. That's why I'm pushing this brand so hard, because I know it's other people like my brother who were probably in the same situation, feel like they ain't got nobody to kind of talk to, or maybe we feel like they're strong, that they don't need nobody to talk to. Deep down inside, like I said, you never know what that person is really going through until you hear it from them themselves, you know, and even then you still don't know, but at least you can say that you tried.
Yeah, I figured that, man. I just wanted to ask you that, man. I appreciate that, brother. You know what Keith meant to me as well. So
absolutely,
you know, we can have a conversation about that another time, man, but
always.
I appreciate that you bringing that to light, brother.
Yes, sir.
All right, man. Listen, I want to tell y'all good night. And I really appreciate y'all joining me tonight for this conversation. I felt like it was really powerful. Like I said, I walked into it with no plan, and I just threw the link out for a couple brothers, and you know, a couple brothers responded, and we got I think what is a powerful show tonight. And these conversations need to occur more often, and we're having them every Tuesday. Whether it be about whatever topic, you know, we just making sure that we pouring into brothers, because it's our responsibility. You know, it's our responsibility to pour into each other, because no one knows what we're going through like we do. You know, and that's just a fact of it. So hey, y'all have a good night. Check on your strong friends.
Yes, sir. Check on your strong friends, fellas. Hey, I appreciate y'all, man. Thank you, coach.
You got it, brother. You got it.
You guys have a good night.
Blessings to y'all, man.
Thank you.
I was blind, but now I can.
Yeah, calisthenics number 12. Yeah. Fly Robotics. focus. My only purpose is to feed the locals. I'm spreading love when I see you and gotta approach you. I see the goodness in you, I wouldn't John Wick you. I know you hustling for your family just to pay the fiscal. I see the God up in you, He bless your physical. While we navigating problems, the world is abysmal. Skip the one up, let's get it to the center. Your house is big as mine, we can always help each other. Affirmation smother, it ain't even cost me a dime to uplift my brother.
Yo, what's up, everybody? Welcome back to another episode of Vulnerability is the New Sexy. Got a lot of guests with me tonight, but first of all, this is the safe space where Black men learn to be vulnerable, are encouraged to be vulnerable, and destigmatize mental wellness and getting better. So if you're here for that, you're in the right spot. But tonight is part 2 of the 4-part series on relationships. Part 1 went very well. We talked about emotional connection and the foundation of friendship in relationships. And tonight we're talking about conflict. A lot of people in relationships try to avoid conflict, but we are teaching tonight to grow connection through your conflict. And tonight I have a special guest, a couple special guests. I got Mike and Kim Pruitt. I know you've seen Mike on the show before. He brought his wife tonight. So welcome to y'all. Derek Moore. You've seen Derek in the previous episodes, but then he brought his wife tonight. The argument backstage, so this is gonna be good. Conflict. No, I'm just playing. Too, and we got Jeannie Johnson, CEO, founder of For Love and Psych, another therapist. So I'm gonna be switching hats today between a husband and a therapist. So I'm gonna lean on Jeannie to talk about some of her, give some of her clinical insights.
Absolutely. Hi, everyone.
How you doing?
Hello.
And then I got my wife tonight, everybody. You know, I told y'all she existed. She was really sick last She was really sick last week. And but today she is live and on stage. So listen, before we get started, I want everybody in the chat to please engage. You know what I mean? If you have questions that you want to get answered by one of the couples or one of the therapists on set, please feel free to ask them. We'll try to get to as many questions as we can. But how's everybody doing tonight?
Doing good. Wonderful. Yeah, feeling good.
Good. So listen, we're gonna unpack a lot of stuff that a lot of couples struggle with tonight. I think it's very important to me and Donna are going to be married 17 years next week, actually. Sunday.
Oh, wow.
Happy anniversary.
Yeah, happy early anniversary.
Happy early Annie.
Mike and Kim, y'all been married. I'll just let y'all tell. I want to. How long y'all been married?
It will be 25 years in August the 26th.
Okay, cool. And Derek and Mel?
We will be 4 years, May 2nd.
Okay. Well, cool. Let me ask you something, man. First things first. Sorry, I should be ready for this. What are some of the most common things that in the beginning? Because y'all 25 years in, I'm talking to you and Mike and Kim. What are some of the things in the beginning that y'all used to have conflict over?
Wow. I'll let you answer.
I would say in the beginning, the conflict was more about other people, like family members. It really wasn't with us.
Right.
So we had to learn to navigate through that.
Yeah, mainly me being the oldest, and my mother was, she wasn't accepting me being married and being with someone else. She wasn't adapting to that very well. So it took us a while to work through that. But there was our major conflict that we had in the beginning.
Okay. Yeah. Well, how did y'all navigate through it in the beginning when y'all were young?
Wow, we didn't know how to.
Yeah, right.
It was something new for both of us, and it took a while for me to kind of grab hold of the situation and do what I needed to do, simply because it was my mother, didn't want to hurt her feelings, that kind of thing. But it just progressively got worse, and it just came to a point where I had to just say, hey, mom, I'm married now. This is my wife. She's the main, the main lady, and we need to, kind of recognize that and accept that, and that's basically how it's going to be from this point forward.
So y'all was just stumbling and bumbling through the first.
Yes.
First
Yes. Yeah. It was tough. Very tough.
Derek and Mel, like y'all been married 3 years, but y'all met each other after previous situations, so had a little experience, had a little more knowledge on what you didn't want. But how was like conflict for y'all in the beginning?
Conflict.
Did you want to go?
Conflict was hard.
Yeah.
It was hard for us, and I think we are maybe hopefully at a point where we're kind of level setting and understanding how to work through it. For me, because when I was married previously, I can honestly tell you we had conflict, but it wasn't spoken. Like it was the elephant was in the room. We saw the elephant in the room, but we didn't deal with it. So coming into after being divorced 13 years and then remarrying, it was just like, this is hard. Like,
right.
I don't like this. I'll be telling Kim, like, friend, I need help. Yeah.
And part of it was too, I was used to having hard conversations, and we struggled with, I wasn't used to having kids in the house. And and these were adult kids. Young adult kids. And so I struggled with little things that I was accustomed to and how they were done. And we had some rough conversations. Yeah.
Well, how about
Uh-oh.
How about you? I know we had we really didn't have any conflict in our marriage for like the first 5 years or so.
At least 5 years. It was kind of weird.
Yeah.
Like, it was easy going, other than maybe like Mike and Kim said, maybe other people, like other family.
Right.
But it was so minimal that it was like, well, is this what marriage is like?
Yeah.
And then it was like, oh shit.
Went crazy. And honestly, I don't think either one of us really possessed the skill or the talent to like deal with conflict in a mature way. As a matter of fact, I mean, we probably were experts at avoiding it as much as possible. And that only, what I hope the people gain tonight is that only causes more issues. Avoiding conflict. So, Jeannie, I'm gonna ask you, what are some of the common conflict issues that you see in your practice when couples come across your office?
Absolutely. I mean, I think that your couples did such a great job, and you as a couple as well did such a good job giving some of the central triggers for conflict in relationships. And it can be family dynamics, right? Adjusting to family dynamics can be really tough on individuals in their relationships. Not having a clear understanding and allyship as far as their values are concerned. So where, I have an understanding about what I want for my children and how I want to navigate conflict in front of young adult children. My partner maybe never had that in mind for themselves or never understood that to be something that's true. Huge conflicts include things around intimacy, how often intimacy occurs or does not occur. Other triggers include things like how the finances are managed, whether there's a person who plays a primary role in the finances and taking care of finances, or it's more of a shared governance in those types of ways of being within the relationship. Many times, those are some of the core conflicts that I see in relationships.
Yeah, I think for me, in my practice, centers around a huge lack of communication.
Yes.
And it be people who be together for years and years and years and years, and then when you try to break down like some of the things that they're arguing about and really dig down to like the underlying issues that are causing their conflict, it's usually never about the thing they're arguing about.
Right.
And it's usually a lack of understanding or knowledge of a person's emotional triggers.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
They
you
had
could
no idea. Yep.
right, no idea. You see that too, Jenny. You could be with somebody for years and years and years and not understand what triggers them. You're steadily triggering them and taking it personal.
Right.
Yeah.
Come back at you, right? I saw you.
Absolutely.
Man, we are just now learning that.
Yeah.
After
Yeah.
all these years of marriage, we're just now beginning to understand what each other's triggers are.
Yeah.
You know, it took us this long to figure that out, and it's been rough along the way. I'll just say
Absolutely.
that. Yeah.
That can be very strange for couples. And sometimes you know that you're pressing a button, you know that you're activating someone, but you don't know whether it's on the side of something that's normal. Like, so it's, oh, you know, you're a little agitated every now and again, or, you know, when I say this to you, you get an attitude and you're like,
Right.
oh, but that's normal. For some people, right? They're like, it's normal to be a little agitated every now and again. It's normal that she gets a little quiet on me, or it's normal that when we have a little argument or a little tiff, he goes and hangs with his mom more often. That's normal. And other people are like, no, actually, it's not normal that you leave the house when we have an argument.
Right.
That's something that's triggering my husband. It's actually not normal that she doesn't want to have sex with me whenever we have had a rough day with each other. That's actually not normal. I probably should figure out what's going on there. I'm triggering my wife in some way, right? I'm having behaviors that are triggering my wife. So yeah, it's rough.
Yeah, 100%. Bill, let me ask you: do you feel like when you and Derek are heading into like a really destructive argument, like you feel like you see it coming?
Oh, for sure, for sure. And I'd be like, next stop, I'm off. Like I'm not doing this. Yeah, but we're learning, and I've learned that that's because that's what was modeled to me. You know, my thing is I'm one of them, like Jeannie said, that would be like, okay, I'm exit stage left because I can't deal with this. And it's not that I can't, it's that I don't know how to. You know, my conflict, again, being divorced, and that was one of our things too, being divorced for 13 years, my communication was with my children. So I had to learn how to communicate with a spouse and communicate on hard things. And the other Melanie was like, girl, we can't do this. Like, this is hard.
Absolutely. You're what we would call conflict averse, right?
Yes.
Conflict for you.
Not like even diverse.
Averse. Yeah, like
adverse.
I'm out of here. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Gone. Yeah.
Explain what that is, Jeannie.
Oh, sure. So someone who is conflict averse, or a synonym, conflict avoidant, is someone who struggles with emotion regulation inside of conflict. So something bad happens between them and their partner, and they have really strong emotions that bubble up that start to scare them, or really strong thoughts that start to scare them. And it creates this impulse to what I call run or fly, right? So I get out of there. Either I shut down. That's a way to avoid. So I'm not talking about nothing. And I might be in your presence and be telling you I'm not talking about nothing. Not at all. Don't even try it. Or I might actually exit stage left, which is like I will leave the home. Like if I feel strongly enough, if my emotions bubble to the surface enough, I need to exit. I can't be in the same environment. The tension is too much for me to withstand. So I'm out of there.
Is there an opposite to that?
Absolutely. Yeah. Someone who's conflict inviting. So someone who recognizes and understands that, hey, you know what I saw and what was modeled for me is that people fight sometimes, and I still love you. I still see you as really beautiful, and I still want to be around you. And even when you're upset or mad at me, I still want to talk to you, and I still want to get it figured out. I actually really want to get it figured out because I miss having your company. I miss being around you, and I miss seeing you be happy.
That's me.
All day.
Yeah.
It's nice to have that compliment.
Most times, a lot of people in relationships that I see, you're like one or two people, and there's not, everybody's different, and some situations they vary, but for the most part, I see people that are avoidant and people that are anxious, right?
Yes.
And it's usually they're both in a relationship. The person that wants to follow you around and get answers to the conflict right now. Let's do it right now. And the person that like need a whole room and don't really want to deal with it. And if you don't talk about it again, you'll never hear about it again. Like,
Yep.
but we're here to teach that both of these people are wrong. Okay.
Mhm.
You have to be willing to take a break, breather, right? But also, you have to come back to the conversation. If you leave it, you have to come back to it.
Yeah,
You
absolutely.
have to come back to it. But Mike, when I say that, man, 25 years in, what comes up for you when I say that?
I feel like when it comes to conflict, most of our problems came from me having like such a big personality, overpowering, personality and stuff like that. That whenever it came to conflict, my wife would shy away, quiet, get quiet and not speak up for herself. I'm learning that I did that so much through the years of our marriage that she didn't really have a voice, and she avoided the conflict by just not saying anything. Because she felt like it would create even more conflict. That type of thing. And then a lot of times I'll be like, let's just go ahead and talk about it and get it over with. You know what I mean? And that kind of thing, just to get it out there. And she was like, nah, we don't want to talk about it now. That kind of, just because she know what it could possibly lead to. So yeah, I was real bad on that.
Mike was very, very triggering with his voice,
Yeah.
his tone, very loud, which I just found out probably about a year ago. That's from the way I grew up with my father being loud. So I just would shut him out and just I didn't want to talk no more.
Yeah, and that would create even more conflict for me, because I'd be like, she's ignoring me.
When he's ready, I'm ready.
Yeah, that kind of thing.
Kim, you saying basically you had a trigger you didn't even know about.
I didn't. I didn't.
But you were getting triggered by it anyway, nonetheless, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And you're totally unaware of it. I think that's important for the audience to recognize. Sometimes you don't even know
right
what your triggers are. But yet, when I tell you, let me ask Jeannie first, and I'll tell you what I think.
Yeah.
When you're in a relationship, how do you, I guess, identify triggers?
Absolutely. Well, some of us are fortunate enough to have done some inner work prior to getting into relationships. And so we have some understanding, some cues about what can create an activation for us. Learning in relationships is a little bit harder. Sometimes it's trial and error. So it's touch and go. It's like I'm going through life with my partner, and then I'm picking up as we go along things about them in our dynamic, in our interactions that I'm learning from. Other ways to learn are from just direct feedback. Hey, I said something to you the other day, or I'm gonna be honest with you, I touched you the other day and you kind of you recoiled or you flinched in some way, and it worried me because I thought, oh, what's going on with her? Or like Mike's situation, I get into this I'm a powerful man, I'm a strong man, and my voice elevates when I'm ready to like command the room. It elevates, it escalates. And my wife was shrinking, like literally she shut down. She couldn't withstand it. And I don't know who noticed it first. Maybe Mike noticed it first. Maybe Kim noticed it first. I don't know. But oftentimes we can get insights from other people around us who will help us to have further insights to ourselves. So there's various ways that you can experience that for sure.
No notes. So when you start smiling when I talk to you. What do you think you can identify some of the signs when it's like he not going today, or he?
Oh yeah, you wear all your emotions on your sleeve.
Good man.
And that's our show. We're so glad you was able to join us.
It's okay. We love that. We love a vulnerable man who's vulnerable and expressive out loud. We love it.
No, they don't.
It's tough. It is tough. Not gonna lie.
I had to learn.
Right.
It didn't come, like, oh yeah, this is cool.
But then, let's talk about. You said some of that. Some of us are lucky to have done pre-work before we get into relationships, right? So, I was in my 20s when I got married, as she was too. But so I didn't do any pre-work, right? So vulnerable, yes. Understanding of my emotions and how to manage my emotions and not knowing anything about what my triggers were, thinking I was fine. And meanwhile, I really just recently just dealt with a whole bunch of trauma and I never even picked up on it. But so prior to
at least what, half of our marriage?
yeah, prior to understanding that about myself, like what was your strategy in like dealing with me when I was really off the range, like really low?
That's a good question.
Like what I do now, just consistently trying to pick you up and, hold you when you're too weak to, stand on your own or, think straight. It's like I'm trying to.
You have an uplifter for a wife. Oh, how nice.
Yeah, we call it that.
Couldn't hear you though, Donna.
Lift me up after she hit me with the frying pan first.
Oh, okay. That's the other half. That's
That's
okay.
just a joke. If y'all out there, that's just a joke. But look, Derek, I'm gonna ask you, man. Like, do you feel like you understood everything that you needed to understand about yourself to get yourself ready for male, especially considering you got out of some previous stuff? Like, were you ready when you got in this, or did you get in this like, oh, I got more work to do?
I think it was a combination, and the reason why I say that because after my divorce, I did go to therapy, and I did have some really tough internal work that I did, and I had to look in the mirror and see some ugly stuff. But by the time I met her, I was really in a healthy space in some areas, not all areas, but in some areas to where I believe I was ready for another life partner. And so, but that work it was grueling, it was hard, but it was good stuff that just had to come out. So it was a lot of life lessons learned from my mistakes. Yeah.
Okay. Did you see that shift, Mel, or do you feel like he was understanding more things about himself and it was helping y'all in y'all situation?
I think now I do. I don't know. I know what I was looking for, and I know the work that I was doing on myself. So I wanted someone that would be like compatible with that was doing the work. Because the first time I got married, I was in my 20s. There was no pre-work at all. We jumped in. Love was the pre-work. Oh, I'm in love. So you get married because you're in love. But this time around, I think because of what I had experienced and what I knew I did not want and what I knew I would not tolerate because I wouldn't tolerate it from myself, I was able to voice that early on to Derek and let him know, all this sounds good. You're coming, you sound great, all the things, but when is Jack gonna jump out the box? Like he would always say, why you keep saying Jack gonna jump? Because I just know like something has, because for me, I know there's something there. And if you push the right button, if you push it too many times, it's gonna pop out. But for the most part, I would say I can definitely see going in where he's done the work because we had a lot of conversation around it and where he continues to do the work.
Love that.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Love that.
Yeah, I love that too. Let's talk about some of the main things that arrive in communication between partners that kind of signify that things are finna go left. And before I say this, I want to just make sure everybody understands. Like, if you are in a relationship with a person and you have chosen to be in a relationship with a person, you are in a partnership. Y'all are on the same team. So logically, having conflict or arguing, I shouldn't say arguing, having conflict that escalates to dangerous levels is illogical. Because ultimately, if you're in a relationship with somebody, you should want the same things. You're in partnership. You have the same goals, at least if not individually for each other, whatever, or as a unit. You have the same goals. So escalating conflict to the point of like yelling is illogical. But the conflict is necessary because you learn each other through conflict. But one of the things I want to talk about is how blame and criticism shows up in a relationship. But before I get on it, Jeannie, you got something to say about that?
Oh, yeah, sure, absolutely. I mean, oftentimes people, rather than address the problem at hand, they can have numerous reactions to having a situation occur between their partner that include, I don't really know if we can resolve this. I'm sort of frightened as to what could be the outcome, or I feel a sense of hopelessness or powerlessness over the situation. So instead of focusing on the situation, you're describing blaming, which is, I'm going to just say it's your problem. It's your fault. You're the one who's summoning this conflict between us, or you're the one who's summoning. Most people don't use that word, right? They're like, it's tension, or it's it's like you got an attitude, or there's a funk or something to that degree inside of the relationship right now, and you're the person who's creating it. And I'm gonna pick apart what you're doing, the way you've been looking at me, the way you've been talking to me, the way you've been skipping out at dinner, eating real fast and not waiting on me, like little things they'll pick at and blame towards the other person versus dealing with the conflict at hand.
100%. Talking, you dirty bastard.
Yep.
Clean up this or clean up that.
Yep.
Wait a minute. Did Donna talk like that? Jesus.
Sick and tired of all the things, but really what you're saying is, I'm really exhausted. I've done this all week. I feel very unappreciated. I feel very disregarded. But instead of saying those things, you're hurling out insults.
Right.
When no one can really argue with your feelings. If you feel disregarded or unappreciated, you can say that, or you should be able to say that. And however the person reacts to them, that might trigger them. But the conflict, is going to lead to the understanding. Mike, you fight dirty?
No, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that I fight dirty, but what I do is I will ignore you as if you don't exist.
Dirty.
That's dirty.
That's dirty.
Yeah, I don't know about that, Mike, and people always get surprised in session when I say this, that when you ignore somebody or shut down, that is actually abuse.
Well, I have been very abusive in our relationship, in our marriage.
Me too.
I admit that 100%.
Yeah.
And that's something that I still struggle with now.
So I want you to think about it like this. I don't want to deal with what's happening, so I'm going to leave you alone in it. That's what it is when you refuse to give yourself, when you refuse to show up. You say to your partner who you got into marriage with, who you said you were going to do life with, and that we were going to be on the team together for life. You say to them, nope, I know we got to win this game, and it takes all of us to win the game and to bounce the ball. I'm not picking it up anymore, so you do it all. Do it.
Yeah. And also we've been struggling with this recently. So just in our last few therapy sessions, I also found out that I don't think that a lot of times she can handle the things that we need to talk about. Or if there's a problem, I don't give her credit for being able to handle that conversation. So instead of trying to put this on her for some of the things she can't handle, I just don't bring it to her at all.
Right.
So that's been
trapped as well, right? That's the mindset that I was talking about that's keeping you trapped. That's the blaming mindset. It's, I know she can't handle it, so I'm going to avoid bringing it to her. Whereas I know that there are triggering behaviors that I get into when I'm inside of a conflict with her. I yell at her, I talk over her, I overpower her. And I know that those are my things that I need to take on and that I need to change if I want to have a productive conversation with my wife. But instead of saying it's me and I'm the one who needs to bring it there because I'm the leader of this relationship, I'm going to put it on her. And then I get to avoid and I get to stay in my comfort zone and I don't grow.
Wow.
Absolutely. It really hit home for me when we discovered that one of her triggers is that I'm carbon copy of her dad, right? And that kind of put it all in perspective for me because I used to be like, man, he crazy as hell. I'm watching some of the stuff he's doing. I'm like, man, this dude. But then I'm doing the same exact thing. But it didn't really hit me until that connection was made that I trigger her in the same exact way. So that was like me looking in the mirror at that point.
Which felt kind of normal to me, right?
Right.
Because I experienced that growing up. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
had
yeah.
those ways set in on how to deal with it. You already had them already implanted in you.
Exactly.
Yeah. I'm going to ask you to do something real quick, Mike, just for me and for all of us real quick. Untuck your arms. Untuck them. So hard. Yeah, you're a little guarded. You were both like this, and then she calmed, and I was waiting to see if it would come down, but just
It's
was
just
uncomfortable.
it's just a
Untuck.
natural thing for me. Yeah,
I know
it's just
it is,
comfortable.
but untuck because it's an open heart
Ooh,
conversation.
oh, Miss
And it'll bring
Jeannie.
I know. I'm sorry.
Joe, we can't have her back on. This is her last time.
That's it. I'm gonna
This
just
is it.
head on out.
Can I put one?
Train observe that body language, man.
That
What is
heart
that?
go.
man.
Let that heart out. Let it out.
All right.
Both of you.
Okay,
You
Miss Jeannie.
talk.
Hey,
I
I'm
want you to do it. I was
trusting
like,
you.
you good.
All right. I'm trusting you.
You feel like that's enough? Like I can't handle the.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I
That sounds familiar.
I don't hold back from telling you sometimes because you're gonna get angered. It's more so like, I don't want to put him in a bad space and have this conversation. You know, whatever it could be about. Let's just say like finances or something. So I'm thinking I'm protecting him when really I'm not.
Yeah.
Exactly.
No.
Exactly.
The modest is very aware that I went through a deep depression, and it's really tough sometimes for me to get into a good space when I hear bad news. But I recognize that as a part of a unit that sometimes I just gotta prepare myself to deal with some of the things, whether because it's better for me to know and be upset or down than it is to not know and find out and be blindsided, thinking everything is all good, right? So I mean that's just part of knowing and understanding each other. But like like Mike is telling you, I mean they and Kim are telling they've been married 25 years and they just in year 23, 24 finding out stuff about each other that's helping them understand more and themselves. And themselves.
Yeah.
Because that's a lot of the work, right? Knowing and understanding your own self.
Well, actually being open to learn those things about yourself.
Yeah.
I mean that's the hard part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Derek, talk to me. We're gonna move on from blame and criticism and talked about like disrespect, contempt, and like sarcasm and eye rolling and things of that nature. Yeah. It's some. I'm gonna leave it there. Speak on it, brother. What you got to say about them things, man?
Jeannie had brought up something earlier about how to trigger your partner.
Yes.
You do. And there's certain words, certain body language, eye rolls, all of that happens. And for men, we look at that as total disrespect when we're trying to have a conversation with you and you're not looking at me, or you're eye rolling, cut me off, or you try to finish what I'm saying. And so for us, we're still learning that process because Jenny, part of the issue here has been, and even recently, when I'm frustrated, my voice does escalate. And I realize that my wife doesn't receive from me at all when I am at a high pitch.
Yeah.
She totally shuts down. So I'm learning I'm in the process of really having to rewire how I speak to her so I won't think that she's disrespecting me, because literally I'm triggering her, which then she does something that triggers me.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You need to be mindful that there are 3 women who can show up when it comes to you escalating as a man and you're dealing with a partner. 3 different types of women. There's the woman who will shrink under that. She cannot and will not. It's not going to happen. I'm not going to try to meet you at that high power level. That doesn't belong to me. It's not a part of my nature. And then there's the other end, which is like, I was taught and I was raised under that, and I'm going to buck right up. I will meet you right exactly where you want to take it. And I have no problem with meeting you there. That does not bother me at all. And then you have the in-between, she softens and asks questions and is investigative and is trying to figure out, okay, what do I do? Where do I go with this? How can I handle it? But you've got to be prepared for each 3 of those types of women. And
that's a lot of women in one person. Yeah.
Well, and I can say this.
We're versatile, baby. Versatile.
We are versatile.
Oh
and
my
I can
God.
and I can say this. He normally, depending on what the conversation is about, what's happening, he normally gonna get number 2, because I'm gonna meet you right there, because you will not. You will not. And then I'm gonna come down. I'll be like, you know what, girl, just be quiet. So I'm gonna go between 1 and 2. I rarely will be in the middle. I'm gonna just be honest.
Right.
Rarely.
It's either extreme, one or the other. But going back to the triggers, Janie, when you know you're triggering your partner, and it's for us feel disrespectful, how do you navigate that space when that person know they don't trigger the hell out of you?
Absolutely. It's taking out this idea that it is intentional and it's meant to hurt you. So I think in your brain, you've already decided, because she knows what gets me, she's doing it on purpose for sure. And I know she's doing it on purpose to undermine me, to maybe belittle me, or to demean me. And that's where I'm taking it with my mind, versus approaching it with a healthy curiosity, or with the thought that what's going on here that might be creating this situation, and how can I, as the man in this relationship and as a strong lead in this relationship, ensure that I'm in my space of looking to command the respect that I say I deserve, by entering in with a calm mind and a calm heart, and with the thought that, okay, something's going on here. Something's not right here. I don't know exactly what it is, but I want to figure it out. I want to investigate it, because I want to ensure that
Gene,
they will be there.
Gene,
yeah.
I don't want to be the big man all the time, okay?
Listen, I didn't say you had to. I didn't say you had to. I said, if you asked me how to navigate this, if you want the best outcome. Exactly. Now, my friend, if you want problems, choose problems. But if you want peace, you want peace. God. This is the hard stuff about relationships, right? You're like, I don't always want to be the bigger man, so go and be the petty man and see what you get.
Well, 9 times out of 10, I am bigger. 9 times out of 10. But that one time I want to be petty. I want to be petty.
You said, call me Betty. I'm going to be petty. I cannot.
Right.
That is funny.
It requires partnership, right? Like, so sometimes it's going to be difficult for you to be the person, but it's a requirement for both people, if you are in a committed partnership, to step up when it's time to step. You got to recognize when you're using blame, when you're using criticism to communicate to your partner, you are attacking them with the hopes of hurting them. And if you were in a relationship that you say you in, like you love this person, you got to ask yourself ultimately, why would I be doing that?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that's the kind of, and it sounds crazy, man, but when you really start digging into wellness and understanding of these things, you really realize the things that you've learned over time have been incorrect.
Yeah.
That part.
You learned it. Where did you watch it?
Yeah.
That part.
Right.
Where did you learn your conflict resolution from? If you haven't been inside of a therapy room, it's usually every single time, you'll have somebody with the shut off body language, but as the process goes through, you start seeing that light bulb coming on, and then realizing and recognizing, oh man, I don't have to be this angry dude in order to survive in this relationship. I can really be honest. I don't have to lie about this and that and this and that in order to survive. So I hear you, Derek. Man, that's why I asked you that question, man. I knew you was gonna give me what you gave me, brother.
Very good stuff.
You're 100%. But let's talk about defensiveness. We kind of talked about some of it a little earlier. So I really want to make sure we recap. We're talking about blame and criticism, those things. We're talking about contempt, which is like sarcasm and eye rolling and all the body language to let you know that I'm not really receiving what you say, or I don't care about your feelings. And now we're talking about defensiveness, which basically was shifting accountability and turning it into blame. We kind of touched on it a little earlier, but when it shows up in relationships, what do we do? What do we do? And let me ask you, Kim, can you, because I know you've had it. I know you've dealt with this.
Mhm.
What do you do when Mike gets defensive?
So I really do try to talk to him. I express myself and my feelings and just really try to get him to open up. Now, does it work all the time? No. But I do try to work on it and give him grace.
Right. I asked you that, Mike, because you've been open on the show, man. You've experienced a lot of things within your family that has caused you to defend yourself, right? So
Yes.
certain things that have nothing to do with Kim that you might say or touch on might cause you to start defending yourself immediately, right?
Yeah, it's just one of those things. Like it's a collective from everybody, right, throughout the years. When you have to be so much for so many different people, when somebody question you about something, like how dare you question me when all I have to give and do for you, I'm like, how dare you question me now when you ask me for so much? And that's kind of where my mind goes with it, and I'm learning that has been the wrong thing to do. But it's like I've been doing this for so long, it's taken me a while to get out of that mindset, and I have to be like intentional and catch myself when I'm doing it. But I try, but it's yeah, I'm not all the way there yet, but I'm definitely trying to get better on it. So yeah. Yeah.
Donna, let me ask you.
There's so much in that.
How do you start difficult conversations? You can be honest. You can be honest.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't know if I start them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right?
I think I avoid.
Is it difficult being a therapist?
Oh yeah, you were always trying to therapize me.
Oh really? Oh, it's fun.
So,
Got better, but
so
yeah.
understanding mental wellness and understanding that I was doing a lot of things the wrong way kind of opened me up to talk different. And it's kind of hard to get used to, I guess, right?
yeah, you pretty much told me at one time you wanted our conversation, day-to-day conversations, to be like I was his therapist.
And
like ask him, well, how did that make you feel?
So he wants to mimic. He couldn't say, I wanted more nurturing language from you. I'd like more affirming language. I want to hear from you more that you feel an investment in my comfort in the same way that I feel an investment in yours. So he said, I want you to act as my therapist. That's interesting. That's so interesting.
I don't know if that was his intent, but that's not natural for me. I'm not a therapist.
Yeah, it was more, my wife is a problem solver.
It's logical brain.
But people communicate for two reasons, right? To either vent or to solve a problem. I don't always communicate to have my problem solved. I just kind of want to vent. So, like, rather than like if I say, something went wrong, she was like, well, you should do this, this, and this. That'll fix it right up.
Yeah, that's Donna. Yeah.
Guilty.
Yeah. That's it. I mean, that has its place. It has a wonderful place. Yeah.
Yeah. Can you ask me? Can you ask me how I feel first?
So you're looking to connect, and to instigate soothing, to instigate a loving, nurturing connection. It's not venting per se. It's to initiate some form of love, some form of attention and care.
Right.
Right.
This is my best friend.
She is
100%. So I'm just trying to connect with my best friend. Without feeling like, because if you try to solve my problem, I don't know. I mean, this might be a me issue, but it kind of feels like a hit against, I don't know, my masculinity or me as a man. Because I'm like, hey, I have a problem. I don't want to tell you because you're trying to solve it, but I want to tell you because you're my best friend.
Right.
So it's a weird space, right?
Yeah, because you're looking for the role you occupy from your standpoint is, I'm not looking to be on a level where I want solving of the problem. I've got that part. I can solve the problem at some point. I need a cheerleader, or I need someone to tell me that I have the tools to solve the problem, that I can look inward to solve the problem, that I'm smart and cunning, and that I'm not, I know you feel down. I know you don't feel great about where the situation is right now, but just so you know, I've seen you come through this before. you've got this. So you want more of a cheerleader. It's a nurturing effect that you're looking for from your wife. And she's like, no, listen, let's just solve the problem. And then you'll be at peace. And it's like, no, that's her tool. She's the one who's at peace when she uses it. She's the one who feels useful when she's using it. But for you, it isn't useful because it's not what your heart needs or wants.
Very good point. I mean, that part what you just said is something that I need to understand, that she feels at peace solving problems. So I have to understand that. So yeah, thank you for
Well,
that.
and also those of us that are fixers, it's hard for us to even recognize that and offer that.
I wanted to.
It's just not the way that we think.
No, absolutely not. And I think a big part of yours, my heart just kind of bled for you, Mike, when I was hearing you tell the story of being so much to so many people, because I can see that. It's like you wear it right here and like in the backs of your neck. And in that, when you get that questioning that you're talking about, when you get people being like asking you too much or investigating too much about what you're doing or how you're showing up, for you experience it as a mistrust in like your entire being, right? It's a mistrust in what I've shown you. It's a mistrust in the objective ways that I've come and I've been there. And it's like, how dare you in that, right? Because this is all.
I take it personal.
Yeah, you do take it personal. I can see that. Like, that's a part of what we need to investigate when we're looking to understand our own selves. When I'm hearing what I'm hearing from my partner, or when I'm experiencing what I'm experiencing from my partner, am I taking this as a deeply personal hit to me and my person? Or am I actually hearing them, looking at them, and looking at the problem as a whole? So my wife says, you know what? Kim says to you, you know what? I feel like, I don't know, you just don't seem to be around. It just seems like you're bothered to do this and that for me. And you're like, wait, what? I just cleaned the gutters. I just did this. I just bought you this. I just put the gas in the car yesterday. I handed you some money for this. You got my paycheck. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? And meanwhile, that's not a personal hit to you. It's that, hey, I don't feel connected to you. So you're doing all that stuff and it's great. And I love that you do all that stuff. I'm sure it's great to have that as provision, but maybe emotionally, I don't feel connected to you. Or maybe as you're doing those things, you feel somewhat removed, as in like, I'm not there, I'm not present. Maybe you're overwhelmed. You know what I mean? And you're not hearing that. And so she feels something's wrong intuitively, but she can't put her finger on what it is.
Look,
that's really good.
True.
Thank you, Gene. That's very important to say, and that's part of what we're going to lean into, talking about. We got not that much time left, but let's talk about some skills that we can share for conflict resolutions to help people understand how to use the conflict. I think it's important at this point that I hope you've understood that when you feel a conflict, if you are escalating that conflict to a dangerous level, then you probably need help. Honestly, you might need help. So back yourself out of it and like admit that you need somebody to come and get in here and kind of mediate the situation, because unless you want to be gone or you're in a situation that you do not, and we're talking about loving relationships. We're not talking about abusive ones or anything like that. We're talking about loving relationships where people want to stay together. Let's stay together. That's the whole thing of this series. Then if you're escalating, you need some help. Yeah. So before we get into this resolution, I want every couple to kind of answer this, man. How do y'all come back? Derek and Mel, how do y'all come back after you have an argument?
It really depends on what the argument was about. I think we've gotten better in this area most times, because again, what was modeled to me, and can relate with Kim. So growing up, which was one thing I won't do, I won't argue, because growing up, my grandfather and my parents argued, and so just the loudness, even as a child, like I would cover my ears because it's too much. So I would shut down. So 10 times out of 10, Derek will be the one who will initiate the conversation. Mm-hmm. And I think we've grown to that place, because I have shared with him that it's hard for me to push aside or come out of my emotions because I'm hearing a lot of things, I'm processing a lot of things. And so I have to kind of de-escalate myself. I'm very self-aware. So before I say anything, before I say the wrong thing, I won't say anything. And I realize that that's not always the healthy thing, because to him, it does appear that I'm shutting down. But it's really, I just need a long pause. And then once I gather myself and my emotions are in check, I will have some words for him, but I will have some. Let me finish. Let me finish. But most of what I've done, and this was recent, once I gather myself, I will text him like my true raw feelings, because I can become very emotional to the point of where I will cry, and he'll be like, "Why are you crying?" And I don't really know, but I know it's coming from a place that I'm not completely healed yet, and I don't know how to handle this because I've never experienced this, so it's difficult for me. But we will finally sit down and talk through why this happened, how can we do better? But it's initiated by Derek, and I appreciate that about him, because I don't know what that looks like. And I will say this: I've done it with children, but I never did it with a spouse. So I think for me, it's the fact of I don't really know how, but he's teaching me, and I'm learning that this is how you come back from an argument, because I'm also learning we're on the same team. Kim reminds me all the time, Derek reminds, you're on the same team. And I never heard those words in my first marriage, and I've never seen it. So I did have a great understanding of what that looks like.
That's a good girlfriend right there.
Yeah.
She is.
And Jeannie, I grew up where we didn't let disagreements linger.
Yep.
And so when you come from that, and then you're in a situation where a person withdraws, and it could be like a day or two. And I'm like, are we still here?
Right.
Like, hey, let's talk, because, and here's what I shared. The narrative that we tell ourselves can go way off the wall when one party just refuses to talk or is very little. I said, I'm not trying to give that space to us to where the negative narratives are in long, because you never know where that could go. So I say, let's just talk it through and get through some things. Even if we don't solve it all, I don't like that tension there, because like you said earlier, I'm not with my best friend now,
Yep.
and we're not connecting. And so, yeah, I can literally get something off my chest, and maybe 15 minutes later, I'm good.
Yeah.
Whereas I'm still that girl number 2. I need a little bit more time.
Yeah.
Listen,
days go by.
Very, very important that what both of y'all just said. I probably should ask for y'all to be faster because we run out of time. But I'm glad y'all, took your time with that answer. But I'm running out of time. So I'm gonna go to Mike and Kim. Like, how do y'all come back from arguments?
Yeah, I'll let you answer.
I would say I assess Mike at the end of the night. I feel like we communicate better at the end of the night, and I would just start out by asking him, how's he feeling about everything, and he's very receptive to that. So that works for us. Just like I call pillow talk.
Yeah,
that works.
It turned into sugar bear night, don't it?
I knew he was gonna fit in there. Some
I knew he
at
was
some point.
Dude,
Joe, how do you and Donna bounce back?
I'm gonna be real with you, man. I'm gonna take all the accountability. It's she does it.
Okay.
Because I do not, and that's embarrassing for me to admit as a therapist. But
You know what? Hey, remove.
No embarrassment.
Remove. Growth. Growth belongs to all of us. Growth belongs to all of us. Growth belongs to all of us.
Because it's important, right? I mean, it's part of who I am, what I do as a profession. So I know better. But when we get upset, I will shut down for as long as you will allow me. Okay. And
what did you say? We know better, right? That's mine. That's all cerebral. That's not heart speak, right? That's why you stick there. I know better. I'm not feel better. I'm not in heart space. That's the growth for you.
Meanwhile, she's like doing little sweet things to let me know, like it's okay, Negro.
Come back to the light.
Yeah.
Come back to the light.
Yeah.
I wanted to hear, Mike actually didn't say, I know Kim did, but Mike, he deferred to Kim.
I wasn't taught how to come back.
I
I wasn't shown that growing up. I didn't have an example of that or anything. My mother was, anybody could get it, family members to whoever, and when she finished saying what she's saying, that's it. You know, that's what I saw. So that's exactly how I am. And with having these type of hard conversations with my mother, I just recently found out that's how her dad was.
Yep.
You know, I'm trying to learn how.
You're doing better.
Thank you. I will tell her, give me a moment, you know, because I don't want to say something in that moment that'll hurt her feelings or say something I really don't mean. Just give me a minute to sit in it, and then we can come back and talk to it, right? What I have learned how to do lately is, if it's something I know is very touchy for me, I'll ask her, can we talk about that in therapy session? Simply because I know I don't have all the tools to work my way through whatever it is that we need to talk about without having somebody there to referee or give us guidance. I think that was hard for her to hear because she feel like we should have the tools by now to do that.
You're still practicing them. Okay.
Right.
Yeah,
because I've been a whole fool for 20 some years. It's gonna take a minute.
Not a whole
You know what I
fool.
mean? And I'm getting better now also at, if time goes by, it's easier for me to text her while I'm at
Just
work.
like Mel. Okay.
Right. Versus being there in person. I don't know what it is about it, but it's
I
easy
feel you,
for
bro.
me to do that, you know, and that kind of breaks the ice. Whenever, because normally she's the one who circles back around and say, hey,
It's time.
Right, it's time. You know, you hadn't said anything to me. You haven't touched me. You haven't kissed me. You hadn't told me, you know, you love me before you go to work. You know, that kind
So
of
we
stuff.
get emotionally withholding. We withhold. Okay, we're like, oh no, taking that. You can't have that.
So I'm trying to get better at that, because, like I said, that's not something that was modeled to me growing up.
Gotcha.
You new here, so you gotta ask Mike all your questions in the beginning of the show.
Oh,
sorry. No question.
Cut it short.
But yet he keep asking me.
I'm a collaborator.
Yeah.
Let him know.
You know, when he deferred to Kim, I was like,
he got them light skin problems.
Sorry, I'm so sorry, Joe. You didn't tell me the skinny.
I love everything you say, man, but you know, not on a time crunch. You got to ask somebody else. But listen, we run out of time. I want to ask the couples, and I'm gonna ask Jeannie to throw some insights on at the end. But I want to know, basically, you know, we didn't get a chance to get through a lot of stuff. This conversation went good, you know what I mean? But we did miss out on a lot of things. So want to know if you can just tell the audience, and how has conflict strengthened your relationship? How have you connected through your personal conflicts? And I want each person in the couple to answer. And I want the women to, I know Mel has already told us which woman she is, but I really want to know which one of them three women y'all are that Jeannie described earlier. So Derek and Mel, let me ask y'all, how have y'all connected through your conflict?
So definitely by having better communication. So if you don't know, Jeannie, you don't know, but Derek is an over communicator.
I could tell.
I am not. So because even in the difficulty, even in the hardness, and I use the analogy of a butterfly, like in a cocoon. Like sometimes I feel like I'm in a cocoon and I'm ready to come out. He has helped me to kind of come out of that, like a metamorphosis. So we are learning how to connect. We are learning how to have the difficulty. And you're right, Joe. when I'm in it, like the first 2-3 years, I was definitely woman 3. But because Derek, he sees me, I see him. He is my friend. I do have my best girlfriend to be like, now, friend, she will call me out. I'm finding that middle. Sometimes I have to tell number 3, like, no, stay right here, stay right here. So I'm learning, and I see the growth in me, which spills over into us.
Quickly, Joe. For me, conflicts. Conflicts brings us closer. For me, it's a bonding time. Although it's hard, it's bonding.
I'm sorry, Joe.
Yeah, Joe. I tried to do it like land your plane.
Good.
I'm like Mike. Mike
It was good. It was good. We needed it all.
Mother. Me and Mike, we related.
You saw me, Donna, like land this plane.
Damn. Good.
Well,
I'm sorry.
It's all good. I'm learning. So did you answer that, Derek? My bad. I didn't mean to.
Yeah, I did. I said when we have a conflict, it's bonding for me. Even though it's hard because I'm learning more about her and I'm learning more about me.
Okay, Mike and Kim, man, how's conflict brought y'all closer? Have y'all connected through y'all conflicts? I mean, y'all kind of talked about some of it already, but sum it up.
I'm learning how to be softer with her. I haven't been good at that at all. So just trying to be softer with her, allowing her to be more feminine without her feeling like she has to hold back. So yeah.
And he learned that in therapy, and I'm so happy because it has made a difference in our marriage. Because I feel seen and heard, and I have my own voice. So.
Oh, and you deserve that, all of that. Yeah.
What improvements did you have to make, Kim?
I think just trying to understand, really like going back to how he grew up, just learning his background and understanding it, and learning myself, and it's helped a lot.
The boy said his hero was James Evans, so when the James
boy,
he ain't lying.
He never laid his hands on Florida, but he threw that chair against the wall a few times and beat the hell out of the
Yeah, that was me. That was me.
It was.
Yeah, it was.
How's conflict helped you connect with your husband?
This is hard.
Hard question?
Yeah, it's a hard question.
Why is it hard?
Because I don't like conflict.
At all.
I'm shocked.
I mean, I'll argue with you all day, but
No, I'm talking about. I've seen you at work handle business, but I guess that's work.
yeah, I think it's different.
It sounds strange if you know her, right? She runs up this chimney looking for smoke.
Right.
But with me,
Yeah,
complete
it's like
avoidance.
with family and friends. I avoid
not
it
just
at
me.
all costs.
Oh wow. Okay.
Once.
Yeah, there you go. I don't know, but the conflict that we have had that we've tried to talk through, work through, I mean, it does bring us closer, like everybody else, because you're learning each other, and you're learning more about yourself. So,
Mandy.
Bye, James.
Yes.
Damn. Listen, connecting to conflict for me has given me an opportunity to, and we've known each other since we were 14 years old. I was 14.
Here we go.
She was 15.
Go there.
And so I've watched her go through, many stages of life. You know what I mean? And when we got together and started having like intimate conversations, I realized just how much I did not know about her. And I'm still like uncovering these things this will be the 30th year of us knowing each other.
Wow.
So in year 30 of us knowing each other, I'm still right now to this day uncovering things about her. And usually comes out through conflict because, one of the things I would say for us arguing, like, before now, she's better now, but she used to go like tunnel vision dark, like, Nothing's going in. Nothing's
Shut
going.
down.
Not listen. I'm not ready to hear none of this. None of it. But I had to.
I was definitely number 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm out of here. Yeah, that's it.
Here. So we had to, like, through conflict, we got an opportunity to, like, learn, like, look, I'm not going nowhere. You ain't going nowhere. We better figure this out.
Right.
Because these arguments are going to a level that we're not comfortable with sometimes. Like, we don't argue very much, but we do when it gets real heated, it gets really, really bad.
Yeah.
But that's before. Now it's like we can talk through stuff, and it's still surprising sometimes. Like, oh wow, you really, for me, it's like, oh, you really are trying to listen to me. So I have to adjust to, stuff that I'm not used to. But so the conflict, you know what I mean? I think it's probably kept us together. It's part of the reason we stay together, because we've learned so much about each other. And at the end of the day, like, how we come back from argument, like, we still laugh. We like to do a lot of, we like to say stuff. So
yeah.
We're born together. We're born together.
I've said this to Derek and Mel before, but I don't know if I've expressed this to Joe. But in the last year or so, I've been learning who Mike is, right? Without having to be Mike for who everybody else need me to be for them. So with me focusing on that, it's allowing me to know myself better, which will make me better for her. So as I'm learning that, my walls are coming down. I'm getting softer, listening to her, that kind of thing. So once I begin to know, more and more about myself, then I feel like we'll become stronger. So,
Absolutely. I have no doubts.
Jeannie, please enlighten us with some of your clinical insights about conflict.
Sure, absolutely.
If you don't mind, please.
Absolutely. I'll give a little summation because I think that can sometimes
Close thoughts, I should say, yeah.
Oh, absolutely. I'll do it. I'll try to make it. I'll try to close you out really nice. So, related to conflict, whenever we're beginning in conflict, we all talked about all these stages, right? This idea of like, I need to be asking myself when a conflict arises in the relationship, who am I in that, right? Like, what am I coming in with? So am I coming as a blamer, as someone who's defensive, as someone who's avoidant, as someone who is criticizing inside of the conflict, right? And getting on par with the problem. So I've got the conflict, here it is. What is actually the problem? Here are all the layers that exist that are keeping me from that problem, which we discussed, but I've got to get to what is at the heart of what's happening. And then once I'm at the heart of what's happening and I'm understanding where I am, right? Understanding what I need in these things and understanding and seeing my partner as a teammate rather than an adversary, I can hone in on communicating the issue and what I need to help resolve the issue. And then we can begin inside of the resolving of the issue, which is giving what is needed and asking for what is needed, or, being asked what is needed and answering what is needed so that we can get what is needed, whether, that is what's happening in the relationship based on the dynamics and which role we play. So I think you all did such a beautiful job of that. And some of the insights that I would say are super important to just remember are that conflict is an opportunity. I know that you're afraid. I know that you feel worried about what it's going to mean for the relationship in the moment, because it can create these blowups and escalations. I know you're worried about what it could mean for the relationship overall, whether that's the longevity of the relationship or, what type of cadence it's going to get into if we have the issue. However, conflict is an opportunity for us to learn about ourselves, and it's an opportunity for us to learn about our partners, and it's an opportunity for us to learn about the relationship at large and what we can move it through and how we can grow. And so shying away from that and noting it as something that's something to run away from or something to throw out or something to discount is not the way to move our relationship forward. So that's what I want you thinking about when it comes to conflict. It's not really the bad guy. It's a tool.
Wow.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Gene. Yeah.
Really appreciate you and the Pruitts and the Moores and my wife, Donna, for showing up tonight. I'm going to leave it at that. I would just say that join us again next week for part 3 of the series. And we're going to talk about the art of turning towards your partner, which, it's We'll explain it next week. I don't want to get into it right now, but it's very important. Remember, the mission or the goal of this month of February is to teach couples how to stay together. You know, if you're in a situation where, you know, you are feeling out of place or uneasy and, you know, you want to learn how to stay together, you know, then you should be here, like listening to things and having takeaways. And I hope y'all had some takeaways tonight. You know, I know that I did. There's some things that I still get to learn from, you know, community with other couples and other therapists, or, you know, I'm learning things on a regular basis. I get an opportunity to connect with my wife. So just, yeah, let's we on a mission. Let's stay together, y'all. Okay. Stay together. Look,
Absolutely.
hey, appreciate everybody for showing up tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. And
you,
thank you,
Jamie.
Mike and Kim, for having your arms down.
Oh.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
I was blind, but now I can
Yeah, calisthenics number 12. Yeah. Fly robotics. Bifocals, my only purpose is to feed the locals. I'm spreading love when I see you and gotta approach you. I see the goodness in you, I wouldn't John Wick you. I know you hustling for your family just to pay the fiscal. I see the God up in you, He bless your physical. While we navigating problems, the world is abysmal. Skip the one up, let's get it to the center. Your house is big as mine, we can always help each other. Affirmation smother, it ain't even cost me a dime to uplift my brother.
It cost me a dime to uplift my brother. That's right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Vulnerability is the New Sexy. This is the podcast where we have real conversations. We are breaking down barriers when we're exploring the strength and vulnerability, right? I'm Joe Corley. I'm a licensed therapist, mental wellness coach, and I'm an advocate for authentic living. So this is where we talk about, we have tough conversations and we normalize seeking support for brothers, breaking down the stigmas, redefining what it means to be a man, a strong, self-aware man. And we're just showing how powerful vulnerability is. And we're going to do that today with a couple of brothers I got with me. I got my friend up north, the great Dr. Vibe. Welcome to the show, my brother. Glad to have you.
Right back at you. Great to be here with great black men, brothers. What is up?
My brother, you just heard in that intro, you know, my rapper friend, my friend, my good brother Q. How you doing, my brother?
I'm good, man. How y'all doing? Blessed day.
All right, new to the show, black male therapist. Like I always say, man, they saying ain't many of us, but less is more, so it's plenty of us. Another black male therapist we added to the situation. My good brother, Dr. Delaney. How you doing, my brother?
Good evening. I'm doing great, and thanks for having me on this platform today.
Oh man, of course. So look, I'm gonna start off with something that kind of sparked this for me. I saw the good brother Killer Mike say something, and I wanted to have a conversation with you guys about it. So let me show y'all that video, and then we'll talk about it on the other side.
Nobody's coming to save us. And most of us are going to talk bad about each other behind each other's back. But I'm here to tell you tonight, every generational curse, or whatever they call that bullshit, is breakable. My grandfather didn't have a father. He dropped out of school in the 3rd grade to raise his sisters and help his mother, and worked in a lumber yard. By the time I got to 3rd grade, I already was reading at 5th grade level. By the time I got to 3rd grade, they already knew that this boy's gonna go to college because a man who was functionally illiterate got a trade. He learned how to drive a truck, and that's what he did. And he made sure his children valued education, and his grandchildren today are good people in this community. So I don't want to hear what rappers don't do no more.
Powerful. Let me start with you, Dr. Vi. Let me ask you something, man. When you hear the term generational curse, what comes to mind for you?
Moving backwards instead of forwards.
Yeah.
That's what comes to mind. That and another thing that comes to my mind, knowing better but not doing better.
Yeah.
That's what comes to my mind, you know, when I hear that generational curse. A lot of us were raised and there were a lot of negative things behind us. We need to shed them off get lighter and move forward.
Absolutely. Brother Q, man, what do you say, man? What do you hear when you hear the word generation or the term generational curse? What comes up for you, bro?
Man, for me, it gotta be presence, man. So like a lot of my family, like my uncles, they're around and everything, but they're definitely not what they made the kids with. So it's like presence is a big thing.
Yeah. So that's how he shows up in your lived experience, folks not showing up for their children.
Yes.
And I know you personally, man, you breaking that generational curse consistently every day, man. So I'm proud of you, brother. Dr. D, man, Dr. Lenny, what's up, man? Tell me what comes to mind for you when you hear the term generational curse, man.
Yeah, I'm thinking about, like just negative traits or, characteristics that has been like passed down from one generation to the next, whether it is, unresolved, trauma, addictive, behaviors. And, at some point, people start to, unfortunately, like start using it as a crutch, because of this happened or I didn't have this, I can't move forward.
Yeah. Let me follow up with you, man. How do you feel like it shows up in Black families, from your lived experience?
I would say from my experience and also how I relate to other clients is the silence.
Yeah.
Not being able to talk about, issues. Because like in my family, with traumatic, events, happen, we really didn't process them. It was just another thing that, happened that you pretty much learned to move through or work through. But then you find out you really didn't, work through it. You just kind of just kept going. And you carry that baggage, with you. And so I would say, for myself, being an adult, I didn't learn. I mean, of course, I feel like I do a little bit better, but I kept things, inside. And with people kind of like looking at me as, you should be able to figure this out. You smart, you all this. I mean, you have all these things, going on. So when I couldn't like work out issues or figure things out, I felt ashamed because I'm supposed to be able to, figure it out. I don't supposed to have, issues, or, struggling with anything like emotional that may be holding me back.
Yeah.
Dr. Joe, can I just add on? Do I have permission to add on to that?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I want to add on to what our good doctor saying that there are some pressures, such as like being a provider or having that suppressing the emotions that reinforce these curses. So I just wanted to add on to that there are a number of different societal things that contribute to holding on to those generational curses.
Coincidentally, man, I was in a session yesterday, right, with this brother, and I've been seeing this brother for quite some time, and slowly, as most brothers do when they get into therapy, they really, really slow to get to the vulnerable stuff. So I've been, chipping away, and eventually the brother started, really getting into some stuff and some real traumatic things from his childhood. So he's really been exposing himself. But this particular session yesterday, he invited his fiance to it, and I worked through an exercise with them that involved them speaking to each other in the eye, looking each other in the eye, and ending off the conversation with an embrace. And he was struggling really bad to look his woman in the eye and to like open his arms and hold her like in public. Now, I had to point out to him, I said, brother, you have told me some really intimate details of your life. So for you to be embarrassed about showing this type of affection towards your fiance right in front of me is actually illogical and crazy. And he kind of said, man, he got stuck for him, and he said, man, you're right. And he turned around and opened his arms. So I bring it up to say generational stuff, man. Like obviously this brother's been passed down from generation to generation to be told that you're not supposed to show that type of affection or emotion in front of another man.
Yeah.
So yeah, I just wanted to bring that out, man. And listen, hey, if you're out there and you're listening, welcome to the show. You know, we're glad to have you. We're talking about generational curses. And listen, type in the chat how generational curses show up for you, or what does it mean when you hear the term generational curse. Throw it out there. We'd love to hear from you, especially if you grew up in a Black family. So, Q, man, let me ask you, man, in your opinion, why do you think these patterns often remain like unspoken? Why don't we talk about it?
Man, I think it got to do with accountability, man. Like a lot of Black men really don't want to be accountable for the stuff that took place. Like, and I want to put it out there, like right now. I don't want to let nobody off the hook, but Black generational, it has nothing to do with racism. So like we could throw that out the window. It's Black men accountability, like I was saying, presence and stuff like that. Like it's just being accountable. Like you made a kid, take care of your kids. You made a promise before God to, your vows and to get married. Yeah, honor that. You don't gotta have 80 women, 30 women. Like it's accountability. So that's what I feel like, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna push back a little bit because that display of masculinity, man. Dr. Lane, like you got something to see. Go ahead, man. I know you're gonna go into it too. Go ahead, brother.
Well, I just, one, I want to agree. I agree with Quinn when he said about the accountability. That is, very, very important. I think like we can't like blame like other races for our own accountability, but we do have to, we can't ignore the systemic like racism that has, a lot to do with like generational, curses. Because if you think about, some of the things with Black fathers, you're not being in a home. Then we have to look at the criminal justice system. How you have more African American men like going to jail, for the same crimes that white men do. Or you think about the inequities when it comes to unemployment. So all of those things you think about when you think about as we're talking about men. And let's think about the inequity and unemployment, not having like fair housing. Not that it's an excuse, but it does plays on a person like mental, like capacity. If you're not able to, provide from your family, how do you feel as a man when you can't support your family? When people don't know how to deal with those type of feelings or those type of emotions, sometimes they will avoid those, situations, and they run from those situations, abandon their families. And that kind of thinking or behavior, get passed down when it's not addressed.
Yeah,
absolutely.
If you're not addressing the fact that, what comes with accountability and where it stems from, like Dr. D said, man, like it's so ancient, brother. Like it's so ancient. Like if you spin a record of Black life and drop the needle anywhere, you're gonna land on somewhere where the agenda is to remove the Black man from the household, and convince him that he doesn't need to take accountability for what. But absolutely, it starts with accountability. We should be taking accountability for our lack of anything, or the way that we're showing up and presenting ourselves in the family, in the home, or in the community altogether. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I feel like that's how you break the curses, like by taking accountability. Like systemically, yes, we have been downplayed, but it's a lot that we have gained from a lot of that. Excuse me, a lot that we have gained from a lot of that, and pushing forward to break those curses. I think accountability is like the main thing that we need to do.
Absolutely. Daniel, yes, it is on YouTube, brother. You can go find it. Just type in vulnerability is the new sexy and type in generation or something like that. It should pop up. Go to the Boss Network, if you know where that is, and you'll find it there. Thank you for watching, brother. I'm happy to have you in the room tonight. Dr. Vibe, man, let me ask you, man, how do you think like the societal expectations Woo, come on now. Impact black men's roles and expectations, brother. How does it impact us?
Is this the question for the rest of the show or just for a few seconds?
Just take a few seconds, man.
Okay. Well, society still, in most cases, expects the man to be the leader.
Okay.
And as we've discussed a little bit already, we as black men, we're already way behind for a number of reasons. Some of it our fault, some of it is not our fault. And I compare it to you're in the middle of the ocean and you have no life preserver. You're paddling. And emotionally, you can get burnt out. And for a lot of men, the easiest thing is to quit. Whether it's quit being the family, quit going out there, they just quit.
Yeah.
So they feel that all these curses, there's no one there to help me. When I ask for help, it's not there. They're just a number of things. Not making excuses. This is reality.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
This is reality. I'm not making excuses, but this is reality. And just out of time, it's just so easy for so many black men to quit. And I understand it. But we just got to keep on going. So societal wise, that's a whole other show in itself, but that's just maybe a 45-second response.
Yeah. And hey, if you felt the burnout out there and you in the chat, just type yes, sir, in the chat. That's all I want from you. If you felt that burnout before and it's gotten rough on you, feel like you wanted to give up, just type yes, sir, in the chat, man.
Well, can I just add something really quick too, Joe?
Absolutely.
I was talking to a brother who him and I have been close for 30 years. And we just recently had a conversation. I said, how are your holidays? He said, Dr. Vibe, they weren't good. And I think I mentioned this to you already. And I said, why? He said he spoke to 5 close black men that have just quit. Whether it's generational stuff that's been going on, they've just quit.
Yeah.
And there's a lot we're expected to do that we don't have the answers to everything.
Yeah.
Right.
But
right.
We as men, rightly or wrongly, are expected to have the answers for everything.
Right.
And can I add something to that? Just like because I just recently had a conversation with one of my close friends, and they asked me, because I see so many clients a week and do other things, and he asked me, are you burned out? And my quick response was, no, I'm good, because it's just like I have, we have that innate just kind of responsibility or reaction to say that we are okay, because we don't want to say that we're tired or that we're weak. And for some reason I did not want to admit that I was like getting close to burnout, and I had to like go back and immediately just kind of retract that statement and allow myself to say, I am having a little burnout.
Yeah, exactly, brother.
And I think like when we can't like acknowledge that, then you just keep going till you just kind of, I guess what the young folks say, like, crash out or, burn out, not being able to acknowledge just kind of like, where you are, mentally, physically, or if you need help.
Yeah. And that's what we're working on, man. That's why honestly, why we present right now. That's why I'm present right now to help brothers just open up and say, I need help. I'm not okay. And try to break some of these generational curses, because one of the big generational curses that we pass down is that ability is somehow a hit against your masculinity. Meanwhile, you crash it out, you burn it out, and you can't figure out why. And what does it manifest itself as? Anger. What do you become? You either, like you say, abandon your responsibilities and you lack accountability, or you you're present, but you become an abuser or abusive. And that's not everybody. Some brothers know how to manage themselves, and just it's a lot of brothers who don't. And those are the kind of brothers that I'm seeing on a regular that are happy and free to be unlocking something from themselves, man. It's a beautiful, it's at least once a week, I swear to you, once a week, I don't know how often it's happened for you, Dr. Delaney, but I mean, once a week, one of these brothers is like overcoming or coming out on the other side and like, man, I really been doing this wrong the
Mhm.
whole time.
Yeah. And I'm glad that you brought that up about the, anger or, being abusive, because, when you first start like sessions, especially like with, black males, and I would say males in general, but we're talking about black males today, is that you always hear that, I was told not to, show, emotion. And and I'm like, well, did you just tell me you knocked down a chair the other day? And it's emotions. Just because you're not crying, it doesn't mean that your emotions are not manifesting, in some type of way. And I think that's what a lot of men think about being emotional, is the crying aspect, and ignoring like the yelling, the throwing things, becoming abusive. All that is, a negative way of expressing emotions.
Oh man, you said something. I've honestly, as much as I know that, I've never actually said it out loud, man, and really processed the fact that they say I can't show emotions, but ignore all the negative emotions that they're showing by throwing chairs and showing up angry. That's a good one, brother. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna be using that one, man. I see this right here. People smell vulnerability as a weakness and prey on it. And you know what, man? I hear you. I hear you, brother Mike, and I'm gonna push back just a little bit to say that if you are showing vulnerability in a real way, you can't be preyed upon, because the things that you would consider yourself embarrassed about won't embarrass you.
Right.
I struggle with this, or I struggle with that, or I sometimes feel like I'm an inadequate father or an inadequate husband. I can't forgive myself for me stepping out or cheating, and these are all things that man, if you really say out loud, you can't be preyed upon for it. You just can't be. What you think? What you think, Q?
Man, I agree. I totally agree with you. Like good brother Dr. Vibe said, I was talking to one of my friends today, actually, and he was expressing to me how he felt burnt out with his marriage, and he was like, "How do you do it?" And I'm like, "No, bro, I be having my days too." You know what I'm saying? Like, wife's probably mad at me at this moment. Like, so it's a choice that you have to, want to fix things and, want to be happy. Like, it's just a choice you make. And being vulnerable is a choice. Like, if you choose to be vulnerable, like you said, you cannot be preyed upon, because I chose that. And, I made that known. So to me, it's not a weakness, because I have already told you. So it's nothing you can't say to, back me down from that.
Yeah. So you call me, you call me an ignorant bastard or whatever. Yeah, I already said that. What I did was ignorant. I'm already admitting to that. So how do we fix it?
For sure, man.
You want to add to that, Dr. D?
Well, I wanted to say, I also, agree with what, Mike was saying about how, people prey on weakness. But we talked about being like vulnerable, like with that. I'm thinking about being vulnerable, like just kind of with people you are, close to, and your family, like your friends, they owe you that safe space to be vulnerable, to be vulnerable with. And if you're not getting it, they're not providing that from you, then you need to assess like your circle.
Yes 100%. If you can't be vulnerable with the people you're around, then you need to question with the circle that you're in. 100%, man. I mean, that goes without saying. I should say that though, because you're right, Dr. Say that because you can't be preyed upon by the people who love you. Right? That's
Facts.
it.
You can, but you should be. You should.
Yeah, there you go. Listen, I want to spend some time talking about what our responsibility is to, the next generation, especially our own children, to show up well for our. When I show up, what I mean by show up well, I mean our responsibility to show our children or the next generation of children how well we should be treating the women or our partners that we're with. All right. So I want to show this video real quick, and then I'm gonna talk about it on the other side, man.
Yeah, I need to talk to you about something. I used to grow up and want to be like you.
That makes sense.
And now I know.
What you mean you don't want to be like me? Who you want to be like?
You're an awesome dad. You give me everything I want, but you don't know how to treat women. You're the only one in this family. You never want to hold your girlfriend's hand or walk with her or take her on a date. You're the only person in this family that don't know how to treat a girl.
I don't want to, because I'm not sweet? Because I'm not sweet, you don't want to be like, you don't want to.
That's the whole point of getting a girlfriend. Cause if my mama, she was always rude to you, you wouldn't even want to be with her, would you? Would you?
No.
Exactly. So why do you think she would want to be with you if you was nice? Explain. People always trying to not hurt your feelings and tell you everything that's not what you really are.
In a minute, man, but I want to start with Q because I know he's raising 4 boys and he's in the home with their mother, and I want to get your reaction, Q, when you see something like that. What responsibility do you take upon yourself to show your sons how you treat their mom?
Man, I'm not gonna lie. I take it one situation at a time because I think and it's 3 boys, Joe. Come on, man, 3, not 4.
Yeah, brother.
But no, but I take it one situation at a time and try to make sure I use that as a learning experience. And when I mess up on my side with my wife, I make sure to let them know, like, this is why she's upset about what I did. And if you can, take these steps to, make sure that doesn't happen. And I think dude took what was coming from his son very well. Like, I don't know, I would have bugged up on my son, like, what you talking about? But that's a part of the vulnerability thing. Like, you gotta intake some of that so you know how to make changes. So, like, I'm very open with my 3 boys. Like, they literally could open up to me about anything, like, and we have that safe space in here, me and my wife, for them. So I openly tell them, like, nah, I messed up, I'm apologizing. I apologize, and seeing what I did wrong and then try to fix it. So I take it one situation at a time.
Yes, sir. Dr. Vibe, man, you want to add anything to that, brother?
Yeah, I think that's really good. I think being vulnerable with the ones you love, no matter what age they're at, is critical, especially with younger people, because they're always watching us.
Yeah.
When we don't think they're watching us, they're watching us. And if you mess up, I'm going to say, for the future of your family, when you're gone, you want to show what you've done wrong and admit it to them.
Yes.
And say that was wrong. Because remember, every child that's in your house is probably going to outlive you.
Yeah.
So you want to set the foundation for them to be great human beings, great Black human beings going forward. And if you're with a partner, you want to show that, be open with them. You have to be open with them, because if they're getting the wrong message, they're already getting enough wrong messages out there. But if it's coming from the home first, there could be some real challenges there. So I think it's really, really important that, especially because a lot of times we weren't raised that way and things have changed.
Yeah.
So we have to adopt with the change and flow of the times.
For sure.
Oh yeah, my mom and my stepdad, just to interject real quick, my mom, my stepdad, they got into something and anybody said something, it was, hey, stay out of grown folks' business. Right?
Yeah.
It wasn't no explaining.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Man, listen, I watched, like I said, man, I'm very open about this, man. I watched my stepfather consistently beat my mother in her face, and sometimes bloody and black and blue, and never once, and he's still living today, has he ever explained any of that, or try to have a conversation about any of it?
Wow. No,
So, I mean, I actually spent a lot of my time, and this is not, I don't think this is necessarily the healthiest way, but I just spent a lot of my time trying to be the opposite of that.
there you go.
And, but even still, I still don't understand. I still don't know if that's the healthiest way. But let me ask you, Dr. D, if that guy comes in your office, he sits down with you and says, my son says, I don't know how to treat women. He doesn't want to be like me. Where do you start with him?
Well, yeah, I first asked him, why do you think, he, felt that way, and asked him, how did he feel like he's showing up, to his son. One of the things I heard him say, he was like, what? Because, I'm not sweet. You don't want to be not like me because I'm not sweet.
Right.
And really, work with defining, that term to him, being sweet, being nice, to, his wife, doing romantic things. Like, what does that mean, to him?
Yeah.
And, working with him and maybe like changing, his perspective, regarding that. Because it's often, this could be him, the way that he, because like his son said, like, you provide, everything, for me. So his way to show love, could be, making sure like the bills are paid, making sure, they have like the material, things and stuff like that they want, but missing that other, piece. And that could have been another part of that generational curse of what he had been taught or saw or seen.
Yeah. No, that I'm glad you caught that barb right there about why, because I'm not sweet, man. That is absolutely some stuff that's got passed down. And that makes me want to ask y'all a question, man. When you think about some of the things that you've had to unlearn, what is like one of the most ridiculous, illogical things that you grew up thinking and understanding that you had to unlearn in your adult life? I'm gonna start with you, Q. What do you?
Man, I say this all the time. Like, my friends, they come to me for advice because we've probably been married longer than a lot of people. Being tough with your wife, like, you don't have to be tough with her. Like, you can chill out. You know what I'm saying? You don't always got to be, this aggressive person, or like dude was saying, you ain't always got to be, not sweet. Like, you rude. You can be sweet. Like with me and my wife, like, sometimes I overshare because I feel like I'm so self-aware of the things I don't want to happen in my marriage and as in fatherhood, that I overshare. So I've learned I'm trying to learn how to not overshare. But yeah, like, that's one of the things. Like, oh, you tough with your wife, or you keep her out of your emotions, period. So she don't even know how you feeling at all. Like, that's one of the most ridiculous things that I've learned, like, to put out of my marriage. Like, no, I'm not being tough with my wife at all.
Yeah. No mind reading. That's one of my rules when I do couples, man. Ain't no such thing as mind reading. No. He should know. No, sis, you got to tell him. She should know. Nah, bro, you got to tell her, or we're not gonna get nowhere.
Right.
Dr. Vibe, man, what about you, man? What's something you had to unlearn, man?
Well, this is a personal story. And growing up, I can only say from my lens, I didn't talk much with my father. Like, he was a teacher, and I felt more of a student than his son.
Mm-hmm.
And about 15 years, and I just thought in my mind, okay, guys aren't supposed to talk because he's my major role model growing up.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So he had suffered a heart attack. Need a moment.
Yeah. Take your time, brother.
Salute, bro.
Take your time, bro.
We here for you, bro.
He had suffered a heart attack and was in the hospital. And the morning of his surgery, I wheeled him in. And waiting for 3.5 hours saying, I woulda, coulda, shoulda. Didn't have that relationship with my major mentor saying that I just have to shut down. And then when the doctor came in the waiting room, because it was just myself and my mom there, nobody else, no one other family. And he said he's going to be okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I ran over to the doctor and I got on my knees and hugged the doctor's leg. Because by the grace of God, this gentleman and his team gave me a second chance.
Mm-hmm.
So I said, can I see him? He said, sure. Go in there. And I said, Dad, how you doing? He says, I can feel my feet now. And I said, from that point on, we were not going to have a generational curse of us not talking to each other.
Yes, sir.
And now, with him still alive at 87 years old, he calls me his best friend.
Amazing, bro. Thank you for sharing that, bro. I really appreciate you being vulnerable, man.
So, and I just want to encourage Black men, no matter what your relationship is with your father, try to make it the best you can, because when your dad is gone, it's going to be one of the most difficult parts you're going to have in your life, no matter what your relationship with your father is. I'm complete.
At one point, it's going to get difficult, man. I'm talking to somebody who lost his father at 16. I didn't really feel it in the moment, but as I got older, for sure, there was moments where I wish I had that conversation that you had, man. So if that opportunity is there, I know it's not easy for everybody, and there's some really, broken relationships, and maybe, it's best for you to stay out of it. Maybe that's the best thing for you. But if there's an opportunity to bridge that, I'm always going to advise somebody to do that or try and give an attempt to heal that wound, man. Dr. Laney, man, what about you, man? What is something you had to unlearn?
Well, I had to learn to be like more sensitive and like more respectful for like the space that some people are in, because of some of the things that I experienced growing up, just kind of like you witnessed domestic violence, and suffer physical abuse. So when I hear when I heard other people complaining about other things that I felt was less than what I experienced, I would be like, okay, so that's what you're crying about. So even as a therapist, so becoming not to be so desensitized to other people's traumas.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's big.
Yeah, man, it's huge, man. That's huge.
Real strong.
I always tell people, man, like, I only had, my father pretty much disappeared when I was 5. And then when my mother died at 15, he reappeared in my life. And then he died like less than a year later when I was 16. So I only really got that year with my father. And there's a couple little things that he said at that time. And one of the things that he said to me that I remember is crazy. My memory's terrible, but these little gems that he leaves you, well, I thought it was a gem at the time. The brother said, man, it's a 10-to-1 ratio with these women out here. And I'm really mad because it's somebody out there with 3 of my hoses. I can only find 7 of them. That's what he gave me, bro. That's what he gave me.
That's wow.
I gotta get to work.
You wow for that one, bro.
That's man. I mean, but that's the kind of stuff that I had to unlearn, man. Like I had to, like, really, I was probably in my 30s, honestly, before another grown man, my uncle, his brother, who's super player, right? Super player, but never been married, never, committed to one woman, but never had to lie or cheat on no woman. And he looked at me and said, man, what you got going with your wife is a beautiful thing, man. You should definitely honor and cherish and protect. I was in my 30s before a grown man that I respected told me that, man. And it really shook me, man. It really shook me because I was fighting the thought that what I was doing wasn't cool. Trying to be with this one woman, because I'm like, damn, it's 9 of them out there that I gotta go corral some kind of way. I gotta go find this other 9 to get it right. But no, man, I appreciate y'all brothers being vulnerable, man. I wanna show another video, man, and then lean into something else right after this. But I'm gonna play this video and then we'll talk about it on the other side.
How do you commit to breaking that cycle to ensure, your kids don't have to follow in those same footsteps?
Let me read something to you real quick. It means a lot to me. Man, I ain't trying to cry, but it say break generational curses. Quit yelling at your kids before they go to bed and expect them to sleep well. Quit yelling at your kids in the morning right after they wake up before school and expect them to have a good day. You set the tone for your children. You set the tone for your voice. They will always remember in their heads. You become the inner voice. Don't be the inner critic. Speak life, speak love, speak bravery, kindness and hope. Speak wisdom and truth. Most of all, listen to your children. I never had none of that. I get that to mine. And that's my number one priority. I follow that. That's how I break it. And when I do it, I live it. I live it. The narrative shit. That's what they never wanted to pick up.
Yeah, man. That brings me to this brother right here said, meet people where they are in their life. No, that's not what he said. That was his earlier comment about, it's easy to be vulnerable with your children. And I'm going to say, man, I'm gonna throw this to you, Dr. Laney. In my experience, defensiveness in Black men shows up often when it comes to your children. Like when I get a client in my room and he starts talking about the way his kids talk to me, almost always leads with defensiveness. So, I mean, what's been your experience, Dr. Laney?
First of all, I do want to acknowledge that's my brother who, made that comment. That's why.
All right, what's up, bro?
So, one of the things that I do, want to acknowledge this with, my clients is that they can see themselves as kind of like in like their like children. And so sometimes they're working like so hard, not to be like the father that, they had, that, when one of their children, may say something about, about them, they listen because they want to try to correct, like those, behaviors. I think like sometimes the defensiveness also comes to play when I see with clients is that sometimes you don't want to admit that you made a mistake. When you're so focused on being like a good parent, being a good father, you think that's what you're doing. But when somebody else, bring that attention, and I don't think it comes out of stubbornness, but you pride yourself on being like a good parent. And so you don't want to, be told otherwise is what a defensiveness will come up.
Yeah, 100%, man. I have sessions where brother comes in and we start talking or the child or the wife starts talking, and like 20 minutes, this probably happened to me this week, about 10, 15 minutes in, he was like, oh, I didn't know it was Bash so-and-so day. I didn't know it was Bash me day. We can't get to the healing unless we talk about the hurt. You know what I mean? So we're gonna have opportunities for you to say how you feel about certain things, but it's like these people are just talking about how they feel, and you feel attacked, most likely because you believe some of what they're saying is the truth.
Mm-hmm.
That's where your defensiveness has come from. I always tell people when somebody's getting defensiveness, more than likely when they're getting defensive, that person believes part of whatever it is that they're being defensive about. So they say a hit dog or holler. You know what I mean?
Right.
Dr. Vi, man, what came up for you watching that video, brother?
Some of it personal because I experienced some of that. Right?
You finna start crying again?
No, not no. But that is another generational curse.
Yeah, for sure.
Right? how many of our male role models you never saw cry?
Oh yeah, yeah, 100%.
Right?
Yeah.
So for me, there's just so many emotions going on in my heart right now in regards to this conversation, and seeing that, I'm sure many black men can relate to what was that Jen was saying in that video.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But the important thing was there was another black man there to hug him.
Yeah, that was deep.
Hey,
Right?
well, I say it don't make you less of a man to say I love you.
Exactly. Like, he was accepted in the present right then and there. No shame, no guilt, no judgment, and gave him, as our doc was saying, I like to say, a safe and brave space to share and get that out of his heart and off his back. And I'm sure that he's become a better person from that moment on, saying, and could you imagine how long that's been inside of him?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. That generational curse has been inside of him, and he got a chance to release, almost like being a slave.
Right.
He was able to break those chains.
100%. Yeah. Q, man, how speaking on what Dr. Vibe is saying, man, about that male embrace, man, and don't make you less of a man to say I love you and all of that. When we talking about unlearning some of these generational curses, man, how important is it to be involved or embedded in a community of black men? How important is that for black men?
Man, I think it's the most important thing, man, because like I'm sorry, what's the name? Dr. Lane, Dr. D, like he was saying, like if you don't have that safe space in your circle, like you're doing something wrong. So you gotta have some nice aware black men around you. Like if you don't, you fooling yourself.
Yeah.
Because it needs to be somebody to tell you, man, that was wrong, man. Like coming from another strong black man, like that was wrong, man. Like, I might not have said it to you at that moment because I got your back, but behind the closed doors, I'm gonna tell you, man, that was wrong. Like, you need to correct that, you know. But I want to say about that video, man, like not all of it, of course, but piece of that was me. That was me. My kids wasn't getting up in the morning. I was hollering. And it's crazy because my wife said his exact words. How you expect to be yelling at him in the morning and expect him to have a good day?
Yeah.
Like, specifically my youngest son. He has a hard time getting up sometimes. So I used to be that dude until she said that, and that hit me. She said those exact words though, and that's nuts. And I've never seen that Des Bryant video, but she said those exact words to me.
That's crazy, man. I never saw it either till yesterday. Doing a little research, and I came across. I was like, I'm gonna add this to the show, man. But yeah, me too as a father, man. I had to unlearn some of that stuff too, because I was consistently getting yelled at for stuff that really wasn't, yellable offenses. If you ask me, it could have been solved through other means. You know what I mean? But I had to learn again to what do I need from my sons? What do I need? All right, what is the end result? What do I need? And let me talk and communicate what it is that I need and how what they're doing makes me feel. If it makes me feel away, man, I have the right to say that to my child. Like, man, when you're not doing this, man, son, I get scared, bro. I don't really, I fear for your everyday existence. I fear for it. I mean, I want you to come out on the other side of this thing as the best man possible. When you're not showing 24/7 exemplary, manhood, I start to take it personal, which is a me problem. But I'm just letting you know that's where it's coming from. It's a me problem, but I'm scared. And we have conversations like that, man, all the time. Me and my sons, for sure. I want to show y'all one more thing, man, that came across, man. I want to get y'all opinion on what this brother's saying. I just learned this, so y'all bear with me. I just learned this at the beginning of the show, how to share my screen. So let me get to it.
We get out of trying to normalize childhood trauma as a shit. That shit bothers me, right? You gotta let me finish, please. So that shit bothers me, the childhood trauma as an excuse or like as a way to play victim, right? Because my thing is this, right? I'm a grown ass man in every capacity, and I say I'm grown because I own my house, I own my cars, I got all my own shit. You can't be grown without your own shit, right? I was a kid. I was a kid once. I watched my mom get shot in front of me. I was in a house full of crack addiction. I was child abused. I was all of that shit, right? But I became a man because life made me become a man quick. And I feel like we just like to give people this safe space with this childhood trauma shit because it's like, well, my dad didn't buy me the toy truck I wanted when I was 6, and that's why I cheat on women. Why doesn't childhood trauma ever affect you when it's shit that you want to do? Childhood trauma didn't stop you from getting a job. Childhood trauma didn't stop you from pursuing that woman that you wanted. Childhood trauma didn't stop you from pursuing those dreams you wanted. Childhood traumas didn't stop you from running the streets. So how the fuck would childhood trauma stop you from loving me right? I grew up in one of the brokest homes ever, but it's a conscious decision that we make as human beings, and we always give people a safe space. Oh, because when I was 17, when I was in college, the bull grabbed.
You, Dr. Delane, I'm come straight to you, man. How did it make you feel, bro?
When I saw that, just listen to it. One, it is a person who definitely don't know, what he's talking about. But I don't know why, but I can like kind of feel like he was just like angry. When he was, expressing that way, he was angry about, I don't know. But I think it was such a disrespect, to people's, trauma, that, saying that, people like use that, as an excuse, and him just not really understanding how, childhood trauma impacts like your, adulthood, or across lifespan. I'm sorry, I'm just a little, a little taken back. I wish you should have let me see that earlier. I could have responded better.
Producer Tierra showed that to me like right before the show, and I said, "I'm gonna include this," and I thought it was important to talk about that.
Yeah,
but that made me feel away, man. So I went to you as a therapist, man, first to see how it made you feel, man. It definitely made me feel away. It offended me, bro. It offended me big time watching that. But Dr. Vibe, what'd you feel, man, watching it, bro?
I piggyback what the doctor said, but I found it very interesting what he defined what made him a man.
Yeah.
Like usually when you ask someone that question, the first thing they say is usually the top of mind. It was material.
Yeah.
And I heard a whole bunch of material things and then a little bit of his backstory. I agree. I heard a lot of anger there, and everyone has a different story. His story is different than any of our stories.
Yeah.
Right. So for him to just say, just for label, if you're not like me, you're not right. I'm sorry. I can't work with that. And I believe that if we knew some of his backstory and the way he even is carry on now, I'd love either one of the two doctors to have a session with him. That would be interesting.
Yeah, for sure. He definitely needs one, man. Q, what'd you think, bro? Hold on, let me unmute you, bro. Go ahead, bro.
Bro was toxic, man. Like, I mean, I deal with these. I see these kind of people every day in my life, man. Like, he trying to be too tough. He think that success is the reason, that he didn't have those childhood traumas and that he was able to overcome what it is. But you could tell he's the one who has the childhood traumas. He actually named them. He told us all his traumas.
Sure.
But still said, "Oh, well, I'm successful, and then it stopped me from doing this," or towards the woman, like, "Why should it stop you from loving me?" or whatever, But yeah, you could tell he's toxic, bro. Like, that bothered me, and because I the time I had my therapy sessions, bro, like, I went there for one reason, and it unpacked so much other stuff from my childhood that made me become a better man. So I know for a fact what he's saying is false.
Yeah. And he does what a lot of men, or black men especially, do: equate accomplishment to value. Like, okay, I've accomplished these things, so I have value. I must not have. I'm not making excuses for the things that have happened to me. So neither should you, right? Because
Right.
I've accomplished this. You can. If I've done it, you can do it. And like Dr. Vibe said, man, everybody's story is different. Everybody's lived experience is different, and it's important to understand and break down, kind of some of the stuff he's saying, because a lot of folks think like that, man. Especially when, and I hear it a lot as a therapist that, oh man, this therapy stuff is going too far. I'm not responsible for your childhood trauma. Let's stop using it as an excuse. Partly what he's saying is correct. I mean, if someone in your life has dealt with childhood trauma and the result of that is showing up in you guys' relationship some kind of way, whether you're a friend or a wife or a child or whatever, then yes, it is not on you to accept their childhood trauma and then excuse their abuse. That's not a thing. You know what I mean? But you can acknowledge it and then make a decision after that. Just not acknowledging somebody's childhood trauma uh, is not okay. It's not okay. But you don't have to accept any abuse behind it for sure. You know? I want to answer this question, man, and Dr. D, I want you to answer it too, man. But my opinion on this, what resources can a child, do to value vulnerability and embrace vulnerability when they don't have anyone in their circle? So I don't know what your circumstances are, but the first thing I'm going to say is you're looking at the resources, right? This is the resource when they don't have anybody in their circle, and vulnerability is not a talent. It's a skill. I mean, it can be a talent, but when I say it's a skill, I mean it can be learned. You know what I mean? You can teach somebody vulnerability, but you have to put them in a space with someone who understands how to teach somebody vulnerability. What we do as therapists is encourage and teach vulnerability. I'm speaking for myself. I work with Black men or Black boys, Black teens, and try to teach them vulnerability and encourage them to be vulnerable. And I show them the value of that vulnerability. So what do you say to that, Dr. B?
Yeah, I think just kind of going back, to the comment, taking them out of that circle if that vulnerability is not provided, in that space, putting them in spaces where that is encouraged. With young boys, sometimes I use the word vulnerability, but I also like to use emotional intelligence, more so to create like more like self-awareness and being able to like identify how they feel and express how they feel. So but back to the question, is moving them out of that circle, finding other safe spaces that encourage vulnerability.
Yeah, exactly, man. Listen, man, I'm gonna round off, man, with some of your takeaways from the night or things that you want to leave people with. Some brothers out there that may be struggling with vulnerability. It's maybe some ladies struggling with brothers who are dealing with or suffering, or no, I'm saying, suffering or struggling with vulnerability. Dr. Vibe, I'm gonna start with you, man. What do you want to part people with? And if you want to share anything about what you're doing and where people can find you, please feel free to do that.
Yeah, well, first of all, I want to say thank you to the brothers here and Miss Black Hollywood for allowing me to be in this space. Some quick suggestions. If you're a Black father, be your best to be emotionally present. Prioritize mental health and allow your children to feel safe expressing themselves. And if you're also Black men, small but impactful actions you can take, like apologizing to children, to spouse, anyone that you need to apologize to, I suggest you do it. Also, start having conversations with other Black men, with therapists about feelings, or get some mentorship. But I also want to be encouraging, saying that it's never too late to heal and break cycles. Start sharing a message of hope and persistence. You know, it's just the power of starting small is so huge. And again, get together with other Black men. It all starts with you. It all starts with one. And then finally, my question would be, what's one thing as a Black man you can do today to create the legacy you want for yourself and other Black people, whether it's your family, your friends, other Black men? And if you want to reach out to me, I'm Googlicious. Put in the Dr. Vibe Show, and you'll find everything I do. I host 4 or 5 live shows a week, and I'm complete.
You say you what now? You Googlicious. What'd you say?
I'm Blackalicious.
Blackalicious.
And Googlicious.
Googlicious, Blackalicious. let me not be toxic like bro, man. Hey, Q, man, what's up? What you got for the people, man?
Man, I started it with, I'm ending with it too, man. Like accountability, like be accountable. It's okay to share, you know, take heed and telling, you know, somebody that you're sorry. Like, man, I messed up, you know, it's not making you look weak. You know, a little vulnerability go a long way, you know? So accountability, man, always be accountable. And don't think you weak for being accountable.
Yes, sir. Dr. D, man, leave us with Q. You know, you got anything to promote, brother?
Oh yeah, for sure. You know, my album out, man. Authentic Intelligence is on all platforms, all streaming platforms, iTunes included, Tidal, all of that. Please go check me out, man. Fly Robotics, FLYROBOTICS. It's very grown up music, very intellectual music, and something that you will listen to for a test of time. So please go check me out. It's long though.
Yes, but it's good, brother. I want to again acknowledge, man. I listened to it myself several times. Great music, man.
Thank
you, brother. Dr. D, what's up, brother?
I would just say, you know, learn to, you know, listen to like your spouses, your partners, you know, your children. Oftentimes, you know, I have, clients who, you know, struggle to, you know, feel like they're making their families happy or feel like they're missing the mark, you know, somewhere. And I always ask, you know, what are they saying, you know, to you? Like, what are your wife has, you know, been, you know, communicating? So, I mean, it's not hard, you know, you listen to what's being like, you know, communicated to you and, you know, be open to, you know, receiving like those messages. I know we run out of time, but you can find me at workintherapy2023.com. Again, that's workintherapy2023.com.
All right, man. Thank you for joining me, brother. For real. And I just want to say this, man. I'm going to leave you out with this, man. When I was transitioning my son from regular school to homeschool, there was like a period of time where you just have to do nothing. And, you know, you're not doing any type of school. And that was really scary, by the way, because my whole life I've been in school and I thought, you know, you got to attend school. You got to be learning something, doing some type of worksheet or taking some type of test all the time to get to meet the grade and all these other things. But that period of time where you do nothing, and they say it's like a couple months for every year that your kid was in school, is called unschooling, where you have to unlearn the system of school that you've been in and learn your entire life in order to prepare your son, your child, for homeschool, which is a completely different vibe, you know? And I'm relating this to this conversation because there's years and years and years of things that we have learned as Black men that we must now start to unlearn in this next generation and understand that the things that our heroes or our ancestors had to do because of the circumstances that they were in are not necessarily some of the things that we have to do in order to show up today. And some of the things that they necessarily didn't have to do, but they were taught to do or passed on down from generations before them. And now they pass these things on to us. We have to unlearn some of these things, bro. Like, you know, having intimate moments with other men, that's okay. You can do that. And, you know, and there's nothing wrong with being gay, but it doesn't make you gay if that's what you're afraid of. And you shouldn't be afraid of being gay anyway. Like that's part of the unlearning that we have to do. So that's just a small little, caveat to what I'm saying. Like there's a lot of things that we have to understand about masculinity or unlearn about masculinity and what it looks like today so that we can show up as better friends, better brothers, better fathers, better husbands, whatever it is. We got to show up better. And it has nothing to do with violence or accomplishment or any of these things that we've learned over time. So I want to thank these brothers for joining me today. This is a very powerful conversation about breaking generational curses. I hope that you as an audience took away something today that you can go forward with. And just remember, vulnerability is not weakness. It's a strength. It is a strength. And that's what we're doing here. And it's like taking the first step forward towards legacy, a legacy of healing. That's what we want to pass down, a legacy of healing and growth. So big thank you to my guest, Dr. D, Dr. Vibe, and my brother Q. And I appreciate y'all sharing your insights and experiences of being vulnerable with me tonight. Listen, don't forget to subscribe, share, leave a review, talk, leave a comment if you haven't done so, if you're watching this on the playback, but most of all, share, man. Let's keep the conversation going. And let's redefine what it means to be a strong, self-aware black man. Let's redefine that. Let's start one person at a time. We can do that. Until next time, y'all, y'all take care of yourselves and, take care of each other.
How can people get a hold of you?
Oh, yeah. Good question, bro. Good question. You can contact me at consulting.com. I appreciate those of you that have reached out and have asked for consultations, man. I mean, that happens. And I appreciate it. You brothers want to start making a change. That's consulting.com. You can book your consultation right there. You don't got to talk to me or nothing, man. And you can come back here every Tuesday night. We're going to have another show next week. And then all of February, we're going to be talking relationships. And we're going to be, sitting with couples and things of that nature and other therapists and whatnot, trying to, provoke some healing in y'all relationships for February. So I look forward to doing that as well. But thank you, Dr. Vibe, for that. I appreciate you, brother. And again, till next time, man, y'all have a good night and take care of yourselves.
Peace.
I was blind, but now I can
Yeah, calisthenics number 12. Yeah. Fly robotics. Bifocals, my only purpose is to feed the locals. I'm spreading love when I see you and gotta approach you. I see the goodness in you, I wouldn't John with you. I know you hustling for your family just to pay the fiscal. I see the God up in you, He bless your physical. While we navigating problems, the world is abysmal. Skip the one up, let's get it to the center. Your house is big as mine, we can always help each other. Affirmation smother, it ain't even cost me a dime to uplift my brother.
Welcome back, everybody, to another episode of Vulnerability is the New Sexy. This is part 3 of our special 4-part series on relationships. It has been going really well. We have been getting some really good feedback. And today we are diving into something that might seem small, but actually has the power to make or break relationships. And that's how do we respond to each other's small little bids for connection. And if you don't know what that is, bids for connection are the little things that when your partner like sends a text, it's just to check in, when they want to share a story from their day, or when they reach for your hand while y'all walking together. It's how you respond to these moments that can either build intimacy or create distance over time. So many relationships, don't fall apart because of like these big explosive fights like we think, but because of these small everyday disconnections and little opportunities that we may be missing. So we're going to talk about in this episode what these little bids look like and how can we respond to them in ways that strengthen our relationship and how to like stay emotionally present even when life is getting a little busy or overwhelming. And today I've got some, again, some credible guests joining me. You've seen a lot of these people before. Obviously, my brother Chris here is joined by his wife Maria, and they're a couple that I thought would be and provide some insight to this topic. Q and Jatoya, I've seen them on part 1 of the series, I believe, right? Was that part 1?
Part 1.
Yeah, okay. And then my wife, who is joining me again for part 3, out of that deathbed from episode 1, and thriving, as you can see. And then from last week, we're bringing Jeannie Johnson back, a therapist who deals with emotional connection and sees couples also. So, hi everybody, how y'all doing? Everybody good? Okay, good.
I'm great.
All right. So, Toy and Q, I'm just gonna get a little icebreaker question out here. I'm gonna ask y'all straight up. What is like one little thing that your partner does that that's a little bit for connection that you really appreciate, that they might think is a small thing, but it really makes you feel loved? Toy, I'll start with you.
I think for me, it's the embrace and the saying I love you before you walk out the door.
Yeah.
Like, don't just leave home without saying anything. That bothers me a lot.
Okay. All right. Like you bother right now. Go ahead.
Yeah, I didn't do that this morning, so it's not a big thing for sure.
All right.
I appreciate that she loved that. For me, it's just, hey, how your day going? She does it all the time. Sometimes she don't, but most of the time she do. And I love that. It's just like, oh, okay, she thinking about me. Or like, you need anything, like good, like how your day going? You having a bad one? I maybe could cheer you up a little bit. So I like that.
Cool. Chris, what about you, man? What's something that your wife does that?
It is the way she follows me. Like in the beginning, we had a lot of button heads, and I had kind of made a lot of mistakes. And then these last couple of years, man, she's just really been like, even if he makes a mistake, I got his back, and that means the world to me because I can go up against anybody. But she was the one that could break me down, kind of. But now it's all lifting up, man. It's just a lot of lifting up. Even when I make mistakes, she kind of lets me just lead, and it just makes me to be more on point, man. And it's just like little things that we used to butt head. Now it's just like, just let him make a mistake, and then I just it's just little stuff like that we're moving forward now because of stuff like that. So I think that she just really is my number one fan now, so that helps me a lot.
Now she's your number one fan, huh?
Yeah. Now.
Had to grow into that.
Now.
Had to grow into that role. What about you, Maria?
Hey, we both did, though. We both did.
For me, I think it's the constant reminder of Chris to the kids to respect me, listen to me. Just that shows me love and that he thinks about that.
Oh man, that's actually a good one, man. I try to do that myself sometimes. Sometimes you gotta play referee with them kids, because they be trying to decide.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? My children are angels.
All right. I wasn't ready for that one. But what's something that your husband does that makes you feel loved?
Actually, I'm with Jatoya. Like the good morning, the kiss goodbye. Like, don't walk out the door. Don't walk out the door.
Okay. For real?
Yeah, seriously.
That means a lot to you, huh?
It does.
Okay.
So, like when you got up and went to the gym the other morning.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, okay. We got a little. This little episode gonna be funny. All right. Yeah. For me, I think it's like when I mention that I need something, and then it like appears. You know what I mean? Like I'll be just talking randomly, whether it's I need some pencils in my office, and then the next day like some pencils will show up, and I'm like, damn. Just that little gesture right there be making me feel like, man, she really is supporting what I'm doing, and really it makes me feel kind of seen and heard. And I really appreciate those things. Jeannie, let me ask you something, man. Do you come across couples who are failing at bids for connection? And if you do, like what are some of the things that you start out trying to get them to process in these moments?
Absolutely. Yes, I do come across a lot of clients who are feeling it. One, recognizing bids, even though they've been together for long periods of time, just because many of these things aren't outwardly spoken. Many of us actually, especially in relationships where there are two Black members of a couple, don't necessarily communicate their wants and needs in verbal language. A lot of the communication is nonverbal, and there are assumptions that sometimes get made that your partner knows and understands what you need, but it's actually not necessarily correct, and that your partner knows and understands when you're trying to connect with them. So I certainly get couples who are failing to recognize those bids. And oftentimes I see, as you asked about the barrier, what is the issue in them recognizing the bid?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the issue and the barrier tends to be that they're overrun by work. They're overrun by being a father, being a mother. They have familial issues that are demanding of them at times. And so they're not connecting because they're not even connected to their own person, let alone trying to be connected to their partners.
Right. And sometimes I'm piggyback on this. Sometimes it looks like, your partner you coming home and you like, hey, can we go for a walk? And you be like, no, I'm tired, or I don't feel like it, or something like that. And it's like, that might seem like something small, but what you're doing is you're missing an opportunity that your partner's taking to extend themselves to you. Have you thought about why are they asking you to go on that walk? What is it that they're trying to accomplish by doing it? Maybe they just want to, either get you alone or have a conversation with you, share some intimate details about the things that that went on during their day. And by you saying no, consistently saying no, because I know some people come home like, man, or for one, and I can say an opportunity, and maybe y'all can think about this too, an opportunity that seems like sometimes a missed bid for connection is like, at times I would ask like Donna to go to the gym with me, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she always says no. You know what I mean? But I really like working out with my wife. You know what I mean? Like, but she likes working out in her home gym. I understand. And sometimes she'll ask me to come out there and I'll say no to go work out in there. And both of us are missing an opportunity to, connect. Like she's trying to give me in her space. I'm trying to get her in mine. But both of those would be like considered bids for connection that we're missing. So off the top of your head, I don't want to put no pressure on y'all. But Toya Q, do y'all have can think of any opportunities that y'all like maybe miss on those little bids for connection?
Yeah, I really didn't. I ain't really never look at it like that, what you said, but she asked me to go to the store with her all the time. And most of the time, if I know she's going to get something little, but like, nah, you can go ahead. But it'd be that little ride that we got along that she craving. And sometimes I miss that opportunity because I am doing something else.
Right.
So yeah, I didn't recognize that at first. That's good that you said that. Like,
it's what we do for, man. I want everybody to take an opportunity to recognize these little moments, man, that we missing. We are looking at them as burdens, but we're just disconnecting from our partner. Latoya, what do you got anything you can think of off the top of your head?
Yes. Sometimes what Ms. Johnson was saying is absolutely true. Like there are just some demands that feel so overwhelming that I don't do those small bids of like picking up the phone to call and say, hey, what's up? It's usually a quick text, but sometimes my husband want to hear my voice or see my face through that communication. And I, like he just said, I don't always recognize how important that is. So thank you for bringing that up, Ms. Johnson. Like, that is really, really important. And it's something I know that I miss sometimes because I just feel like life is taking over.
And I think you said it that's so wonderfully when you said my husband wants to see my beautiful face. He wants to hear me. He wants to take me in. You're in love with your partner. You know, you have a long-term relationships, and the small moments where you can have the essence of each other, it's important to continue to add those in. But it's hard. You know, you have a lot on your plate with one, maintaining the relationship, but two, when you've built a family, when you have a career, when you have outside family who needs you, who has demands on you, it becomes a priority when you make it a priority to ensure that the relationship comes first. Not the kids, not your parents, not your job, your relationship.
100%.
True.
Chris, you think of a time where you've missed?
Yeah, man. Thank y'all for letting us go last too. I was thinking about that. Yes, man. So I'm a tech guy, and some of this, the working on the house stuff. Oh man, it eludes me. And Maria is a country girl, and she's used to some, her dad or everybody working with their hands, and that's just not me. And I've realized that she kind of needs that or expects that type of stuff. You know what I mean? And I've missed a couple of opportunities to do stuff like that. Now we try to take like little dates to Walmart and do stuff like that, but as far as that manly stuff, I can't say manly stuff, but just stuff around the house that's expected. It just goes over my head sometimes. You know what I mean? Because like Ms. Johnson said, I'm focused on a lot of running a lot of different things, and that stuff kind of goes in my head. I've been trying to be more intentional about it, but yeah, that's one of the big ones for us.
Yeah. What you think of any time you miss an opportunity to connect with Chris, or he's trying to connect with you emotionally?
I think I used to be the one that was like, hey, let me just go to the store really quick, or I'm gonna get the kids and just go do this real quick. But I think since Chris has really showed me just like, hey, spending even, the like Mr. Q was saying, just the ride to the store. He's like, just those 5 little minutes to go to Walmart. And I tried to be more intentional about that, because it's true. I was the one that was always kind of rushing. And I tend to think about it a little bit more, I think.
Yeah, she's doing a great job.
So I used to, because there were a lot of times that I would much rather just, like I said, just rush and go get something. Like, no, you're okay. Like, I don't want you to get up and be bothered. Like, I'm just gonna go do this. But
yeah,
I don't know. What do you think? Is it better?
Oh, that's perfect.
Yeah,
she's doing really good. And now our kids are getting a little older too. We can leave them here by ourselves and just, like I said, just cruise to Walmart or whatever and just leave them here. So we've been trying to be more intentional about that.
It's a beautiful time in life, for sure.
Absolutely. We forget all the time that a bid is an invitation, and you've got to provide that invitation to your partner to come along in whatever is going on for you, whether that's even a small little space of a break so you can be partners together without your children intervening.
Jeannie, I want to talk about one of the major, and listen, if you're in the chat, listen, nobody's left no comments yet. I don't know what's going. Usually don't take this long for people to start commenting, but listen, talk to me about any opportunities that you or talk to me about something your partner does that makes you feel seen, something small or an opportunity that your partner's missing, or something that you try to do to connect with your partner and it doesn't always get seen or felt. Please throw yourselves in the chat, man. I don't know what's going on. I'm feeling disconnected from y'all, like y'all not out there, but I see y'all in numbers is out there. But Jeannie, let me ask you, I think I want you to talk about an opportunity that a lot of people miss, is that's when they try to downplay compliments, right? So, your partner compliments you and you dismiss it.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, talk to me about how that can be detrimental or eroding relationships.
Absolutely. I mean, I think so many times when couples are talking with each other and they're looking to move they're looking to transition from whatever's happening in the now to something else. Like, so I have an idea in my mind. I'm looking on at my wife, or I'm looking on at my husband, and maybe they're busying themselves with something, finishing up the last portions of work, or I don't know, cooking dinner, something to that effect. And I come in and I'm complimenting them on how good dinner smells, or hugging them from behind or something like that. And they're just trying to get finished. So they kind of shrug things off, or they dismiss so they can maintain focus on whatever it is they're doing. I always remind couples that when you're getting so focused on something going a specific kind of way, and you're so attached to something moving just in the way you want it to, you're missing the opportunities and invitations around you. I often tell people that because they get so lost in it and so engrossed in it that they're just not recognizing these like amazing moments, especially when you're someone who says to your partner at one point or another that I feel underappreciated, or you feel disconnected, or like they haven't been around or haven't been understanding you in some time. And they're giving you these like small instances where they're trying to show you, hey, I see you, your food smells good. Hey, I see you, you just picked up those pencils for me the other day. Like, that's super awesome of you. You're really sweet for like hearing me out. Did you say that? Did you follow up with that? Because that was a bid from Donna, right? Saying, I hear you. You're someone I want to feel comfortable. You're someone who I want to feel like they're seen and heard. We've got to follow up, bid after bid. It's like reciprocal,
Yeah. And I'm gonna follow it up too. With something that Donna does, like for instance, I will compliment her either a body part or tell her she's beautiful or something, and she will follow it up with some type of insult to herself or some type of joke.
Yep.
And that is a misbid for connection, because over time, that erodes relationships. Like, you have to lean into gratitude sometimes, right?
Absolutely.
Right.
And let's not forget, though, because this goes a little bit deeper. I'm going to take it to another level here because I think it's really important. The bid is there. It's the compliment, right? And you see your wife having a reaction to it. That's a rejection, not necessarily of you, but it sounds like there's an issue of self-consciousness, or there's an issue of her own personal understanding of self that may be happening. So if we see that, we can push a little forward, like, hey, hold on a minute. Don't talk about my wife like that. I just gave my wife a compliment and you're undermining it, and you're speaking to the negatives or to whatever else about you. Hold on a minute. What's going on with that? Because I think you're beautiful. Hold on a minute. What's happening here? Because I think you're looking really good today, or I think you sounded really good today, or I really appreciated the way you handled things with the kids today, even though maybe you didn't feel like you showed up like your best. I feel like you asserted yourself with them, and you told them how to move forward. And if it didn't come out as pretty as you want, hey, listen, that's parenthood.
Yeah, no, that's important. I think one important word you said in there was rejection, because you're walking a fine line, right? You have to recognize also that her doing that is not personal. Like, it's not anything personal. That's something totally within her. It's internal. But at the same time, constantly doing that does start to feel like rejection. You know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to tell you that I think you're attractive. I need you to have some gratitude for that. But we need to also talk about why you don't feel attractive as well. We can have conversation about that, after you say, thank you. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. I see you smiling, Donna. You're caught. What's going on?
No, I have to remind her something.
I don't deny it.
Right.
But I did thank you today, though.
On
the drive back.
Oh, right. You surely did. Yeah, we got, man, we went through all the emotions. This weekend, we went out of town and we went through all the emotions back around, but it always comes back. I think the lady in the hotel lobby asked us, what's the secret of 17 years?
Yes.
And you got to always be willing to, work it out.
Yeah.
You got to always be willing to, have conversations. Like, that's just, when you stop having the conversations, that's when it starts to get a problem. But hey,
we told her keep learning.
Yeah, you gotta be like, here we are on our 17th anniversary, celebrating our 17th anniversary, and we learned, I don't want to speak for you, I learned a lot of things about my wife this weekend, and about how I approach her. And it's very relevant to this conversation because we're talking again about little bids for connection, that I was missing, or little opportunities that I wasn't taking to engage with her the way that she wanted me to engage with her, and vice versa. You know what I mean? It didn't come out the right way at all. It didn't come out the right, but I heard her, she heard me. Now we didn't talk about it to the next day, but we heard each other. We heard each other. Right. But so let me ask y'all, man, is there any opportunity, any time do you, and this, I hate asking these questions off the top, making y'all think off the top of your head, but I'm doing it. Q, you always answering these questions, bro. So that's why I always go to you first.
Man, it's good, bro.
You always amaze me how you come up with answers to these questions.
Hey, I'll be working on this relationship every day. Like, I know, let me let you get to your question, but she be mad busy. I'll be busy. We got the smaller grown up. So I try to work on it.
Yeah. Was there any times where you feel like you're mistaking those bids for connection as like criticism or nagging?
No, Toy don't do too much nagging, but she will throw a compliment like, well, I didn't need you to say that. And it's like, I said that because I wanted to. Like, I know you probably didn't need to hear it, but yeah, you're a great mom. Yeah, you're a great wife. Like, you're doing great. And I fell in that much. Like, don't, tell me you're failing at something and, I don't feel like I'm not a great mom because the kids stay in their room and play the video game. Like, nah, they're teenagers going through puberty. They don't want to be in their mom's face all day. So it's like sometimes she don't take those, but she don't do too much nagging. She a little firecracker, that, but she don't do too much nagging.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, bro, sis. I'm really so proud of you, man. So proud of you, man. Like, God. Yeah, bro. What about you, Toy? You ever mistake some of it for criticism or nagging? Just mistake. That's why I'm not saying you do it out, but you're mistaking it.
So something that you had asked about that came to my mind was I don't always do a great job of receiving gifts. And it's because I think I'm just used to giving and I'm not great at receiving. So where it is a good and important thing that he does very often, sometimes kind of just like, I could do better at receiving gifts, like actual gifts. I'm not saying like the gifts of exchanging our love and all that, not that, because we do compliment each other quite a bit. I'd be like, baby, you fine, like stuff like that is regular around our house. Like our kids would tell you there's a balance between the pop off and the affections and whatnot. But I'm just kind of not, I've never really learned how to be a good gift acceptor, if that makes sense. So I can see that as something, it's a compliment. I think to give a gift, and he gives great gifts, but I just have a weird energy when it comes to saying that was really a great gift, or like, I think my response isn't always what he expects. So it could come off kind of like that rejection that we were just discussing. So that's something I recognize. I'll do better. Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I really feel like, talking to the audience again, I always promote in my sessions gratitude. Okay. Gratitude. For instance, hey, I'm sorry I'm late, versus, saying, I really appreciate you waiting for me. Little bit of turns. Because I'm always stressing to Donna, like, you constantly apologizing for stuff.
Yes.
And her mother does it too. They both do it. They both run here apologizing for nothing. And I'm like, you got to stop doing that, because what that does is that's eroding our relationships in the home. I want you to start turning all the things that you want to apologize for into gratitude. Okay? That becomes, don't therapize me, but
like I'm apologizing, like it kind of sounded like that woman or something, like I'm sorry. It's not like that type of apology. It's just like if she does doesn't go his way, then I'm quick to say, "Oh, I'm sorry that didn't, that didn't work out." That doesn't sit well with him.
Yeah. If anything, a little speck of dirt on the floor.
Well, you gotta be, if Joe was really therapizing, he'd be careful with giving attention to the times when you aren't giving what he would want you to give, right? When we give attention to the behavior that is the behavior we'd like to extinct, we subconsciously fuel the behavior, right? So saying, I don't want you to say this, or I don't want you to do that, or don't apologize, actually creates more attention to the negative, let's say, behavior. When you are wanting something to occur, you compliment it and you positively reinforce it when it happens. So Donna is behaving the way that you would want her to, or showing up the way that you would like her to, or that you prefer, you give an overreaction. Wow, I love that. You just were giving all this gratitude about this. Or, oh, you were sympathizing with me over an issue versus apologizing that the issue was happening to me. I love that. That means a lot to me. Thank you for being that way. Thank you for saying that. So if he was really therapizing you, Donna, it would sound a little bit more like that. But it's also a very positive thing sometimes be therapized. Just
It's
as
a
therapist.
positive thing. It's a positive thing to, because what it is
It means you're loved. It means you're loved.
It's also emotional growth. Like emotional intelligence is rising. The person that I was before didn't have the language to say the things. I was doing it all wrong. Like I was saying all the wrong things and handling and going about things all the wrong way. And I understand that maybe you got used to that. But then we're talking about Biz for Connection. All of this therapizing is just me trying to connect.
That's fine when you're trying to connect as my spouse. I'm not your client.
The world is my client.
Oh no. I'm not even touching that, my friend.
Yeah,
No way.
I'm just playing, y'all. I'm just playing, chat. I got a question for Chris and Maria, because Chris, you said something earlier about Maria's dad and brothers doing all this stuff. I'm wondering sometimes with y'all, like cultural difference, because you blackity black and she full blown Mexican, right? And y'all grew up in those cultures, you know what I mean? Do y'all sometimes have to lean into that cultural difference in order to connect? Like, do you got to sometimes just like understand that, hey, this is the Mexican way we do things? And Maria, do you guys sometimes understand, hey, I ain't grew up doing it that way,
But yes, when we like you said, we're growing up in totally different cultures. But what we decided to do was kind of have one goal for our marriage and one goal to where we're headed. And then if our culture gets in the way of that, we set that aside, kind of to come together, trying to build something new, especially for our kids. Because if we lean too much on our cultures, I don't think it what we're trying to accomplish won't get accomplished. You know what I mean? So we do, of course, she is Mexican, I am black, and we do understand that, but we try not to let it get in the way of us moving forward and getting to where we are. Just like I said earlier about her dad and her brother, they're manly man. Arturo and Mr. Puentes, they work on everything, do everything. Where I sit at my desk all day. You know what I'm saying? And she was like, hey, even the lawn mode, or it's little stuff too, like that. Like that goes over my head. And then I had to realize that, hey, she is from that culture. So she is kind of expecting that. And that is not me giving up anything. That's me trying to bring us, that's still going towards our goal, recognizing her culture. You know what I mean? And so I kind of put that in, and that even went to our goal. So when I say we recognize each other's cultures, we don't just like totally disregard it. It just, if it's not in line with our goal, we disregard it. But if it is, I can do that. I can mow the lawn. I can do these things. You know what I mean? Yeah. Did that kind of answer your question?
Yeah, I think so.
What do you think?
Maria?
It was hard at the beginning. We did argue a lot about like he said, like the differences, because just like he said about the lawn being mowed, I'll tell him like 1 or 2 times, and then I'm out there doing it my
Oh,
own.
she'll do it.
Or I'm, using the weed eater or anything like that. So those were a lot of like dumb arguments at the beginning. But like Chris said, now we have one goal and we try to just focus on it. Because, growing up like I did, we're used to like as moms doing everything for our kids, even for my husband, but which like I said at the beginning was hard, but no, I think now we're getting it.
Trying to grow,
Yeah.
That's it.
Does it-
And not let each other get in the way of our goal. So
Yeah. Does it come into play when y'all like trying to raise y'all children?
well, sorta, but like we let our kids know that the world's gonna see them as black. They look when you see them, they look black. You know what I'm saying? Now even they'll look at her, and even when they were little, hey mom, mom, and the other Hispanic women would look at it like, oh, those are your kids. You know what I'm saying? And then the black women would look at the kids. So we kind of prepared. Me, Joe, I'm intentional. So I kind of prepared my kids for what it is, for what the world's gonna throw at them, and then me and Maria try to show as much love and respect to each other in front of them, so that they understand that in this house, they're gonna get love and respect, because there is already gonna be people that hate them, or they're already gonna get hate out there anyway. So we try to bring in each culture and let them know both of the cultures, and they should be loved and respected no matter who they are, and love themselves. You know what I mean? And we've had, I don't know if I'll say this, but both sides of our family have had, like my mom early on, she was just like, what'd she say? She said, you don't see cats and dogs getting together. But I was like, those are two different species. But you see a black dog and a white dog getting together. You know what I'm saying? We had stuff like that kind of came out that I didn't realize was in there. You know what I mean? From my parents. So I wanted to kind of distance my kids from that, from my mom and everybody, just so they don't try to mess up what we're trying to accomplish here. So we do have to, the cultures are there, but they come secondary to what we're trying to accomplish. You know what I mean? But we do recognize this country is mostly, black and white, the struggles. So they're going to be seen like that. But they love their grandpas grandparents from each side. They know they're half Mexican. You know what I'm saying? They're aware of everything, and we just want to make sure that they acknowledge that and they know who they're created to be. So we try to take all that into account, man.
Okay. Yeah. So basically, what I'm hearing is it doesn't really cause y'all at this stage. I mean, in the beginning, it caused y'all some conflict, but at this stage, y'all understood that you have to lean into each other's cultures to connect, which is the point that I wanted to, I was trying to make. You understand what I'm saying, Jeannie?
Absolutely. I mean, I think they run into like a twofold issue, right? It's the connection between one another, where there are gender specific roles that come from culture. I'm getting the sense that Maria's culture, being Mexican, that there was likely a more conservative space and gender roles were very defined. So mom had a specific role of nurturer, caregiver for the kids, and nurturer, caregiver for husband. And all of that became a part of her work, and she was raised in that capacity and learned that. And Chris maybe didn't have the same type of gender roles, where maybe things were more collaborative or shared, or they just weren't defined, right? And so culture teaches us to live in a certain way, and then we get into these relationships with one another, get into these marriages, and maybe we haven't built our own sort of system, so we're just going on what we know. So Maria was kind of doing everything and showing up in every way and asking you to show up as the provider, protector, builder, type that is the masculine sort of role, right? And you're like, what do you mean? Like that everybody does everything, so no big deal. And she feels rejected in it, and she's like, well, I can't nag him. I wasn't taught to do that. I was taught to be soft and warm and nurturing. So let me back it up and I'll just take care of myself, like no problem. And so it created some distance initially, but then you start to build your own culture that seems to be much more in the middle, much more of a compromise, and that can be really helpful when you redesign the way that you show up and the way that you fit for one another. So I'm glad to hear it. Yeah.
Sure. Q, Jatoya, let me ask y'all a quick question. What are some like nonverbal cues that your partner has that show you that they need a connection? Like they're not saying anything, but you see it and you know it. Like what are some of those things that tell you, hey, he or she needs something right now?
Man, you know what I'm gonna do, bro. What all black men do. I'm finna tap you on the young you dig understand me. Like walk past, like trying to get off that phone. On the real, like come over here. Or I turn on or some small, like I'll turn on a show that we was watching, like, hey, it's about to start. Like, I mean, I might not say it, but you'll hear the WB music or whatever, like
Not the WB.
but yeah.
Aging yourself, my friend.
Right. But I'm just keeping it 100. Like that's me. I'm just going, yeah.
That's some facts. Yeah.
That could have went way left.
I'm just saying, like,
great job. You did a great job of keeping it PG.
He kept it PG.
I ain't know what. Thought we had a baby boy situation for you. I didn't know what
you
did a fantastic job.
No.
Brother. Yeah, you're right, Mike.
I'll just say it's a look. I'll just say that.
For sure.
What'd you say, Victoria?
It's a look.
I'll just say it's a look.
You can tell. You got a look in his face.
Yep.
Yeah. What about you, Maria, Chris? What y'all got some nonverbal cues that you recognize from your partner that know they? Oh, go ahead, Maria. Look like you got something.
I'm really on your mind.
He stops talking to me. Like it's just like very standoffish. I'll see it in his face. It's very obvious. So I know. Okay, he needs some loving.
Mm-hmm. What about you, Chris?
She gets a. What was the question again?
What are some nonverbal cues that you see in your wife to let you know that she needs? That's a bid for connection. She's not saying it, but you can look at her and tell she needs something.
Oh, when she gets really focused on like cleaning or like doing something to like get away from whatever problem we have, and I try to go up and hug her and kiss her, I kind of know that, okay, she kind of needs me, kind of has to. She gets kind of standoffish too, but kind of like with an attitude, like a real bad attitude. So, yeah.
So she cusses you out. Okay, got it.
Nah, she used to. That's not her. She changed now. So,
no, I mean, I noticed with the couples, the nonverbal cues are more airing on the, like it's a negative reinforcement.
Something like that. I mean, because I'm sitting here thinking about the question as I'm asking it, and I'm like, I don't know the answer to this question.
Oh, really?
I don't think that's true for us. I think it's very positive.
Okay.
But we're trying to keep it PG for the podcast.
Gotcha. Understood.
Do that.
Understood. Yeah. Understood.
You can be rated R if you need.
I'm gonna say I ain't gonna lie. When you asked me the question, I was trying to speak to my love language. My love language is physical touch. So sometimes I just come throw her hair back, and it might not be nothing, sexual or whatever, but I'll just do that to know like physical touch. Come kiss her, hug her. Like that's one of my love languages. So that's what I was meaning. I wasn't trying to get thirsty out here.
I think you did good. Yeah, no, it's good.
Very true, Dr. Vibe. It is a form of disrespect to downplay compliments. I can't stress that enough. I'm gonna keep.
Wow, I like that.
Couple in the chat knows and understands when you downplay compliments from your partner, it is a form of rejection and disrespect. And I want everybody to be aware of that.
You want to speak more to that? I know. I wondered if you wanted to just speak a little bit more to that. How?
Yeah. So, like I said, when you are not showing gratitude, okay, it's a constant erosion of relationship. Think about what that person's doing. Like you're in a great mood, you're in a great space, and you come into the room and you look at your partner. You like, you look gorgeous or you look beautiful, and they'd be like, "Man, shut your ass up." I I look terrible, you know what I mean? Or this, this looks like this mess you're looking at, that looks attractive to you. And think about where that puts you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I would imagine that would be pretty stark.
Yeah, but it happens, right? You're floating,
Is
right?
that what I said?
No.
Okay.
No, but you do, disrespect yourself a lot, sometimes. And I told you many times, like, that bothers me, right? Because I like Jeannie said earlier, it really feels like that. Whoa, you are talking about my wife. You know what I mean? I don't like that. You know what I mean? I don't like that. I like you to, but I need to try to. It's tough because, like I said, it's a fine line. You know what I mean? Like it's a line between not taking it personal. Then you have to be empathetic and understand that that person may not be feeling great about themselves. But like Dr. Vaughn said, you downplaying a compliment. This is what I see.
Mm-hmm.
So I need you to respect what I see and what I enjoy about you. And then on your own time, we can talk about what you see.
Well, I'm going to bring in another way of seeing this because I like for there to consistently be, especially where the audience is concerned and we're all learning here, there a recognition of an opportunity, right? So if a partner is downplaying a compliment or is having a hard time, let's say, ingesting a compliment from you, I see it as maybe it's an opportunity to see what else is going on. I mean, I think the scenario you just described where you're complimenting your partner and they say to you, man, get the hell out, like what, like that's got to be an opportunity for me. That's got to be an opportunity to get an understanding of what is going on, that the rejection is so great. It's
Right.
so marked. That to me is an opportunity to investigate and just see what's going on that you're unable to receive. I think it was Toya who said this, and if I'm wrong, please correct me, Toya, but she says it can be very difficult for her at times to allow and to receive. And I think it's very common, I know it's very common experiential data wise and also just research wise. It's very difficult as a whole for women who are high producing, who are busy, high functioning to allow and to receive. They tend to be more along the type of like, I'll do it myself, or I've got this, or I can figure this out. And so it becomes hard for them to experience things like gifts or sometimes even acts of service become difficult for them to receive as well. And I think that is true many times for people when they're rejecting compliments. It's like receiving those words of affirmation, receiving those loving, that loving verbal confirmation that you're wonderful, that you're loving. It's a personal insecurity. There's a personal something that's going on that again isn't personal to your loved one all the time. Now I'm not saying that's always the case. Sometimes get the heck out of my face means get the heck out of my face. Like I don't we're not connected. Like sometimes that's very much true. And it's unfortunate, but I want to also advocate for the person who this is an opportunity to investigate more and really understand like what's happening here, that this bid is being projected in that way,
No, for sure. And I want to be clear. What I'm talking about, and I agree with you, and that is an opportunity. What I'm talking about is a consistent rejection of the compliments. Like over time, every single time I compliment you, you're rejecting. Now it's starting to feel like an attack or disrespect or erosion. But definitely, if a person is rejecting in a harsh way, like I just gave an example, that is an opportunity to investigate what's going on, and you should definitely take the opportunity to explore where your partner is mentally. I want to talk about what Chris said earlier about sometimes, or what Maria said. One of them said that Chris withdraws. You can see that. It's a common thing, especially amongst Black men. We often withdraw and shut down because we don't know how to like express our emotions and feel safe and comfortable about it. I hate to speak like in a monolith, but in my experience, with my clients, it's a common thing for us to withdraw and not speak. But I want to talk about, do you guys know and recognize when you're disengaging from emotional connection? And do you kind of like have a voice in the back of your head that says, I'm withdrawing right now, I need to re-engage and try to get back here and say what it is that I need to say so that I don't miss an opportunity to let my wife or my partner know how I'm feeling in this moment. Do you understand what I'm saying? Q?
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Chris. Go ahead, Chris.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say yes, but I ignore that sometimes. That voice, you know what I mean? And because you do want to just go back to being comfortable, and so when that happens, yes, I do get that voice, but by then I want to just go sleep on the couch, you know. So I'll deal with it in the morning, you know what I mean? And so yes, so I do get that voice, but I don't. Sometimes I just give in and just go sleep on the couch until the morning, and then I feel better, and I try to love her and kiss her in the morning, and then she rejects me, and then it takes us because we work together too, so it takes us a couple hours to get back on point. You know, by the time we come to the gym with you, we finally got back, but we done wasted hours and stuff. So yeah. So we need help with that.
I have some thoughts on that. I want you to speak to what you just heard.
Oh, sure. I think what I just heard is that there is a lack in some ways of debrief after conflict. And instead of us taking the time out to acknowledge that there's conflict and to work through it in the moment or make a plan to work through it at some later time and date, the two of them choose stonewalling, it seems, and avoidant tactics. And that can be really difficult because avoidance often breeds not only tension in the moment, but tension that tends to linger. And instead of a problem being put to the past and being closed out or resolved, it ends up we take the past into the present. So whenever I'm in a battle with my spouse, whenever I'm having a struggle with them, I can choose to live in the moment and in the present and work on moving things through and resolving things there. Or I can choose to avoid and push off and delay the solution. And then I'm bringing the past into the present. And so I'm bringing all of the past emotions, all the past harm, all the past hurts into the present. And that can be really difficult because living in the past and the present all at once can feel really overwhelming. So I imagine there would be a pause where there's like a high degree of contention that exists before you make things right.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Toya, does Q do that? Does he withdraw sometimes when he's struggling with his feelings?
Yes, that does happen sometimes.
What do you do?
But well, you know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna say something. But this is the thing I was gonna say. He does do that sometimes, and I try to give him space when it's time to, because he's very communicative about, like, this is what's going on. We need to address it. We're gonna talk through this when he's ready. So if he is in a space where he's withdrawing, I tend to just also withdraw for that moment. But if it goes too long, then I'm going to get in his face about it. Like, that's just my nature.
Yeah, I like I told you before, Joe, on a couple episodes ago, like I tend to over engage. So sometimes I got to learn how to be like, you know what, this ain't the time for this. I be one conflict resolution, and she's put me on to that behavior. Like, you want it when you want it, you don't want it when both of us want it. So I learned to like try to disengage a little more and not see it as a bad thing.
Yeah. No, I think y'all have the right recipe for the most part about how to handle that. I tell people all the time, like, you have to be willing to give your partner the space to cool off, or so to speak, or to walk away from the situation. But you also have to, have a reasonable amount of time to come back and deal with that. You know what I mean? Like, and it's not always perfect. You know what I mean? Like Maria and Chris said, they go a whole night. You know what I mean? Like me and Donna did that the other night. You know, it took us the whole
it could be weeks sometimes on it.
Oh, it's too long. It's too long.
No, there's just been some. I'm just being real.
No,
like, there's been times where things don't feel resolvable for either one of us, and when we do try to get it back, it is another conflict. So it can turn into both of us stonewalling for more than a couple days. Weeks is an exaggeration, but
sure,
it can last way longer than we would want it to. But that's getting better.
Good. What I would say to you is the effort to resolve the situations that you're putting in is often better than stonewalling as a tactic. Avoiding each other is more detrimental oftentimes than trying to speak it out and trying to build a peace. Even if you have to say we're inside of a peace treaty for this amount of time. That means we're not bringing up the argument. We're not bringing up what the conflict is between the two of us. We're just working in a partnership so that things can go well in these areas of our lives. So we won't touch on that till we're ready, but avoiding each other, I'm glad weeks is an exaggeration. Even a day, it's just a very long time to be disconnected. It's a very long time. It breeds a lot of discontent. It breeds a lot of mistrust. It just breeds a lot of other things. So I would say if you could challenge, that's to Chris and Maria and you, Toya and Q, if you can challenge yourselves to within a couple of hours, even try, just make an effort.
You know what's so crazy, Dr. Johnson? She might won't talk to me for a while or even try to bring up the conversation, but she'll be like, "Hey, come get in the bed."
Yep.
And it's like,
it's often that seems unreasonable for some people. The people that are not emotionally well. What you just said, in a couple hours. No, I need days. I need weeks.
Days.
But that is what it is. You know what I mean? Like some problems really aren't solvable. You have to get to a point of acceptance. Like there's certain things about your partner that are just not going to change, and you have to recognize or accept the fact that they're not going to change. So this is just part of who that person is. And some problems are very solvable, and you find solutions to those problems, and you have to know the difference. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. And recognize that your partner isn't just one problem that's not solvable. Your relationship isn't just that one problem that's not solvable, right?
There's way more to y'all than just
more to you. Yeah.
What do you do when your husband withdraws? Because he does that often and does it well, better than almost anyone.
Ouch.
It's a fact. I'm not
You
good
say
at
what
it.
I do to bring me back?
Or just how do you handle it? I mean, because it happens, right? I mean, it's getting better, I guess. But I'm wondering, how do you bring me back? How do you bring me back?
Well, the last time you did that, I just came and brought you a hot cup of tea. So it's just like I have to do little things to show you, okay, yeah, you're not speaking, but
we go together.
Yeah, we go together.
Real bad.
It's not that serious. Whatever it was that we were arguing about, more than likely was not that serious. So here's a little peace treaty, just let it go.
Yeah. That's true.
Come out to the living room and let's watch a show.
Yeah, that's true. After a while, it starts feeling stupid.
And then you just stay in it deeper.
Yeah, I'm like, that. I'll be like, are you seeing something funny? But man, I want to send you this damn reel so bad.
That's when you realize it's more about ego. It's more about you wanting to be right than wanting to reconnect to your partner.
Yes, it's totally about ego, man. Totally about ego. But what do you like, Gene? Let me ask you, and I'm gonna kind of get to going around everybody. But some strategies that you typically throw out in your sessions to help people kind of, respond better to these little missed bids for emotional connection.
Absolutely. I mean, it's always, for me, it's about helping them to be more probative and to have more introspection about what is behind the behavior. So I always ask them, especially you just described a situation as that, I'm holding on to resentment, or I'm holding on to something that happened and occurred with my partner out of just pure ego. I don't like the way they talk to me. I don't like that. I'm too good to be spoken to like that. Or, I do too much for them to be treated in that way. And it becomes more a part of ego than I want to actually resolve the issue. So I asked them, a question I heard a while back, which is, do you want to be right? Or do you want to be connected and loved and be loving? And it always boils down to that for me. It's, do you want to be in the midst of receiving and giving love, or do you want to be in the midst of tension and inside of fear and inside of questioning? What do you want for yourself? And you need to ask yourself that in those moments when you're struggling with a protracted argument or a protracted issue where you're literally, because we talked about dismissing bids, right? Where, you have these fights. And I think Maria and Chris were a good example of that when he said, I'm ready to go on the couch. He's like, he's pulling out. He's like, no way. I'm not going to deal with the tension of this. Like, I'll just go rest on the couch. Like, I don't even want to be in the bed beside her at this point because I can't live inside of the tension. It's just too much for me. And she's the next day not wanting to talk to him. So being like, you know what, you slept on the couch. I can live without you too. I don't have to speak with you. It becomes this little battle back and forth, this battle of like, who can live without who for the longest, or who can be the stronger person and who can hold the line. Meanwhile, you're absolutely missing each other. Meanwhile, you're miserable because the tension is so high. Meanwhile, y'all still got them kids y'all got to take care of together and got to show, like a unified front with. It's just, and Marie and Chris, you work together. So we got to be at work, with the other employees watching us, looking at us in our business. I don't want that for my life. So I always ask, it's always more probative. Can you look inside if you ask yourself, do I want to be loved and loving, or do I want to be right and in ego? Usually people choose to be in love and loving, right?
Right. So listen, we're about to go in a little bit of overtime, but I got 3 questions that I absolutely have to get off. Okay. So I want y'all to give me, shorter answers, but I want you to say how you feel. Okay. So Chris and Maria, I want y'all to, how long y'all been married, first of all? It's been a long time, like 10 years, right?
11.
11 years. So when you think about the beginning and now, like what's like one small shift that both of you have made in the way that you connect that you feel has made like the biggest impact, or the way that you kind of deal with these little bids for connection? What is like one small shift that you made that has made the biggest impact in your relationship?
I think that made a commitment to love her versus like how she's acting. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying she's acting horrible, but instead of looking at her and be like, say, no, Chris, you said you love her. You say you want to be with her. You say you want to do this, no matter what she's doing. And that kind of changed the way I, just react when she does stuff, or I feel like she's doing stuff. So
I think the same for me. I
Yeah.
think just to keep in mind that I do love him no matter what, and everything that he's brought into my life is positive and more loving.
Oh, wow.
So just be more positive for myself.
That little shift. Okay. What about you, Q, Jatoya?
Mhm.
You go first.
For me, I it's been not trying to take everything personal, no matter how she says it. I'm gonna internalize it, try to listen, and try to change, no matter how she says it. So I'm not gonna take it personal because I might not have liked what she said or how she said it.
Before you take Jatoya, remind me again how long y'all been together. I know y'all been married some years, but how long y'all actually been together?
We've been together 24 years.
So go ahead, Jatoya. What's one little shift that you made in all that time?
Remember when we were getting ready to join the pod and I said, like, literally today, some of the notes that you sent to us were helpful today.
Yeah.
Just having some of the right words to use when we're feeling like we're not in the best place personally. I think that's the biggest thing since we first were together. We were some kids. So we didn't really always have the right words to use when we were frustrated. But now that we've been together for so long, and my husband does tend to communicate a lot better than I do with the personal stuff. I could communicate all day for work. I have to, right? So in the personal time, it doesn't always feel as easy. That's where some of that, cutoff might feel. You might feel that there. But the communication is way better. It's a long way to say that.
What you done, Marie?
I feel like it's more me, kind of like, was that Q that said not taking things personal and just trying to use the right words when I'm communicating with you. Because I know that what is in my Aquarius mind, the way it comes out is not what I meant. So it's like getting you to understand, you know, and hear me and see me and what I'm trying to say so that you can receive it.
Yeah. I think for me, I'm gonna say that I've learned over time to like remove much of my ego out of our conversations and recognize that, okay, I'm really not right about everything. Sounds like, obvious, but it's really something I had to learn, you know what I mean? Like, and recognize that I don't know, as I'm, I've known Donna for so long since we were kids, right? And I be thinking I know everything about her. And the truth is I don't know everything about her. So I had to like really remind myself of that several times over to put myself in a position to like be able to accept new things about her and adjust. And she's also always evolving. So I had to make that shift. You know what I mean? Like I'm a fool to think that the 20-something-year-old girl that I married is the 40-something-year-old woman that's sitting here next to me today.
Right.
It's not the same person. So just
I agree.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Second question.
It's never the same.
Looking back now, what do y'all? I'm gonna go to you, Chris and Maria. What do you now understand about emotional connection that you maybe didn't realize before when y'all were younger?
Unmute yourself.
It takes work and sacrifice. Like you have to, like to get past that barrier. You have to like sacrifice some things or give up some things, kind of. And it's not just like one time. It's like, hey, I got to do this again. I got to do this again. Then you start to think it's worth it. Is it worth it to do it again? Yes, it is. Then after a while, you can't lose forever, right? That's what I live by. So, um, you just start to grow. The more I let go versus the more I pack on. So I just learned that the more I let go of who I am and the more I focus on our goal, the more I'm emotionally, I can understand her emotions or I can receive them better, I guess. I don't know exactly to say that, but it was like me in the way, you know what I mean? Of receiving her. So.
Yeah, I think the same for me. It's I would often like get upset because why isn't he understanding like this? Like it's so easy. It's not that hard. But just like learning that he grew up different than I did and we both are completely different people, I think has helped me.
That's huge. I think that's huge in a lot of relationships, not understanding that y'all are two different humans that grew up two totally different ways and experience the beginnings of love and emotional connection way differently. So, the way that you both understand love is different. And you need to learn that of each other. I mean, I'm not saying I'm not talking to just y'all specifically. I'm talking about to the couples out there as a whole. Understanding how you interpret love is a huge thing. So thank you for that, Maria. Toy and Q, what do y'all understand about emotional connection that maybe you didn't understand when y'all were younger?
For me, I would say that when I was younger, I thought emotional connection came out of physical connection, and now it's the opposite.
Woo! Said a word. You said a word. Okay. What you?
For me, is emotional responsiveness. Like I used to be like, well, you're not thinking logically, you're just being emotional about everything. I had to realize that, it's a part of logic also. You just gotta learn.
Intuitive.
What you, Donna?
I still think that sometimes I'm trying to figure it out. To be honest. Yeah.
Okay.
Where do you get lost?
Huh?
Where do you get lost?
It's I don't know. For me, I feel like if I don't feel like I'm being heard, then I just shut down.
Oh, okay.
I guess you can say then it's being heard, communication, like listening. Like if I don't feel like I have your attention, then I don't have a connection.
Okay.
Yeah, I get that. And I think I'm sort of probably say the same thing Maria said. I feel like I'm just learning the part that I'm learning that we just grew up different. You know what I mean? So, and our experience have been different. Like, I lost my mother at 15. Her mother's down the hall. You know? So like just that little bit of difference, and what I understanding what I developed into after losing my mother and what I understood about love is way different than somebody who has not experienced that same exact thing.
Mm-hmm.
So that's something I have to like recognize instead of like, you should understand what it feels like to lose your mother as a teenager. That's kind of what I grew up thinking.
Sure.
Everybody should understand that this is really difficult and it altered the way that I experience love. Right. But now I understand that that's not the case, So I understand about emotional connection, and it's really helped me, I think, a lot in the way that I kind of deal with my wife. Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna get y'all out of here, and then I'm gonna get Jeannie to give us some final thoughts.
Okay.
But what is the biggest piece of advice for couples that y'all have that want to create lasting emotional intimacy? Maria and Chris, why don't you answer first? 10 years.
As you know, we were high school sweethearts, and then we broke up, and then we got back together. And when we got back together, one of the most impactful things that we did was had premarital counseling, because it set like some expectations that we were not. I mean, they asked us how much we want to have sex every week, how much money do we expect, things that you don't think you should be intentional about, that we were just thinking that's gonna come. Don't worry about it. You know what I mean? But when it just helped us put our mindset as far as being more intentional. So our expectations were a lot better as far as what we expected from each other. And man, I think that really, really helped us. And of course, we had to grow more, but that set a foundation for us to where we could, oh, wow, there are things that we did not think about. And it's not all about she's pretty and I'm handsome, of course. And then, and then we just love each other. You know what I'm saying? It's more than that. We got a deep thinking because our parents didn't teach us that. Neither one of us, And so we had to forgive them, right? And then go to premarital counseling, and that just set this foundation for us that really, really helped. I mean, we still go back to some of that stuff today and just be like, man, we thank God that we had that. So we always, whenever we're big, and remember, neither one of us wanted to get married, we didn't want kids. And so when we did that, that really helped us. And we always tell people, whoever wants to get married around us or talk about marriage, go to premarital counseling, that really helped us a lot. Whether it's Christian or, secular, whoever, just get somebody who doesn't have that emotional connect, that's a professional and doesn't have that emotional connection. So the emotions are out of it. You know what I'm saying? Just thinking logically about what do y'all want and what do you expect from each other. So that's we always talk about, go to that premarital counseling. It helped us a lot.
Lisa and Maria, same thing.
Same thing. Yeah, because like you said, we just always reference back to, hey, remember they did say this and don't expect that. So yeah, I agree.
Yeah. And she's ever since then, I think she's been on this journey to like her own podcast, her own music, just trying to find herself. And I think that helped that too, because that's what they told us. Instead of 50-50, bring like 100-100. And we didn't understand that at first. You know what I'm saying? And so as we work on each other, so yeah, that's what we do. So, okay, cool.
Yeah, did they ask y'all how much y'all were going to work together?
We didn't know we were gonna work together.
Yeah.
You mean?
No, no.
Okay.
I need to move on, but this always reminds me of how when I asked Chris to come up have lunch with me, and he sat in my office on my couch and said, "I don't know about all this therapy stuff, man." 10 minutes later, his shoes is off, his feet with the pillow. We didn't even eat lunch. He sat there for an hour and a half and talked to them, and we didn't even go eat lunch. Yeah, man, I don't know about this therapy stuff, man, but let me talk to you.
That works, man.
But now you talking about you went to premarital counseling, man. I'm learning something new about you all the time, brother. Okay, I got you, man.
We love that.
So yeah, man, what kind of advice do y'all have for couples trying to build emotional intimacy?
Man, I'm always like, I said all the time, man, be friends first. Like, be friends. Like that emotional connection is something you can't change. So like, I'm gonna give a small example real quick. Like our oldest son came up here yesterday, or the day before yesterday, and Milena and our nieces and nephews came through. We wasn't seeing eye to eye, but once we all got with the family, we start talking more because we friends. We didn't have to talk about our marriage or what problems we had. We just still connected on a friend level. So we were still laughing. She was hitting me, and we was still doing the emotional connection because we still just have a connection. So that's like my big thing. Just be friends first. All up the rest of the stuff will come later. You definitely have to work on that stuff too. But yeah, you friends first is always probably gonna work out at the end. And that's just my advice. Like I'm not saying like
I don't know. I get it, man. That was part one, brother. Part one of the series. The foundation for emotional connection is going to be friendship. Friendship. Toya, what do you say?
I definitely agree that having the friendship is very important. But I also think it's important to recognize if you are personally struggling and not be afraid to get individual help. I think that it's really important to have couples therapy, but sometimes something ain't got nothing to do with you, baby. It's a me issue. So you have to be willing for yourself as an individual to get the help that you need when you need it.
Absolutely.
And that way you can bring a better version of yourself to the relationship.
Another word.
So
Before
good.
I answer question for the Shaws, since you got it all in your personal business, what brought y'all back together after y'all broke up from high school?
What was it?
I think I just started talking to his cousin, connected on Facebook, and then he's like, "Hey, do you still talk to Chris? He's here." We just started talking. I was in love with him in high school, and then just stuff happened, and we separated. So we just connected.
Yeah, just got back together. I was a knucklehead back in high school, so her dad took her away from me, and so that's what it was. But God brought us back to where He redeemed us. So that's what happened.
So I will say that having tough conversations and running towards those tough conversations sometimes, often, especially young couples, will avoid those tough conversations, and that's when usually bad behavior starts to arise, and things just go all the way left. So when you feel a certain way about something, do not ignore that emotion. And I know this is what I'm saying is very difficult for somebody probably who is young in your relationship to understand. But I want you to take that emotion and run towards it. Like, I feel a way when this happens. You can try to do it without being accusatory or putting your partner down. Like, when this happens, I feel a way, and this is what I need in this moment. So you give your partner an opportunity to have an honest response and reaction to the things that you're dealing with or the things that you're feeling. And that can be enormous. Getting some of that stuff. That's something that I wish I would have done earlier in my relationship and get some of these difficult conversations out of the way so they don't come back and bite you in the ass, after a couple decades of marriage. You know what I mean?
So do you think that having piggybacking off of my brother-in-law, that having that good, solid friendship, you know, you'd be able to have those conversations. Come back.
No. Here's what for me, here's what I'm gonna say no, because the friendship kind of makes it so you don't want to upset your partner. So you will avoid a lot of the difficult conversations. Like, I don't want you to be upset. I don't want you to be mad. I don't want you to feel bad about yourself. And part of that is what Jatoya is saying about individual therapy, because you will hear something. I'm not saying you specifically, but your partner will hear something and you become defensive about it. And now we're really in a bad space, right? And instead of recognizing that I'm talking about how I feel, you're internalizing it and it's triggering you, and now we're in a full-blown argument. So, and then once I see that one time, I'm going to be very reluctant to go ahead and continue to have these difficult conversations or bring things to you, because like I said, I don't want to get blown up on, and I don't want you to feel bad about yourself. I just want you to be as happy as I can. And then sometimes your friend, you don't want bad feelings for your friend. So I think it could interfere with it, and I'll let Jeannie touch on that in a second, but that's my feeling about it. Do you have any comments or advice for long-lasting emotional connection?
Having a solid friendship base. Start there. That's my advice.
Okay. All right. Hearing all that, Jeannie, wrap it all up. And
Thanks. I appreciate that so much. I mean, so I'd say, I think the last question was really good and sort of helps to create this sort of all-encompassing understanding of what we talked about today, which is, creating space to emotionally connect to one another through sending out bids and accepting bids and the consequences of being dismissing and rejecting of each other. I think you've each learned over time, right, what it looks like when one, like Toya said, you have insight to what's going on for you and whether this is an individual issue that's keeping me from connecting emotionally or whether this is an issue within our relationship. I think, sometimes we have this ability to gain perspective because, like Chris and Maria, we had distance, we had time apart from each other, we had room to grow. And so we got to grow individually, then come back together and use that and formulate our own culture to be better at accepting bids and emotionally connecting. Where some of you, I think Toya and Q, and you and Joe and Donna, obviously, you've had to grow like from very young age to your current big ages now. And it was a difficult trajectory, right? You didn't get that time necessarily to be on your individual, and you keep growing and you keep changing and you all keep evolving. And when you do that as a person, it's a great thing, but it's also a hard thing in the relationship because the emotional tactics, tools I used to use when my wife Donna was 25 versus where she is now, they don't necessarily work as well. So I think, what this all boils down to is being ready to and willing to accept the opportunity of learning and growing with your partner and recognizing what's yours individually that's keeping you from connecting and what's a part of what you can work through in the relationship and not taking too long or too much space away from each other to figure that out. I think when you're in the crux together, it really is the ideal space to be because it's the two of you choosing each other consistently, choosing the connection and to fix and repair their connection as often as you can. I do agree, though, that a solid friendship and foundation is a great thing to have in relationships. I find that to be irrefutable in some ways in that, yes, we do often, when we have strong relationships, we're going to be frightened. We're going to be afraid. We may participate in avoidant behaviors so as not to hurt, so as not to cause strife. But sometimes we use those types of mentalities in order to keep ourselves stuck. So I might use the idea that the last time I tried to tell you this, you got really upset, you got really angry. So I'm not going to talk to you about it anymore. That's my way of keeping myself stuck. People have a right to their emotions. They have a right to their feelings, right? They have a right to work on their expressions. And sometimes in a couple, you've got to work on that together. So if someone has had an emotional expression that has been overwhelming or has created a retreat, we don't retreat forever, right? We have to name that, hey, this happened in response to me looking to address or looking to confront a situation between the two of us. Here's how you reacted and responded. This creates for me hesitance to bring this again. Is that what you want? And if the answer is no, of course that's not what I want. You're my best friend. I want you to talk to me. I want you to be around me. I want you to be open to sharing with me and loving me and accepting my emotional bids. Then I'm going to push forward, and we're going to push forward and do better.
Absolutely. Thank you, Jeannie. Where can, if anybody's looking for you, where can they find you?
Absolutely. You can connect with me via Instagram. I'm for Love and Psych. You can connect with me via email, info@forloveandpsych.com. The website as well. You can connect, build appointments if you want to work with me. If you're in Minnesota or New York, I'm at www.forloveandpsych.com. You can also connect with me via LinkedIn. I'm just Jeannie Johnson on LinkedIn, but For Love and Psych is in the title. So please reach out, and I'd love to be in community with you.
Thank you very much. And the rest of y'all some entrepreneurs, man. So I want to give you an opportunity to shout y'all businesses out. And, if you want to do that really quickly. Chris?
Yes, we're thebusinessminds.com, where we help businesses craft an effective customer journey. And all that means is taking somebody from not knowing you to being a loyal client. And we have all the strategy and the software to help you accomplish that. So thebusinessminds.com, check us out. And we have a free community, and then we have a paid community too. So the free community is all about helping you build that solid foundation for a successful business. Thebusinessminds.com. There you go.
Thank you. And not only the podcast host, I'm also a client. Thank you. Q, Toya, you have anything y'all want to promote before we get off this thing?
Nope. Artificial intelligence is available on all streaming platforms. Fly Robotics, look it up. And I wanted to say I want to reach out to Chris and Maria because I do have a business, but I'm trying to relaunch it. And happy 17th anniversary to the Corleys. We love you guys.
Love y'all, man. Love y'all.
Appreciate y'all, family. Oh, man. All right. And you can find me at, do you have a business you want to promote?
No.
You sure?
Yes.
Okay. You can find me at realuconsulting.com. I'm seeing new clients. Connect with me. You can go right there and set up your consultation whenever you feel like it. My brand is my brand. Y'all know what it is. Y'all can come back here every Tuesday night and see me on this podcast, Vulnerabilities and New Sexy. Next week is part 4 of our series, which is called, and I'm going to have just young couples on here, like couples.
Nice.
One very newlywed couple and 2 couples that aren't even married yet, but are very serious. So we're talking about shared meaning and future goals on next week podcast. I want everybody to tune in while we talk to these young couples about what these things mean. And, I want all you guys to get in the chat and be throwing your conversations at these couples, or throwing your advice and your tips and your questions, mainly just questions, which I think is important for basically what we're talking about here. Be inquisitive, ask questions. And that is really one of the biggest tools and keys to emotional connection. Okay. I want to thank y'all for going into overtime with me and not getting frustrated with me. I really appreciate y'all for sharing y'all time. These conversations could go on forever and ever and ever because there's just so much information and thoughts that we want to get to, but we just don't have we just don't have the time to get to. But I thank all y'all for y'all insights. I really appreciate y'all showing up for me again today. And, just take a moment to reflect and pay attention to your partner's bids for a connection this week. I want everybody to just take a moment when you see them, now that you're aware, when you see these bids for emotional connections, I want you to recognize them and I want you to reflect. And I want to ask yourself, are you turning towards your partner? Are you turning away from your partner? Are you turning against your partner? Okay. I really want you to reflect on those things. All right. I love y'all. Y'all have a good night.
Thank you, Joey G.
Thank you all for your stories.
I was blind, but now I can see.
Yeah. Calisthenics number 12. Yeah. Fly robotics. Bifocals, my only purpose is to feed the locals. I'm spreading love when I see you and gotta approach you. I see the goodness in you, I wouldn't John Wick you. I know you hustling for your family just to pay the fiscal. I see the God up in you, He bless your physical. While we navigating problems, the world is abysmal. Skip the one up, let's get it to the center. Your house is big as mine, we can always help each other. Affirmation smother, it ain't even cost me a dime to uplift my brother.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome to Vulnerability is the New Sexy. Hey, this is part 4 of the relationship series. Parts 1, 2, and 3 went very well. I'm getting a lot of great feedback. People are messaging me, letting me know that this is helping them. So I'm definitely excited about what we're diving into tonight. It's one of the cornerstones of the relationship. You know, a lot of people don't talk about it, but we're talking about creating shared meaning and building a future with a purpose. You know, we're talking about shared goals. You know, me, I'm Joe Corley, licensed therapist. Today's conversation is all about the importance of aligning your values and setting goals together as a couple, and making sure that we don't just exist in the same space, but we're actually understanding what our plans are for each other, what our plans are individually, and building a meaningful life together. So I'm honored to be joined by my wife, Donna, who has joined me on 3 out of the 4 episodes of the series. Sick for the first one, but we had our own journey, and I'm really happy to be vulnerable tonight and share some of that. A lot of this shared goal stuff was not really in our picture. I don't think we talked about those kind of things.
No, we did not.
In the beginning of our relationship. So, and Donna has probably had 2 or 3 W-2s in her life, where I might have 4 or 5 in a year. So that goes to tell you, like, we on different wavelengths. But also joining us tonight, man, I'm excited for Dr. Sekou Fraser. He's been on the show before. He's got some things coming up. He's always got some insights on couples relationships, and he's worked with couples in the past. So he's a Black male therapist like myself. He's going to bring some of that emotional intelligence and communication to the show tonight. So thank you, brother, for joining us.
Thank you.
And we're supposed to have 3 couples on tonight, but only one showed up. So I'm definitely grateful for Stephen and Katie for showing up tonight. Y'all have been married all of 3 months.
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to appreciate you guys' insight into as you guys are starting to build you guys' life together. So I'm excited for y'all to be here. Thank y'all for being here.
Happy to be here.
I'm actually kind of surprised. Let me ask you, man, what made y'all join this conversation? What made you say yes? I was sure you were going to say no.
He was.
Being honest, I read your text. I was like, there was not much thought. It's like, yeah, I'm going to be 100% honest with you. I asked Katie, she was like, cool. And, I mean, what do you think?
Well, I would just say, like, we want to make sure we're spreading God between, like, the relationship that we have. So if we can get that platform through Mr. Corley's podcast, then I think that's a great idea. So I told Stephen, let's do it.
Okay. So let me just say that I've known you both for a really long time, and Katie was actually in one of my classes, so that's why she's calling me Mr. Corley, y'all. If y'all, I used to be a teacher. I don't know if I told the audience that.
I'm just used to it.
No, it's cool. I like it. Yes, coach. Yeah, that's right. In the streets, that's what they call me. So I'm happy that y'all can join me tonight, man. Like I said, I'm very proud of y'all, and I'm excited to give y'all a platform to share some. So you know what I mean. Let's start with this, man. Let me ask you, Dr. Sekou, man. How important do you believe the alignment of goals is in the beginning of a relationship? And first, talk about what stages couples come to see you in. Are they coming in the beginning? Do you get them later in life? Just kind of talk about some of your experience dealing with couples, and then add on about how important it is to align those goals.
Yeah, sure. I'll say most of the couples come and see me towards, I wouldn't want to say the end, because I believe in hope, that there's always hope to fix and heal your relationship. But it's during the times that are troubling, tumultuous times, they come see me, and they're working towards trying to get back in sync or being aligned. So to touch on one of the things that you're saying, how important is alignment? That's crucial. I consider that to be one of the cornerstones. That's the foundation of being able to build with your partners, that you have to have mutual goals. You don't necessarily have to think the same or be on the same thing with everything, but the overarching plan as far as for your life, your beliefs, the things that you want, the goals, you all must be aligned, and you must be working towards supporting each other and saving that space for one another. So alignment is key. That is definitely the foundation.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I see couples at all different stages as well. And the conversations that they have, a lot of the disagreements, I say, could have been avoided through communication, especially in the beginning. And I'm always coming back to the couples like, hey, when you met him or her, is this how they were? Or, did they lie to you or deceive you to get them to, to marry you? We just talked about openly how we didn't have that conversation in the beginning of our marriage, but knowing what you know now after 17 years of marriage, how important do you think having the conversation about shared values and goals is? Yeah.
It's extremely important, because that's like part of your base, and your base is, having those shared values, and that's for your strong base is what helps you make decisions around, like, how you raise kids, long-term, short-term goals, what's priority in your household, in your marriage.
Yeah. I didn't even think about like having kids and stuff. Yeah, I forgot about it. Yeah, we did that too. And I don't know. I don't feel like we got out of sync too much in that situation, but
Out of sync
with how our vision for raising children,
Mm-hmm.
I kind of feel like that was kind of, for the most part, always in line.
Yeah.
But do you think that not talking about other things caused the necessary conflict over time?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Because if we would have hashed out some of those things early on, we wouldn't be having some of these conversations 17 years later trying to figure it out.
Yeah, for sure. Katie, Stephen, I'm asking you first, Katie, have y'all had conversations about kind of what you guys' vision for your entire future are? I know it's a different day, so maybe I've had those conversations, y'all taking unconventional paths. So
Yeah, no, definitely. I think we've had even before going into marriage, I think we both would sit down and talk about, hey, like where do we see ourselves, like when we want to have kids? Where do we see ourselves where we want to be within career wise? So I think all those important conversations before we went into marriage were had when we were dating, along like the 5 years of dating. That really has helped us to where we are now, because now being married is like, oh, well, I know we talked about it, so I know like that we aren't going to have kids right away, because that's something that we talked about. I feel like if we would have never had those conversations, then there would have probably been conflict, because there may be someone let's just say I wanted to have kids right away, right after marriage, and he didn't. Well, then that would have been conflict already. But we came to a mutual agreement that we wanted to enjoy our marriage for the first years of marriage. So yeah, having those conversations were definitely really important for us. And I think that our being dating for 6 years helped us have all those conversations before getting to marriage.
Yeah, and I'll just say this. Yeah, I'll say the same thing. Like, like dating for that long a time, like you get into those conversations, like because of how long you've been together. So like where maybe we've been dating for 2 years, but we didn't have the conversation about kids once we're married. that conversation wasn't had for 2 years. Then something as sort of like, hey, what do you want with kids? That conversation comes up. And so it's just the same thing. So like we've been dating for 3 years, another important conversation comes up. 4 years, another important conversation comes up. So we've been together for so long where we had time to have these different conversations come up, where somebody that's said they courted her for a year or dated for like 2 years, they don't have long enough time to have these conversations come up in their marriage because they didn't date for 5 or 6 years, like when ours came up. And alignment, I love how we talk about alignment, because one of the first times when we did start dating at the very beginning, I remember so vividly, we were only high schoolers, we were only juniors, but that second day after we started dating was kind of like we sat down at Penn Express, was kind of like, we know this is going to be hard, we know it's not going to be easy, but we know we love God, we know we put him first, and that's what aligns us, so we just work hard at it. We'll get to where we ultimately want to be at. 6 years later, we're here. So those conversations, we had time to have those conversations before getting into marriage.
Man, that's incredible, man. I'm really impressed. And Dr. Sid, what do you hear, man? What do you hear in that conversation?
Well, they said it best. I think y'all said it best. Y'all came together, y'all sat down and had a conversation, and things aligned. And whether things didn't align, y'all continue to have the conversation. And sometimes people don't continue the conversation, or they portray a certain image because, hey, I really like this person, or they have thoughts of changing another person. And y'all did the important things. Y'all were very, very much mature about it, I must say, sitting down at the Panda Express.
Yeah.
Love it. I love it.
What are some of the, Dr. Seiko, what are some of the things that, I have some thoughts on this as well, but what are some of the conversations that you think couples miss early in relationships that bring them into the office?
One of the biggest things I think is the core values. We all have our individual values, but what are some of the core values when you look at a relationship? And when you look at a relationship, the way that I view it is kind of like a baby. How do we want this baby to grow and develop? How are we going to nurture this relationship? Do we have any past traumas that we need to discuss? And a lot of times it's more of a physical attraction thing. We see someone, we like them, we get to dating, then there's more layers, we get to find out more and more, but that comes with time, and it comes with vulnerability. And a lot of times we're not getting the exact person until when everything hits the fan. And then that's another thing to see if we can weather that storm. So,
right. Yeah. And it's fluid, right? Like a lot of times in relationships, even if you do have the conversations, you don't revisit them. And sometimes, you held to the person that you were maybe 5-6 years ago, when, you've evolved and your vision is different. Life has made you see things differently, and you're not that same human anymore. So now it's time to revisit what some of those core values are, and get some realignment, I should say. You know what I mean? Like the person I was when I was 26, 27, getting married is nowhere near the man I am today. But I don't want to feel like, sometimes in the past, not having evolved or not being emotionally mature, you kind of want to stick to the what you sold, what you advertised, and be afraid to go in there and say, look, I'm not really on this anymore. This is where I am. You know what I mean? What do you think about that? It sound like,
No, I agree.
yeah. Okay. So, it's good. To the core values thing, man, it's very important, not only for your growth as a couple, but for your emotional wellness as an individual. A lot of people don't understand what their core values are. So I like I said, I got some ideas of how to help people identify that, but I want to hear what you say, Dr. Seiko, real fast. What are some ways that you help people identify their core values?
Well, depending on the session or whatever the case is, I always start with a base Venn diagram. A lot of times people might, we have a disagreement, And then I like to take it back to the basics. So I say, let's draw, the homework assignment will be, let's draw a Venn diagram. What are some of the core values that y'all share? Put everything in the middle. Oh, I share this, faith, this, that, hobbies, friends, whatever it is, you put it in the middle. Now, what are some of your individual core values? Do they align with your partner? Are they completely drastic from your partner? And we want to figure out what are the things that keeps this relationship going. And the core values should be the things that keeps it going. Also your differences, because you all don't need to be attached at the hip 24/7, because you were somebody before you met who you're with. But the core values, just really taking time to look at it on paper and discussing it as a homework assignment is extremely helpful, because then you really start talking to your partner like, well, I remember a few years ago, I was into this, or I was into that, or I viewed it like this, or I viewed it like that. Now, I don't see things that way based on certain experiences that we have, based on certain things we get exposed to. It changes the way we think about ourselves and our relationship. So I think that's really one of the most important things, for them to visually see something and then start thinking about it and focus on the things that they actively change in their relationship.
Right. And I'll say, to piggyback on that, when you're talking about yourself as an individual, one of the most important things, or some of the most important things to process, are like, what makes you extremely joyful, what makes you happy, what makes you angry, what makes you sad. And these are kind of like little indicators and roadmaps to whatever your core values are, because your core values are going to be shaped by those emotions, what what your lived experience is, who are people that you look at as heroes, who do you look at as the villains in your life. All these things are kind of indicators of what your core values are. Well, but back to Stephen and Katie for a second. I wanted to ask you guys, what are, like, you're coming together, you haven't really had your first full year of marriage yet, but y'all spent a lot of time together over the past 6 years. Do y'all have to like merge some of your family traditions, or are you just setting out to like create your own?
That's a great question. I'll say at the beginning. I'll say at the beginning of our, I'll say middle of our relationship. I'm obviously not marriage, but relationship. There was like one common thing we kept running into, having a issue with, and it was so much so, like, because I'm a big family man. Like, I'm just a huge family guy, and now marrying Katie, like, now the dynamic shifts, because now, instead of like, it's not putting my family, my mom, dad, it's not putting them off to the side, but it's like putting my wife first now, because it's the one I married. But dating wise, before marriage, we kept running into an issue where I had struggled balancing my time with my family and taking time away from Katie to give to them, if that makes sense. So that was something we kept like hitting a roadblock with, where we're having this recurring thing to where, like, I'm like, hey, I got to run and do this, where it wasn't even in the plans, but it was for my family. And it was kind of like that thing to where she just had to tell me, hey, you're overstretching yourself. Like, you gotta relax and get, at least if it takes time to relax and take time for yourself, because you can't be overstretching yourself. And I guess to your point, like the family traditions, like now, since it's changed, since we are married, it's kind of like we value our family in the same ways, to where like the traditions we do have, we're taking bits and pieces of those to where, like, we value our family time. Like, we will go over to Katie's house, maybe Katie's family's on Saturdays, or if they're having a birthday party or something, we value that time. We go to my family's house every Sunday, and they come to us every Sunday. So it's kind of like, it's like navigating that. Like, we do have our family's traditions that we do want to follow. For Christmas Eve, we go over her family's house. Christmas Day, we go over my family's house. For now, like, those are traditions, like, we already established, and we're continuing with them. But to answer your question, when we do have kids, when we do have our kids, like, we want to establish our own family traditions, like when to put up the Christmas tree, when to have Thanksgiving, like how to cultivate that where it's uniquely ours, but we're still balancing that time with our own families. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes perfect sense, man. It's a great question. You're ready to answer it, though, huh? You never know. You never know, brother. You never know. I want to shift the conversation to a very important part of relationships, and that's vulnerability. I think a lot of people that you come across in couples counseling struggle with being vulnerable with their partners for whatever reason. They don't want to disappoint them, or they just don't feel safe. They don't want to cause conflict, so they don't feel safe saying certain things. Have you ever, Donna, struggled being vulnerable about some of your future goals? And if so, like, what made it hard for you to be like, this is what I want to do?
Definitely. I don't know. It kind of goes back to things that we've dealt with over the last several years, and having, struggles with dreaming, seeing past certain things. So it makes it harder for me to want to be vulnerable, because you're like, oh, you want that? Go get it. Like you're rah, rah, rah. Whereas
I'm a dreamer.
like, huh?
I'm a dreamer.
Yeah, you're a dreamer. And there's nothing wrong with that. But I'm just struggling with that. That's something I'm personally struggling with. So it's like, it makes it hard to come to you and be vulnerable and not get the cheerlead, like the let's go do it, and just have a calm talk, or just hear me out, or
So it'd probably be better if I was like, no, that shit sounds stupid. Don't do that.
No, I'm definitely not
Don't do
saying
that.
I'm just saying that there's times where it's hard to come to you and be very vulnerable in expressing things, like things that are on my mind, things I might want to do or don't want to do, because I think you not tooting my horn, but I think you think I can do it all. And there's just times where
I do,
where I just need something else.
Well, that's interesting, man. I don't want to respond to that, man. Dr. Seiko, I'll let you have that, man. What are you hearing that, brother?
Like, as far as that comment, or when it revolves around, or
what about that comment? First, let me make sure what I'm hearing you say is that when you bring something to the table that's an idea, or maybe something you want to do, I'm always like, yeah, let's do that, go get it, and that sometimes makes you feel uncomfortable.
Yes, because you're very, pedal to the metal, like let's go, like, and you almost become a nuisance.
Yeah.
You ride me about it.
Hey, made them candles yet?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So it's like you're supporting me, but then you're kind of becoming overbearing. And it just is like, I can't.
Okay. I've actually never heard her say that before. So, I mean, we on your couch now, Dr. Sekou. What you got to say to us, brother?
Well, it's my 2 cents, and that is just communication. Just simple and plain. It's like, what I'm hearing and seeing is that Joe, the way that Joe views you, Donna, is my woman can do anything. She's amazing. So as soon as he hears something, he's so excited. He's so excited. I can just imagine him just, all right, cool. So what else we need? Let's check this off. And he's backing you all the way. But maybe when it comes to your thought process of whatever you're doing, yeah, I want to do it, but you're still taking that time to get all the details out. And you're not just ready to just put the pedal to the metal. What you're doing is still, I know I can do it, but I need to get all my details together. And so now just kind of hearing that, it's like, okay, I could see how you could probably feel like, nah, it's a little annoying, because you should know your man's going to support you. And that is the beauty of having a wonderful, good man that's going to support you. But then you also have to tell him exactly what you need. This is not a fully developed idea. It almost is. But when I'm ready for you to hit that gas button, I'm going to let you know, sir. And that's where that communication piece is going to play.
Yeah. Okay. That's fair.
Yeah. And being fully transparent, being vulnerable right now, a part of that push, maybe, birth out of a little bit of, I don't know, guilt, because I've watched you hold space for so many different people. And like I be kind of needing and wanting you to do something for yourself. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. And a part of me is like, man, if she can do something for herself, maybe I can feel a little less guilty about all the stuff she does for the rest of us. You know, you know what I mean? And that's not necessarily healthy. But it may be part of why, like, I'll be pushing a little too much, but I hear you.
That makes sense.
No, I hear you, and I'll ease up. I'll ease up for sure. I don't know what is listening to that doing for y'all, Stephen, Katie.
I would just say, like, sometimes being vulnerable can come very hard for some, and then for others they may be like, no, I'm really gonna like just rant to you, and it may come easier. So I just feel like it depends on whatever you may be going through at the time, whether that is a hard day at work and you just don't necessarily want to talk about it when your husband gets home and you don't want to bring it up to him, but then again, that's bothering you, so you eventually have to get it out. I would say just ultimately being vulnerable with whoever you're with, it needs to be very important, just because if you don't, you end up like probably even lashing out on that person or bringing out the frustrations on the person that's not necessarily doing anything to you, but there's always like something that may be bothering you, and you just have to be vulnerable about it to bring it up to your spouse.
You think you'd be vulnerable with you?
Yeah, I do think I can be vulnerable with you, but I think sometimes it can be a little bit hard just because I don't ever want to put more on his plate. But he always has to remind me, like, you are my wife. You need to tell me exactly how you're feeling. No need to hold it in. But I just feel like certain things is just like, for instance, like having hard days at work. That can be like something, like I just said, I don't simply want to talk about it because I'm at home now, so I don't want to bring it home. And so that can be something that I don't want to be vulnerable at the time. But then if I keep it with me for 2 or 3 days, then he ends up knowing like, hey, there's something going on. So like, come on, let's talk about it. And so that's where I learned that I need to be vulnerable. I can't keep it all to myself. So
yeah, I think being vulnerable, at least like to Katie, is very like easy to me, I guess, because I know what I'm gonna get. It's kind of like when I am vulnerable, I know I'm gonna get like reality. Like I know I'm gonna get something real. Like for instance, like this week I told her I was gonna sign up for a hobby, and she was like, "What you mean? You haven't done anything like that in your life?" And I'm like, but like you think I can do it? And she's like, "Do what you want, but like I don't think it's a good idea." So it's like it's just being. I know but like that doesn't steer me away because I know what I'm getting when I come to her. Just as if it's something to where my days of having a hard day and I know I'm going to get advice from her, or if I just want to lay something on her, I know I'm just going to get a listening ear. So it's kind of like I know what I'm bringing and I know what I'm going to get. So it's kind of like when she does give me her reply, nothing really throws me off. So I'm like, that's the woman I married. So it's very. I think it's
nice, man.
And it just comes out of me. It's not that I don't believe he can do. It's like you. I believe he can do anything he wants to do. It just comes out of me being like, man, if he gets hurt, then we might end up in the hospital. Or if he gets hurt, then this. Like it's already happened before. We go work out. He almost lost a finger. We ended up in the emergency room. So it kind of comes out of like, I guess, past trauma of him getting hurt, because he's always doing something. Steven is a guy, he's always doing something, so he can't ever not just nap, just take a nap, just chill out. He can't do it. He's always doing it on. He's always doing something. So yeah. So
that's nap. Just take a nap. It's crazy. So you try to
no naps for him.
You try to take up archery, and she was like, I don't speed walking. Whatever.
The activity we're currently talking about is kickboxing. That's the activity we're currently talking about.
Yeah, that's right up your alley, man. It sounds like something you need to do, man.
And she's like, what do you mean? Like hurt, boxing, face? No, like it's just, but I know what I'm getting. It's like, okay, I know you were gonna say that. I'm just asking.
I just said like, isn't the gym enough? We go to the gym. Yeah. You know? But
no.
Well, I mean, this is important though. I mean, we should talk about the reverse of this. You know what I mean? I know you probably have some experience with this. Like, how do you create or be vulnerable with your partner about them doing too much? You know, like, without making them feel like you don't believe in them. Is that something you have struggled with balancing?
Yeah. Definitely, because you are somebody who at one point in time were coaching 8 to 10 teams at once.
Same time, yeah.
And you're doing side training and you're working a full-time job teaching. So it's like you're doing way too much And
Yeah.
it was really hard to tell you you're doing too much. Take a nap.
Yeah. That sounds nuts now. Take a nap. Yeah. Straight up.
Go to bed, take a nap.
Take a nap. That
I
sounds
mean,
nuts.
because you
Listen to it now.
did, you know, like thinking back to those times, I really do think that you felt me saying you're doing too much.
Yeah.
You took that as I didn't have any faith in you. Like you just
Definitely shut me down for sure.
Like
Yeah.
like I just didn't support you.
Like, yeah, you don't think I can do it? Yeah.
Right.
I'm the best coach ever. Yeah. Yeah, no.
But you, I mean, you really did. I feel like you felt as though I didn't support you and I didn't believe that you could do it.
No, for sure.
And
But
that was not the case. It was the case, but it was more so me knowing you were doing too much.
yeah. In hindsight, I see that now. Man. But at the time, I definitely was like, "No, you either get down or lay down. We got we got a lot of coaching to do." And I had
Kids
no.
need you.
Yeah, the kids needed me. I mean, I was stretching myself super thin. It was really bad, and it really impacted my mental health in a major way.
Yeah,
You know
it
what I
did.
mean? It forced me into like a deeper depression because whenever I felt like I was not there for the kids in the way that I should have been, I took those failures personal.
Mhm.
And but you saw it, and I didn't listen to you. You know what I mean? So that was not a conversation that we had. Like we never sat down like, "Hey, can I talk to you?"
Right. No,
You know what I mean?
we never
And-
sat down.
Yeah, it probably would have saved me a lot of grief, if I was in a space where I could listen. But chat, man, talk to me, chat. I mean, it's a couple hundred of y'all out there right now, and only Tranisha's in here, and she's supposed to be doing homework. So, so we need y'all to get in here and get active, man. Talk to me about do y'all have issues with vulnerability, man? Post it in the chat. Let us know some of the ways that y'all are creating safe spaces for your partners to be vulnerable. I'd like to hear that from y'all. But yeah, having those vulnerable conversations and like creating space to creating space where y'all can be safe with one another. Dr. Sekou, let me ask you, man, like what are ways that people can create safe spaces for their partners to be vulnerable?
I think one of the biggest things that people can do is set aside some time. A lot of times life just gets busy, and then we just, we're doing this, kids, family, work, all kind of stuff. But we need to set aside some time to have like a weekly check-in, to be vulnerable, to sit and say, "Are you okay?" Because a lot of times someone asks you if you're okay, you're just like, "Yeah," but you're not really gonna say like, "Nah, man, I got some stuff going on. My car's about to get repoed," right? So, especially when you're with somebody, you all already have like some layers that are removed where y'all can be naked and vulnerable. But in order to grow your relationship, you have to be very intentional. So I see like couples that they forget to date each other because now they have kids. So people fall into routines, but you need to carve out that time to do these check-ins, to really sit and talk about where is this relationship going? How do we feel that we're going? You have to, in a sense, you run your relationship like a business. So I don't mean to sound callous, but it's a business. Like, what are our goals for this year? How are we doing? Are we improving in the way that we communicate? Are we spending time together with family, friends? Are we doing these things? So it's really about just carving out time to be intentional and just opening up more and going deeper. So that's one of the suggestions I have.
Man, so important. And that's something I say all the time to people too. Like I advise people, and they look at me when I'm crazy when I first say it, but they always come back and say this is effective, is you set appointments. You know what I mean? Like you literally got to set appointments with your partner at times, because sometimes you might want to talk about something that they're not in the mood to hear. So your reaction to what they're trying to tell you comes back poor. And now you guys are in conflict when it really ain't about, anything that y'all have with each other. So, hey, listen, I got to talk to you. when are you available? You know what I mean? Like, it may not be right then and there. You might have something on your mind. I mean, that's only if you like guys struggle with what Dr. Seiko was saying, carving out time to hold space. You know, set that appointment, man, and then that's your opportunity to just listen. So your only reactions should be almost clarifying questions, repeating what your partner is saying, making sure you understand exactly what they're trying to communicate, and then see if, you know, are they talking? People talk for two reasons. You're either trying to vent or you're trying to solve a problem. So which reason is your partner communicating with you right now? Are they trying to vent or are they trying to solve a problem? So, because sometimes I'm just trying to vent and you might, you know, you be a problem solver. You're trying to solve my problem. I ain't want to hear that. I don't want to know how to fix it. Okay. I just want to be mad about it. All right. Just let it, you know, and vice versa. I mean, I do the same thing, right? Sometimes I don't, you know, you don't want my solution. You just want to, you know what I mean?
Get off your chest.
So
I
I just want to get.
we can touch on that topic because that's happened before to where like she will, well, I'm taking it as you got a problem, let me solve it.
Mhm.
And
Mhm.
just being honest, she goes, I'm not
Mhm.
looking for a solution. And I'm over giving her solutions to her problem she's telling me, but she's like, no, I just want you, sometimes you just need to just listen. And it's like we ran into that too, to where like, I mean, I think the last time that happened was like a year ago. But like now it wasn't like that before though. It wasn't like before I wasn't like, oh, I understand which one this is. Now I'm like, I understand which one this is. Like before it was kind of like, oh, they all sound the same to me. Like I can be a problem solver. Like that's why I'm here. But it's like, no, like it is time for me to rant. Let me rant. If I have an issue, you will understand. Now we're on that basis to where I'm like, okay, now let me give my 2 cents. Or
Yeah.
100%,
man. 100%. I have that same issue with you, Steven. Every time I talk to you, you try to solve my problems as well.
Hey, we're problem solvers.
I'm a problem solver.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm
Yeah.
proactive.
Yeah. So I didn't ask you that, man. I just it's all good, man. Question for y'all though, from the chat. What dreams do you have for your partner for your future together? It's a good question.
Okay.
What dreams do you have for your partner?
I mean, do you have when you look at him or look at her?
Yes.
Do you have visions
I would say for Steven, I see Steven just having his ministry where he is speaking about Jesus to people, whether that is being a pastor, whether that is being someone that's just going out in missions, or I just see him in one way or another. It's just going to be God, and it's going to be him spreading God's word to multiple people. And I see it in him. I see the fire of God literally for every Wednesday we serve at youth. He never fails, no matter how much homework he has, no matter if he's been at work all day. He is always there to serve his boys and be there to minister to those boys that need to hear the word of God, because we all know that it is just so, especially for people that are out and working in the education field, you know that these kids desperately need to be heard. These kids need to know that there's someone or like a mentor that's there to hear them out and say, hey, you can do this. Whatever you want to do in life, you can do this. And so anyways, I overall just see him preaching God's word. So,
and I appreciate that. And I'll say, as for her, I just see her in like 10, 15 years where like we are financially stable enough to where she's at home and she's running around with our 4 kids. Like we've talked about that so much to where like that's one of the vulnerable. But no, like that's just something she's talked about. That's something we've talked about. It's kind of like that'll just be me coming home from a long day and just seeing her happy with the kids, you know, just that'll be like, there's a definition of rich. That'll be rich. And that's just something we've talked about, like, and that's something she wants. That's something I want for her. So that's just how God has that for us.
Oh man, that's amazing, y'all. It seems like y'all have had a lot more conversations than less emotionally mature people that I know I get in my office, and I'm sure
Right.
Dr. Siegel can say that as well. I mean, you see, it
Yeah.
never ceases to amaze me what people come in that office with for problems.
I kind of feel like your last, like doing this month, I feel like your younger couples are just so wise, so stable, so just
Well, it's a
just
different
there.
generation, you know what I mean? Like it's coming from, like they seek, a lot of them seek emotional maturity in a lot of ways, you know what I mean? And they don't want to repeat. A lot of it comes from, not wanting to repeat the failures that you observed.
Yeah.
And you know what I mean?
I
Like,
agree.
see me, you and me both, we never really had marriages to look at, be like, well, we don't want to do that, and that, you know what I mean?
Right.
So we just kind of learning on the fly. I never had a man sit me down and tell me this is, the foundations of being a husband. Here you go.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? And I don't know if Steven's had that either, but I know he's had some examples in his life that, probably have guided a lot of his decisions in the way that he approaches his marriage,
I
for
agree.
sure.
I agree.
You know what I mean? What about you though? What are your dreams for your partner?
My dreams for you is to have peace
Yes.
and happiness. Like I want you to be fulfilled. Like get to where what you want, what Joe wants.
Mm-hmm.
But definitely peace.
Yeah.
Because you are not at peace.
Yeah. No, of course not. Thank you. I'm glad you observed that. I really feel seen in this moment.
Oh, you're welcome.
And the same, I mean, I want peace for my wife as well, but I honestly want to be able to look at my wife and say she's doing exactly what she wants to do. And I don't feel like I've ever got an opportunity to see, I tell you all the time how proud I am that, you basically built yourself from, I want to say almost scratch. You know what I mean? If you've done very well for yourself and you show yourself as vital to our family all the time. And I just watch you expend so much of your energy to build other people's dreams and, build our dreams, me and the boys. And I just want to be able to look at you and say, she did that for herself. And, and you took the time to do that. Like that's my vision for your future. When I see that and I feel that, I think I'll have a little bit more of that peace. Because a lot of my peace or lack of peace comes from, you're not being able to do what you want to do at all times. So
that's fair. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, man, we just being vulnerable as hell out here tonight, ain't we?
Yep.
Came on the right show.
Talking that talk, man. But I know for our lives, we've had several unpredictable pivots that we've had to make. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So, I want to, I guess, talk about what do we do when, we have to make pivots, unpredictable things that occur in our lives that change maybe the vision or the, the alignment of goals, like Dr. Sekou, man, do you feel like you're dealing with couples who, have you seen couples self-destruct over a realignment of the vision?
I would
not
say,
being able to communicate about it.
Yeah, I'd say because I've been working with, I've had some couples in the past 6 months where folks are filing for divorce. People are just tired. People have been together for over like 20 something years, and people grow and evolve into two different people. But one of the problems is that the communication piece was not there throughout the relationship, or someone was making concessions to please someone else, and then they decreased their space for themselves, and then that grew into resentment. So now when certain things change, or this is who I am, or I want to go this way, the other person's not really feeling that. So sometimes with that, it's a little bit more challenging because depending how much resentment is built, and depends what the core values are. If someone says, I plan to marry you for sickness and health, for better or worse. If those are our core values, then we'll figure it out. But if that's not the base of where that comes from, I'm tired of this. I'll just take.
I ain't signing up for this shit. I ain't signing up for this.
Exactly. And so for a lot of folks, it's to change and pivot in another direction depends on a lot of different things. And it's more selfishness than selflessness. So those are the things that we have to examine and figure out. Is it putting myself first or over my marriage? Is that worth it for me at the end of the day? And for some people it is. They're just like, look, I feel I'll do better. But I tell people there's a house, there's a couch, there's the porch, there's a sidewalk, and there's the streets. And them streets are pretty mean out there. There's a lot of stuff going on. So if you can take that time to figure out in-house what we need to do to get back aligned, things will just take time, but both parties have to want to get back in alignment. It's just like a vehicle. You can't drive a car for 20 years and never change the oil and do different things to it because it's going to eventually fall apart. So you got to be very intentional with your relationship and treat it like that baby, if that's what you all consider it to be, that baby that's going to grow and flourish and mature.
Yeah, 100%, man. 100%. I hope everybody out there, is taking that in. Relationships are fluid, like we got to work to stay together. Okay.
I feel like that's where we're at. Like you have to, like we're kind of in a realignment.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And then we talking about 17 years in, you're 17, like, oh man, we got to realign. I mean, even like there's a lot of people don't talk about, yes, there's a realignment that occurs when you have kids, but there's also a realignment that occurs when they get grown.
Mm-hmm.
You know
Especially
what I mean?
if you poured everything, all your time into them.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. I mean, and that's another conversation that probably a lot of older couples aren't having is, what it's like when you have to shift your everyday. Now it's just, we have to focus more on each other.
Mm-hmm.
And because it was very easy for two people to focus on these other two people. But when they start needing you less and less, how do you fill that time?
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, so, and hey, I'm not gonna lie. We be out to eat and I just want to feed us. Okay. Damn them kids. Donna's calling the house, making sure our man, I don't want to call him our son or our boy, making sure our man has he eaten, our other little man. Yeah. And he'll tell you too, I'm still a child. He'll tell you. So yeah, he'll be honest with you. Oh, we forgot, bro. You're still a child. We do got to feed you still. Still responsible for you for two more years. But like just that little stuff like there. Like I'm moving or migrating to a stage in my life where I don't want to worry about the kids as much. Mm-hmm. And I don't think I don't know.
I don't know how not to.
Yeah, right now she doesn't know how, and that's a conversation, right? That's a conversation. Like, I'm not trying to worry about these kids all day anymore. Like, we've done it. All right.
Yes.
We did it. They're, one of them's a functioning, well-adjusted adult for the most part. For the most part. Okay. But, the other one's crazy, but we're still working on them. So, I mean, that's my bad, y'all. My bad, chat. Sidebar for y'all, man. I didn't mean to take y'all. Right. So we have a 23-year-old
mm-hmm.
and a 15, about to be 16-year-old this year. And I think that is an important conversation when you're talking about visions and alignments. I think a lot of it has to do with,
Exactly, Mike.
Yeah. What is Mike talking about? Our visions are... Yeah, right. Mike is the one, and I keep giving him credit as often as I can. He's the one that put me onto that conversation. He's the one that kind of made me think about, wow, well, we have to adjust because we spent several years every weekend focused on our son. And then when that stopped, it kind of like, it really did. We really felt it like, damn, what do we do now?
Mm-hmm.
So just a conversation to be had. But I want to know kind of, you know, what do y'all see as y'all been together 6 years, but y'all been married and living together for like 3 months, right? So was there any adjustments to moving in together and like seeing this person every single day? Damn.
Whoa.
Shaking that head heavy, man. Talk about it.
It's funny because I think I moved in here by myself a week before the wedding.
No, 2 weeks.
2 weeks before the wedding. So we always joke about this because when I was with my parents, she would come over every Sunday, clothes be on the floor, they would be clean, they wouldn't be folded, it'd be a mess. Miss Donna knows what we're saying. So, but the thing is, I told her when we live together, I know this isn't gonna fly. I know how you get. I just won't happen anymore. So, 2 weeks by myself, I've never made my own. It's been 5 times I made my own bed. 2 weeks by myself, I would make the bed, put my clothes where they need to go, fold them, wash by myself 2 weeks because I know when she got into this home, the expectation was put your clothes up. We're gonna make the bed. We're gonna wash the dishes. So in my mind, I'm like, in order to make this place our home, not mine, I'm going to do what her expectations are. And it's just, and then I have trust in my heart that where my clothes go, she's going to handle them the same way. Because in actuality, I don't want my clothes on the floor. I was just tired. And it's like, it's kind of like you don't think about those things, how much more comfortable the home is with those things in place until you're living with somebody else. It's a bigger space and it's your stuff that's getting put away nicely. And it's kind of like, if she can do that at her home, I can do that in our home. So I would say the adjusting part becomes, though, how do you make that routine? So it's kind of like, how do you not just do that for 2 weeks? How do you do that for like 10 years? Like, how do you don't do that for 2 years? How do you do it 5? So it's kind of like when that does get out of rhythm, it's kind of like I have to remind myself, like, hey, like, don't, just because she's here now, it's been 3 months, you can't get lackadaisical, can't get comfortable because those are sort of the expectations. So it's kind of like, I mean, that was one of the biggest like learning curves, being like, okay, now we had to tighten up a little bit more. And it's kind of like knowing that this is our home. Like, I don't want it to be like, I don't want it ever to be like, because the way you're acting with this home, it's your home, I'm just a person living here. That wasn't the expectation. The expectation was, how do I make this home comfortable for you? If this is how you see it comfortable, I'm fine with that. And that's just kind of like what I've always been like in our relationship. It's kind of like, what do you want? I can make it happen, you know? And what you can speak on that.
Well, I was just going to say, he's doing a great job, but I just think so growing up, it's always been the expectation of clean or you don't get to go out with friends. Clean or you don't get to do this. So it's always been like, that's how I grew up. That was one of my family dynamics that I grew up with. So for me, ever since I was little, I've always been very organized. Everything is put into place. Everything is either hanged or folded, but like everything is just clean for me. And I just feel like having a clean and good smelling spot is just, I don't know, it does something to your mind where you're like, oh my gosh, okay, I don't have to do this when I get back from work, or, oh, hey, I don't have to do this when I get back from school. So it's like, I don't know, having everything organized has always just been a priority for me. And whenever it's not organized, you can really see where your headspace is at. Either you're stressed out or you got other stuff that you need to get done. But he's doing a great job at that. So I'm very thankful for that.
And it's not something I'm not going to say like I'm a pro at doing that. Like, there's still times where I come home, like the shoes are kicked off in the middle of the floor. And it's like, bro, what are these shoes doing here? It's like, oh, my bad. Put them away. So it's kind of like, I'm still learning this, but like there's grace that comes with that like the ultimate, like, you've done this many times, you've done this more right than wrong. So I know it's going to get done. You just have to make it routine. But like, that's been one of probably the biggest learning curve.
And then the thing that I like most is like, whenever I'm really tired and I'm just going to bed at 10 o'clock, he'll put away the food. He'll take care of it. He'll take care of washing the dishes, and I don't have to worry about it. Or if he goes to sleep earlier and there's stuff that still needs to get done before we go to bed, I take care of it. So I like that there's that half and half, like we pick up each other's slacks, or it's just things are getting done regardless. So they're getting done, and I'm just thankful for that.
Balance is important.
Oh, extremely important.
Yeah, balance is important. Sound like you should have did a better job training me.
There's no hope.
I got 2 or 3 pairs of shoes in the middle of the floor right now.
Every day I say something. If it's not
Yeah.
a hat, it's a pair of shoes.
Yeah, that's bad. I'm trying. I'm more conscious of it now, but I'm not doing a great job of, taking care of it. But I need to. I'm inspired now by young Steven.
You can't let him beat you.
Well, not by. It's not a competition. It's not a competition.
Everything's a competition.
It's not a competition. It's not a competition. He's been cleaning his drawers for 2 weeks, and all of a sudden, he's husband of the year.
I knew that was gonna come up. I knew it.
All of a sudden, he's husband of the year. Huh? Okay. All right. I get it. Listen, man. Look, that balance is important, Dr. Sekou, man. I don't know if you got this event coming up, man. Is that something you're gonna be touching on? That balance that they talking about right there?
Yeah, I'm gonna talk about balance, about vulnerability, pretty much all of the things, because there's a lot of challenges that folks face on just getting on the right track to have successful relationships. And there's certain tools you need to have. As I said, it's like you can't expect someone to build a house and they don't have a hammer or nails. So a lot of people sometimes don't have the right tools, or they do, but they don't know how to use the tool. And so that's going to be the focus for tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, listen, man, we about to close this thing out, man. We got a couple hundred people here tonight, and really appreciate everybody joining us. We got a few minutes. If anybody has any questions, now is the time to ask them. I'm about to hand it over one more time to Katie and Steven to talk to your generation, young people that are getting together, getting married young, right? You guys got married virtually, almost right out of high school, basically while you're still in college. A lot of people aren't doing that. Actually, maybe more people are doing it now than ever.
Yeah.
I don't know. But I know I wasn't ready or prepared to do that. I wasn't ready to get married when I got married, but I did it. So talk about, what advice y'all have as far as setting future goals and having conversations, either prior to getting married or actually prior to getting married, because y'all had them prior, right?
Yeah.
And talk about how important you think that is to do that before y'all decide to embark on this lifetime journey together.
You want me to go first? No, yeah, it's extremely important. Say looking at the landscape of the world today, like young people, like, bro, we just don't know what we want. Like, there's so many things you can do in this world that I'm a victim. I mean, I do this too. Like, I can't put my mind on one thing half the time. But it's in that I feel like that goes into relationships, because like when you are in a relationship and a marriage, this is one person, this is one thing, and this is doing it together. So it's kind of like if our generation, if I'm just talking directly to them, it's kind of like we need to communicate, and you have to have your life aligned, because if you don't sit down with somebody and be like, what are your values? Values rarely change. Like, values are very hard to change. So you don't sit down with somebody and be like, what are your values? You're not going to know what they want in life, because even though like we were juniors when we sat down and had that conversation, I knew what her values were. I knew she was going to change, but I knew her values stayed the same. So it's kind of like, if I know that about you, if I know like what you value the most, we'll be good. We'll ride this out, because we're going to grow. We're going to have spend years together. So you're going to change, but your value is going to stay the same. And like for us, value is God. And I don't think, I'm going to be honest with you, I don't think a relationship works if God's not in the middle. And I talk to Katie about this all the time, because there has to be a mediator in your relationship. Our mediator is God. That's who we go to. So you can go to friends, family members. You can't put one of those people in between your relationship to mediate it. That's not going to work. You can put God in the middle of your relationship, and he'll mediate it. He'll make it one. He'll put it right back on the right track. Because when we have an issue, obviously there's friends to go to. Well, we gonna pray about it. We gonna read scripture about it. If she's stressed about something, did you talk to God about it? If I'm stressed about something, did you pray about it? There's always a common denominator and a common mediator, and that's the Lord. Like, I don't think no relationship works without that. And it's funny, because like relationships that work without the Lord, like there's still that love in that relationship, and God is love. So, and that's just what I like to say to our generation. Like, half the things in this life, they don't work without the Lord. What did you guys say?
I would just say to them, like, really truly put God in the center of your relationship, and you see how all of God's gifts, whether that is peace, love, joy, all of those things, favor, all of those things will work in your relationship as long as you and your partner know that God is your foundation. He is going to help y'all out through everything. That's not to say that, like, when you're going through troubles, it's not going to be tough. It is. It's going to be tough, but it takes two to say, hey, we're going to get over it. We're not going to stay here stopped at it just because this was the problem and it seemed really big at that point. No, it's about growing together. It's about giving that grace. It's about serving each other. It's about not being selfish, like we talked about in this podcast, because at some point it's no longer just about you. It's about that one. It's that covenant that you make with that person. So it's important to make sure you know your values, like Stephen was saying. You know what you want in your relationship. You know that you're going to treat your spouse like you want your spouse to treat you. So it's just very, very important to understand how amazing it is to have God in your relationship, because without God, we are crazy people. Without God, we are people that do not give grace to our spouses. Without God, we are people that just don't have that peace in our minds that he provides us with to be our best selves, to not only our spouse, but to everyone out there. So yeah, God is just should be the center of it all.
Yeah, they're
All right. Yeah, so I think it's gonna be all right. I'm kind of mad now. I took the under on y'all relationship. Now I got to go back and try to realign my bet.
Who did you bet?
Dom. I'm just kidding, man. I'm just kidding, man.
I hope you know he's kidding.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, he knows. Dom ain't listening no way, man. He don't never pay attention. Dr. Sekou, man, I want to give you an opportunity to give your closing thoughts on this topic and also promote. You got something coming up, man. The Love Clinic. And we're getting about an opportunity to hear you talk about what you plan to bring to this situation, especially those. I think you can join. Can you join virtually this thing, or is it only in person?
You are able to join virtually as well. Number one, once again, thank you, Joe, for having me here. It gives me a chance to speak up because we've talked a little bit before. I tend to be hidden in the shadow and stuff like that. So I do.
Man. Come on out, brother. Come on out.
Thank you. So my closing remarks is, at the end of the day, in order to have that strong anchor that you need, we have to be extremely open and honest with our partners. We have to be vulnerable because this strengthens that emotional connection that is needed. And the more open you are with your partner, you start to get more things out of that person. And it's important to listen to understand and not always listen to respond. And don't respond out of emotion, but just really just sit and think. When you think of your partner, think that your partner has the best intention for you. Not that they did this on purpose just to get on your nerves, even though it may appear to be. But we want to think the best of our partner because we chose them, or they chose us, or we chose each other for a reason. And we need to get back to that simple, pure foundation. So tomorrow I'll be talking a lot about relationships at the African American Arts Museum in South Dallas. I'll talk about some of the challenges that a lot of folks face. So if y'all are available, come out. Starts at 6:30. Doing this event with Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated. So most definitely, please spread the word. Any relationship tips and advice, I'm here. My name is Dr. Sekou Fraser. You can find me on TikTok. You can also find me on Instagram as well. So thank you all for your time. Appreciate it.
Hey, bro. Is this free? This Love Clinic?
Free. It's free. It's 100%
say
free.
the magic word.
Free. From 6:30 to 8. Come, show up, chill out, let's work on these relationships. All we need is love. All right.
All we need is love, man.
I like that.
That's it. Simple.
Love is all we need, as Sister Mary would say. Okay. Sister Mary J. Blige would say.
Okay.
Not the Mary y'all was thinking about, huh, Stephen? Well, no. No, that's all good.
On that note,
No. Well, listen. What is your advice after 17 years of marriage?
Yeah.
Are we talking about creating shared meaning and future goals? What have you learned over time, or what are some things that you wish you had known in the beginning that you want to share with people?
That it's okay to be 100% vulnerable, that as time goes on, realignment does need to happen, and communication. I wish I would have had a better communication foundation because we did not. We're still working on that.
Mhm.
17 years in. Go ahead.
No, is that it?
No, go ahead. Yeah.
No, you're done?
Yeah, go ahead. What were you saying?
Okay. No, I was going to say exactly what you said. Only, what Dr. Sekou says is what he just said was one of the major foundations of me understanding. I can speak for myself, of me understanding that even in hard times, my partner wants the best for me.
Right. Right.
So, and I had to learn that, you know what I mean? Like over time, like you just got to recognize that any fighting that we do is largely illogical,
Mhm.
because we should be able to talk about whatever it is. I always communicate to the couples that I see, listen, we may disagree on the play, you know what I mean? But we both want to score.
Right.
So you might want to throw it, I might want to run it, but we both have the same goals, and we can have a conversation about what's best for both of us and try to find a compromise in between there. But at the end of the day, like Dr. Sekou said, man, as partners, we want the best for each other. And if you've chosen someone to do life with, then remind yourself as often as you have to, especially when you're upset, that logically this person wants the best for you and you chose them for a reason.
Mhm.
Right. So, go through your emotions and then have conversations about what it is that you need. Most times what you're arguing about is not about, what you think it is.
Right.
You're not arguing
It's not about
because
you at times as well.
Yeah,
like taking
right.
it personal. Like it
Oh
has
my
nothing to
God.
do with you.
Yeah. I want to leave that for sure with, and as we're closing out this whole series on relationships, I really hope that people found this whole thing really useful and got some good information. But yes, we don't want you out there taking things personal. All right. We don't want you speaking to each other, saying through criticisms, you know what I mean? Just lay the foundation and make it normalize just saying how you feel, because I cannot argue with your feelings. Right. If it's something makes you feel sad or something makes you feel disregarded or disrespected in any way, I can't argue with the fact that you feel that way by telling you you shouldn't feel that way. No, my question is, why do you feel that way? What have I done, or what is it that you need to feel differently? You know what I mean? And I give you a space to articulate that, without us, blowing up. Now, that's not to say that, after 17 years, we don't have blow ups. You know what I mean? Like we have them. But, as time has gone on, it's become, we just move past stuff. You know what I mean? Or we recognize, or we sit in it for a second and we're kind of like, all right, this is crazy. I can't forward these TikToks to nobody. I can't, because I'm sitting over here mad, and the next thing I know, I'm in the other room waiting on Steven to reply to the TikTok that I sent, and he takes 3 days minimum to reply to a text. So yeah,
My bad.
shots fired. Yeah, it's your bad. So you know what I mean. So I hope that's what I got, y'all. Like I said, man, please reach out to me or Dr. Sekou or whatever therapist I bring on this platform at realuconsulting.com. Set up a free consultation, and let's start having conversations that keep y'all together. Because some of y'all are getting out of these relationships, and it don't have to be that way.
Right.
You just have to learn how to talk to each other. And you may find out that y'all not for each other. That may be a thing, but at least y'all can get rid of each other. I can't say the word.
Amicably.
Yeah, I can't say the word, man. But It's important, man, because you know what I'm saying. Like, you know, we want peace, as much peace together, not together. We all need each other in these situations. So that's all I got for y'all tonight, man. I really appreciate y'all joining me. Hey, join me next week. We're gonna be having some conversation that applies to black men about something. I don't know what it is yet because I have my whole focus on this 4-part series. And don't forget to go down again, just to remind y'all, to the African American he's at Museum of Arts, and see Dr. Sekou in this Love Clinic. It's from 6:30 to 8.
It's free.
It's free. It's tomorrow night. You have no reason not to either log in or show up in person, other than, you know, unless you're busy or whatever. All right. Oh, man, how do I get this down? All right, y'all. Good night. Love y'all. See y'all next week.
Bye.
Peace.
I got out of here, boy.
Oh, okay, there I go. Good morning. What's up, everybody? Good morning. Happy Tuesday. Yes, you know where you are. You are tuned to the Madam President Morning Show as usual. It is a pleasure to be with you this morning. You know the song. You could be anywhere in the world, but you're right here with me, and I appreciate that so greatly. I got a show for you today, okay? But before I go any further, you know I got to play my theme song because I don't know. It has to happen. Okay, that's how we got to get our morning going, okay? Just off the energy of gratitude, a lot of gratitude for just having the opportunity to have a chance at the day. I think I heard someone say before, you know, once you start changing your mindset, once you start changing your perspective, things start shifting. When you start saying, I get the chance to go to work today, you start to feel different about how you walk into the building. When you start saying to yourself, I get the chance to work on my business today, you start to attack it very differently. So all that to say, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here with me. Before we go any further, I'd just like to say a quick prayer. I also have Instagram Live here. Everybody on Instagram Live, if you're not tuned in on YouTube, you will miss the interface interaction that will happen with me and this beautiful businesswoman, business mind, Janice Fredericks. All right. But before I go any further, let me just say a quick prayer. Heavenly Father, thank you so much for waking us up today. Thank you for allowing us to see this day. We do not take it for granted. We appreciate you. We love you. We look to you for all things. We know to you, all things come from you. With you, things are possible. Without you, nothing is possible. We appreciate you. We love you. Guide us, protect us. In your name we pray. Amen. All right. Have to get the prayer out the way because without the Creator, nothing is possible. That's just first and foremost. Without God, nothing is possible. Nothing. Okay. So all that to say, I have a wonderful, amazing guest today and that I am so excited about because, you know, as a Black woman who has been going to the beauty supply store her entire life, okay, and to meet and to have interaction and to have conversation with a woman who says, I know, not only do I know how this began, I help Black women begin the journey. All women, all creeds, men as well, begin the journey of entrepreneurship in the hardcore beauty supply industry. You know, we always talk about those pioneers, those trailblazers in the community, you know, the Harriet Tubmans of this time. Yes, we have one with us today. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, do not take it for granted. This is going to be a beautiful segment. I'm so grateful to have the opportunity to have a wonderful conversation with the Janice Fredericks. Ladies and gentlemen, give her a round of applause as she entered the building. Yes. Welcome.
Thank you. What an amazing intro, child. I am so excited. I'm so excited. Thank you so much.
No, thank you so much. I wanted to try to introduce the audience to you as well. I'm going to play this small clip from one of your Instagram feeds that I saw. And I'm just going to play this really quickly, then I'm going to hop into the conversation with you, okay? All right, here it goes right here.
Yeah, it has been one of the most rewarding things. For the past 7 years, we've helped Black women make over 10 million in beauty supply with just the people in our tribe, and we continue to help, bring women along.
So now, from the experience of opening beauty supply stores, you now took that into your program and you've helped hundreds of women open their own stores. How's that been?
Yeah, it has been one of the most rewarding things. For the past 7 years, we've helped Black women make over 10 million in beauty supply with just the people in our tribe, and we continue to help, bring women along.
So now.
All right, so I just wanted to introduce them really quickly, just from that clip alone, letting them know I'm sitting with a pioneer. I'm not sitting with just anybody. So thank you, Janice, so much.
Thank you. It is a pleasure to be here. I'm super excited. I'm fired up for the conversation and just letting people know about this opportunity that exists, because a lot of times we just don't know what's possible for us because we just don't see the representation. That was my story, but we're going to get to the story. So I want to make sure
Okay. Well, speaking of representation and what's possible, that's the number one question. How did you get into the beauty supply industry?
Yes, so I was a corporate girly, and I remember just sitting in a beauty supply store one day. I had wanted to open a business, so it was either I'll go into the master's degree route or I would take a chance with entrepreneurship. So many of us want to be entrepreneurs. We just don't know what that thing is. I knew I also wanted to do something passion driven too. So I was in a beauty supply store, and I just remember just standing there, not being helped. This is a store that I've been going to for a very long time. It was always the same lackluster experience, but we spend a lot of money there, right? And what's crazy when you think about spending a lot of money places, you can go to one of these high-end stores, spend a lot of money, get some type of champagne experience. But in the beauty supply store, there's absolutely no experience at all. And we spend a lot of money. So I sat there and I just was looking at the transactions. There was about 3,000 worth of transactions within the 30 minutes that I stood there. And then that was just my epiphany moment. Like, this is the business. Like, I see the money, I see the Black women, we're not being treated right. This is what I want to do. However, at that time, I have never seen a Black-owned beauty supply store. I didn't know that this was a possibility. This was, back in 2010. So at that time, I didn't even know, like, is this possible? Or do I have to learn Korean? Like, what am I going to have to do? But I knew that if I could take the same products, try to figure out how to get the same pricing, but then add the customer service element to it, that I was going to be successful. Like, there was no doubt in my mind that I could make this happen. I just needed to figure out, like, how do I penetrate through this industry? And that's where I got my start, which is really sitting in a beauty supply store and just feeling like this just does not make sense. This doesn't feel right. I patronize this business. This is really one of the only businesses where I spend a lot of money, but I don't get a good experience in return. Everything else, we can go to Saks, we can go to Nordstrom, wherever you shop, and you get some type of experience, but the beauty supply store.
That's so true. This is just so funny. What's having this conversation makes me think about, like, the first time weave became popular. I don't know if you remember, but it was possibly around, wigs have been a thing, right? So grandparents, all of them, they were wearing wigs. And then weave became a thing, I want to say early 90s. Late 80s, people were still taboo about weave. It was kind of like, girl, you wearing weave? People didn't want to wear it. And now people don't want to wear the hair. It's like, where's the weave? Where's the weave at? So I want to be very transparent in this conversation and just ask you about, like, what year did you start your first store? What year was it, and what has changed since then?
So I started in 2010. I started in 2010, and that was the time of the big chop, right? So, women, we were doing these big chops, and when I had opened my store, I was still kind of like into weaves. So I'm like, okay, it's going to be, weaves is wigs, it's going to be a little bit of everything. And then when I opened the store, people were like, no, we want to figure out, how do we actually care for our hair? Like, it seemed like this was the first time that Black women was taking the time to care for their hair in a natural way. Because prior to that, there was perms, relaxers, and then it went into weaves and the big chop. So this was actually the amazing opportunity that I had, because I carried a lot of those pioneer brands, Miss Jessie's, Carol's Daughter, like all of the exclusive brands that, now they're in Target and stuff, but all those exclusive brands that were not on the shelves of Target. So we're talking about 2010, Target and Walmart, all these big corporations weren't looking to carry Black-owned products on their shelves, but I did. So I became that space where I can now collaborate with these Black-owned brands, carry the products, and then now give it to their Black consumer. So truly at the time, I always say, like, this was really the time where I felt like our Black dollar really circulated in the community, because now you were going to a Black retailer to buy your product. We hire Black people. And so that's why I feel the importance of having, like, Black-owned beauty supply store, Black-owned businesses. Like, this is our opportunity to really empower the community, because this is how we actually circulate our Black dollar.
Absolutely. So one time, Dr. Boyce Watkins, he was having an event. I do not believe it was the All Black National Convention, but it was an event. And it was in Atlanta. This was years ago, but I will never forget. There was at the hotel, I don't know, maybe a Hilton or something, but the guy, he was a bellman. And as the bellman, he did something. I gave Dr. Boyce, he did something for Dr. Boyce. Dr. Boyce gave him a $20 tip. This is how the tip ended up coming to me. So I am working the event. I'm selling the Freedom Company products, and we're talking, and we're talking about the Black dollar circulating. And this guy who was the bellman at the store, at the hotel, he comes to my table and he's purchasing something. And he says, Dr. Watkins gave me this dollar just yesterday. He said, I'm spending it with you today. He says, but just imagine if we had an ecosystem, this was continuous for at least 50 times. Yeah. And it was just like, wow, because that's how it goes. If we buy here, we get the merchandise, we provide the product, we employ the community, then we have a cycle, then things start shifting.
Yeah.
So I'm in 100% agreement with you. Now, do you do this in all cities around the United States, or is it all over the world?
It's all cities throughout the United States. Also, we have people in Canada and the islands. So really, I mean, whenever people call me, I'm there. You know, I'm showing up and I'm helping. So I would love to continue this, you know, in different nations and really continue to talk about why we need Black-owned beauty supply stores, because this is like a whole movement. It's not, you know, just about opening stores. It's really a whole movement because we spend the most money as Black women in this industry.
Yes, we do. Do you know how much money we spend annually in the hair care industry? I mean, I know people throw out billions, but I was just thinking aloud, like,
yeah, the Black hair care industry by itself is a $3.8 billion industry. There's 9,000 smaller beauty supply stores, and only ownership for Black women is around 2,000. The rest is Asian and Arab.
Wow. And so here's another thing that while you say that, do we have to go to China or any parts of Asia to really establish ourselves with merchandising and getting products, or no, you have that figured out?
No, we have that figured out. The issue with that part is that we don't have a lot of large Black-owned manufacturers. So we have to go through our Asian counterparts. So they have manufacturing, and then they have the distribution. And so they really have the supply chain on lock. That is the issue with trying to get Black people in. And that's why a lot of people call me, because I have those relationships over, 15 years with those vendors. And so, they understand, like, okay, she's here. I mean, they tell me all the time, which is hilarious. They're like, I would never open an account for any of these people if it wasn't for you.
Wow.
They've told me that straight to my face. And sometimes I'm like, okay, that's nice. But then it's also like on the back end, I'm like, this is horrible, because y'all not these accounts. And if you do get the accounts, it's at a higher price. So
right.
Second issue with our Black-owned beauty supply stores is because our stuff is higher priced, because we're getting them products at a higher price. So then people complain when they do, try to support that, your price is so high. It's really hard for me to support and things of that nature. So it's like we're still trying to figure this whole thing out. And, the way that I've currently figured it out is just by leveraging my relationships that I've had in this industry for almost 2 decades, and just trying to bring more people along and get more accounts open. But it's still tough because they have the supply chain on lock.
Mm-hmm. So as we have a shift with this digital world, we have major shifts. But the one thing I personally know for a fact, I don't care how many robots do what. Black folks ain't let no robot cut their hair, do their hair, braid their hair. That's not gonna happen. Not a day in this world, man. A robot ain't never gonna give me no faux locks, no braids, none of that. So I think about all the different things, but it feels as if the hair care industry will be the industry that is AI proof. I'm not sure though. You tell me. Do you believe?
Let me tell you something. I've lived through 2 recessions in beauty supplies. The first one was the mortgage crisis. The second one was COVID. And I will tell you, throughout both of those, economic downturns, I saw Black people still travel to the beauty supply for their stuff. Like here in New York, we have these, what they call bodegas, these like corner stores, right? Mm-hmm. The Black hair care store is a Black woman's bodega. Like this is our sanctuary. This is our safe place in the community. We will forever travel physically to a beauty supply store, because people ask me all the time, what about online? What about this? What about that? Like, we're here for the experience. And if we can get more Black-owned stores open, like we can now create that safe haven, that experience that we are craving, because we are also in a Black girl luxury era right now where Black women, we will spend a little bit more for a really good experience. I personally do. And so when we think about all the other experiences that we have that we'll spend an extra coin on, our Black hair care shopping experience needs to align with that. And that's why I love to create spaces that are luxury, that are high end, that are the champagne experience that we are craving, because we know that this is what we want. But only Black woman would know that, right?
Exactly. Yeah, no, I totally agree. When I think about it, I'm a service person. So like some people may spend a lot of money on a nice bag, not more so, I'm gonna probably spend the money on, a first class ticket. I'm a service person. That's my arena. I prefer the service. I prefer a better experience. And it's just thinking, I was just in Paris. And when I was in Paris, me and my partner, we were walking past all the stores, I like to say Gucci and Prada and Fendi, all these stores, they are consistently just through the streets like our Foot Locker and like our, whatever other, our Macy's, our Dillards. So you go in the mall and all the stores are just in the open, center forum. And you just see these people providing this experience. And there was one couple in particular I remember, they were looking at bags and they had the champagne and they brought out the champagne. I said, one thing for sure, I know that bubbly is popping because that price tag popping too. So, you provide the experience, whatever is required to make people feel like this is money well spent. Absolutely. And what's so disappointing is that we don't have the ability to choose these experiences in our neighborhood, but the money still gets spent. I remember going to some of these beauty supply stores they weren't even clean. No. They're not even like clean. There's a language barrier, but that doesn't matter. So sometimes I'm really hard on, I'm sensitive when Black people are like, oh, you have to speak a certain way. That's not true. Right. We put our money out for years, for centuries, with people not speaking a certain way. They just get our money. That's it. So let me ask you, and I want to ask you the tough questions that people don't get a chance to hear often is, what is the base price for a person who says, I got some money? You know how folks say, I got a little money. I want to start a beauty supply store. What is that little money number that is a good foundation for the start of a beauty supply store?
Yeah, so in my training, I talk about like the different variables. Obviously, where you at in America, what kind of store, big or small. But on a smaller scale, you want to start with around $75,000. That's for everything: inventory, the space, build out, payroll. Because what I teach is like, you just don't want to sign yourself up for another job. And so we want to make sure we're not, setting up mom and pops to where we are now at the cash register 10 hours a day, 7 days a week. So we are incorporating hiring people from the community. We're incorporating marketing. Like the way I'm teaching people to set it up is this is going to be a real business, y'all. You're not going to be working there or having your cousin work there. Like we want to set up systems. We want to set up people to actually run this business. We want to set up buyers, because I actually worked in the corporate space on the retail side. So I know how they set it up to where they can truly have that time and financial freedom. But that's the baseline for it.
That's a good number. I think about that. Sometimes some people hear numbers like $75,000 and you feel like, ooh, but I want to tell you that most of you have probably purchased 2 cars at about $75,000 and you haven't got anything from it. So you do have 75,000. You just
what they bought.
Yeah, and then
and spending in the house and real estate, and I'm telling you that asset, you living in that house, that's beautiful. And they've taught us like that's this American dream, is to own our home, which I think is true in some respect. But for me, the true dream, American dream or whatever, is really having ownership in a business that can produce the cash flows that you can then take the business cash flows and then buy your home. Not the other way around. It's very hard to do it flip to while you're paying this big mortgage and now you want to go ahead and start your business. Start your business, generate the cash flow so that you can take the business cash flow and then invest it into your home, into your real estate, things of that nature. But I feel like we've been taught the other way around. And so it's really hard to now try to get you to start a business when you've already invested in this home, this real estate, and the mortgage is killing you.
Absolutely. I will say, as a homeowner, I completely understand. And as an entrepreneur, I've been a corporatepreneur for years. So I do both. I work on the corporate side, and I also work, I don't like to say corporate, I'm a freelancer in the industry, the entertainment industry. So, you know, it's very ghetto. I would like to say, in context of, you know, how things are done, you know, there isn't a lot of protocol. There isn't a lot of bylaws. It's like, we got to get this done. And that kind of pretty much business tactic, it's good for business. When you start running your own business, you kind of get the idea very quickly that do it. But I do believe our education does not promote business ownership.
Right.
I think about one of the things, I thought about this morning for my people that's on Instagram. Our education, and this is for my educated girlies. I need you to hear me and hear me good, because I went to college and I graduated from college. It wasn't that easy for me because my mind was all over the place most times. But when I got a grasp on, oh shit, all they want me to do is read the stuff and report back and get the grade and show up. And okay, I can do that. Once I got the understanding that this is not challenging at all. All I did was read and regurgitate what you read in some form of a writing, you know, paper. If you was in math or accounting, then you were doing the math and letting them know that you understand the math and you can do it. But here's the one thing that the traditional education does to us from being in middle school, and that is they tell you what to do. Most of us do not know what to do with ourselves if no one is telling us what to do. And this is one of the biggest challenges that most people have in entrepreneurship, is because nobody is going to tell you that you need to get your ass up and act like you're running a business. So you waiting on someone to tell you these things when you are the owner and this is your business. Yeah. So these are some of the challenges that we're faced with. And this is kind of interpersonal stuff. This thing, you know, if I was, you know, a Harvard graduate, you'd be like, oh man, this Harvard graduate said this. I'm not. I'm telling you, because our grandmothers told us, you know, I shouldn't have to, our grandparents used to say, I shouldn't have to tell you what have to be done. That's what they said. Yeah. And all of a sudden we go around, we pay the gurus all this money to tell you to do what you said you was going to do.
Yeah.
It's been told to us for decades. So all that to say that you are a corporate girl and you're struggling with the entrepreneurship side, you know, start getting yourself out of the habit of being directed on what to do. You know what you had to do. And this is me talking to me as well. So all that to say that I'm with you 100%, Janice. But Janice, tell me this. What is some of the biggest challenges that you face in this business?
In terms of people getting started, or just once you get started, what are the challenges?
Both.
Okay. So I will say one of the largest challenges for people that want to get started, one of the greatest obstacles is the funding. Access to funding is the hardest thing. And so we've had to kind of refocus on trying to like work with lenders and develop, again, relationships is everything. So developing relationships with different lenders so that people can get the funding for the store, because a lot of people don't have, you know, $75,000, $100,000, $200,000 to, you know, start a business. So that's the first thing. The second thing I would say, once you actually get started, so people would think that our biggest challenge is the Asians. And I did a post on this, and I said a lot of times the biggest challenge once you get started that you don't realize is actually us. People coming to support. Like I said, there's a slight price difference. So I remember experiencing, you know, people tell me all the time, you know, you trying to rip people off with your high prices, not really understanding the back end of even just me having a store here is a miracle, y'all. You just don't even understand what it takes to build this store. But then trying to get people to understand, like, we as Black people, we are just not getting the products at the same price. And so we can't price the same as the Asians. And now we have Target and all these other big box retailers who are doing, you know, crazy sales like buy one, get one half off. And they do ridiculous deals. Like we can't compete on price. And that's why I really teach people in my programs that we need to have the superior experience to where people don't feel a way about paying more for the product. But one of the biggest challenges, just as a Black-owned beauty supply store, and I just think Black people in business face this, we have these high expectations from our own people that when we start a business, especially a brick and mortar business, there is just this heavy, high expectation that is put on us by our own people to where it's really challenging to actually run the business when you have people, you know, coming in every single day telling you how much to price your stuff, you know, trying to say you're trying to rip people off now because of the price points, things of that nature. That is a challenge that we don't think about.
Yeah, that I can guarantee you that is a very big challenge. You know, there's a price. What people don't understand about, you know, slavery is that when you have 400 years of free labor, things are different for you. You know, you can, you know, you have accessibility to all types of things that, you know, the other people on the other side do not. I find value in paying the more that's required. If it's going to a Black household, if it's going to the, you know, the Black employees, I find value in that. Because guess what? I grew up in the inner city of Chicago. That means that every time I would go to the corner store, the bodega, I have no questions asked.
Period.
You give them the dollar.
That's it.
They can even double the price on us. We don't ask no questions. We don't ever say, these prices are way too high. I'm going somewhere else. The food be stale as hell. You know, chips been on the floor for 18 months. We don't have no complaints. You know, and I think those are some of the challenges that we face as a community. But yeah, I'm glad that you overcome a lot of that consistently. Let me ask you, do you have like a box subscription or something like that? When I think about the beauty supply products, and I remember the curl box, I don't know if she still does it, but it's like it feels as if that's a beautiful dynamic that could run through your store.
Yeah, that's an awesome idea. We haven't done any like subscriptions, but we do have a lot of other programs that we teach that people need to have in order to foster loyalty within their store. So trying to get people to shop with them. But Curlbox was an amazing, amazing thing that Myleik Till did. And I know she had retired that business probably like 5 years ago. But it's something that we should think about.
I think about that too, because what's happening in the social media era, you have all the girls who do the makeup, you know, all these different things, and you being a liaison for the beauty industry, it could be a beautiful partnership. Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm a thinker that way. Once I hear something, my brain starts saying, I start connecting dots. I just start, you know, so excuse me for that.
I love it.
I just would like to say that it's our time. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, I want you all to take the moment and just do not forget that this was brought to you by FlyNubianMoney.com. This is the place where you go when you want to grow. This is the place where you go when you want to get your money up. FlyNubianMoney.com. Janice and I, we're not done working together in any capacity. I hope to see her more. I hope that we can do more together. I hope that you all will take the time. I'm going to let you have the last word too, Janice. I'm just going to finish telling them to text Queens to 87948 because this is where you also get your money up. If you want to keep up with Madam President, text Madam to 87948. Also, Janice, this is where you all can follow her. Janice, I'll let you have the word. Give them your best two-step on, where to find you and things of that nature.
Yes, well, you guys can find me on Instagram, The Retail Genius, also on YouTube, on all the platforms, The Retail Genius. And I will leave with this. First of all, thank you so much for having me on. This was a pleasure. I am so fired up this year. I just feel like God is moving in this space. I feel like the DEI shutdown is working for us, and we need just more Black representation. And if you felt in your soul that you want to open a beauty supply store, this is that this is something that you want to do in your community, reach out to me, DM me, and let's work.
Absolutely. I just would like to say that I heard someone say this and I'm running with it. It said, thank you, for the ending of the so-called DEI. It was a lie, but now it's DIY. We will do it ourselves, So that's what it is. No DEI, but DIY. Yeah. So this is one of the first steps. As a girl who has been going to the beauty supply store for years, I'm very lazy now. I don't go anymore. But I will say that when I come to New York, I should be in New York at some point between April and May. I will make sure I come see your store and support and bring as many people as I can with me, even if just a handful of folks, okay? And I just want to say thank you for being here with us, ladies and gentlemen. You know that we do this every single Monday through Friday, 9:30 a.m. Eastern. This is the Madam President Morning Show, the place where you will get real news, bold truth, and I am always 100% politically incorrect. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Wednesday. Good morning. Let me get my energy up. Good morning, everybody. Happy Wednesday. We are in the middle, and you know what that means. We're in the middle of the week. Let me play my theme music. Let me get right to it. All right. It is Wednesday. I'm so happy. It is February 26th, and here we are. We are at the end of the month, guys. Could you believe it? It's been moving very quickly, don't you think? We went from, a long January to a very quick and short February. So I don't know. I just always feel like everything is moving very fast. We also live in a fast-paced world. America is very fast. There's always something to do. There's always somewhere to be. There's always something going on. Take a moment really quickly. Let me know where you're from in the chat. Let me know where you're from in the chat. I'm Madam President. I am from Chicago, born and raised, but I live in Atlanta. So please let me know where you're from. Let me know where you're from. I need you all to get alive in here this morning. Before we go any further, let me say a really quick prayer. I got my sisters with me. I always got my sisters with me. One of my favorite photographs from Gordon Parks. I just was looking around my office this morning, and I just have such an appreciation for Black art, Black love, Black liberation, Black everything, Black, bliggity, Black. And a lot of people be like, well, why are you so caught up on Black? And it's like, do you understand, the middle passage? Do you understand the level of intentionality to destroy Black people? Do you understand the level of, effort that's put into making sure that no Black pride exists? The level that's put into silencing Black people, the level that's put into making sure that Black people do not have a sense of love for themselves. So yes, I'm saying loud. I'm Black and I'm proud. You know the same. Before I go any further, let me say a really quick prayer. Heavenly Father, thank you so much for waking us up this morning. Thank you for this Wednesday. You know that this day would come more than we did. We appreciate you. We love you. We ask for your guidance, for your protection. Give us the peace. Give us the things that we have within our hearts that is of good for us, dear God. Help us see the way. In your name we pray. Amen. All right. You already know I got to pray, because without the help of the Creator, what are we? Who are we? Where do we go? Absolutely nowhere. All right. So with that being said, I got a couple stories that's going on this morning. If you was looking for, the greatest news in the world, I don't have it. I just have what is current, what is up to date. And some of the things that are current and up to date right now are two stories. What's up, Deborah? I love to see my people in the building. Good morning to you, Deborah. Good to see you. Thank you so much for your interaction yesterday, Deborah. I saw you all in the comment section. I appreciate you. We had a guest on the show yesterday. You came in, you were talking, and I appreciate that, because what you all don't really know about this chat system and how all of this stuff works is the interaction is very important. The interaction, helps, push the morning show. It helps push a lot of different things. All right. Shout out to Kendra. You from NYC too. All right. And you live in Jacksonville, Florida. What's up with Florida? There's so many things that I've heard about Florida going on, different things beyond the weather. A lot of political turmoil that's happening in Florida, but, a lot of, I guess, beautiful weather in some cases in Florida too. I'm in Georgia, so I'm not too far from Florida. Let me do some housekeeping really quickly. Do not forget that you tune to the Madam President Morning Show. We do this every morning, Monday through Friday, 9:30 a.m. Eastern. We usually are wrapped up by 10 a.m. Sometimes it's even sooner. But I just want you to remember that this is brought to you by FlyNubianMoney.com. This is not, I don't do this alone. FlyNubianMoney.com is where you go to get your money up, to get your mind up. Of course, if you want complete elevation, you want to be a part of this journey of Black women having voices, you should text Queens to 87948. Again, text Queens to 87948. Also, if you want to keep up with Madam President, text Madam, MADAM, to 87948. All right. All right, North Carolina in the house. All right, Sherry, NC. Yeah, that's so amazing. North Carolina. I like North Carolina too. I don't know if you all know that. I like to travel, and I've been quite a few places, and I enjoy a lot of places where Black people are consistently elevating. I want to share this story with you. It's about a Spelman professor. Her and her boyfriend, they went on a boat trip in Georgia, and they have yet to be found. I believe she was found, but he was not. Let me share the story with you because you know my philosophy. I'm not here to tell you, I'm here to show you. Take a look at this.
You're in a coach. They grab their boat and head out to a Georgia lake to celebrate his birthday. But they
don't know if we will ever know.
A Spelman College instructor and her fiance, a high school teacher and a coach, they grab their boat and head out to a Georgia lake to celebrate his birthday. But they never returned.
We're rebuilding a story that we don't know the ending to.
They found her body the next day floating, still clutching on to her cell phone. But he is nowhere to be found, missing now for almost 3 weeks.
We are doing everything we can to provide closure to the family.
The clues left in the boat that rescuers say were unusual, and what was found near her floating body that has authorities scratching their heads. I'm Justin Carter. This is TSR Investigates.
There's a history that is consistent with boating these lakes. And I'll tell you a quick story. When about 8 years ago, a friend of mine was having a boat party at Lake Lanier. So this was my first time going to Lake Lanier. And it's a very, lively area. They got a restaurant and all of that in the space. But they pretty much don't have a lot of, this space is just wide water, man-made lake stuff, right? So they don't really check to see who has the license to be a captain and any of that. Pretty much anybody can ride these boats. All that to say, this is where you all see my personality. My friends and I, we were on the boat. This is for a friend of mine's birthday party. And they looked and said, well, who's gonna ride, drive the boat? And one of the guys said, well, I'll do it. And he was like, I do this on the weekend. And all that to say that he decided that he was going to ride the boat. And I was so nervous. I was like, this just feels like who's licensed to ride the boat? That's just number one. As we proceed to go into the water, I hear my grandmother's voice say, no, this ain't a good idea. All that to say, he had to go back to the dock really quickly. And I got my ass off of that boat so quick. I told my friend, I said, I came to celebrate your birthday. I said, but I'm not comfortable. So let's do something later. And she was okay with that. She was like, okay, bye-bye. And I appreciate that. Good for them. They all had a good time. They made it, back to the dock safe and sound. But I don't play no games with these boats, with Georgia, with this water, with these people. Let me just tell y'all something. And I don't want to go too deep for some of you all. I know that you all can't fathom the idea of evil. Some of you all you just don't, your mind won't process how dark some people can be and how dark some spaces are. And I say that, I don't say that with any kind of reluctance. I say that so true. You ain't never met a person that'll chop somebody up and have them in their basement and go upstairs and have dinner with their mama. You ain't never met a soul like that. And guess what? You don't want to meet them. But they exist. All that to say that boating is sexy sometimes. All the people, like to be like, yacht this, yacht that. I don't give a damn. I prefer safety. And most of all, if there's any foul play, I just hope that it's revealed. I hope that they find the brother because he's currently missing. The sister have been found. The brother have not been found. I'm sorry. So let's just hope that he appears in some capacity, in some kind of way, as soon as possible. And I don't know, do you all even know like protocol if you do get out in the water too far? Like, what do? Is there, you're supposed to be able to call to safety, call someone somewhere. Is that even possible for my people who do boat a lot? I'm not really sure, but this is a very tragic story, and it's here in our community because the woman was a Spelman professor. So her students, the staff, people are mourning right now her disappearance. I'm sorry, her death, because she has been found. So I want to share another story that's brewing right now as well. Before I go any further, you already know what you're tuned to. You're tuned to the Madam President Morning Show. This is FlyNubianMoney.com. This is where you go if you want to grow. That's number one. Text Queens to 87948 if you would like to get just more education, more elevation. And text Madam to 87948 if you want to keep up with all things Madam President. Madam President got some really good things that's happening next month. I'm partnering with my sister, Chris Iman. We are going to put on a very beautiful weekend. I don't know if it's going to be 2 day or 1 day, but it's going to be just an elevated course, how to DIY AI. It's going to be phenomenal. Some of you all got businesses, got a lot of different adventures that you are a part of, or you want to start, or what you want to be a part of. And I just got to let you know that this is the year that you don't have any more time. You're out of time. You don't have tomorrow. You don't have 2-3 weeks from now. All you have is the now. I never forget, I had a conversation with Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I said, I feel busy-minded. I got a lot of things to do. He said, I want you to stop thinking about all the things that you have to do and start thinking about what do you have to do in this moment. You can't even get through 7 hours of qualified, healthy, quality work because you're thinking about all the things that have to be done. And then you have to retrain your mind to think about, well, I only want to do this for the next 30, 45 minutes. And I only want to do this for the next 45 minutes. And that's how you end up getting a lot more done. Some people have productivity down to a science, and some people do not. Okay. So all that to say, moving on to my next story. My next story, it's a very interesting story, but I want you to see this for yourself, and I'm going to talk about this with you as soon as we finish it up. But don't move, because I want you to see the video, and I'm also going to show you the text messages or tweets from the guy as well. Hold on. I'm sharing the screen right now. All right, this is it.
Go out and get drunk and then introduce a firearm into an argument. It leading up to the discharge of the firearm included simple battery, family violence, and reckless conduct. It is reckless to go out and get drunk and then introduce a firearm into an argument. It is reckless to engage in an argument where there's pushing and shoving going on. And those are the predicate charges for the charge of involuntary manslaughter. The offenses committed leading up to the discharge of the firearm included simple battery, family violence, and reckless conduct.
Okay, I want to set this story up. I should have did this a little better. So let me tell you the story really quickly. This is a young interracial couple, young Black man, white girlfriend, and they go out, I guess, to some club or something. They come home, whatever the case is. And for some reason, she begins to clean her gun. She cleans her gun. It goes off, shoots him in the head. The police didn't even arrest her after the incident happened. The family said, well, what is going on? She cleaning the gun and it went off and shot him in the head and he's dead. And that's it. That's it. So the police never even arrested the woman. The sheriff in town is so weak that they charged the woman, the girlfriend, with involuntary manslaughter. That's the charge. You have a dead man in his own home, and you charge the girlfriend with involuntary manslaughter. Remember, they never arrested her immediately. They took her word for it and went on with the day. It was his family that said, this don't make no sense. Why you haven't arrested somebody? So they put pressure on the police department to go and do something. The police, they said, okay, well, we're going to charge her with involuntary manslaughter because she was cleaning a gun. Now, let me ask you this. If this was the other way around, he was cleaning the gun and she got shot accidentally, would there be the same charges? Will there be outpour of support of those charges? So we're asking these questions, but let me just tell you what the uproar has been about regarding this particular person. His name is Telvin Osborne. And some of the stories regarding Telvin Osborne, hasn't, it hasn't been too pleasant. He's been caught online saying some very derogatory, disrespectful, demeaning things about Black women. So some people have taken on the attitude of, well, I don't care. But here's the thing that I want to talk about when people say that they don't love Black women, when people say that they don't care about Black women. So what? Those people who don't love you, who don't care about you, they are so insignificant to your glory. They're so insignificant to your power. He's with a white woman who killed him. And imagine if you on the internet arguing with him about his words towards Black women. The entire setup is a delusional space. You think you should be putting, and I want you to see this for what it is, because I know that some of you all see these kinds of guys and you see these comments when the brothers be online. Oh, Black women fat. They don't be working now. And Black women, she a baby mama. Delusional. When I tell you, you should be so unfazed behind that kind of rhetoric, that kind of jargon should just be so it shouldn't move you in any capacity. And that's what I want you to continue to walk in your power and understand that, because this man was caught online saying things like this. Let me show you. Mind you, I want to show you this. Let me see if it's still showing. Share this file. Hold on one second. I'm sharing the file so you can see exactly, So so there were things like this that was said. He says, he said he'll F a white dog before he F a Black girl. Okay. He says, I love them white girls. They already know. Tailbow in between. I don't have a clue what that means. But, he's constantly online gloating about his love for white girls. But listen to what he said in 2021. And I want you all to look at me closely when I talk like this, because this is when I'm getting real. Okay? This is when I'm getting real. when he says, I'll kill for her, I'll kill about her, and I ain't scared to say I'll die about her. But this is the part where you don't understand that she's the one that's about to kill you. This is the part where you don't understand that all that killing and all that living and dying. Yes, 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 yes. This is really, I wish I had a Black therapist online to have a proper conversation about how the mismanagement of love, the mismanagement of like emotional, some people cannot handle the emotional side of relationships. And a lot of you all don't even see it sometimes with men because, men can be masculine, men can be, distant, they can be all these things, but not every man has had a proper introduction to a healthy love or woman. So you mean to tell me you got men who grew up till they are big and 6'4" with muscles, sleeping with girls, ain't never had a proper mother to introduce nurture to them. So you got some men, they ain't never been cared for. The moment they get a girlfriend and she start showing care to him, this is the same thing for some women. The moment he get a girlfriend and she just starts showing simple acts of care, simple acts of nurture, simple acts of love, it's mind-boggling. You think you on a whole nother planet because you finally have had an interaction with someone who shows you love, who shows you, desire. All that to say that I don't believe that we should glorify people's death because we don't agree with how they live. No, that's not how you do it. That's just number one. We don't glorify people's death because we don't believe in how they live. All right. That's number one. Number two, I don't think she's going to get a lot of time behind her behavior, behind the accidental manslaughter situation. I think, the court works in their favor very frequently. And oftentimes, without social media, we wouldn't even know about this story. We wouldn't have any ounce, because if you live in Florida, if you live in North Carolina, what's happening in some part of Georgia, wouldn't get to you. It wouldn't get to me. So what I would like to say is I have to keep a good story in the mix no matter what. I do not have one today. But I realize that I don't want to keep you all on like these deep, low notes with these stories. I want to give you all high notes as well. Yes, Sherry says we have to learn from this, not laugh. I totally agree. I think the learning curve about these types of situations is to, just find understanding. The reality is people kill each other consistently. And I hate that I have to say this with a straight face, but people kill each other. People lose their mind. And a lot of times the prison system is filled with people who have blacked out. A lot of people that are in prison do not have these long histories of violence. Some people literally lost their mind in a moment. They lost their mind and they're spending the rest of their lives in prison. So that's something that we have to keep in mind as well, is that, self-control, figuring out how to control our emotions. You already know, I'm pretty sure everybody on this live have had instances where they have wanted to slap the out of somebody, but you never wanted to unalive them. You just was real angry. You wanted to shake their ass up or choke them, but you did not want, them to never ever see them again. So let's just keep that in mind. All right. I want to say that I appreciate you all so much for being with me this morning. It's my time. I'm right on the dotted line. I think it's 10 a.m. So I want to let you all know that we'll be doing this tomorrow. I'm going to find some more stories, and I have a couple more guests. Some guests will not be in until next week, but the more guests I get in, if you think somebody should be on the show, don't hesitate to send me a DM. Don't forget, I'm Madam President with a Z. I'm here to give you the real news. I'm here to give you the bold truth. I am 100% politically incorrect. If you want to support Madam President, you can start with the Freedom Company. This is my store. This is where you can buy and purchase my products, www.thefreedom.company. Everything at this store came from my mind. Everything at this store came from my heart. Feel free to check it out and enjoy yourself. The next thing I will say is that if you want to support Madam President and you want my book, Matters of the Heart, you can download it on your Kindle. It's available on Amazon Prime. Let me pull that up for you so you can know what it looks like. Matters of the Heart. And I would like to say Matters of the Heart is also available in hard copy as well. Let me show you really quickly. It's also available in hard copy. So if you would like to purchase my book, download it, hard copy, soft copy. And I have to be transparent with you and tell you that, like the sister said before, we don't have our own printing companies. Every book that's sold, I probably get $4 on the download. I probably get $10 on a hard copy. So these aren't, these aren't things where you get millions of dollars, as people say. But I want you to have it. These are my thoughts, my words coming from my heart. So I appreciate you and I value your support. And I will see you tomorrow morning. All right. Have a good day, guys. I'm out.
Hey, everybody, what's up? It's your girl, Constance Carter. Do you know what today is? Is it Doomsday or is it Deliverance Day? I don't know, but today is certainly going to be one for the history books. For some, I don't know. I'm gonna see by a show of hands. Oh, I see there's a graphic up. I just want to see by a show of hands. Is this Doomsday? Is this Doomsday? What is this for y'all? Is this Doomsday or is this Deliverance Day? Doomsday. Hands up if it's Doomsday. Hands up if it's Deliverance Day. Deliverance Day. Hands up if I don't give a damn day. I don't give a... All right. Okay. So the power in this nation is shifting once again as Joe Biden hands over the presidency to Donald Trump. The country feels more divided than it has ever felt in the history of my lifetime, certainly. So will this energy of division, will it continue? Or is there hope? Is there hope for unity with this new presidency? I know that the only time that I really felt that this country was unified is when a certain president talked about hope, talked about unity. But when you have a president that talks about division, divisiveness, and going after their enemies, it certainly feels different. But let's dive into what this means for our economy, our finances, and the future of our leadership. But really, most importantly, what does it mean for Black America? Because that's what the hell we're concerned with, right? What does it mean for us in Black America? So first up, see, you see that right there? It's my girl, Miss Black Hollywood. She is a producer, she is a screenwriter, she is a singer, she is an artist, she is all things talent. Yes. And then we got this dude over here, Dr. Joe Corley. He is a licensed, look at why he shake his head like that. You are Dr. Joe, you're gonna be Dr. Joe today. He is a licensed therapist. And if you need some therapy, you need to hook up with him. Sit on this dude's couch because he has the answers to really help. I may actually end up calling a Negro and sitting on his couch and damn self. So, and then we have Miss Marlo. What's your last name? Marlo Layson. I'm sorry. She is a TV and film producer. See, we have all the people, and then we have Miss
Moya, what's your last name? Okay. Anyway, we got Miss Moya. Have your last name. I don't know your last name. I want to give the whole government name. We have Miss Moya. She is a tax professional, and she's a lot of things, because she's helping me out with some things right now, which I'm super excited about. So she is a wealth of resources. Resources and information. So we have a very, very, very dope ass panel today. And the great thing I love about this network and these people that we come live every single day of the week is that we have really great conversations, and that everyone here can really stand on and really engage, intellectually, which I absolutely love. So I know in the beginning I asked you by a show of hands, is this doomsday or is it deliverance day? And then some of y'all raised your hands that this was doomsday. Somebody raised their hands that this was deliverance day. Others raised their hand that this was I don't give a fuck day. I want to know what day is this for you? And I'm gonna start with you, Miss Black Hollywood. What day is this for you and why?
It's the day that shenanigans ensue, right? I feel like we are a couple hours in, and already I'm seeing the publicity stunts. Just yesterday, right? We went to this whole TikTok thing. It was like, TikTok is down, America is in shambles. And then on the site, like I guess Donald Trump said, let there be TikTok. And on the site, it said, thanks to Donald Trump's efforts, TikTok is now back up. If people don't see the game in all of this.
Wait here. He took it down the day before.
Yes,
the day
before. All of a sudden, it's thanks to Donald Trump's efforts. This is like the signature being at the bottom of your COVID-19 check. That man ain't had nothing to do with that, right? But, I'm on the internet. I'm on TikTok. People was talking about some, thank Donald Trump. He saved America again.
No.
Shenanigans.
They falling for the banana in the tailpipe. They falling for it.
Get out of here. Shenanigans is ensuing.
Wait. So when I logged on to TikTok yesterday, it was like, TikTok is down due to a ban, but we're hoping Donald Trump will save us. And then a few hours later, thanks to Donald Trump. Like, you got to be.
He is a master of marketing. What y'all gonna know is this man.
No, but it's so obvious.
Listen, I worked at The Apprentice season.
Oh, did you?
Season 3, I did. I was like, and I just watched it. I just saw it. I saw all the things. Now, I wasn't on set with Donald. I was in the office, but I saw all the things, and I understood that this man is an actor. He is not. But I'm gonna let y'all go on and praise him. He is the king of marketing.
I got some questions for you because I didn't know you was on The Apprentice, so you got a little insight. Was you on there with my boy Randall Cunningham? Randall Pinkett. Was he on there that season?
Girl, I don't remember. It was so long ago. Literally, it's like an 09. I can tell you.
Okay.
09, whatever.
All right. So, Dr. Joe, what do you think? Is it doomsday? Is it deliverance day? Or is it I don't give the fuck day?
I hope it's a deliverance day. You know what I mean? In the mindset of understanding now that who this man is, he got himself elected president not once but twice. A complete buffoon, right? I mean, that's not makes no word about it. I mean, that's just what he is. I'm not going back and forth with anybody about the intelligence or lack of intelligence this man has. He is a buffoon. But that buffoonery has rose to the highest office in the land with convictions. He's an actual felon. And speaking to somebody who was just accused of a felon and couldn't even drive an Uber, I just think it's asinine that this man is now the president of these United States. So I look at it like this. Are you understanding now? Are your eyes open now? It is a day of deliverance. Do you understand that your government is not going to come save you or support you? You can't get your help from there. Okay? So we have to come together, all right, and really do joint collaborative Black economics to get ourselves up out of this shit. And that's the only way we are going to be seen and respected. They are not checking for us in none of these systems, none of them. So you can go back and forth with folks if you want to. I'm not going to do it. So I'm delivered in that way. Whereas I see somebody doing some in conscious word fuckery or coon shit, I'm not going back and forth. Oh, you're one of those. Okay, we don't have to keep. I don't have to exert my energy in this conversation anymore. I am going to remove myself out of it. I'm not going back and forth with you about this. That man is an idiot.
Right. He's president now. It's kind of like, I remember when my dad was getting married and I didn't want him to marry this person. Not because I didn't like her. There was other reasons. But then like when they got married, it was like, they married now. So, I mean, it is what it is, right? Like, what am I going to do? You know? So what do you think, Marlo? Is this Deliverance Day? Is this Doomsday? Or is this, I don't give the fuck day?
This, good people, is a day of Scam Nation. This is the day where if you had a little scam on your mind, you had a little something you wanted to do that was a little bit under the situation, now's your time. This is the time to go with your move, because it's a lawless time, right? You think about the Wild Wild West, when people, somebody offended you, say, step your ass outside in this dirt, we're going to see who pull guns first. This is the time, people, because there is no moral fabric, no moral fiber, no moral compass. Because I heard Black women taking off. I heard we on vacation for 4 years. We are the moral fabric of the country. So if we're on a 4-year vacation, I'm just saying, I wish my mama didn't raise me with morals, because I got 6-7 scams in my head that I could run right now with and get to this money, okay? But my mama raised me better than that, so I'm gonna continue earning money like a law-abiding citizen. But for those of you whose mamas didn't put that extra TLC in there, holla at your girl. I could help you with your scam, help you with a little multi-level marketing scheme. You need to bring in some fish. You understand? Small fish, big fish, medium fish. Call your girl.
Let me say something, Marlo.
Going on today?
We might be able to put our heads together to come up with a scam for these next 4 years. Oh no, I kind of like how I'm picking up what you putting down. I'm kind of liking how you talking.
I know you would. You warm after my own heart.
You're right. You warm after my own heart too. I love it. Let's
This
go.
is not the show I produced, y'all. Just
Let's
so
let's put together a scam. Scam Nation, baby. Tierra said, "This is not the show that I produced.
This is not the show that I produced." The therapist is cussing. Marlo's trying to run scams. Jesus, the offense. I'm telling you.
I am a bad influence. Okay, Moya, I'm sorry. Moya, see, no. We got Moya is about to bring the moral compass. Let's go, Moya. What are we doing? Is this Deliverance Day, Doomsday, or Don't Give a Fuck Day? What is it?
Well, I definitely like what Joe said in terms of deliverance and us really standing up for us. And also with what Marlo's saying in the sense of, it feels like there's this, if you can accept him, then you can accept anything. I think one of the things that we also have to know is that at the end of the day, we're still Black. And I like what Aaron Magruder, it's been going around. He's saying the moral currency of Black people has now run out in terms of them feeling a certain way about us and them acting in accordance to that. So when we have the rise of someone like Donald Trump, who doesn't really care, and he's shown it every decade that he's been this public figure, then that's really going to affect how we move and how we navigate this new system. So I think it really does have to do with us knowing what we need to do for us.
Yeah, I'm with you. I am so with you, Moya. That's what it's about for me too. At the end of the day, I think this is the time. There's no better time. Y'all really know wholeheartedly that there's nobody coming to save you. Like Joe said, there ain't nobody coming to save Black people. It never has been. All of these democratic policies that they have never saved Black people. There has been nothing that has ever put us in a better position. We have to be insulated. Now is the time to come together, to work together, to figure shit out for ourselves, because they are not going to do it. They're going to do whatever they can to do what they can to keep themselves on top and to keep us oppressed. So the only way that we can be insulated, the only thing that we can do is do what? Work together. That's it, y'all. So let them run this country to the ground, because that's where it's going. But if there's some way, now with the power of the internet, we really can do it. There's some way that we can start working collectively. We're gonna be insulated. Fuck all that shit, and let's go to a commercial.
Hey, if you're just tuning in, you are watching Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. I am Tiara Williams. I'm also known as Miss Black Hollywood, and I am the proud producer of this show. So I hope that every day when you join us, you leave a little smarter than you came, because that's the point. Otherwise, why are you watching? So if you want to receive notices for when we go live, Fly Nubian Money goes live every single day. That's Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So if you don't know, now you know. All you have to do is text the word Queens, that's Queens, that's Queens, to 87948. That's 87948. That's Queens to 87948. Yes? If you want.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Tiara, where you at? We can't see you. Is you black? Girl, get your stuff together. And I must say, because I forgot this was going on my Facebook stream, that I'm not going to be cussing if my daddy's watching this. That was the last curse word I'm going to use in this show, Dad, so you could keep watching. Okay? No more cursing today. I'm hoping. But Moya, you wanted to add on to that conversation.
I just wanted to add something in the sense of when we talk about let the government burn. I think it's interesting because for me, I do taxes, and a lot of the best paying jobs are the jobs or government jobs where you work for the city, you work for the county, you have a really solid paycheck, and they can make the most. So I think one of the things that we still have to be on vigilant and very vigilant of is when they start coming in and when they want to start taking away those jobs from a lot of that's built a solid middle class Black America.
Now that's very scary. I'm in DC, so everybody here got a GGJ, right? A good government job. Everybody in here either has a good government job or they have a good government contract. And so when we hear about Elon Musk's position as government oversight or whatever, what is it called? What is it called?
Doge, the Department of Doge.
Department of Government Oversight?
He's the vice president at this point. Go ahead.
I mean, he got an office in the White House. So.
Right. Seriously.
What are we talking about?
Crazy. Which is crazy. Think about that. And here, let me tell you, y'all, when I moved to DC, it was crazy. So let me just tell y'all Black people, let me tell you how it's when you're not from here, you don't really you really see the opportunities that they have for Black people. So I go to the Chamber of Commerce meeting, and it's like 75% Black, and I'm like, is this the Black chamber? They're like, no, this is the chamber. And so I'm like, oh shit. And so the mayor's Black, like all the players are Black. And so I'm with somebody, and they're like, oh, this guy's part of this club. You gotta pay at least $250,000 to be a part of this organization over here. And they're just telling me all the players, right? And then the mayor is up, and she's saying, they have this thing called the Green Book that it tells you like all, remember the Green Book that they had back in the day, the Green Book where it tells you where all the Black companies were and all the Black service businesses. Well, they have the Green Book where they have all the programs for Black owned businesses. And she said, we got $1 billion set aside for Black owned businesses, right? $1 billion. This is in public, and I'm saying they saying this in front of white people. It's like a few white people in there. This is the regular chamber. This ain't the Black chamber. This is the DC Chamber of Commerce. So it's all these Black people. I'm sitting at the table with all these Black people. My girlfriend, $50 million government contract paid, right? Like all these Black people that got this real money. That's the type of money and opportunities that are here for Black people. Then I go to another one for the Prince George's County, and they're like, we got $8 billion, 40% set aside for Black owned businesses, right? So when you talk about that, Moya, and you're saying that we got to think about, these government jobs and also these government contracts, because also with that, they were trying to get rid of 8A, which were specifically for Black or minority owned businesses. Who do you think that they're going to try to come after when they're doing these oversight for these jobs and these contracts? Because it is the land of milk and honey for Black people out here. Who do you think is going to be the first that they try to come after? So that's something that we really have to think about as we go forward and really kind of keep a watch out for, because, I think people are really afraid of what's getting ready to happen with this new administration, especially for, government contracts. But I do want to go into this video and we're going to have a little discussion about it.
Fantastic. And if you look at Mike Johnson, he's got pretty tight majority, but actually it's very tight, but it's very good because we vote unified. We're really voting unified, and so it doesn't make much difference. In the election of 2024, which will be the most consequential election in American history, we not only won a mandate, but we built a new American majority that will lead our country to unparalleled success for generations to come. That's what we want to do. And someday, in 30 years from now, 40 years from now, 50 years from now, some of these young people are going to say, I remember Donald Trump, he did a good job. He set us on his way. He told us, he gave us a path.
All I see is his ugly mama, but that's just me.
What?
All I see is his ugly mama when he talks, and that's just me, though.
I had to close my eyes, literally. My eyes were closed because I couldn't follow. I didn't. What could Moya? You got probably the most sense up here out of all of us today. No, I'm just saying, like she do for real.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I need her to interpret what this man is saying because I don't think nobody else on here can interpret this.
You know, one of the things that happened earlier. So what this is the video from last night. It appears the video from last night. And so he actually did say on there that he was making a statement about the Olympics and it's going to be in 2026. And he also said like, oh, I'm not going to be the president. Oh, but wait a second. They, and everyone's thinking like, who's they? They've made it so I can also do it in 2028. And so everyone's like, well, who's they? Are you talking about they in terms of inside your camp? Or are you saying they as Democrats? And so he was like, or also he said, well, Elon, you know, he really knows the computers and what to do. And in Pennsylvania, that's how, you know, I won Pennsylvania. And so everyone's like, wait, what are you saying? Are you saying the quiet part out loud or what's happening here?
Yeah.
So, you know, that everyone has questions from that event.
I mean, he definitely cheated. Listen, here's the thing. Donald Trump would have gone
Ain't
to
no way
jail.
told it.
That Donald Trump would have gone to jail, y'all. You don't understand. It was like his life was on the line, literally, if he didn't win the election. You think, I mean, he won all the swing states though? Really?
All of
Really?
them.
All
Dana
of them?
White, Dana White was bragging to Joe Rogan via text, saying that Elon called the states 2 to 3 hours before the returns came in completely on camera. On camera, Elon was calling. How are you calling this? Listen, whatever, child. I know you could cheat with a computer because I could play with data all day if I want to.
There's levels. There's just levels to the way he's playing this game. Otherwise, he would be sitting under the jail. He had 34 felonies, 36 felonies, y'all, that he was facing, and people wanted to see him under the jail. Let's not get it confused. There were people, and he's coming after those people and threatening those people, and you know, it's just a lot. So I mean, go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I just wanted to quote him. He journeyed to Pennsylvania where he spent a month and a half campaigning, and he knows those computers better than anybody. All those computers, those vote counting computers, and we ended up winning Pennsylvania like a landslide. So it's pretty good. So thank you to Elon.
Right.
Not thank you to the voters of Pennsylvania.
Wait. Then this article says it's not totally clear what Trump was talking about, especially as Pennsylvania says it doesn't use one type of voting machine.
Again, not thank you to the voters of Pennsylvania who want a new day. Thank you to the thief of all code, a man who is currently trying to steal code right now, asking people to send him code to create another effing, because Constance's daddy might be watching, another effing platform for social media that nobody asked him for when the first one that he took from Jack is failing. Like, yeah, I can't get mad enough about these MFers because I know that it's like a whole bunch of scamming. It's a long line of scamming. Part of me is mad because I ain't in on it. I want to get in on a scam, but my mama raised me better. I told y'all that already. But I know it's a scam. I know a scam when I see one. I know a scammer when they're in my midst because, you know, I used to deal with unsavory creatures back in the day. So I'm just saying I'm mad because I couldn't get in on the scam.
Joe, what did you make of that speech?
Incoherent blubber, like always. He's just incoherent, blubbering. He has a supreme lack of intelligence, and it's very apparent. Not to say that you need to be intelligent to do some of these jobs, but I would hope you have some intelligence to, be the leader of the free world. I'm just disappointed. Every time I listen to that man talk, I try to avoid it at all costs. I heard somebody say it's like putting your head in the sand. No, it's not like putting my head in the sand. I'm just avoiding the things that piss me off. I have the right to do that. So I don't listen to that man talk.
Protect your peace.
I protect my peace, man, because when he talks, I realize more and more, none of this shit matters. It doesn't matter. It's all a game. Anybody could do this. I'm like, oh, any damn fool. And it's been like this, but we've been lying to ourselves for I don't know how many years about what it was. I mean, Ronald Reagan was an actor or something, wasn't he? I'm like, they're just letting anybody do this, and we got to work 7, 8, 9, 10 times as hard.
Did you go to Harvard?
I didn't go to Harvard. I didn't go, but I got to go if I want to be president. I got to go. Yeah. I don't know what school this fool went to. I don't know. I don't know what school he went to.
He went to Dartmouth.
Tiara, I know we got to go to commercial. What does that say about? What is it? No, he went to Wharton School of Business.
Yeah, I thought he went to the U.S. Wharton.
Yeah, but he paid to get in. But I want to go to commercial. But what does it say about the people who voted for him? What does it say, what does it say about this country? Just listen to that, and he's a representative of the country.
I want to say after we come back from commercial.
Oh my God, I just needed to. Okay.
I just want to say it because just in case I want to go longer, I want to say.
I got you. So let's go ahead and go to commercial because I want to get her the space and say.
You want to grow your money and not blow your money, as Constance says. Check us out at flynubianmoney.com. There's all kinds of resources, programs, videos, resources. In 2024, there's no reason to be broke when there's information all around us. So get your money right. flynubianmoney.com.
Okay. So before we go, Joe, I need your what you call them? Happy fingers. What you call them?
Jazz hands.
Jazz hands. Jazz hands. Make sure y'all text the word Queens to 87948 QUENS to 87948 if you want to get alert when we go live. All right, Tiara, what does this say about the state of our country having this as our leader?
I just think it says that with a little bit of narcissism and a lot of confidence and a lot of if I'm self-absorbed, I too can achieve whatever I want, right? It just says that people will believe anything. They're looking for hope. The way he talks to his fan base, the way he talks to his supporters has really, really rang in their hearts, and it will allow them to do whatever he says. It doesn't even matter if he's saying anything. I mean, I was watching the town hall meeting again, where I've never seen in history somebody say, I don't want to answer questions. Let's dance. Like, I've never seen that before, ever in life. But it's like people are hypnotized. I just don't get it, y'all. I don't get it. And so I think there's a lot of us that obviously are woke and understand what's happening. But for the other people, this is where we stand divided, because it's like, they're in a trance or something, like, but they feel the same way about us. Like, oh, you are in a trance because of the Democrats. It's like, just get rid of. Listen, we don't need a political party. Let's just figure it out ourselves. I think we'd be in a better position if we just figure it out.
No, I like that about him. That whole, because he is exposing the entire system for the lack of seriousness that it possesses. It's not just if you just go back and forth and listen to these people, all of them, there's probably 5 or 6 of them that are actually serious about what they're doing. But as a whole, they're not serious. Like we got people sleeping on the streets. We got kids shooting up schools, adults shooting up schools, and y'all worried about TikTok.
Right. Right. They can't come together and pass a gun law, but they can pass a law to turn TikTok back on. But you know what?
Overnight.
Maybe, just maybe, there's a reckoning going on for all of America's sins, America that has happened over the last, 400 years. Maybe there's a reckoning. Maybe there's something that's happening that we just don't know, something bigger than what we see. But what I do, Marlo, I've been seeing all these CEOs kissing the ring. They go meet with, you see Zuckerberg, you've seen, who else was that? You've seen a bunch of CEOs going to see Trump and then changing their policies. What the fuck is that about?
It's about power and control. It's about proximity to the brass ring, right? It's about everything and nothing at all. Zuckerberg saying that he got rid of fact checking. First of all, get rid of the algorithm, right? Because the algorithm is where people see the fact checking, and the algorithm is where people feel like they're either being kept away from information that they want, or they're being overexposed to information, right? Because it's user generated, right? The algorithm controls the user controls the algorithm. It's a whole situation. And I think that they just want to be down. Like, you know, my favorite Tupac line ever, 17 like Brandy, you just want to be down. Like, they just want to be in the mix. They want to be in proximity. And they also don't want to have accountability. Notice it's all the tech people, right? And the thing about tech is tech exists off of our data. Our user data is what makes technology valuable, right? Because somebody can say, listen, Constance Carter, she got these many dollars. She lives in this zip code. She owns these businesses. We can target her with this information. Tiara, oh, she's in Los Angeles. We're going to target her with this. She's like, it is just a constant wave of people trying to sell us things. And that's why all of this exists. So what they want is to be able to do this unhinged and untethered. They want to do it without regulation, or like the banks, they want to be able to write the regulation that controls their industry. So it is really about, everybody knows who Donald Trump is. Somebody in the comments said it, and I think Joe cleared it up real quick. Rub your ass and you get 3 wishes. Somebody got to get their ass rubbed, right? So Donald Trump is a narcissist. We know this. We know that whoever the last person is that had a word with him in the room is the way that he's going to sway. We know he's swayed by public opinion. He hated TikTok, y'all. He hated TikTok in the summer before he started going on Bro podcast and started seeing himself recirculated on TikTok over and over again. He was the first one that wanted to ban TikTok because he wanted to ban everything that was Chinese. So I feel like just sit back and watch these people infight. Watch Elon get kicked out of the White House within the first 2 years.
Because two narcissists? Woo!
It's too many narcissists at that point. So I feel like we just sit back and we watch this thing unfold. It's gonna be constant chaos because Donald Trump is chaos, but it's going to be a constant refreshing. It's gonna be a bunch of names we never heard of, because the minute somebody gets mad, the minute somebody says, you know, Elon said, he getting the fuck up out of there. Sorry, Constance's daddy. He is getting up out of there, because Donald Trump is not going to have anybody at a higher seat than him. So I say just watch this little play in 3 acts and enjoy it, and hopefully it don't hurt too many people in the process.
Boom. That's what it is. So Eros 120 said, is it that he's a continuous result of the Obama backlash, Moya? Is that what we're dealing with? Wait. When did Obama get out of office?
Girl, 16.
So this is almost 9-10 years ago. We 10 years post Obama. Is this continuous backlash?
I think it's, they would like to say it's continuous backlash, and I see the argument. I just believe that this has been their plan from the beginning. Like the way that the Republican Party really works, for them to really work, not like George Bush work in terms of just legacy family, they need like a showman. Like Reagan was an actor. They need Donald Trump. He's a showman. So it allows them to further push their agenda, and the people below don't see it because it's a showman giving them a show while there's something happening in the back. Yeah. And so one of the things that happens, and I think that we need to be aware of, is now that TikTok is now in their pocket, yes, we can talk about money and data, but we also need to talk about how it influences our thoughts, how it influences our actions, how it influences our feelings, to either where we feel lethargic and we don't want to do anything because we feel like it's over our head, or it shows us things to make us, I don't want to say it, but make us dumb to where we just focus on being entertained the entire time. So I think that's what we really need to be concerned about with these tech bros really going up there and pushing this and believing in this agenda that is completely against our best interest.
Girl, you know what? Listen, Moya, yeah. You hit on some real stuff. And this is the reason why I said she the only one that got some sense up in here, because she just really put, no, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. No, but seriously though, when you do think about it and you think about the influence that social media has on us, our children, my kids are on TikTok all day, and they have the same, timeline. Their timeline, of course, is much different than mine, and then mine is much different than yours. And, just all depends on what you're looking at, but they do become dumbed down. It could be used as good and it could be used as for evil. But you think about this very thing that Donald Trump wanted to end because of whatever reason. Now he wants it to flourish. Now you got to wonder why. What's getting ready to come down the pipe that he is now backing this down? Now he is endorsing this. You got to wonder. But I do want to shift gears because I want to talk about our good friend Snoop D-O-double-G. So a couple of nights ago, there was this whole crypto ball, y'all, the crypto ball. And so Snoop performed, and it's not only Snoop, it was Rick Ross, it was Soulja Boy, and it was Nelly. So all of them performed. No women, huh? Oh, no women sold they sold. No black women sold they sold. Okay. So all of these men, these rappers performed, and a few of them responded. I don't know if Rick Ross responded. Snoop certainly didn't respond. They've been going at his head. Soulja Boy responded and said Kamala needs to suck his, and she ain't offered to pay him. But nobody was checking for him anyway. He broke. Nobody cares about you, Soulja Boy. We expect that. Like, you're nobody. And then Nelly. He fought back. He was saying that it was an honor for him to do it. Now they not only trying to throw Nelly away, they want to throw Shanti away too. They go in on all of them. They like we canceling her too just because she married his dumb ass. But what do you guys think of the idea of these black people shucking and jiving for Donald Trump? I'm gonna start with you, Marlo.
I think it's like Moya said about the quote from his name escapes me, the creator of the Boondocks, right? Aaron Magruder, saying that the moral compass is off, right? There used to be a thing where black people were paying attention and engaged because we understood that it meant life or death. Then a time came, right, where it didn't mean life or death, right? And then Snoop and all these guys come from an era where they were able to take the worst information from our communities and turn it into money. So if we really, I love Snoop, right? With a fiery passion is part of my childhood. It's part of that whole fabric, right? But if people don't mean you no good, they don't mean you no good. And if you only out for the betterment of your own pockets at any expense, then you don't mean the collective any good. And I think there's nothing wrong with the collective saying, you know what, we done with you. Go ahead and do 5 more crypto balls, because when you do your next hip hop, all-stars tour, many of us not going to be there. Now, I can't speak for everybody, but I do know that it's just sad. Like, we don't have a moral compass except money, right? Soulja Boy, when he was doing his response, he had a little wad of money in his hand. He was like, it's like, that's all you niggas care about? Is that the only thing that is important to you? Because they will kill you with pockets full of money. Stop being stupid. But then at the same time, I heard black women on vacation, so that's all I got to say about it.
That ain't none of our business. Get somebody else to do it. That's the reason why we wasn't there. I want you to think about that. So do you think that they're going to be canceled as a result of this? I want you guys to answer that question after the break.
Fly Nubian Money is now on Spotify. Yes, yes, yes. We are on Spotify. So if you can't watch us, you can listen to us. All you have to do is search Fly Nubian Money and we will appear. All of our episodes. Make sure that you leave a 5-star rating and reviews so other people that come along and are looking for a good show to watch, they'll follow us too. If you are interested in being on Fly Nubian Money, sorry, I don't have any spaces. I'm just playing. If you are interested in being a queen or a king on Fly Nubian Money for the day, please reach out to me. I'm at info@realvirtual.net. That's info@realvirtual.net. Also, if you need help with your business, go ahead and send me an email for that too. Okay. I've said enough. Now back to the show.
Hey, Brian Shanklin, he said he rolls with Dolores C. Tucker. But you know, the funny thing is, yo, God, Donald Trump, because this man always be coming here talking that crazy ass shit about Donald Trump. He don't roll with Dolores Tucker, apparently, because he had Snoop on his stage. Y'all remember what Pac said, Dolores Tucker, you affect me. Anyway, do you think, Dr. Joe, do you think that Black people as a collective could come together like they did? Now, Chrisette Michelle is a friend of mine, and they just, I feel so bad. Like, she went through all kind of depression and all that. Everybody abandoned her. Everybody canceled her. She lost opportunities. She lost movie deals. She lost money. She lost fans. She lost followers. She lost everything because she chose to perform at Trump's inauguration. And then the gentleman that she performed with, he was a gospel artist. He didn't get canceled at all. So do you think as a collective, we will do the same thing for these men that actually performed at this crypto ball?
I want to be slightly careful on how I talk about this, because I think that America has just shown us wholeheartedly how they feel about Black women. So I don't think Chrisette Michelle is going to suffer the same. I don't think the rest of these guys are going to suffer the same consequences as Chrisette Michelle, unfortunately, although they should. I think if you are a fan of Rick Ross or Soulja Boy, you are not surprised today, and you are probably in line with the things that they did, especially, Rick Ross, who, in my opinion, is the poster child for Black toxic masculinity. Everything that he values is in line with nothingness. So we're not shocked at the day. I think when you're talking about Nelly, I heard his comments about not living in the Klan country, and he is from St. Louis. I am from St. Louis. If you drive 20 miles outside of St. Louis, you are 100% in Klan country. Anywhere in Missouri outside of St. Louis, you are in Klan country, and you know it by, the signs and the everything. It's very obvious that you are not in a safe space if you are a Black person, if you were anywhere in Missouri outside of St. Louis almost. But, if you are we're talking about an icon in Snoop Dogg, and it's another level. And I understand probably why he's being quiet. I'm just going to assume, not knowing, but I'm hoping that he has some remorse for his decision. They made a fool of him. And, he is really suffering the consequences today because he is catching more heat than all of them guys combined, just for his iconic status. And honestly, more than angry, I'm just really hurt that another brother went across that line. And it's very unfortunate. And, like I said, I don't think they're going to suffer the same consequences as Chrisette Michelle, because we saw as a whole that if Black women can do tremendous things and still won't be looked at as equals or on fair ground. So.
Yeah. So we say Black people can't get together for a common goal, but Black folks show got together to cancel her. And that's a shame. But I do, because you pointed out the video where they was going in on him. If we could show that video of Snoop talking just the last election about Donald Trump and about the inauguration.
So ain't nobody gonna perform for Donald Trump, huh? Which one of you jigaboo ass niggas gonna be the first one to do it? I'm waiting. I'm gonna roast the fuck out one of you Uncle Tom ass niggas for doing it. Which one of you niggas gonna do it first? Osby's the one that performs for himself.
About noon, just thought that I had to be in Compton. Come on, baby, let's go. Before the day begins, before my mother starts bitching about my friends, they got to go and damn you with mine. Young niggas at the back throwing up gangs.
So ain't nobody gonna.
I just need to underscore this, Tiara. Elon Musk tweeted, "The vibe shift is real." You're muted.
I think the vibe shift is real for everybody. His own vice president said the same things about him a couple of last election as well. Like, talked poorly about him, said he was an awful human being, all the things. And then there's a bit of like, I don't know, what's the Men in Black stick where they just be like, and then they be like, oh, Donald Trump is great. But everybody has done it, y'all. Everybody has done it. It's like Zuckerberg was not in agreement with Donald Trump. It's like everybody is just like, I literally a couple days ago saw an interview where Zuckerberg was talking about the reason why he decided to leave out fact checking or for them to dismantle it or take it off the platform. He was like, well, basically, you just got to go with what's happening and what's popular and what's trendy and what's popular and what people are gravitating towards is Donald Trump. And so we're going to follow suit. And that's what he was saying. So I think everybody is just doing that. Like, it's in, get in, there's a benefit for being connected to him at this point, I guess. And get your money or get that cloud or whatever it is that you're looking for.
I think the vibe shift is real, is them really clowning Snoop. Like nigga, we own you, Marlo. Nigga, we own you. The vibe, yeah, you was talking that shit back in what is that, 2000 or whatever that was. But now, where you at right now? What you think, Marlo?
And just, it's true. I mean, look, go get your money, Snoop. I guess you needed it. I guess he could kind of.
He didn't need it.
He could kind of think his. I said, I guess I ain't pocket right. I don't know how many NDAs he got out there that he paying monthly. I don't know, but I will say that this idea, right? Like, I didn't see no black people in the audience. When I looked at the Rick Ross footage, I didn't see no black people out in the audience, right?
None.
So I feel like the part that the unspoken thing is that, N-words about to get back on the stage and they about to get out of the C-suites, right? Y'all used to be running, you thought you was running the label, you thought you were running the studio, you thought you were doing these things, but I feel like N-words about to be back to entertaining us. That's what your use that's what your use is, right? I feel like that's what that was telling us, because wasn't no black folks invited. I didn't see any black. You telling me there's no black crypto millionaires that could have got an invite to that? Is no black crypto people that could have got an invite to get the Trump coin that's about to come out or that just was released? Because Trump got his own Bitcoin, which, I mean, ethics, again, scam nation, y'all. Scam nation. So I just feel like they're just resetting, right? Make America Great Again is a reset. And it is a reset to values that didn't benefit us. But hopefully we could just be ignored, right? And they won't burn our villages down like they did before. And we could just build wealth collectively and be ignored. And then people like Snoop, Rick Ross, whoever want to get out, shake their ass, bust it open, those people can go do their jobs, get their money, and then come bring it back to the collective. I feel like maybe that's where we're moving back to, because again, wasn't no black invited people. The only black people that were suited and booted were the ones on the stage.